Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Chapter 1: In the Wrong Place. Dog system, why did you still not have the guts to talk to me? It's been 10 years since you left me here, and you say you will take me to another world, so why didn't you bring me to Hidden Leaf Village? Who doesn't know that in Naruto World, Hidden Leaf Village is the center of this world, and the most important thing is that there are so many Hidden Leaf Villages girls. Although it seems to be okay now, at least, I don't worry about being dismembered. Shinobi World, the land of Earth, Hidden Stones Village. In a barren land outside the village, a young man is sitting on a rock while cursing and complaining. This teenager's name is Asahi. He was originally a programmer, typing code all day long, and the money he obtained is only enough to make ends meet, but he then ushered in an opportunity to travel to another world. At the time when he's typing code, his computer was electrocuted because of a power leak, and then he traveled to the Naruto world. This was originally a good thing. As an otaku, isn't it a dream come true to travel to anime world? But after knowing where he traveled to, his heart turned cold. The most basic thing about traveling to Naruto world is to be in Hidden Leaf Village, and obtain some blood of the Uchiha clan, and even if his luck is bad, he should still get some Byakugan, and then rely on his eyes to eat. After all, this is the world where eyes are the most important. In the end, he wasn't sent to Hidden Leaf Village, but instead came as Hidden Stones Village, a village with small screen time and few named figures. In fact, to be honest, he doesn't care about those bloodlines, but about those girls. Although other villages are okay, but there is not much space to talk about the girls, especially Hidden Stones Village. And in terms of strength, although this dog system took him to Hidden Stones Village, it still gave him a good, but very painful novice welfare. This system, called the Ability Lottery System, is very simple compared to those bizarre systems. It is lottery ability. Anything can be drawn as long as it is from the myriad realms. Everything can be drawn, and it does not need him to do anything. He just needs to perfect his drawn ability, and after that, he can draw abilities again. Although his face was very dark when he crossed to this world, but after he crossed, his face turned red with excitement, as he got a super powerful ability from the lottery. However, this ability has both advantages and disadvantages. This ability originated from the world of the 7 deadly sins, the grace of the 4 great angels, Mel, the sunshine, and later became power of the sin of pride from the 7 deadly sins, Eskener. Is sunshine strong? It's strong, very strong, that's why Asahi is very excited. As long as it is not at night, during the day, whether it is cloudy or rainy, as long as it is daytime and the sun hangs in the sky, then sunshine will allow him to continue to grow stronger. At night, like Eskener, he would become a waste, and this ability also requires continuous training to master. It is according to the percentage calculation, and based on the degree of mastery, which determine how much power can be mastered during the day and night. As he would become a waste at night, Asahi would not appear outside the village. Only his soul come here, so he was born as a baby. 10 years ago, he was just born and the system didn't start yet. But at the age of 5, the problem came. After crossing to this world, his mother has died when she gives birth to him, and his father died during the mission when he is 5 years old, giving him the perfect orphan template. When he first came into contact with chakra, his system awakened and he drew sunshine from the lottery. Sunshine erupted that day, and over time, it began to change him wildly. At night, he is just a normal person, but in the morning, when the sun just rises, his body begins to change wildly, his muscles start to grow wildly, and his strength also grows wildly. It can be said that he is getting stronger every second. At that time, his situation was recognized as a special kind of KK Genkai, but Asahi knew his super cheat had just arrived. When the sun just rose, he could still control his power. After 8 or 9 o'clock, the skyrocketing strength made him completely unable to hold back. By 10 o'clock, the terrifying temperature coming from him would sweep the surroundings. At 11 o'clock, the ground was almost scorched by the terrifying high temperature coming from him. After that, the change is not in hour, but in minutes. And when it was 12 o'clock at noon, in that minute, his state has entered the level of destroying the world. If it hadn't been for a large number of shinobi using earth style to forcibly resist, and the Sushi Kage, Onoki also ran over here, it is estimated that the aftermath would have burned half of the village. The situation at that time scared everyone. Then, Onoki directly issued an order to seal this matter a very top secret, and that night, Asahi was transferred to the outside of the village, and Onoki also followed him in order to find out about Asahi's situation. After a week of observation, Onoki almost got Asahi's situation right. When it was the minutes of noon, Onoki was in a very embarrassing state. In that minute, even if Asahi didn't do anything, just him standing in place gave Onoki a sense of horror. Therefore, Asahi was very logically isolated from the others, and lived outside the village, surrounded by many people from Hidden Stone's village as Anbu, not to monitor him, but to protect him. Although Onoki doesn't know Asahi's situation, in Hidden Stone's village, they are one big family. What he says is what he says, and it is not as dark as Hidden Leaf village, but Onoki is also very shrewd, and he also wondered if Asahi would be able to master this power for himself. With this power, wouldn't Hidden Stone's village be able to crush the whole shinobi world? It happened that Hidden Stone's village has deficiency in talent, and just as he was panicked about the next generation, he finally had a good seedling, so how could he be persecuted? So Onoki changed his mind and became Asahi's teacher. Of course, Asahi agreed to it. After all, it is better to have a backer than having none. In the past few years, spies from other villages have also come to investigate Asahi, but the results are self-evident and they are all dead. Hidden Cloud's village's spies is the first one to succeed. They managed to sneak into the vicinity of Asahi, and they took advantage of the night to kidnap Asahi. They planned to take Asahi back to study his secrets, but they did not know about the news being sealed by Onoki, so after dawn, they became ashes directly. Over the years, the spies from the other villages have never given up on investigating the situation here, and the news about them has never been passed on, as this place is completely isolated from other civilians and shinobi, and only Anbu people are here. Those spies have no way to infiltrate the Anbu, and what they can do is to kidnap Asahi directly, but one day is not enough for them to return to their village, and even if they return to the village, what can they do? After dawn the next day, Asahi would go from being a weakling to being a monster. He would turn the others into ashes instantly, and then Asahi will slowly come back by himself. After the first time with Hidden Cloud's village, even Anbu got used to it as time went by. They were eager to see how many spies would die. The spies in other villages were not unlimited, so after a slow investigation to no avail, they also just gave up. Asahi is also used to it. Anyway, he will be invincible in daytime. So when these spies come over, they can do nothing but send themselves to death. Chapter 2 The Third Shinobi War, the beginning of the plan. Boy, how are you doing recently? After dark, Onoki came to Asahi's residence again. One of the reasons why he came here was because of Asahi's ability, as this ability may be the key to Hidden Stone's village's rise. As for the other reason, it's because of Asahi's concepts and ideas. Even though Asahi is only 10 years old now, he is still a traverser who has been bombarded with a lot of information. It is not Asahi looks down on this world, but there is indeed a huge difference in philosophy. Asahi has been a little confused. The 5 great shinobi villages have been fighting back and forth. In the end, the war is not for resources. With their war, let alone the environment of a shinobi village, even the environment of a country has been transformed by them. Of course, this is only part of it. War has never been so superficial, but also the pursuit of rights, and this kind of thing cannot be avoided by everyone. As long as still people, there will be wars. However, after Anoki accepted Asahi as his disciple, he was overwhelmed by some concepts and ideas passed on by Asahi over the years. Now Hidden Stones Village is not just a barren land full of stones, the inside of the village, and the large areas around the village have greatly changed. It would not have been so easy to grow up without the blessing of wood style. But after the watering system and the land reclamation have been completed, the trees have been planted and they are slowly growing. Of course, it is apart from the place where Asahi is, as there are still a few places here where it is still barren. In addition to barrenness, there is also a huge lake here. The water of this lake was also brought in from outside, and it only has one purpose, which is to suppress his sunshine. At noon every day, Asahi will choose to go to sleep. If he can't sleep, he will simply soak in the water to ensure that the power of sunshine would not directly blow up everything around him to nothingness. Old man, is being Sushi Kage so free? Why do you run to me all the time? Asahi looked at Anoki speechlessly. Although this guy didn't come over every day, his frequency of coming over was not low. Stinky brat, I'm your teacher, so you should call me sensei. Anoki glared at him angrily. Didn't I tell you? Calling you old man is more cordial, and I feel it is much better than calling you sensei. By the way, how is the improvement of the village's environment? Asahi thought that now that he has crossed over to Hidden Stones Village, he should do his best to help. A few years ago, when Anoki was chatting with him, Asahi shared an idea to Anoki. At that time, Anoki was completely dumbfounded. After all, Asahi was only a few years old when he made such a statement, which is to let the shinobi go to dig the mountain and the river, and then let the shinobi go to plant trees and create forests. It must be known that the status of shinobi in this world is higher than ordinary people. They won't do such works casually, unless they are paid, such as in Hidden Lee Village when shinobi was paid to help pulling weeds, find lost pets, etc. They would obtain money from doing such tasks, and they can also exercise their temperament, otherwise how could they do such odd jobs? But Asahi felt that this was a complete waste, especially Hidden Stones Village's shinobi. Asahi feels that Hidden Stones Village's shinobi has the highest flexibility, because most Hidden Stones Village's shinobi have Earth Chakra attribute, and it is very simple for them to use Earth style. When a large number of shinobi are added together, and they use ninjutsu to directly carve out a river, it is not difficult to create water sources. Moreover, Earth-style shinobi can also use ninjutsu to move a large amount of soil, and then replace the surrounding rocks. With all the soil and water settled, would there be problems with other things? At that time, the environment of the village would become better and better. Even Asahi felt that the Earth-style shinobi should learn more about control and then cooperate together when using Earth-style. At that time, it will be possible to build a house so that it is so good that they can be a real estate developer. He told Anoki about this, and after a series of training, although these people could not do the same as wood-style, four-pillar house jutsu, they were almost able to do it. A few people will first make a rough foundation that is barely acceptable, and then they would slowly polish it, so making a house doesn't take much time. Anoki then took advantage of this to make these Earth-style shinobi bring huge profits to the village. Now, even if the daimyo directly gave up on them and didn't give any more money, Hidden Stones Village could still survive and live very well. And these shinobi, who are responsible for these works, can get a cut from it. Which is why many shinobi rush to help, and those who couldn't get this kind of task would feel depressed and annoyed. Compared to desperately carrying out dangerous missions, this is obviously a lot easier. And using ninjutsu to do these things can not only train the shinobi, but also develop the village in many ways. Now, when seeing the daimyo, Anoki is full of confidence, because he does not need the daimyo's support. The reason why the shinobi villages have been licking the daimyo before is because they have money. No matter which shinobi villages it is, they thought they couldn't make cover such a large expenditure by themselves, as the shinobi villages could only earn money when their shinobi are doing missions. They would only take a portion of it, and most of it will go into the shinobi's pocket. Because of that, it is impossible to cover the expenditure of the entire village by relying only on that portions from the missions. But now, Anoki is not short of money, he has become a lot confident and didn't care about the daimyo, and all of this is because Asahi behind the scenes and in control. Because of that, Anoki often comes here, not because a sushi kage like him is very idle, but because of the ideas and concepts Asahi gave him are very useful and important. He often comes to learn from the experience and ask some questions about development, and Asahi, he is just a strong man on theory, so he is only responsible for making suggestions, and the implementation would be done by Anoki himself. Asahi is just an otaku after all, he understands the theory, but he can't do it. Therefore, it is indeed quite appropriate for him and Anoki to join hands to do this. I hope you can see the environment of the village yourself. Except for your place, which is a barren land. The other places are almost on the same state. After a few decades, this village will become a village with Hidden Leaf Village-like environment. Apart from the village, the construction of the other places is also continuing, but the reason I came to see you is not about this matter, but to ask how is your mastery and your power? Right now, the shinobi world has begun to become restless again. When Onoki said this, there was no more smiles on his face, and he showed solemn expression. It's still the same in terms of strength, but what do you mean that the shinobi world has become restless? Asahi asked with some doubts. Hidden Sand Village's Lord Third Kazekage disappeared. They think it was caused by Hidden Leaf Village. Because of that, their conflict with Hidden Leaf Village started to intensify. If there's no accident, a war will start soon. Once they started a war, the other villages will not be calm. Although everyone suffered heavy losses in the Second Shinobi World War, they have basically recovered now, so the Third Shinobi World War is about to begin. The more Onoki spoke, the more solemn his face became. Chapter 3 Protect the village during the day, and protect one person at night. The Third Shinobi World War? Asahi also reacted. According to the time, it should be Hidden Leaf Village's year 46 right now. Because his life was very comfortable and he didn't need to worry about his own safety, he directly ignored these potential threats. According to the plot he knew, the Second Shinobi World War lasted for 5 years and ended in Hidden Leaf Village's year 37. After that, the Third Shinobi World War began in nearly 10 years after the Great Shinobi Villages recuperated for nearly 10 years of recuperation. It is Hidden Leaf Village's year 46 currently, which means that the Third Shinobi War should indeed break out. And in year 48, the protagonist, Naruto, will be born. Yeah, the Third Shinobi War, to be honest, if possible, I don't want such a war to break out. Once it breaks out, it is impossible for our Hidden Stones village to stay out of it. Even if we don't fight the others, there will be others who will coming for us. If it was Onoki of this period in the original work, he would have liked to start a war immediately, and then go crazy to seize enough benefits, but the current him doesn't want that. After Asahi's series of tactics and his series of operations, the whole village is developing steadily. Who wants to see their village be caught in the flames of war? Why did he think about participating in the war before? It's because of profit, but now that the village is developing steadily, given time, he didn't dare to say in terms of strength, but economically, Hidden Stones Village can definitely surpass Hidden Leaf Village directly. Compared with other types of ninjutsu, Earth style is quite useful in many other ways. However, even if he doesn't want to fight, it doesn't mean that the others will let him go, so he has to prepare for war. It's really troublesome, but since that's the case, let me tell you about my thoughts. Actually, I had such thoughts a long time ago. Now that the Third Shinobi War broke out, then this plan may be able to be put into action. Asahi's expression also changed at this moment. After knowing that he had crossed a Hidden Stones village, he felt headache, but after drawing sunshine, he felt that his safety was guaranteed. Of course, the night was always his weakness, so he always constantly trying to control the power of the sunshine at night, but these are not important. The important thing is that after gaining power, Asahi discovered that there were not many beautiful girls in Hidden Stones village, and even Kurotsuchi hadn't been born yet. When he watched Naruto before crossing, in addition to the hot-blooded battle, what he liked the most are the girls inside the show, which are pleasing to the eye. But he wasn't born in Hidden Leaf Village, and there was nothing he could do about it, so Asahi made a decision at that time, which was to find a way to dig the corner of Hidden Leaf Village. As for how to do that, this might be a long-term plan. He has thought about it a lot, and now, he has the opportunity in front of him. What plan? Tell me now. Onoki's eyes suddenly radiated with light. After all, from each Asahi's plans, he can taste a lot of sweetness, so when he heard Asahi has a plan about this, he is quite looking forward to it. It's very simple, form an alliance with Hidden Leaf Village. What did you say? After Asahi said such words, Onoki almost bit his tongue off, and the surrounding Anbu was shocked by his scream, but it was not the first time that such a thing happened, so they are too lazy to care about it. Stinky brat, do you know that once war starts, Hidden Leaf Village will become the target of everyone's firepower? And you want me to form an alliance with Hidden Leaf Village? Do you want to annihilate our Hidden Stones village? Onoki lowered his voice and kept roaring. Against this, Asahi couldn't help but dig his ears. Old man, you said you are old now, so why don't you know how to calm down? Forming an alliance with Hidden Leaf Village is just the first step. My goal is to dig every corner of Hidden Leaf Village. As he said that, Asahi's eyes gleamed brightly. Do they need to form an alliance? Of course they need to that, as he wanted to dig a corner of Hidden Leaf Village. He already said that this is a long-term plan, so the alliance is necessary, but after the alliance is the most critical point. What kind of riddle are you playing, brat? Onoki is confused, but after listening to Asahi's words, he felt that digging every corner of Hidden Leaf Village seems to be very good. The other villages are quite jealous of Hidden Leaf Village's many bloodlines, otherwise, Hidden Clouds Village's muscular guys will not send their people to Hidden Leaf Village to cause trouble every day. Old man, let me ask you, if you are not the Sushi Kage of the village, but had a clan behind you, and now someone wants to instigate you, would you agree? Isn't that nonsense? How could I agree? Onoki looked at Asahi like he's looking at an idiot, but Asahi didn't care about his gaze. That's right, you definitely think so, and they naturally think so too. Forming an alliance is only the first step. To gain their favor and poach them, it is definitely a lot better to be an ally than an enemy. As for the situation of being attacked by other villages or being stabbed in the back by Hidden Leaf Village, it's not like I didn't care about it. However, did you forget that our village still have me? Although I have no combat power at night, my combat power during the day can't be ignored. I don't dare to say much, but as long as it is during the day, even you are not my opponent. If you are not my opponent, and they are naturally not too. If the other villages really attack us, I can completely take action in the middle of noon, and make them pay a heavy price. Asahi said, showing a smile, and Onoki began to make up the scene in his mind. Thinking of Asahi's combat power in that 1 minute at noon, Onoki felt a little timid. At that time, when he faced Asahi for a minute at noon, he almost thought that he was doomed. And he felt that it is not too much to call that kind of oppressive power and terrifying power as the power of the Sunday. If it's your combat power during the day, then it's completely guaranteed. But don't you have no combat power at night? Onoki said helplessly. Asahi's combat power is indeed very strong, but with such time limits, he is also a little helpless. That's why I need your help. I have already planned it, and we can definitely do this. During the day, I can protect the safety of the entire village, but at night, the whole village is responsible for protecting me alone. During the day, I protect the village, and during the night, our shinobi can protect me. This is a foolproof plan. If we can't even protect one person, then Hidden Stone's village can just withdraw directly from the ranks of the 5 great shinobi villages. Asahi then thought of a Skinner and the other 7 deadly sins. Basically, they all have to follow this route. 1 protects the other 6 during the day and the 6 protects the other 1 at night, so Asahi thinks this route is very good. No matter what Hidden Stone's village does, it is impossible for them to be defeated by other villages overnight, unless the whole shinobi world is added together to attack Hidden Stone's village. So as long as they can protect him until the day, when he exerts his strength, he will basically stand undefeated against anyone. Chapter 4 The digging plan officially start. In fact, Asahi still has a little secret that he didn't tell others, that is, he can already master 1% of his power through several years of hard work, which means that he can still use 1% of his power at night. The grace sunshine comes from the supreme deity of the 7 deadly sins world, and it is only in the hands of the 4 archangels that its true power can erupt. And a Skinner, even at the peak of the minute, could not fully release the power of the sunshine, so this 1% is already strong enough, and apart from this, Asahi has also been learning about Genjutsu in the past few years. He didn't learn even one other ninjutsu, but just blindly learned Genjutsu. He didn't have a Skinner's sacred treasure, so he couldn't use the sacred treasure to absorb the power of the sunshine during the day and release it at night, so he has very few life-saving skills. The reason why he learned Genjutsu is not to use against others, but to use it on himself. A Skinner once fell into an illusion because of Gowder, and simulated Merlin as the sun in his heart, thus gaining a part of his power, which erupts at night. Naturally, Asahi can't do something like that, but he directly creates a sun, a false sun, which can also achieve such effect. It can give him more than 1% of the power at night. Although it is not as good as during the day, it can at least save his life. That's why he puts forward such an idea now. He cherishes his life, and he will not throw it away casually. To ensure that he can save his life, and then do things, this is the kingly way. He won't throw his life away for miscellaneous things, like other people. Okay, well, that is indeed really good, but how will the follow-up plan be carried out? It is not easy to make a shinobi clan in a village turn to us. It is already very difficult to do it on civilians shinobi, let alone a shinobi clan, and who is our target? Onoki agreed with Asahi's idea, and now, Asahi's strategic position has completely surpassed Jinchuriki. It's very difficult. Do you remember the information I asked about Hidden Leaf Village's people in the past few years? From these information, I found that Hidden Leaf Village's people are not monolithic, even compared to any other villages. Hidden Leaf Village's cohesion is rubbish. Lord Third Hokage has his own faction. But there's Denzo, who also has his own faction, and in order to get the Hokage's position, he can do whatever it takes. As for other elders, they are sitting on the fence, and will do anything for the sake of profit, so, We can start from there. Now we have several targets, one is the Senju clan and the other is the Uchiha clan. Both clans are both important, but I don't need to tell you about the difficulty. If we use normal means, it's not hopeless, but the chance is absolutely slim, but with the presence of these hidden leaf villages higher-ups, there is hope. When necessary, we can use some unconventional means. Asahi has already started planning all this a few years ago, and he knew what these people's personalities are like, even more than Onoki, but he can't just reveal it, so in the past few years, from Onoki, he got a lot of information about hidden leaf villages higher-ups and some important people, which he used to disguise himself from being called a prophet, and he also learned more about these people. What he sees in the anime is only a part of it. Even though their personality is clearly analyzed, there are some things that he can't see in the anime, so he can only ask Tanoki for help. The Senju clan is unlikely. 2 generations of Hokage are from this clan, and they are very important to Hidden Leaf Village. There's hope for the Uchiha clan, but the hope is very slim. Onoki didn't think it was feasible, but Asahi didn't care, as Onoki himself couldn't imagine how dark Hidden Leaf Village actually is. Old man, you think too highly of Hidden Leaf Village. Just because the Senju clan is very important to Hidden Leaf Village, that doesn't mean there's no chance. You should be able to feel something from the last war. Although it is not very obvious, but in the war, the Senju clan's position was invisibly moved forward, which resulted in a large number of casualties, but at that time there was still Senju Tsunade carrying the clan. But what about now? Senju Tsunade has already left, and there is no one in the Senju clan who can be the clan's pillar. Although Lord 3rd Hokage is the apprentice of Lord 2nd Hokage, you should think about it, old man, with his character, plus Denzo and these elders on the fence, will they let this clan which has produced 2 generations of Hokage go? Especially Denzo, as he aimed at Hokage's position. If the Senju clan once again rises, how can he be the Hokage? If there's no accident, in this war, the Senju clan will be played to death by them, with only 2 or 3 kittens left. Because of that, even if the Senju clan seems to be difficult to attract, it is not difficult to get them at the right time. The more Asahi spoke, the brighter the smile on his face. When the Senju clan was pulled over, I can make good use of Denzo, and at that time, there's no way I can't get Tsunade, right? It's really appealing. To be honest, if you are an enemy, I will definitely choose to annihilate you immediately. Your existence is too dangerous. At this moment, Onoki's expression changed as he felt that it is a little scary, but when he thinks that Asahi is his own, he doesn't worry about it anymore. In fact, after getting along with him in the past few years, he has almost regarded Asahi as the next Tsuchikage. Not to mention his strength, just talking about his brain is already really terrifying. It just so happens that Hidden Stones Village is currently in a state of inexorability right now. His son, Kitsuchi, had a decent strength, but his brain was too ordinary. If he wants to be the next Tsuchikage, it would be basically useless. Therefore, after getting along with Asahi in the past few years, Onoki admires his brains, and has long established Asahi's status in his heart. If it wasn't for Asahi being like a time bomb now, and he still has no merit, he would have happily retired and give his position to Asahi. After sitting in this position for so long, he's already very tired. As for what Asahi said, he actually understood some of it, but he was not someone from Hidden Leaf Village, so his understanding was not as good as Asahi, a person from another world, but as soon as Asahi said it, he understood. It's a good thing that we are on one side, so there's no need for such ifs. We will slowly discuss the future plan. Now, old man, what you have to do is to form an alliance with Hidden Leaf Village. Of course, they will definitely think that we have bad intentions. After all, no matter how you look at it, their Hidden Leaf Village is the ones who is going to suffer. So, you can open your mouth appropriately, and ask them for a lot more benefits. On one hand, it is to let them relax their vigilance and think that we are just taking advantage of the fire, and on the other hand, for our village, such resources should still be useful. Asahi smiled wickedly again, and Onoki felt shocked in his heart again. He looked at Asahi with a gaze looking at a monster. He felt that he was already cunning and shameless enough, but compared to Asahi, Onoki would like to call him the strongest. Chapter 5 Super God Assist from Shimura Denzo. No one knows the specific content of the conversation between Onoki and Asahi. Whether it is Anbu or the people in the village, they all think that Onoki coming to Asahi's residence is because he is good to his students. After using some methods, an existence like Asahi is much safer than Jinchuriki, so they didn't treat Asahi like Jinchuriki, and Hidden Stones Village was also quite lenient towards Jinchuriki. After returning to the village, Onoki directly prepared a letter, which is for Lord 3rd Hokage. The specific material requirements have been clearly written on it, and even for the current Hidden Leaf Village, it will be hurt to take these items out. But Onoki dared to ask for so many things. After all, there are negotiations to come, and as Asahi said, in the current situation, it is very likely for Hidden Leaf Village to be on a 1-on-4 situation, so Hidden Leaf Village wouldn't just dismiss such an important alliance proportion. He showed his greed, which could weaken the vigilance of the other party, and then he could begin to slowly implement Asahi's plan. Onoki has simulated Asahi's plan by himself, and found that the probability of success is very high, and even if it is unsuccessful, there is Asahi here, so he won't suffer. But the follow-up still needs Asahi to discuss with him slowly. Onoki is also an old fox, and Asahi is also familiar with the plot and the characters of these people. Otherwise, he really can't compare with Onoki. After all, being a sushi kage for many years is not a joke. After handing over the letter to the messenger, Onoki began to wait for news, while Hidden Stones Village's messenger quickly crossed the border of Hidden Leaf Village, and head to Hidden Leaf Village. The shinobi world is not very big, so with the power of shinobi, it will not take long for the messenger to arrive in Hidden Leaf Village. Soon, the scroll prepared by Onoki was delivered to Hiruzen's desk. What the hell is going on with this guy Onoki? He wants to join hands with our Hidden Leaf Village? Is there something wrong with his brain? After Hiruzen finished reading the letter, he felt that his mind was a little bit overwhelmed. What kind of operation is this? Even though he was very knowledgeable, he was a little confused when faced with such an operation. He can basically be sure that Onoki has bad intentions, but Hiruzen is not a vegetarian. After they joined forces with Hidden Stones Village, there may be the possibility of them stabbing him behind the back, but can't he just defend against it? And if they are working together, he can completely let Onoki help him deal with the other hostile villages. Shinobi is very accurate with things like intelligence. He only needs to investigate a little to know about Onoki's whereabouts. If Onoki really want to stab them from the back, it is better not to form an alliance. After all, after an alliance is formed, it is equivalent to having someone who can stab them behind the back at any time, and Hidden Leaf Village will be on defend against them, and there might be no chance to do anything sneaky at all. So Hiruzen doesn't think Onoki wanted to do something, but then, why did he want to join forces with them? He can't figure it out at all. It seems that Onoki has opened his greedy mouth for resources, but Hiruzen feels that no matter how much resources are required, it would be a loss in the face of the possibility of being attacked by a lot of enemies. So now, Hiruzen can't guess what is in Onoki's mind at all. Saratobi, I heard that there was an envoy from Hidden Stones Village, what's the matter? Just when Hiruzen was at a loss, Denzo came in directly without knocking on the door. At this moment, Hiruzen's face was not very good, and there was a trace of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Denzo did not respect him at all, and this Hidden Stones Village's messenger had just delivered the leader to his table, and Denzo has already arrived not long after. Denzo definitely has his spies inserted, otherwise, how could he receive the news so quickly? In short, he is very upset, but he can't fall out with Denzo now, so he can only endure it. See it for yourself, I'm not sure what Onoki is planning to do now. With his character, how could he do such a thankless thing? Hiruzen still had some confusion on his face, and after Denzo received the letter and read it, he also began to have the same expression as Hiruzen just now. He also wondered if Onoki's head was kicked by a donkey. Otherwise, how could he do such a thing? Could it be that he originally planned to attack the other villages? With our Hidden Leaf Village's strength, even if he joined the other villages to attack us together, the result may not be very good, so he intends to target the other villages, and incidentally, there is a great possibility for them to take away a batch of resources from our Hidden Leaf Village. Denzo suddenly had a flash of inspiration, his head was revolving rapidly, and he expressed his guess, as he thought that there is only this possibility now. If the other 4 great shinobi villages all attack Hidden Leaf Village, even if they win, they won't obtain a lot of resources. But what if Onoki's goal was not Hidden Leaf Village in the first place? By teaming up with Hidden Leaf Village, the situation will be 3 against 2, and with Hidden Leaf Village's combat power, the probability of winning is not small. At that time, they will not only eat a large number of Hidden Leaf Village's resources, but also obtain a batch of resources and earning a lot of money from the other villages. After Denzo thought of this, he felt that he should admire himself. If Asahi knew about this, he would definitely tell Denzo thanks for the super assist. In fact, Asahi hadn't really thought about this. Asahi just planned to dig the foot of the wall, and would not stab them in the back at all, so the defense Hidden Leaf Village prepared would be in vain. He is ready to be guarded, but now, Denzo's super assist is very timely. It's possible, and it's very likely. That old bastard Onoki is really cunning. If it really succeeds, he can make a lot of money. Hiruzen was also shocked. Obviously, he was completely biased by Denzo's opinion, but this possibility was indeed likely to happen. After all, During the Second Shinobi World War, Hidden Leaf Village was alone but still able to fight so vigorously, and now it is 2 against 3, with Hidden Leaf Village's combat power. There is indeed a high probability of winning. Although we know his purpose, it is really uncomfortable to see this guy gaining so much for nothing. My brain is as easy to use as ever, so let me take care of the negotiation. Hiruzen also nodded, and Denzo has a proudful expression and felt disdain towards Hiruzen. He believed that he is the most suitable to be the Hokage. Then, the negotiation will be left to me. Reply first, and set the location in the Land of Grass. If Anoki agrees, I will go to the Land of Grass to negotiate with them. Now that Hidden Sand Village is pressing so urgently, there may be war at any time. So you can't leave the village casually. After thinking about it again, Denzo felt that he would take care of this matter by himself. Maybe he could get Anoki to help him in the future so that he can obtain the Hokage's position if he formed a good relationship with him. Anyway, he is not in control of the villages now, so he won't suffer. Chapter 6 Anoki, Denzo is really a talent then, I'll leave it to you. Although he was dissatisfied that Denzo who was making his own decision and exceeded his authority, Hiruzen was also helpless. Now that there are still a group of people outside staring at Hidden Leaf Village greedily, he really couldn't go. As for why the Land of Grass is chosen, that's because the Land of Grass is sandwiched between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth. Although Denzo feels that he has figured out Anoki's plan, he doesn't dare to trust him. After all, if he made a trap and wait for him to come to kill him, what would he do? Denzo is not stupid. The death of his teacher, Lord Second Hokage, Senju Dobirama was still vivid in his memory, that's why the location was set in the Land of Grass in the middle. In this way, Hiruzen quickly replied to Anoki, and then Anoki wrote back again. After going back and forth, this month passed, and the two sides finally reached an agreement to meet in the Land of Grass. This time, Anoki went personally. The flying shinobi are the worst to mess with, and both parties brought enough people, so they are not afraid of being attacked by the other party. As for Asahi, he didn't go. The first reason was that he didn't want to go, and the other was that he was too dazzling. If they meet Hidden Leaf Village's people during daytime, wouldn't that be equivalent to exposing their trump card in advance? Because of that, Anoki didn't bring Asahi. The two sides finally met in the Land of Grass. They didn't make their meeting a secret, so as soon as Anoki moved, the spies from the other villages had already passed the news back, but in the end, this is not the information age, and the most convenient way to send information is to use the summoning beast. But even so, there is still a delay in information. Neither Hidden Stones Village nor Hidden Leaf Village has any intention of concealing it. Hidden Leaf Village is already in the worst situation and is not afraid of anything, and Anoki has Asahi who is invincible during the day, so he is not afraid to. Long time no see, Shimura Denzo. Then, I won't beat around the bush, let's talk about it. How is the condition? As long as you agree, Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Leaf Village will be allied. You should also know Hidden Leaf Village's current situation clearly. Anoki takes the preemptive, but Denzo has a calm expression on his face. Anoki Dano, I have basically understood your plan. Your main goal is not Hidden Leaf Village, and the reason for your alliance with Hidden Leaf Village is to get a benefit from our Hidden Leaf Village. Once we won the war, you can get a sum of resources from the defeated countries. We all know your plan, and there is no need to beat around the bush. Denzo felt that he had mastered Anoki's careful thoughts, so he simply said it directly. This time, he was not here for Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Stones Village's alliance. It was only part of the goal. His main goal was to obtain Hidden Stones Village's support so that they would help him seize Hidden Leaf Village's power in the future. Silent. After Denzo said these words, Anoki was in a daze. He thought, when did I plan to do this? Our purpose is obviously to dig every corner of Hidden Leaf Village, but why would Denzo say that? Also, why am I feeling so excited now? It feels that Denzo's statement is not unacceptable to me. At this moment, Anoki is shocked. He felt that Denzo is really a talent. He even thought about how to help reap the benefits for their village. What kind of figure is this? I have been a sushi kage for so many years, and I have never seen such a help from the enemy. Even if we are having idea about Hidden Leaf Village now, Denzo hasn't found our real purpose, but then, how can he find a good target for us? It's literally a godsend. At this moment, Anoki's face changed a bit quickly because he couldn't understand Denzo, but Denzo thought that his words had already pierced Anoki's careful thoughts, so he planned to strike while the iron was hot and continue talking. Anoki Dano, I don't care about those things. There are some things that can only be discussed between the two of us. Can you temporarily let your guards leave? Because of the negotiation, both sides bring guards. Of course, it is the same whether Anoki brought guards or not. As a Kage, Anoki has absolute combat power, so the guards are here just to show his authority as a Kage, And if a fight really happened, it might be Onoki who would save his guards. You guys can go out first. Onoki simply followed Denzo's words and asked his guards to leave. Now that Denzo has given himself such a gift, how can he not let him continue? After everyone on both sides went out, Denzo finally revealed his true purpose. As for the supplies this time, I can help Onoki Dono to get more, and I only have one condition. In the future, cooperate with me and support me to become the next Hokage, and then Hidden Leaf Village will always have a good relationship with Hidden Stones Village. Denzo finally revealed his ambitions, and Onoki was also shocked. Everyone knows about Denzo's thoughts, and anyone with a discerning eye can see it, but telling Onoki so clearly shows that this guy can't wait. Help you become the Hokage? It's not impossible, but you also know that Lord Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not so easy to deal with, and there are not enough benefits, so you must also know that this is impossible. Onoki remembered his previous plan with Asahi, and when necessary, they would use Denzo to do things to achieve their goal. Currently, Denzo actually came to their door, so Onoki was naturally happy, but he had to take the opportunity to bite off a piece of meat from him. Onoki felt that for Hidden Leaf Village to be able to hold on for so long with Denzo as one of the elder, they are already extremely lucky and strong enough. After all, this bastard is someone who would kill his own people to achieve his goal. But Onoki is very happy. With the current situation, it will be much easier for them to operate in the future. As expected of the super god assist, Shimura Denzo. Right now, the way Onoki looked at Denzo has changed a lot, as there is great appreciation in his eyes. But Onoki is also a very cunning person, so he didn't directly agree, but kept tapping his finger on the side, giving Denzo the illusion that he wanted to get more from the opponent's mouth. In fact, Onoki is very eager to cooperate with him. He didn't dare to say that Hidden Leaf Village can be hollowed out by several digging clans, but with Denzo as their internal support, they should be able to poach a few relatively large clans. In the end, Denzo gives a lot of benefits, and Onoki agreed to cooperate with Denzo. Denzo was also relieved to be able to persuade him, as it would be easier for him to take care of Hiruzen in the future. After the negotiation was over, the two parties left. Onoki hurriedly went back to discuss the next move with Asahi. Not surprisingly, the Senju clan was their first target. As for other clans, they would wait first. If they wanted to poach the Uchiha clan, it's better to wait until later when they are ostracized by Hidden Leaf Village. At that time, the price they need to pay will be much smaller. And the most important thing is that they need to experience the severe beating of the society first, otherwise, if they poach a bunch of crazy unruly shinobi, Asahi will feel guilty. Chapter 7 Denzo began to work hard. In fact, strictly speaking, Asahi is not very interested in the Uchiha clan, because in this clan, at least for now, besides Itachi and Shisui, who are still a little bit worthy, Asahi is not interested in the other members. The reason why he wants to poach the Uchiha clan is to prepare for the poaching of the Hyuga clan. If the Uchiha and Senju clan, the two founder clans of the villages, were poached by him, then, with some things he has mastered, it won't be a big problem to poach the Hyuga clan, so the Uchiha clan is just incidental. And what he really cares about is the Hyuga clan. After Denzo returned to Hidden Leaf Village, he promised to give Onoki some great benefits, but he didn't want to pay for it himself, so he simply left it to Hiruzen to deal with it. The reason why Denzo is so confident is because Hidden Sand Village has already started to invade the Land of Fire's border. That's why he can gain more benefits for Onoki. This bastard Denzo swears that he will not give up until he achieves his goals. For Hokage's position, he can forcibly exhausted Hidden Leaf Village's vitality, no matter whether it is Hidden Leaf Village's future combat power or the already formed combat power, he can get rid of them one by one. He has absolute self-confidence in himself, and believes that as long as he becomes the Hokage, he will definitely lead Hidden Leaf Village to prosperity. No matter how he persecuted the people in the village before, it is for Hidden Leaf Village's good, and he could make up for it in the future. So he did whatever needed, completely unaware that he was getting further and further away from his true goal, and Hiruzen was also a little angry, because the resources he was about to pay was more than what Onoki had asked before. The reason Denzo gave him was that Hidden Sand Village acted too fast, so Onoki let his greedy mouth open wide. This was already the lowest point he could suppress, and the reason he said so is to make Hiruzen's hatred targeted towards Onoki. Therefore, these people in the shinobi world are not simple. They worked on the front and behind the scenes. Onoki, Asahi and the others are plotting against Hidden Leaf Village. Denzo will also throw the blame to the others. It must be known that in Asahi's original world, Denzo is the king of blame, and as the king of the blame, he always has the way to throw the blame, which transferred the hatred value from him. As for Hiruzen, he would never have thought that Denzo would join forces with Onoki in order to obtain the Hokage's position. In his opinion, This kind of thing is something that only a fool would do, but now, Denzo, who is extremely conceited, has actually done it. What a pleasant surprise. As long as this guy is not our own, Denzo seems to be very good. After learning about this from Onoki, Asahi laughed. It seems that Denzo only cheats his own people most of the time. According to the current situation, Hidden Leaf Village is asking us to help them hold those guys from Hidden Clouds Village. Onoki also felt that Denzo was good, and then began his analysis. According to what he thought, the land of the earth is close to the land of fire and the land of wind. If they join forces with the land of fire, then their best opponent is undoubtedly the land of wind. The first reason is the strength land of wind has, and the other is because of the distance. However, the war was started by the land of wind first, against Hidden Leaf Village, so it is not suitable for them to participate in this war. This is their own business, just like when a person collects debts, no matter whether there is a debt relationship or not, they can't be mixed up casually. But when others are collecting debts, another wave of unrelated people would intend to do something. At that time, they can participate. If it's the land of wind, then the only one closer to them is the land of lightning. Although there are several small shinobi villages scattered near them, the land of thunder is their only enemy now. It's normal. Hidden Sand Village has just gotten their new Lord 4th Kusagakure, and he need to rally the village under the banner of seeking justice for the Lord 3rd Kusagakure. On one hand, it will consolidate his authority, and on the other hand, he intends to use other villages to start a war. For Hidden Leaf Village, beating Hidden Sand Village is as simple as an old man beating his own grandson, and this time, you eat such a large piece of meat from Hidden Leaf Village, old man, so they definitely won't let it go easily. That's why they asked us to help them deal with the Land of Lightning's Hidden Clouds Village, which has the highest probability to interfere, and the others are a little unrealistic. Old man, you must contact Denzo. Even if we are allies, it is impossible for us to directly help them hold another village. We have to ask for some people over so that Denzo could send the Senju clan as much as possible. We are going to start working hard. Just say that we can help him kill the Senju clan, let this clan disappear from this world, so that he can stabilize his power afterwards. He certainly doesn't want to see another amazing figure coming out from the Senju clan again. After discussing with Onoki for a while, Asahi asked him to directly send a letter to Denzo. As long as they helped him, they can do whatever they wanted. This is Denzo, the cruel and vicious figure in Hidden Leaf Village, but for Asahi now, he is his best favorite character. Regarding Asahi's plan, Onoki has always felt that this little guy is a little monster. He is too cruel, and he has the feeling of selling people and asking those people to help him count the money. Onoki then quickly used the special summoning beast to deliver specific information to Denzo. This way of delivering information is convenient and fast, and there is no need to worry about any problems that may lead to information leakage. If he asked a messenger to go, it would be impossible without 10 days or half a month's time. After the message was delivered to the route, Denzo grinned when he read the information on it, but his smile was very gloomy. That Onoki is actually interested in the blood of the Senju clan? But as long as you help me clean up the Senju clan, so what if they are given to you? Denzo showed disdainful expression. He has directly dug the grave of Lord First Hokage, and he also didn't miss the Senju clan, but even after researching for a long time, he still didn't find anything. He doesn't believe Onoki could get wood style from the Senju clan. It just so happened that he needed to spend some effort to clean up the Senju clan. Since Onoki is willing to help now, he naturally won't refuse. At this moment, he thinks that it is the most suitable for him to cooperate with Onoki, as both sides will get what they need. But he could never imagine that Asahi was actually planning to dig out the true roots of their Hidden Leaf Village. After burning the information in his hand, Denzo gives his consent to Onoki in a letter, and then he began to exert his strength on Hiruzen. Like him, Hiruzen actually didn't want to see someone strong reappearing from the Senju clan, so when Denzo cleaned up the Senju clan in the original work, he turned a blind eye on it. And now that Denzo is going to clean up the Senju clan, he naturally agreed directly. It can only be said that Obirama's ability to teach students is very bad. Even if the strength of these two is very good, their ambition is also extremely uncontrollable. Chapter 8 The war broke out. Time continues to pass, and the war between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Sand Village is already in full swing. Hidden Sand Village is coming fiercely, and does not give Hidden Leaf Village any chance to explain. Anyway, now that their Lord 3rd Kusagakure disappeared, they would just throw the blame to Hidden Leaf Village. After all, in their surroundings, the only one who can do such thing is Hidden Leaf Village. How could they have thought that Sasaori was so powerful that he would kill the Kage of his own village directly? As soon as Hidden Sand Village exerted their forces, the other villages couldn't sit still. Although they could wait until Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Sand Village clashed to a certain extent, Hidden Sand Village was still too weak. In addition, They had just got new Kusagakure, so everyone knows that Hidden Sand Village is a weak vegetarian chicken. Instead of waiting for Hidden Leaf Village to finish taking care of Hidden Sand Village and started defending themselves, the other villages might as well take the opportunity to cause some troubles. Maybe they can beat Hidden Leaf Village to death with one punch, which is the best thing. Because of that, after Hidden Sand Village launched an attack, Hidden Mist Village and Hidden Clouds Village also started to exert their strength. After sensing the movement of the two sides, Hiruzen immediately sent people to resist the attack of the Land of Water, and Hidden Clouds Village was handed over to Hidden Stones Village, and he also sent the Senju clan to be the vanguard, bringing hundreds of civilian shinobi with them. He's really ruthless. This is clearly killing his own people, and to do that, he actually sent hundreds of cannon fodder to death. The Senju clan is also stupid. They're still staying under the halo of the first Hokage and Lord second Hokage, and don't know that disaster is imminent. Asahi is also a little amused about these guys who live under the halo of their predecessors and can't see the reality at all. They didn't know that their own disaster is imminent, and they also think that as a disciple of Lord second, Lord third will take care of his clan, but they don't know that he is actually trying to pit them to death. Old man, keep the letter Denzo gave you. At that time, you will have to rely on him to send Senju Tsunade over. The Senju clan does not have wood style, so they are not a big deal. Even if you don't say anything, I will definitely keep it, but will that little girl be fooled? We ourselves are not clean. Ha, old man, you are usually very shrewd, so why are you confused now? Hidden Leaf Village intends to kill the Senju clan, and we accepted the Senju clan, so what if we're cooperating with Denzo? At that time, she will definitely compare the village that completely abandons them, and the village that can accept the good in them. If it is you, old man, you will choose the latter directly. The biggest sadness is nothing more than death, so she will know how to choose. Okay, I'll just let you take care of it yourself. Don't mess up when the times come. By the way, we will need your help in this war, but you can't act with the army in this situation. Onoki was used to Asahi's control of human nature, but he felt a little regret for his isolation. It's okay. Just let some Anbu follow me. I will go over alone, and the army should go by themselves. Although I can fight the war alone, they must also participate in the war. Otherwise, they will just rely on my strength. At that time, Hidden Stones Village's development is going to lag far behind. So I can only be used as a trump card to ensure that Hidden Stones Village will not lose. As for the rest, it's up to them. Asahi doesn't want the people in his village to become a group of sleazy bums because they rely too much on his power. They should go to the battlefield and fight the war themselves. Just some Anbu is not good. I will let that Roshi to follow you, at least, he can ensure that you will be safe at night. Roshi? Are you sure you can ask him to move? He and you are notoriously incompatible. Asahi was a little surprised. It's a time of war now. At other times, I can't control him, but during the war, everyone is doing things for the sake of the village, so he must contribute to the village even if he doesn't participate in the war. Onoki's face is not very good. After all, Roshi and his philosophy are completely two extremes. One is constantly conspiring, likes to play in the dark, unscrupulous, and the other may be affected by Four Tails, as he felt very unhappy with Onoki's methods. Right now, Roshi is in his 30s and he often quarreled with Onoki. But Asahi also had to sigh, as he felt that Onoki's tolerance for Jinchuriki is really high. After Roshi broke up with Onoki in the original work, he left immediately. But after he left the village, Onoki just let him alone without causing trouble. If it was changed to Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Leaf Village, they would immediately try to change the Jinchuriki directly. Similarly, Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Mist Village are very tolerant to Jinchuriki. Yagura became the Mizukage. Killer Bee is kind of popular in Hidden Clouds Village, while Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Sand Village are killing their own Jinchuriki, which is hard for Asahi to understand. Do they have a hole in their brains or something? According to the agreement between Onoki and Hiruzen, Hidden Stones Village's shinobi will go to the border of the Land of Fire, and then go to the border of the Land of Lightning with the Senju clan. This is the most convenient path, otherwise, it will be a little troublesome to cross several small countries. The large army is led by the Sushi Kage's assistant. As for Onoki, he didn't go directly. For the Kage of these villages, except Hidden Sand Village, they won't be dispatched directly. They are the last bottom line of the village. Once they move, it means that their village has reached the limit, so at the beginning of the war, there's basically no trace of them that can be seen. After Hidden Stones Village's army was dispatched, Asahi, Roshi, and the others also met. You are the student of that fellow Onoki? What the hell was that guy thinking? He actually asked me to act with a kid like you. After seeing Asahi, Roshi, who was only in his 30s, was very arrogant. He doesn't regard Onoki himself very much, and even more so to his student. The reason Onoki gave him was that Asahi was the key for Hidden Stone's village to win this war, but Rashi just sneered at it. For the Shinobi World War, how could the village's key of victory for the war lie in a child? It seems that Rashi-senpai is very dissatisfied with me and my teacher. You even called Sushi Kage-sama is by his first name. Yes, that guy Onoki is too playful. If it weren't for the village, I wouldn't have come to accept his order. He is really good to his disciple as he actually sent a Jinchuriki to protect his disciple. Rashi has a very straightforward personality, so he directly expressed his dissatisfaction. Asahi is also speechless. He knew that they can't get along, but he didn't expect it to be so serious. He estimated that after this war is over, Rashi will choose to leave. But for Asahi, this is not desirable. Rashi needs education, otherwise, it will be hard for Asahi to be accustomed to him. Since Rashi-senpai is so dissatisfied with me, let's wait until dawn. After dawn, let's fight. Asahi planned to educate Rashi with his fist after dawn. Anyway, his fist is big enough now. Back then, when his strength burst out, Onoki quarantined him immediately, and the news has never been spread. Moreover, Rashi and Onoki are at odds, and there's no way for Rashi to know the horror of Asahi, so after dawn, Rashi will taste the beating from the society. In fact, Asahi also intends to do an experiment. In addition to training, he felt that he could also increase the percentage of his strength mastery by fighting with the enemy, but it must be an enemy, so even if he has sparred with Onoki before, he has not made any progress. Rashi is currently full of dissatisfaction and hostility towards him, so is this person his ally or his enemy? If it is the enemy, couldn't that help Asahi control his own power better? Chapter 9 The Humanoid Beast, Asahi. Because Rashi hates Onoki, he hates Asahi along with him, and he doesn't know the details of Asahi. He thinks that Onoki is using his power for personal gain, but even if he doesn't say much because they are in the time of war, it is impossible for to give Asahi some respect. He directly agreed when Asahi said that he wanted to fight. He didn't have a chance to teach this junior, but now he has. Onoki's disciple is actually so arrogant. It won't be good for him to be like this, so I will naturally have to help Onoki educate him. Because of this incident, their departure time was delayed, but Onoki didn't care about it after he knew about it. With Asahi's explosive combat power during the day, it's useless even if Onoki went there, and the front line wouldn't collapse so easily. Just as Asahi said, they can't rely on Asahi alone for everything, and these shinobi also needed to be trained. The time flies, and the night had passed. When dawn has just arrived, Asahi has already stood in opposite to Rashi. Don't say that I am bully a junior like you. I won't use the power of Jinchuriki, or even lava style. I will only use earth style and taijutsu to fight you. For you to be favored by Onoki, it shows that you are also unique. Come, I'll let you make the first move. Looking at Rashi's self-confidence, to be honest, Asahi was embarrassed to attack him, but it is better for him to subdue Rashi. As for the plan for Ten Tails, he is too lazy to care. If Rashi is subdued by him, who would dare to do anything to him? Since Rashi-senpai said so, then I won't be polite. Because the sun has begun to rise, Asahi's power has begun to increase, and Onoki also did not let the surrounding Anbu leave. This time, when Asahi went to the battlefield, he would expose his combat power, so there is no need to hide these things anymore. However, when Asahi and Rashi started fighting, he came over too, as he would be very happy to see Rashi being beaten. Because of the sun, the muscles on Asahi's body began to swell. Asahi was actually a little helpless about this, but fortunately, these tricks would not burn off his clothes. After the sun came out, his muscles began to grow rapidly. A normal 10-year-old kid suddenly grows so much bigger, but his clothes also changed along with his body. As Onoki helped to find some special materials to make his clothes, it won't be destroyed so easily. Rashi couldn't help but being stunned when he saw Asahi's changes, but Asahi's next actions made him even more shocked. He saw Asahi made a running posture, and then, when he stepped on the ground, a big hole was immediately formed on the ground, and he rushed to Rashi at a terrifying speed. At this moment, Asahi's height was already surpassed Rashi, and then he punched him fiercely towards Rashi's body. Suddenly seeing Asahi rushing across such a long distance and directly appearing in front of him, Rashi was so frightened that he immediately crossed his hands in front of him to block the attack. Boom! Immediately after Asahi's punch arrived, Rashi's body was blown away, instantly creating a deep mark on the ground, and then his whole figure was slammed under the mountain before stopping. PFFT. Under the impact of such a huge force, Rashi only felt a sharp pain in his hands and a burning sensation in his back. Fortunately, Jinchuriki has a strong resilience and good physical fitness, so he is not seriously injured, but he still couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood. Ha, you may be able to provoke others, but provoking this little monster? Did you think that everyone is as good-tempered as me? Onoki is so proud when he saw Rashi is courting death by fighting Asahi during the day. With the passage of time, Rashi will feel a true despair. When he thinks of this, Onoki can't help but reveal a gloating smile. From this smile, it can be seen that he is still holding a grudge against Rashi. Rashi-senpai, I'll give you a piece of advice. No matter what you think of my teacher, but my teacher is still not at the level of using Sushi Kage's position for personal gain, so you'd better show some real skills. Prejudice is quite a deadly thing. Just after Laozi finally recovered, Asahi appeared in front of him again and said such a sentence, which made Rashi feel a little ashamed, but he was still more angry now. I admit that you are very powerful, brat, but since you have said so, then I will get serious. After he said that, a red chakra burst out from Rashi's body, wrapping his body in it. He directly entered the Jinchuriki form. Jinchuriki form is divided into several levels, and right now, Rashi has entered the first state. Asahi's eyes lit up when he saw this. When it's dawn, he just couldn't find anyone to spar with before, so it is good that Rashi wanted to be his sandbag. The two collided once again, and the huge force caused the air to vibrate into a ripple and disperse toward the surroundings. The ground was directly shattered under the footsteps of the two. It must be known that this is where Asahi lives, so the ground is not soil, but solid rock, but even so, it is directly broken. It is blocked? Sure enough, Tailed Beast is still quite a buggy existence. Asahi grinned, then his fists was thrown towards Rashi wildly. Each punch was heavier and harder than before, and Rashi didn't have time to react. He was pressed and beaten by Asahi, and it was even difficult to fight back. He finally got a chance as he blocked Asahi's attack with his tail. His claws was slashed directly, and he finally left a little wound on Asahi's body, very shallow, like a scratch is done by a cat. Hiss. What kind of defense is this? I am already in Jinchuriki form, but I could only barely scratch his skin. Rashi took a breath, as he felt that Asahi is really terrifying. But at this moment, the sun has begun to slowly rise. A burst of golden energy flashed from the wound that had just been created by Rashi, and the wound began to heal quickly. Although it didn't disappear directly, it was still fading at a speed visible to the naked eye. Take another punch from me. Asahi's body is becoming stronger. Rashi found that they evenly matched before, but now with this punch, he was blown away again. It can be seen that Asahi's strength has soared by a lot in an instant. Now that the sun is fully out, if Asahi wants to become stronger again, he needs to wait for an hour or two for his strength to rise again, but the more time passed, the more terrifying his strength is, and Rashi has now become Asahi's sandbag and was brutally beaten by the society. He was very miserable. Chapter 10 Rashi is about to become autistic. You're really a little monster. It seems that Onoki didn't talk nonsense, but it's still too early for you to beat me. You should go back and train for a few more years. As Rashi said that, he entered the second state directly. At this moment, instead of wearing a red bubble coat, he turned into a small fierce beast, just like Naruto's four-tail state. The same is true for Rashi, as he also has four tails at this moment. However, he can still retain his own reason, and he can also completely transform into a tailed beast. Of course, his tailed beast chakra mode is not yet complete, and he can't fully show the combat power of four tails. After entering the second state, all aspects of Rashi's attributes have skyrocketed again, and it is on par with the current Asahi. There was even a vaguely dominant sign between them. And every time Rashi attacks, it will be accompanied by lava style, but Asahi doesn't care, as this slave style is completely useless against his sunshine, so lava style can't bring him even the slightest damage. It should be almost time. In this way, after almost an hour of fierce battle, Onoki glanced at the sun in the sky. At this moment, Asahi's combat power has skyrocketed again, and his body even began to emit some golden light. The second round is over, cruel sun. A fireball that looked like a small sun suddenly appeared on Asahi's hand. The temperature of the flame caused the surrounding air to be distorted, and the surrounding rocks were burnt and cracked. Asahi did not hesitate, and directly threw the sun towards Rashi. This sun instantly hits Rashi's body and directly pierced his body, and blasted into the lake where Asahi lived. Pride flare. With a squeeze of his right hand, the little sun exploded instantly, and a huge golden sphere of light burst out of the lake. The surrounding water was directly evaporated, and there was also Rashi's miserable screams coming from the lake. However, this scream didn't last long before a huge monster rushed out of the golden sphere of light. At this moment, Rashi has completely turned into four tails. What kind of monster did you provoke? If it wasn't for using complete tail beast mode in time, even if you don't die, your skin would have been peeled off. At this moment, in Rashi's inner world, Four Tails was also a little shocked, as that kind of attack was indeed too strong, even for him. It's Onoki's disciple. This kid is really a monster. In that state, he is still getting stronger and stronger, which has forced me to complete Tail Beast Chakra mode. Where did that Onoki find such a little monster? Rashi was also covered in cold sweat at this moment. If it wasn't for his quick reaction just now, he would either be dead or seriously injured, which was really terrifying. You used complete Tailed Beast Chakra mode? Let's continue then, cruel sun. X10 then small suns appeared around Asahi this time, and then all shot towards the huge Four Tails. When Rashi and Four Tails saw this scene, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Lava style, Flower Fruit Mountain. In a hurry, Rashi used Flower Fruit Mountain, and a huge mass of lava appeared under his feet. It spewed wildly into the sky and detonated the small sun released by Asahi. In an instant, an explosion that was 10 times more violent than before appeared. And Rashi also took this opportunity to leave his current position abruptly. Watching the 10 small suns exploding, Rashi felt that his calves were a little weak at the moment. One attack at such level was already enough to seriously injure him, but now, his opponent actually shot out 10 of them at once. Rashi, stop, you are not Asahi's opponent. Asahi, you should leave here as soon as possible, and come back after noon. When he saw this scene, Onoki came over in time to stop them, as there was no need to continue the fight. Although neither side had reached their limits, but there is no doubt that no matter how far it goes, Asahi would continue to grow stronger, so Rashi has no chance of winning. I understand, it's indeed meaningless, then, I'm leaving now. After Asahi exerted his strength on his feet to leave a big hole on the ground again, his figure pierced through the sky like a sharp arrow and disappeared from everyone's sight. The current time, if calculated by the hour, has just almost passed 9 o'clock. After seeing Asahi leave, Rashi, who was relieved, also returned to his human form, but the cold sweat on his forehead had not completely faded away. What the hell is going on with that kid? What happened just now? Rashi asked in a cold sweat, but he still didn't show any respect towards Onoki, and just asking about it. For this, Onoki was too lazy to say anything and already got used to it. That kid's power awakened a few years ago. It changes with the change of the sun. The closer it is to noon, the stronger he would be, but he was uncontrollable near noon, and he is even more terrifying at noon, so after his strength exploded for the first time, I chose to quarantine him and then accept him as my student. According to the current time, even if you use the full power of Four Tails, you can only last for a few minutes at most. Even I am not his opponent. I have seen his power at noon, even if he still can't control it, but when I saw it, I felt a sense of fear at a glance. So, now you must have understood why I said that he is our village's key to victory. Rashi is his own person and also a higher-up in Hidden Stone's village, so Onoki didn't mean to hide this matter, but Rashi just swallowed his saliva when he heard this. How long did I hold it? Right now, it's still a long time before noon. If it's really noon, then won't I die immediately from his gaze? With such power, why do you want me to follow him? If we are really in danger, he would be the one who protect me. Rashi felt terrified and didn't understand Onoki's decision. It would be great if it was that simple. His power changes with time. He may be invincible during the day, but he is very weak at night. At night, his strength is just at Chunin level, who is more proficient in Ganjutsu, that's why he needs your protection. Onoki rolled his eyes directly. Asahi didn't have much fighting power at night, and he only trained in Taijutsu and Ganjutsu, making him speechless. The strongest illusion user was not in Hidden Stone's village, but Asahi said it was so that he can hypnotize himself to fall asleep during noon. If he's asleep and someone tried to attack, maybe they will be burned to death by his power before they could touch him. So Onoki didn't say anything more. As it was indeed a big problem. After hearing this, Rashi was also very speechless. He has a very complicated feelings towards Asahi, as he is only strong during daytime, and at night, he was equal to a weak chicken. He finally understands why Asahi said yesterday that they would wait until this morning before fighting. It turned out that he is waiting for his strength to grow. Chapter 11 Go to the battlefield, little monster, do you really have no fighting power at night? In the evening, Asahi returned, and his body had recovered to the state where he had just started to erupt, and his aura was still getting weaker. And after the night fell, his body had completely turned into the weak chicken form of the night. Of course, there is a price to be paid for such a great power. If I say you can get such a powerful force without any price, would you believe it? Do you think it is reasonable? Asahi rolled his eyes at Rashi. But at this moment, although Asahi looks extremely speechless on the outside, he is very happy inside. After his fight with Rashi just now, he did not expect that Rashi would be judged as an enemy because of his great hostility. Therefore, his power control has changed from 1% to 2%. Although the increase was small, Asahi was still quite satisfied. After all, It took him a few years to get that 1%, and now, he obtained another 1% from just one fight. This 2% of combat power is also sufficient to let him explode in the night with the kind of combat power when the sun has just started appearing, that is, the level of Roshi's first state. However, Asahi still decided to keep this a secret, and he won't use this power at night unless as a last resort. He is now looking forward to go to the battlefield. Whether it is Killer Bee or the future Lord 4th Raikage or the current Lord 3rd Raikage and Raikage's assistant, each of them is a strong person, so he will not be polite to these people. Of course, he has not forgotten his purpose, the Senju clan, but he can't speak out yet. He still needs the Senju clan to be in despair, so during this period, he still needs to brush up on the Senju clan's favorability and dig them slowly. Even if I have experienced it myself, I still can't believe it, but why don't we travel during the day? Isn't it faster to travel during the day? Roshi asked with some puzzlement. During the day? I can indeed go fast, but can you keep up? Asahi looked at Roshi as if looking at a fool. If it was daytime, he could burst out with very fast speed, but Roshi and the others couldn't keep up with him at all, and even if they could barely catch up, once it was past noon, what would he do? Therefore, it's better to be on the road at night, and he needs to rest during the day, as in a resting state, the power of the sunshine will not be too strong. After hearing Asahi's answer, the corners of Roshi's mouth twitched, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Similarly, the four tails in Roshi's body was also wondering where did this extremely terrifying guy jump out from? Where does this power come from? As a tailed beast, he has known about the strongest power in the world, Sage of Six Paths and his mother, Ten Tails and so on. But if what he learned from Onoki is true, then does it mean that at noon, Asahi can contend against the peak Sage of Six Paths? He felt that it is really terrifying if it's true. In the end, Four Tails can only attribute Asahi's power to the power of this world. Before Otsutsuki Kaguya came, Sage Art has already existed. At that time, natural energy was natural energy, not Senjutsu Chakra, but it was changed later. Even Sage of Six Paths took advantage of this power and his brother's power to finally seal Otsutsuki Kaguya. Therefore, he couldn't figure out where Asahi's power came from, and he could only attribute it to natural energy, but he wouldn't tell Roshi about these things, as this was the secret of them tailed beast. In this way, Asahi and the others traveled for a few days, and finally caught up with the large army in front of them. After all, the large army is a large number of shinobi acting together, but Asahi and the others are acting in a small group, so they have stronger mobility. This time, Onoki was also a little moved after listening to Denzo's words. After defeating Hidden Cloud's village, they would obtain another large sum of money. He also had an alliance with Hidden Leaf village. And later, he could also get some resources from those defeated countries, so how can he not agree? And he also followed Asahi's suggestion and sent tens of thousands of shinobi to the Hidden Clouds village battlefield. Only some shinobi were left in the village just in case, but as far as Hidden Stone's village is located, no one could invade them easily. Moreover, it is extremely difficult for Hidden Sand village to fight against Hidden Leaf village, so how can there be any army to attack Hidden Stone's village? Hidden Clouds village's army is also limited to the main battlefield, therefore, Hidden Stone's village's rear can be said to have peace of mind, as long as they prevented their supplies from being cut off. After the army arrived at the Hidden Clouds village battlefield and set up the camp, the leader of the Senju clan met with Sushi Kage's assistant, Konga. Konga's strength has reached the Kage level, but he is not too young, as he is from the same generation as Onoki. That's why it can be said that there are a lot of problems in Hidden Stone's village. After Onoki's generation, there is no more experts. In the later generation, almost none of them could reach Kage level strength. At most, they are at Elite Jonin level, and even Quasi-Kage level is almost non-existent. In the later period, they are even incomparable against Hidden Sand village. Right now, the older generation can still become the village's pillars, but not everyone is as strong as Onoki, and it's hard to come up with talents. They indeed got Deodara, who always say that art is explosion. But this person is still a lunatic, as he always felt that art is explosion all day long, and then he actually defected from the village, which made Hidden Stone's village unable to show its strength in the later stage. Kongadano, our opponent is Hidden Clouds village. Although Lord Third Raikage is not among the Hidden Clouds village's army, there are still strong character like Eight Tails' Jinchuriki and Raikage's assistant, and there's also the son of Lord Third Raikage, who is also very strong, so I don't know if we can be their opponent. By the way, where did Rashidano from your village went to? At this moment, the person in charge of the Senju clan is also a bit speechless. Although Hidden Stone's village has sent tens of thousands of shinobi and he feels that it is not bad, but what about the high-end combat power? There's only one Kage level combat power, And a 5 Tails is Jinchuriki, who is still a kid. So how could they win this? The 5 Tails is Jinchuriki is still 10 years old. Even if he's a Jinchuriki, he can only have the power of Jonin level or maybe the elite Jonin level, but the other side has more high-end combat power. You don't have to worry too much, Rashi and the others have their own missions, and we also don't want to lose the war. After all, there is no benefit for being a defeated country, so you don't have to worry. In this war, Hidden Stone's village would still be the victor. Kanga is the Sushi Kage's assistant after all, so Anoki has told him about Asahi, but Asahi is only responsible for dealing with high-end combat power, and Rashi will act together with Asahi. Of course, he also knows a little about the digging plan. The order Anoki gave him was to protect the Senju clan as much as possible. Anoki still continued to communicate with Denzo, and after he got more evidence, he would show the evidences to the Senju clan for them to see and poach them in one fell swoop. Chapter 12 depressed other shinobi villages at this time. Hidden Cloud's village on the other side was extremely puzzled. Does that Anoki's head kicked by a donkey? What good is it for us to fight with him? He even formed an alliance with Hidden Leaf village. The future Lord 4th Raikage was puzzled. He originally has a violent temper. So, after learning that Hidden Stone's village had become Hidden Leaf village's ally, and blocked them, he broke out and felt that Anoki has become a lunatic. Right now, everyone's goal is Hidden Leaf village, but only Anoki directly joined forces with Hidden Leaf village, and completely blocked them. It's hard to get in from one village to another without accident. So if they faced Hidden Stone's village, I didn't dare to say that they could win. Especially once Anoki takes action personally. After all, particle style is a bug among bugs. The defense he is proud of is useless at all, and only speed can be used as a starting point, but Anoki could fly in the sky and go anywhere he wanted, so it is even more distressing. Anoki is smarter than anyone else. Since he has made this decision, it means that he must have some confidence. This time, it seems that the possibility of wanting to take down Hidden Stone's village quickly is not high. I hope Hidden Mist village and Hidden Sand village can resist the pressure from Hidden Leaf village. Raikage's assistant is also depressed, but no matter how depressed he is, there was nothing he could do about it. Who told Anoki to team up with Hidden Leaf village? In the past, Anoki would not be the first to take action, but he would take advantage every time to fish in the muddy water, but this time, he swept away the previous state and directly joined hands with Hidden Leaf village. It made Hidden Cloud's village's higher-ups almost depressed. Of course, the depressed people are not only Hidden Cloud's village's higher-ups, but also Hidden Mist village's higher-ups and Hidden Sand village's higher-ups. If Hidden Leaf village fight in 1-on-4 situation, they will definitely be defeated, and even in 1-on-3, they will have a very hard time to win. As for 1-on-2, it's really hard to say. After all, Hidden Sand village's strength is weak. Although there is still Hidden Mist village fighting against Hidden Leaf village, and Hidden Leaf village needs to fight 2 villages at once, but Hidden Leaf village is the strongest among the 5 great shinobi villages, so it's very tricky to say who would win. In fact, they should be fortunate that the summoning beast Holy Land like Mount Mayabaku will not participate in this kind of war. At most, Jiraiya can only summon Gamabunta and the other toads, but if he wanted to get the real combat power of Mount Mayabaku to help, it is arguably unrealistic. Otherwise, if the 3 Holy Lands really intervene, Hidden Leaf village can easily win the war even in 1-on-4 situation. Of course, among the several villages at this moment, Hidden Sand village is the most anxious. Raza originally thought that after he declared war against Hidden Leaf village, he could attract other villages to fight against Hidden Leaf village directly. After all, Hidden Leaf village is the strongest village, and their geographical location also allows them to be caught in the midst of everyone, so who would the other villages attack if not Hidden Leaf village? Both Hidden Mist village and Hidden Clouds village targeted Hidden Leaf village as he thought, but Hidden Stones village suddenly turned crazy and directly formed an alliance with Hidden Leaf village, which made Raza's scalp numb. The situation of the original large size was so messed up by Anoki that the advantages become disadvantages. How is the situation now? Raza asked while looking at the people in the tent with a headache. It's not very optimistic. Although my poison can work, and that slug girl from Hidden Leaf village is not there, Orochimaru is also a master of poison and is difficult to deal with. After Hidden Stones village and Hidden Leaf village's alliance, Hidden Leaf village's offensive is getting more and more ferocious, and if this continues, even if we can delay for a few years, we will undoubtedly lose. Chio and Debazo are still Hidden Sand village's main combat power at the moment, but they are good at using poisons, so it is difficult to encounter Orochimaru, because Orochimaru is also good at using poisons, and has a lot of research on poisons, so even without Tsunade, it's difficult for their poison to play a big role. Moreover, since the war with Hidden Sand village broke out first, Minato is also here. And Minato in this period is also a real Kage-level powerhouse. With Flying Thunder God Jutsu, it can be said that Minato alone could defeat the three of them, coupled with one Orochimaru and the cooperation of Hidden Leaf Village's major clans. Hidden Sand Village can be said to be suppressed a bit too miserably. If it weren't for Hidden Mist Village, who also attacked Hidden Leaf Village, causing Jiraiya to stop them, they might be crushed directly, but even so, the current situation is still quite bad. It's all that bastard Anoki's fault. Hold on for now and send someone to Hidden Stones Village to persuade Anoki to attack Hidden Leaf Village. Raza had no other way. Hidden Sand Village still has a Jinchuriki, but Hidden Leaf Village also had it, and it was also the Jinchuriki of the strongest tailed beast, Nine Tails, and their Jinchuriki was already so old that he couldn't even participate in the war. There is almost no high-end combat power available, and one person from Hidden Leaf Village can take care of a few of them. If it wasn't that a war being something that can be played by one person, they would have lost directly. So right now, Raza can only rely on Anoki to change his mind and act against Hidden Leaf Village, so that they will have a chance of surviving. Even Anoki and Asahi did not expect that their alliance with Hidden Leaf Village would involve so many things. Right now, Hidden Stones Village has become the target of everyone, and they have become the key point of the Third Shinobi World War. At the same time, in a dark cave, this is the hiding place of Madara Uchiha. That brat Anoki has some brains. His village turned out to be the key to victory in the Third Shinobi World War, but these are not important. How is the thing I ask you to do? Madara asked, and then White Zetsu slowly emerged from the ground. There is no way at all, Madara-sama. The information about the Uchiha clan's people is still in control, but in Hidden Stones Village, all the White Zetsu who get close to there are dead, so there is no information. That guy can definitely detect our presence. So far, we can only grasp that he is very strong, but there is no specific information at all. White Zetsu is also very helpless. They are all over the Shinobi world, and Madara relies on them to control everything, but when sunshine bursts out, Asahi can clearly perceive the maliciousness around him and kill the White Zetsu. Although White Zetsu can approach at night, they will be wiped out by Asahi as soon as the day comes, and there is no chance for them to pass the information back. The changes of Asahi and Hidden Stones Village are what Madara pays most attention to, especially Asahi. The more he is unable to grasp it, the more curious Madara is, but he can't do anything about it, and he also cannot act on his own, turning it into an awkward situation. Because of that, he has always wanted to investigate about Asahi, but like the other villages, he still couldn't find anything. Chapter 13 Digging the Corner. It can't be helped, then just pay attention to the battlefield. Now that the Third Shinobi World War has broken out, this kind of information will soon flow out. You can continue to pay attention to the Uchiha clan now. I need someone who can complete the plan in my place. Although Madara was curious and puzzled, he knew nothing about it and it was useless to investigate, so he simply diverted his attention, stared at his own clan, and searched for a spokesperson. On the other side, on the Hidden Clouds Village battlefield, the war has already begun, and there are not many shinobi, as the total number of people on both sides is only more than 20,000. But once these more than 20,000 shinobi fights, it will be much more terrifying than millions of ordinary people fighting together. The war between shinobi is not a straightforward war. For example, they would directly intercept the other party's supplies, sneak attacks, etc., and it is almost impossible to have a direct confrontation between the two armies. Although there are only a few people from Hidden Leaf Village, they can't stay out of this war, so they also need to perform missions. Asahi just paid attention to them at this point and asked people to follow them. When they are in danger, they would help to get a wave of favorability, and then he would tell them about Denzo's plan against them. With Denzo working hard behind them, it's possible to poach them easily even if they don't want to. It should be the easiest to get in first and then conquer. However, after Hidden Clouds Village's shinobi arrived here, there was no movement at all, and they didn't seem to have any intention to fight. Instead, an envoy was sent to Hidden Stones Village to negotiate, and they asked Hidden Stones Village to unite with them to attack Hidden Leaf Village. Regarding this, Asahi felt that these muscular men are not brainless, but rather brainy. Don't look at their muscular bodies, as they have real and authentic tactics in their minds. However, Konga refused directly, as he is in front of the Senju clan. In this regard, the people of Hidden Clouds Village were very helpless. It is now a thankless stage, but there is no other choice, so they could only take action. Now, the arrow on the string have to be shot. At this moment, the two sides used their own means. In the next month, they were assassinations and sneak attacks. Anyway, they did everything they can do, and both sides had casualties. The Senju clan is the same. As they are sent as Hidden Leaf Village's representative, of course they also have to contribute, but there could be no casualties in wars. After several collisions, the Senju clan simply shrank back. Their number was too small, and it would be dangerous if more of them died, but in order not to burn themselves out, they can only shrink back and ask for help from the village, but because of Denzo, it was impossible for the village to send reinforcements. It's almost time. Roshi-senpai, please send a letter to Konga-senpai. The letter from the old man has already been passed, and some of the parts we forged are enough to make them fell into despair. Oh, by the way, the people sent by Denzo should have also arrived already. You can use those people appropriately. Asahi couldn't help but smiled when he said this. This wave can almost be dug directly, and Denzo also sent people over just in case, so these people will be the key point. Roshi also knew what Asahi and the others were planning to do. To be honest, he still felt a little amazed. He never thought that these guys were actually planning to dig the corner of Hidden Leaf Village, or more like the root of Hidden Leaf Village. But this was Onoki and Asahi's decision, and he was too lazy to care, so he passed the news directly to Konga. That night, Konga directly approached the current person in charge of the Senju clan. Is there anything wrong, Konga-dono? Why did you come to see me so late? At night, Konga suddenly come over to him, and there was no mention of any battle plan, which made the head of the Senju clan a little confused. He is one of the few remaining elite jonin of the Senju clan, Senju Hikari. There is a reason why I came to see you so late, please take a look at these things. After saying that, Konga handed over Denzo's letter to Onoki to Senju Hikari, and the content of Onoki's involvements in this incident were all removed. So, these letters only contained all of the evidences that Denzo's intention to annihilate the Senju clan. This is... How is it possible? That bastard Denzo actually dared to do something to the Senju clan? No, it is impossible. He is a disciple of Lord Second, how could he do something to us? This is definitely your Hidden Stones Village's conspiracy. At this moment, Hikari was shocked and furious. He didn't believe that Denzo would do anything to them. Instead, he felt that this was Hidden Stones Village's conspiracy. Since I chose to hand these things to you, of course I can definitely prove that this is Denzo's conspiracy. You Senju clan's people are too arrogant, so you can't see the real situation at all. I think you should be interested in these things. As he said that, Konga took out some more things. These things show that Denzo dug the graves of Lord First and Lord Second Hokage. And Senju Nawaki, the grandson of First Hokage, was also killed by Denzo. All of these things were placed in front of them. These things are only written in words, so you may not believe us and we don't have much to say. However, your Senju clan should still have some people in Hidden Leaf Village. You can send someone back to see the tomb of Lord First Hokage, but you'd better be careful. After all, Denzo will not let you investigate this matter. Whether it is Denzo or Sarutobi Hiruzen, they all plan to finish off your Senju clan. Otherwise, they won't send you here. You should have thought about it yourself. You, the people from Senju clan, were actually sent here. Even if you are dead, our Hidden Stones village still has the final say. They should know about this, yet they will send you here, so why do you think they do that? Anyway, I'll leave these things to you. You can see the truth for yourself. If you want to investigate or something, you can do it yourself. I just want to say that Hidden Leaf Village doesn't want to see another expert coming out from your Senju clan, but we at Hidden Stones Village are different. We at Hidden Stones Village like talents, and we are not as dark as Hidden Leaf Village. That's all I wanted to say. It's fine even if you want to leave. Our Hidden Stones Village can send someone to escort you back to Hidden Leaf Village, and you can even call us to ask for help at any time. After he finished speaking, Konga left, and all these evidences stayed here. It is not easy to dig the foot of the wall, and Asahi also knows that it is impossible to convince the other party in just a few words, so some things must be taken slowly. Telling them these things now would make them feel suspicious about their village, and this thought will continue to expand over time, because these things are not something made up by Hidden Stones Village, but the truth instead. In this way, no matter how stupid the Senju clan is, they will react to it, and then their Hidden Stones Village will be able to absorb them slowly. Chapter 14 Senju Hikari's decision. After Konga left, Senju Hikari has been in a state of anxiety. He is now very doubtful whether Hidden Leaf Village really intends to abandon them or not. In one night, he thought about a lot of things. Since Hiruzen came to power, the life of their Senju clan seems to be really difficult, and they seem to be at the forefront every time they fight. And Hikari also discovered one thing, that is, the mission records over the years. It seems that the missions done by the Senju clan have the highest mortality rate. When he thinks about this, he can't help but shudder. Damn, if it's true, Shimura Denzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen are going to destroy our Senju clan. No, I must tell this matter to Tsunade-sama immediately. Hikari's face is getting more and more ugly now. He needs some information, such as the mission records of the Senju clan over the years, and these things are all in the village. In addition, he needs to confirm whether the body of first Hokage has really been stolen. If all of this is true, then he felt the truth shouldn't be far too off from Konga's words. Thinking of this, Hikari quickly left his tent and found Konga. In those documents Konga gave him yesterday, there was also some explanations that Denzo's people are here now, monitoring them, so he can only ask Konga for help. He is also taking a gamble now. He can't leave, and even no one from his clan can leave openly, so he can only ask Konga for help. If Hidden Stone's village really intends to befriend them, then their true intention can be seen this time. And as Yanya said, there is no need for Hidden Stone's village to pit them at all. Their current situation is a real dead end. With hundreds of people against thousands of people, it would be hell mode to escape here alive. In desperation, Hikari could only make a last choice and gamble. He found Konga and told Konga of his thoughts. He needed to send someone to leave this place, but after leaving from here, this person must not be discovered. Although Shadow Clone can be used, it will be easily seen through, so he can only ask Hidden Stone's village for help, and asked Hidden Stone's village to pass his message to Tsunade. This was a big gamble, but it was the last way he can walk to. Konga agreed to this immediately, and then sent someone to deliver the evidences to the place where Tsunade was. Although Tsunade left Hidden Leaf Village, her whereabouts have never been a secret. Even if it is said it's not a secret, it still took a while for Hidden Stone's village's Jonin to finally find Tsunade, but at this moment, Tsunade is alone, and there was no Shizune by her side. After seeing the Hidden Stone's village's Jonin, Tsunade was a little confused, but after the Hidden Stone's village's Jonin handed over the letter to Tsunade, Tsunade's face changed. After pondering for a while, summoning jutsu, Tsunade directly summoned a small Katsu, and gave the small Katsu to this Hidden Stone's village's Jonin. Although she has hemophobia, she can still bear a little bit, just enough to use the summoning jutsu. But even so, her face was still pale for a while, which showed her phobia was indeed very serious. Please give this Katsu to Senju Hikari. It is impossible for Tsunade to trust Hidden Stone's village directly, so she sent this Katsu. On one hand, it will be more convenient to have contact, and on the other hand, it is to confirm the authenticity of this letter. As with Katsu, Tsunade cannot be deceived. As for the Hidden Stone's village's Jonin, although he doesn't know what the higher-ups are going to do, he will finish the mission when he has a mission. This is the most basic point of a shinobi, so he brought Katsu back directly. For Hikari, this period of time was simply torture. It was not until he saw this little Katsu that he breathed a sigh of relief, and then he told Tsunade everything he knew. At this moment, Tsunade was also sullen after hearing Hikari's explanation. If Hidden Stone's village didn't talk nonsense, then her grandfather's tomb should have been dug up by now, and even his corpse was taken away directly to be used for experiments. Because of that, Tsunade's face is also extremely ugly at this moment. She needs to go back to make sure the truth of the matter, and if it is really true, she really does not know how to face Lord Third. At the same time, Tsunade and Hikari's decision were also clear to Hidden Stone's village. There will be a good show to watch. With Tsunade's character, after confirming that the Senju clan has been targeted and her grandfather's grave has been dug up, she will definitely find trouble with Denzo, but the Lord Third will definitely stir up the shit in the middle, and Denzo won't let go of Tsunade, who has hemophobia. Well, I should be leaving soon. Asahi asked Tanuki to dispatch some shinobi, made some disguises and removed all Hidden Stone's village's marks on their bodies, dressed like normal people, and dispatched to Hidden Leaf Village. With Denzo's character, because Tsunade was almost useless as she is a shinobi and medical ninja with a hemophobia, and also because of his teacher, he didn't do anything to Tsunade, but if Tsunade touched something forbidden, he would definitely do it. At that time, Asahi will come with another wave of support, and there'll be a high probability that he would be able to dig over Tsunade, let alone the Senju clan. All of this are within his calculations. Now, he is waiting for information. If necessary, he feels that he can take action to wipe out Denzo's people. Denzo won't know who did it, and then he can let the Senju clan to fake death on the battlefield. I originally only hated Onogi, but now I hate you too. Roshi, who knew what happened, was also a little scared. After all, Asahi played Hidden Leaf Village like a monkey. He felt that Asahi is simply too abnormal, and not only his brain, but also his strength. Roshi was not afraid of strength, as someone strong was usually rash, but a brainy strong man is the most terrifying, so he is also a little scared now, and he felt Asahi is too terrifying. It's all for the sake of the village, so it's useless no matter how much you hate it. Asahi said and rolled his eyes at him. That's why I hate you two even more now. Roshi said helplessly again. He really didn't like this pair of teacher and disciple. One was more sinister than the other, and both of them are very shameless, using the reason that it's all for the sake of the village. He really had a headache when he heard this. Asahi didn't care about this at all. To tell the truth, Rashi was dispensable. After all, his fighting power is here, so even if he let a Jinchuriki leave the village, he thinks it's fine, and there's no need to care about it. Chapter 15. Tsunade, who was completely disappointed in Hidden Leaf Village. Asahi sent people to watch Hidden Leaf Village's movements. Strictly speaking, there is no need to send people there. After all, there are always other villages' spies in any village, but just in case, he still sent more people there. He can't make any mistake this time. Although he would go there himself, what he needs is the information to determine Tsunade's location as soon as possible. After all, Tsunade is the key to digging the wall this time. On the other side, after Tsunade had communicated with Hikari, she returned to Hidden Leaf Village immediately. Originally, it should have been a good thing for her to return to Hidden Leaf Village, but after Tsunade returned, she directly went to her grandfather's grave without saying anything. After his grave was dug up, she found that it was empty inside, and there's not even another corpse left behind as a disguise. In fact, Denzo would have never thought that Tsunade, the granddaughter of Lord First, would dug her own grandfather's grave, so there is no need for disguise at all. Lord First's grave has been dug, and even Lord Second's grave is no exception. Denzo is ruthless enough that he even intends to exterminate the Senju clan, let alone digging his own teacher's grave, as he is also the one who is most angry at his own teacher. His teacher gave the Hokage's position to Hiruzen instead of him. Although he did have a problem at that time, in his opinion, this should not have happened. So when he dug his teacher's grave, he didn't feel any guilt at all. And Tsunade, who found that her grandfather and granduncle's graves were empty, was also extremely furious, and then she went to check the mission records, and found that the casualty rate of the Senju clan was even higher than that of civilian shinobi. Not only on high-risk missions, even some simple missions will kill Senju clan's people. This bloody record stimulated Tsunade's nerves, and her last reason was directly cut off. So Tsunade broke into Hiruzen's office immediately, and punched the office's door directly without giving Hiruzen face. "Tsunade? What are you doing?" Hiruzen knew that after Tsunade came back, she would meet him, so when he saw that Tsunade directly smashed his door so shamelessly, he was annoyed. "Stop talking nonsense and explain to me, where are the bodies of my grandfather and my granduncle? And what happened to this thing?" Tsunade directly slammed the mission records in her hand onto Lord Third's table. She also knew that there is not only Denzo behind this, but also the trace of her own teacher. So right now, she was angry that she didn't even call Hiruzen-sensei. After hearing Tsunade's words, Lord Third was a little stunned. He also knew a little bit about this matter, but he didn't care about it too much. As long as it was not exposed, he would not care. How can he expected that Tsunade would go crazy? When she came back, she dug out the graves of her own ancestors. So at this time, Hiruzen is cursing Denzo to death in his heart. "You should calm down and tell me what is going on first," Lord Third said, even though he knew it was ridiculous. But what else he can do except playing stupid? "Who are you trying to fool? My grandfather's and granduncle's graves were sealed with powerful sealing jutsu, and besides the sealing jutsu, there are also seals that will send alarm, which are all gone now. You told me you didn't know? Do you think I'm stupid?" Tsunade, who originally had some hope in her heart, is now completely disappointed with Lord Third. Just like the grave of Madara's fake body, which was filled with seals everywhere, the same is true for Lord First and Lord Second's grave. So if Lord Third says he doesn't know, it's just pure nonsense. How do you deal with this matter? In Hidden Leaf Village, only Denzo would do such a thing, and he is capable of doing such a thing. "You must give an explanation to the Senju clan." Tsunade roared angrily. "I will give you an explanation for the Senju clan, but now that the Third Shinobi World War has broken out, Hidden Leaf Village is in a disadvantage. After this war is over, I will give you an explanation." Lord Third can only use a procrastination tactic. He would procrastinate this matter, and then slowly solve it. "What war? Sensei, this is the last time I call you that. This village is really disgusting." Tsunade slammed the door and walked out after saying that. She was already extremely disappointed with Hidden Leaf Village, and even had an idea of leaving the village directly. Right now, she wanted to find Denzo to get her grandfather and granduncle's bodies back, but she couldn't do it. She has hemophobia now, so if she went to Denzo, there was no hope at all. Right now, she could only put her hope on her companions, Jiraiya and Orochimaru, as these two people are the ones who can give her some help. As for waiting until the war is over, she is not an idiot. When the war is over, Lord Third and Denzo will just give her two skeletons and say that these are the Lord First and Lord Second. At that time, what else can she say? Can the Senju clan survive until that time? She felt that the Senju clan would be exterminated by then. Disappointed, Tsunade did not forget another purpose of her coming back this time, to find her last relative, Shizune, and then take her away. As it is still before Naruto was born, Shizune is still a Genin. She wasn't even a Chunin, but because Shizune had something to do with Tsunade, she could be taken away by Tsunade. Otherwise, she would have been sent as a cannon fodder on the battlefield. After all, Shizune's talent was a little worse than the others. But Tsunade has been making trouble for so long, so the old fox Denzo already knew about it. Where did that woman get the information about it? She actually dug the graves of her ancestors suddenly. However, if an expert has hemophobia, then they are not expert at all. Denzo naturally knows about Tsunade's hemophobia. People in other villages cannot get such information, but Denzo, who is in the same village, can easily grasp such information. After knowing that Tsunade had left Hidden Leaf Village, he sent someone to follow Tsunade directly. Now that Tsunade is ruining his plan a bit, he would not be polite anymore and send someone to finish off Tsunade on the road. As long as she sees blood, Tsunade can't beat even a child. Denzo is very cruel, as he didn't even let his teacher's grandniece. Tsunade just left with Shizune and she was already caught up by Denzo's people. Tsunade didn't expect that Denzo would be so cruel that he's someone to assassinate her. That bastard really does anything for his own sakes, by all means necessary. That damned Denzo. Looking at the shinobi surrounding her and Shizune, Tsunade's teeth were about to shatter. She was extremely disappointed with Hidden Leaf Village, and now she was given up by the village. If even she was not spared, what future would this village have? Tsunade-sama, what shall we do now? As a Genin, Shizune had never experienced such a shock. She didn't expect that they would be attacked not far out of the village. Chapter 16 Timely Rescue. He actually wanted to kill me with such small amount of people? That old bastard Denzo is really getting more and more senile. Although Tsunade showed such a strong stance, she was anxious in her heart. She had hemophobia, so once she saw blood, she wouldn't be able to do anything. She is bluffing now, intending to say such thing to scare off these people. But then, Tsunade's pupils shrank, because the people, who surrounded them, collectively took out small bottles one by one, and then poured the content of the bottles on themselves. The bottles were filled with blood, so the blood was dripping on them right now, making Tsunade instantly terrified to the extreme. She just sat on the ground, unable to exert the slightest spirit, and trembled all over. Sure enough, that old fox Denzo didn't let me down. It's not in vain for me to make a special trip here. At this moment, Asahi is also watching this scene. Although it is already afternoon, he still has no problem dealing with some Jonin. It is not an exaggeration to say that he could kill them all in seconds. Tsunade is the most critical link for his plan. If there is any problem in this link, his plan won't work, so Asahi felt a little unsafe after sending some people over, and felt it would be better to go there personally. It'll be safe, and he won't be exposed. After all, what he wants to dig is not only the Senju clan, but also other clans, so he can't just fall out with Hidden Leaf Village directly. Even after poaching the Senju clan, they must be hidden. A good way to hide such a small number of people is by faking their death. As they're in the battlefield now, there shouldn't be a big problem. Anyway, Denzo would never have thought that Hidden Stone's village cooperated with him to completely hollow out Hidden Leaf Village's route, and he is still immersed in his own Hokage dream. After seeing that Tsunade lost her combat power from seeing blood, Asahi knew that it was his turn to take action, and the sooner he took action, the better. After all, right now, his combat power will continue to weaken as time goes by. With a loud bang, the ground under his feet was destroyed. Asahi jumped into the sky, and then, like a meteorite, he slammed directly in front of the group of people. A huge pothole was formed on the ground by Asahi's fall, causing the surrounding to be filled with dust. What the hell happened? With such a big movement, the roots shinobi surrounding Tsunade were all startled, and they all looked at the dust-filled hole in front of them vigilantly. Don't worry about what it is, finish the mission in front of us first. One of the roots shinobi rushed towards Tsunade, and the other roots shinobi also rushed over, and they are now focusing on their mission. You guys, no matter what, I still appeared in such a fashionable way, so it doesn't look good for you to ignore me like this. As soon as the roots shinobi started moving, a voice entered their ears, and then followed by a roots shinobi turned into a cannonball and disappeared from everyone's eyes, and then a huge trace appeared in the forest on the other side, spreading for an unknown distance. Home run. At this moment, Asahi has appeared in front of Tsunade and Shizune. Although Asahi is only 10 years old now, because of the power of the sunshine, he is now more than 2 meters tall, and looked like a purely muscular man. Looking at the roots shinobi, who was blown away by him, Asahi was also quite satisfied. Before the other roots shinobi could came back to their senses, Asahi threw another punch and cleaned up most of the roots shinobi. Currently, Asahi is a humanoid beast, with more terrifying power than Tsunade. Not good, retreat. Seeing such a scene, The remaining 3 roots shinobi didn't dare to stay and run away immediately. However, Asahi will not give them this opportunity. He formed 3 golden flame spears with the power of sunshine, and threw a spear at each of them, directly nailed them to death. Job's done. In less than half a minute, the group of shinobi besieging Tsunade were completely wiped out by Asahi. Senju Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, has such a strange disease like hemophobia, which really makes people speechless. However, this is not a place to talk. Let's go. Asahi directly hugged Tsunade and Shizune with one hand each. With a move of his feet, he jumped into the sky again, and shot towards the distance. After getting out of the bloody environment, Tsunade finally recovered. As for Shizune, she had already fainted due to Asahi's horror. Who the hell are you? Tsunade looked at Asahi with a complicated expression. She was actually rescued by a stranger, and the most ridiculous thing was that she was besieged by people from her own village and then saved by someone from another village. Is there anything more ironic than this? It's not easy to explain for the time being, and I don't have much time left, so in the meantime, we should go as far away as possible from this place. Asahi was already standing above his little sun at this moment. After jumping to the sky, he released a little sun and shot it towards the distance at an incredible speed, but in order to take into account the 2 he was holding, the sun's speed was slowed down a lot. Otherwise, with the speed using his full strength, that would be truly terrifying. Tsunade, on the other hand, was a little puzzled. She didn't understand what Asahi said about running out of time until Asahi had run for a few hours and the sun had completely set. When she first met Asahi, Asahi's terrifying muscles and aura was overwhelming her, but right now, she saw that Asahi is not much different from a 10-year-old kid, and looked normal, and his height has also shrunk. Tsunade was stunned when she saw this. Let me introduce myself. My name is Asahi. I come from Hidden Stones Village and a disciple of the Sushi Kage. I know everything about matter as I am in Hidden Clouds Village battlefield before. So just in case, I come here personally, but I didn't expect it that Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, would actually has hemophobia. Are you really a medical ninja? Although Asahi knew a lot about things, it was impossible for him to say that directly. Sushi Kage's disciple? I don't need you to take care of my affairs, but how old are you? And what kind of power you used just now? Tsunade was very puzzled. After knowing that Asahi is a person from Hidden Stones Village, she didn't know why she breathed a sigh of relief, as if Hidden Stones Village was no longer an enemy. I'm about 10 years old. As for the power I used just now, if you choose to join us Hidden Stones Village, I will naturally tell you, but if you don't join us, then there is nothing to say. Then, let's hear your answer now. Do you want to join our Hidden Stones Village? We have given enough sincerity. Asahi asked. His purpose is to poach the Senju clan, and now is the best time to ask Tsunade about this. What exactly do you Hidden Stones Village want to do? Do you really want our Senju clan to join you? Are you not afraid of offending Hidden Leaf Village for this? After Tsunade gone through this incident, she no longer regards herself as someone from Hidden Leaf Village. She also knows that even if she finds Jiraiya and the others, there was nothing else she could do except bringing Jiraiya and the others into this whirlpool, but she was still very puzzled. Is it really okay to offend Hidden Leaf Village for the sake of a Senju clan? No matter how she looks at it, this deal is not worth it. Hearing this, Asahi grinned. Tsunade didn't refuse immediately. That means there is a chance to get her, so it depends on what I say next. Chapter 17 The significance of Denzo and Hiruzen's existence in shinobi villages is eager for talents, and so is our Hidden Stones Village. Hidden Leaf Village is famous for being dark, and they have always pushed their own people to death. For example, Hidden Leaf Village's White Fang is a miserable person. As a Kage-level powerhouse, everyone is terrified when they saw him, but he was forced to commit suicide, and the reason was only because of a failed mission. Since Hidden Leaf Village doesn't cherish the talents of their own village, then we can just shelter them. It is impossible for your Senju clan to survive in Hidden Leaf Village. As long as Senju clan still exist, they will be a hidden danger for Hidden Leaf Village's higher-ups. As for you, no one cares about a Kage-level powerhouse who has hemophobia, as you won't even be as good as a genin when you see blood. It's also because you are no longer a threat that those guys didn't do anything to you, but now, Denzo can no longer tolerate your existence. We hope that you will join us, as we have given you and the Senju clan enough sincerity. Moreover, in Hidden Leaf Village, there is still some members of the Senju clan, so you definitely don't want to see those innocent Senju clan's people in Hidden Leaf Village being massacred by Denzo, right? Asahi said the last point. The Senju clan's people in the village, who are not shinobi, are now the most troublesome and there is almost no way to save them. So he can only hope that Tsunade can make a decision as soon as possible. When Tsunade heard Asahi's words, her heart sank. She had no doubt that those Senju clan's ordinary people would definitely be attacked. Denzo even attacked her, Not to mention those people in the village. As long as the Senju clan still exists, that is a huge hidden danger for Denzo. Help me rescue all the Senju clan's members in the village. Then, our Senju clan will join your Hidden Stones village, but the premise is that our Senju clan's freedom must be guaranteed. Tsunade didn't want her Senju clan to enter the tiger's den after leaving the wolf's den. Yes, but your thoughts are superfluous. Our Hidden Stones village has always cherished talents, so we won't do such stupid things like what Hidden Leaf village did. But now, your clan's people in the village are in trouble, and it's not easy to run with them. Asahi has a little headache when he thought about this. How would he get the Senju clan out of Hidden Leaf village? If he directly attacks Hidden Leaf village, he can easily bring those people out directly, and no matter who comes to chase after him, he can directly kill them, but by doing such things, his digging plan will become more difficult, and the most important thing is that Hidden Stones village need to tear off all the pretense with Denzo. It's not a good idea to tear off all the pretense with Denzo now. In Asahi's series of plans, whether it is Hiruzen or Denzo, they are both important points, especially Denzo, as Asahi still needs him to push away the people in his own village. After a series of analysis, Asahi basically came to a conclusion about the significance of Denzo and Hiruzen's existence, that is, to forcibly reduce Hidden Leaf village's strength. After all, one of them is a desperate person will kill the talents of his own village, and the other is the one with authority but stay silent about this matter. Together, these two people reduced Hidden Leaf village's combat power crazily, and then making Hidden Leaf village on the same level as other great shinobi villages. In fact, problems have already occurred since Senju Hashirama's generation. That guy is almost like when he was fighting a landlord, he became the landlord, held a pile of bombs in his hand, but then he didn't play any cards in every round until the others were done. Anyway, Asahi is indeed quite speechless about these Hokage. But soon, Asahi thought of a way. I may know how to do it, but I need to tell you first. After your Senju clan is rescued, you won't be able to appear in everyone's sight again during the Third Shinobi World War, at least until the end of the Third Shinobi World War. Asahi felt that he had to say this first, lest Tsunade tried to expose Hidden Leaf village's deed after the Senju clan is saved. After all, the time of war is a good opportunity to brush up on good feelings, so the Senju clan should not be exposed for the time being. Of course, such a big clan will be exposed sooner or later. During this period, Asahi also intends to make more use of Denzo, so the Senju clan will either wait until after the Third Shinobi World War to be exposed, or wait until they are discovered. In short, the Senju clan cannot be exposed. I can agree to this condition. Although Tsunade didn't quite understand why Asahi wanted to do this, she still agreed. By the way, you haven't answered me yet. How are you going to help save our people? It's very simple. We just need to take advantage of Denzo. Denzo has cooperated with us before, and the purpose is to kill your Senju clan. When the time comes, the Senju clan on the battlefield can fake their deaths after doing missions and get out of everyone's sight. As for those in Hidden Leaf village, we also need Denzo's help. And make them open a passage for us. Asahi grinned. Denzo is the key. After all, these Senju clan's people are going to die, so Hidden Stones village can just simply make up a reason to take these people so that they can study them and so on. In short, Denzo will definitely agree happily as he won't need to do anything to take care of these people. Denzo just need to open a passage, and let the people of Hidden Stones village take away the people of the Senju clan, and it will be done just like that. Anyway, he also did this kind of thing in the original work. When dealing with the Uchiha clan, he also let the Akatsuki to participate. After all, there was only one purpose, to destroy the Uchiha clan. It was as simple as that, so the means didn't matter. After Asahi said this, Tsunade realized that there is such a method. She has to say that Denzo would be very willing to do this. Not only does this not splash the dirty water on him, but he can also use Hidden Stones village to help him remove most of the obstacles. Uchiha, Hyuga, etc. are all obstacles in front of him, and Hidden Stones village is so willing to help, so he will naturally agree to it happily. Tsunade has a complicated expression at this moment. Although Hidden Stones village must have been planning for this for a long time, Tsunade is more willing to believe in Hidden Stones village than Hidden Leaf village, and now, the other ways to survive have been completely blocked, and there is only one way left. If she walked through that path, she will survive, and if she doesn't, she can only wait for death. Therefore, even if Tsunade knew this, she didn't say it. Now there is indeed only one way to go, and if Hidden Stones village is good to the Senju clan, then she won't say much. The big deal is only changing the village. Instead of earning a living carefully in that disgusting village, it's better for her and her clan to go directly to other shinobi villages. Okay, it's almost time to rest, so let's continue on the road. After dawn tomorrow, I can't move, so we can only wait until the afternoon. So, let's just hurry first and rest at the middle of the night until tomorrow morning. Asahi said something that Tsunade couldn't understand again. Why did he want us to travel at night? She was confused. As for Shizune, she was still unconscious. Chapter 18 Receiving the Senju clan. Why do you have to hurry to go during the night? Can't you wait until tomorrow morning? Of course not, wait until tomorrow morning and then you will know. Anyway, if I say it now, you probably won't believe me. Now that you have joined Hidden Stone's village, then this is no longer a secret, but let's wait until tomorrow before I explain it. In this way, Tsunade carried Shizune, and the two hurried on their way. While on the way, Tsunade began to wonder again. The horror of the combat power Asahi has released before was incredible, but now, Asahi's ability is nothing more than a Chunin, and Tsunade even felt that she could get rid of Asahi easily if she wanted to. In this way, at the middle of the night, they stopped to rest. Shizune was already awake at this time. After that, Tsunade gave her some explanations. Although Shizune still felt a little confused, she immediately chose to defect. After all, her only support now is Tsunade, and it is impossible for Tsunade to let her go back, as she will die otherwise, so Shizune can be regarded as joining Hidden Stone's village. In this way, the second half of the night passed quietly. The sun began to rise slowly, and Asahi's body began to undergo earth-shaking changes after the sun rose, returning to the state that Tsunade saw yesterday afternoon. Tsunade couldn't help but froze for a while, looking at Asahi with a confused expression. Now, it's time to explain. Simply put, you can treat this thing as a kind of KK Genkai, but it is not under my control. It will make me very strong during the day and completely invalid at night. Asahi briefly explained, and Tsunade felt a little doubtful. Although she had seen quite a lot of KK Genkai, it was the first time she had seen such a strange KK Genkai like Asahi's. Of course, the really shocking thing has yet to come. As time goes by, the aura that comes from Asahi has become more and more terrifying, and it even made Tsunade a little breathless. As for Shizune, she has long since been trembling all over. You'd better stay a little further away from me. My power will change with the sun, and my most terrifying state is at noon, so if you don't want to die, it's better to leave first. After Asahi said, he heard Tsunade whispered something about a monster, and then took Shizune away from Asahi quickly, while Asahi went to sleep directly. At this time, even if someone attacked him, they will not be able to break his defense, so he simply went to sleep. Sleeping can effectively suppress his power, but no matter how he suppressed it, this power is still terrifyingly scary. Soon, it was noon. At this moment, Tsunade felt the terrifying aura rushing over her face like a mountain, and she retreated again and again. Asahi's current state was simply terrifying to the extreme. Monster, how can there be such a KK Genkai in this world? Even the aura Grandpa showed when he was angry is completely incomparable to him. It's too weird. Tsunade was very puzzled at this moment. Asahi's aura alone was more terrifying than anyone she had ever seen. She was someone who had seen her grandfather's aura, that caused her to feel complete horror, but even that can't compare with Asahi either. Soon as noon passed, Asahi's aura began to weaken rapidly and entered a period of weakening. After another hour or two, Asahi appeared in front of the two. Asahi at this moment is already at the state that Tsunade saw yesterday. Let's go, we have to hurry. Your speed is still a little too slow, so let me take you. After saying that, Asahi didn't give them time to react, and directly picked up the two with one hand each and then jumped into the sky. He stepped on the little sun and rushed towards the Hidden Clouds village battlefield at extreme speed. He didn't send Tsunade to Hidden Stone's village, mainly because he still needs Tsunade to persuade the people of the Senju clan, otherwise, he won't be able to do anything to them. Even if there is Katsu, it is not as convincing as Tsunade herself. Furthermore, Asahi felt that it is very pleasing to have two girls around. On the other side, inside Hidden Leaf village, because all the people who came to attack Tsunade were dead, Denzo knew that something had happened. The people he sent were gone, and he didn't even know who killed them, so he could only suffer a loss now. Asahi didn't leave any obvious traces. There's nothing more than the broken ground and messy corpses at the site. He didn't use ninjutsu, so Denzo couldn't find out who attacked his people. When he sent someone to investigate the surrounding, Asahi has already flown away to the sky, leaving no trace behind. When Denzo knew of this, he felt very uncomfortable. After all, Tsunade ran away and was rescued by someone, but he didn't even know who rescued her. There is no clue at all, so Denzo can only suffer a loss in this matter. On the other side, after a period of moving, Asahi finally came to the Hidden Clouds village battlefield. During this period, he had already passed the news to Onoki, and Onoki also directly transferred the news to Denzo. That fellow Onoki, isn't the Senju clan in the battlefield enough? But it's okay, I can save myself from doing it myself. Just Asahi thought, Denzo was eager for Onoki to take action against ordinary people of the Senju clan. Although he could send someone to assassinate them all, he might still have to handle the aftermath himself, so when Hidden Stone's village is willing to do it, he naturally would not refuse. In this way, on Hidden Stone's village's side, Onoki sent part of the power left in the village to Hidden Leaf village, and began to work on the ordinary people of the Senju clan. The Senju clan's shinobi on the battlefield were also being put away. Because Tsunade had contacted Senju Hikari about the matter, the Senju clan no longer flinched. Currently, Konga sent them out to do a mission at random. In order to do it thoroughly, Onoki asked Denzo to put pressure on them so that they won't refuse the mission. After all, the people sent by Hidden Leaf village to just hide and do nothing, and Denzo is also happy to comply. Then he started putting pressure on these people crazily. When Denzo saw Hidden Stone's village's stance of "we want to destroy the Senju clan," Denzo feels that his cooperation with Onoki was too right. Onoki can be said to be very hardworking to help him deal with the Senju clan. As for the members of the route he sent, they also saw the Senju clan were constantly being killed, but what they didn't know was that these people who should have been killed had already been slowly accepted by Hidden Stone's village. These Senju clan's people were even more angry than Tsunade when they knew that they had been tricked by the village. All of them said that they didn't want to be Hidden Leaf village's shinobi anymore. As for the Senju clan's people who were fished out from Hidden Leaf village, they are all hidden in a secret base, which is known as a research base to the outside world. But in fact, it is just an ordinary residential area, but it is hidden very deep. Chapter 19. Using a big move. Immediately there were fewer and fewer Senju clan's members on the battlefield. After a few months, the remaining members were taken away in one go. At this moment, in Hidden Leaf village, the so-called Senju clan no longer exists, and during this period, Asahi also asked Rashi to bring these Senju clan's people back to the village first, and then hid them in the secret base. The base was very secret, and Asahi felt that no one except White Zetsu could infiltrate it. And the people guarding there are all Onoki's confidants. With this, the first step of the plan of digging plan has been completed successfully, and they acquired the Senju clan directly. Moreover, even now that they have poached the Senju clan, Denzo wanted to thank them very much. It can be said that this is the highest level of digging. As for Tsunade, she was directly sent back by Asahi. As for the reason, it is very simple. Now that the first step has been completed, if Tsunade stayed here, the probability of her being exposed is too high. She also has hemophobia, so she can't even use transformation jutsu to act as a medical ninja. Asahi said to her that if she wanted to stay and help, she needed to at least get rid of her hemophobia. So he simply sent Tsunade to the secret base in Hidden Stone's village. Now, what Asahi has to do is to defeat the Hidden Cloud's village in front of him in an upright manner, and then he can go to support the Hidden Leaf village's shinobi in the other two battlefields. While catching a wave of benefits, he can get in touch with the Uchiha and Hyuga clan. Asahi has already thought about it. For the Uchiha clan, it is better to wait until the night of massacre or before the night of massacre, and let these guys experience what despair is. As for the Hyuga clan, it is better to start with the branch house, as the members of the branch house is engraved with the caged bird. What they desire most is to get out of the control of the clan, but if he wanted to release the caged bird, Asahi feels that he should take a trip to the moon. Since caged bird is a man-made thing, there must be a way to dissolve it. Maybe it exists on the moon. After all, there must be a lot of things left by the Otsutsuki clan there, even if that place was completely abandoned. In short, there must be still a lot of useful things there. The digging plan, which took about half a year to complete, can temporarily come to an end. As for the other Hidden Leaf village's shinobi, they are basically finished in this process. As for the Roots shinobi, they also have withdrawn from the battlefield. Right now, Hidden Stone's village is in control. Because of that, Asahi took Rashi to find Konga without any hesitation. I didn't expect your plan to actually succeed. I still felt that it is unbelievable when I think about it. If those guys from Hidden Leaf village knew about this, I wonder what their expression would be like. Konga said with a smile on his face. It can be seen that he was very happy. After all, nothing could be better than seeing the prosperity of his own village. It's up to the people. If you don't do it, how can you know that the others can't do it? But now is the time to get rid of these guys. After that, I have other plans. Since Hidden Cloud's village has no more use, we should let them get out of the game as soon as possible. There was a purpose to keep Hidden Cloud's village here before, but now that the purpose is achieved, Hidden Cloud's village has no more value at all. How should we deal with this? I will listen to you, kid. Although you are still young, your mind is more terrifying than us old guys. Konga doesn't think there was anything wrong with listening to a junior. If Hidden Stone's village didn't have amazing next generation, not only Onoki would be panicked, but he would panic too. Now that he finally saw a talent, How could he have any intention of suppressing him? Konga-senpai is too polite. In fact, my idea is very simple. Tomorrow morning, I will directly attack Hidden Cloud's village's base camp. Even if I can't take them all at once, I can at least beat them back, and I might be able to force Lord Third Raikage out, which is not a bad result. Asahi's method is simple and crude. It will be done by rushing directly during the day. After all, during the day, no one can stop him. As for Lord Third Raikage, he can come to the battlefield directly by using Heavenly Transfer Jutsu. Once he receives the news that a strong enemy appears, Lord Third Raikage will definitely come out. To be honest, Hidden Stone's village has suffered a bit during the past 6 months. After all, there is a gap between the number of experts between the two sides. Killer Bee is also known as the perfect Jinchuriki. Even if Roshi can use Four Tails' power, he is still not the opponent of Eight Tails' Jinchuriki. A's strength is also terrifying. Although he is not as good as Lord Third Raikage, his combat power is already considerable high. Moreover, there's also Raikage's assistant there. To be honest, Konga feels a little frustrated, but for the sake of the plan, he still resisted the pressure. Now that Asahi intends to take the enemy in one strike, Konga of course agreed happily. Just as Asahi said before, the village will be protected by him during the day and the village would protect him at night. And now is the best time to implement it. In this way, the night passed quietly, but Hidden Stone's village's side was actually not at peace, because Konga gave the command of total attack at night, making Hidden Stone's village's shinobi bewildered and speechless, and they started the preparation for the total attack directly. It was not like sneak attacks at night, as they have to wait until the day when it is easy for them to be exposed. But the military order is like a mountain, so they can only bite the bullet. However, what they didn't know is that this time, they are not the main force. There is only one main force, and that is Asahi. The reason why they are called is actually not Asahi's order, but Onoki and Konga's order. After all, as the next Sushi Kage, Asahi must show up his face to the village's shinobi. So this is the best opportunity to gain reputation. After that, when Asahi makes any decision, he doesn't need to rely on Onoki and Konga, and no one will complain if he orders them directly. What's going on with those Hidden Stones village's shinobi? They actually dared to launch a total attack? Did they have a problem with their brains? Or did Lord Third Sushi Kage participate in the war? With such a big movement, it's impossible for Hidden Stone's village's side to not know about it, but they were also wondering why Hidden Stone's village suddenly became bloody. After all, they've never done such thing in the past 6 months, that's why they felt there is a problem with Hidden Stone's village's shinobi's brains. As for whether Onoki is really here or not, they are not worried. After all, with Heavenly Transfer Jutsu, Lord Third Raikage can rush to the battlefield as soon as possible. It is useless even if Onoki comes. Although his particle style is terrifying, and can't be blocked, but it must hit to have an effect. Although particle style's power is amazing, the consumption is also not small, and the speed also cannot be said to be fast. Compared with Lord Third Raikage, which is known for his speed, it is indeed difficult for particle style to hit the opponent. In the original work, after Lord Third Raikage stayed alone to protect his subordinates, he was besieged by Onoki for 3 days and 3 nights before he died from exhaustion. From this, it can be seen that particle style was completely incapable of defeating this kind of speed player. Cruel son. However, the ones coming here is Asahi, not Onoki. When he arrived, he immediately threw a miniature sun, and didn't give the other side time to talk. This is a Shinobi War, not the kind of war on Three Kingdoms period. When the generals met, they would speak out first. Asahi has never been constrained by formalities, so he used such a big move as soon as he appeared. Chapter 20 Catching Tailed Beast Bomb with Bare Hand. What is that? B. Block that thing. The Hidden Clouds village's side, who hadn't had the time to speak, were shocked when they saw a little sun rushing over. After Aizen's claim, Killer Bee directly entered the second state of Jinchuriki form, and then collided with a little sun released by Asahi. Pride flare. When Asahi saw it is the right time, he directly detonated the sun, and the explosion enveloped Killer Bee instantly, and also some shinobi around him. However, even if Killer Bee would not have any trouble being enveloped by such explosion, but how could the other shinobi resist such technique with their flesh and blood? Because of that, this wave of explosion directly caused a vacuum zone in Hidden Clouds Village's formation. If I am Hidden Clouds Village's person, I would be very pissed off. It's really cheating. Konga and others at the back almost laughed to death, as Asahi directly made such a big mess after just meeting the enemy. No one has ever used this kind of method. This situation is like when you meet Senju Hashirama, he would directly use true several thousand hands, or when meeting Madara, he would directly use perfect Susanoo to attack you. Tailed Beast Bomb. Even if such an explosion seems to be very powerful, the damage done to Killer B, who is in the second state, is not very high, so Killer B directly opened his mouth at this moment, and threw a small tail beast bomb. As he was beaten up in an instant, he feels extremely angry when he thinks about it. So he simply learned from Asahi's method and threw tail beast bomb back at him. However, in the next second, Asahi's movement made everyone on the battlefield stared at him in disbelief. They saw Asahi's hand directly grab the tailed beast bomb, he squeezed the tailed beast bomb, and then threw it back, causing the tailed beast bomb to flew back at Hidden Cloud's village's side at a faster speed. At this moment, Hidden Cloud's village's powerhouses all froze in shock, and Hidden Stone's village's shinobi were also dumbfounded. After all, Asahi grabbed the tailed beast bomb and threw it back. Maybe only Susanoo and Hashirama's Wood style can do it, however, they have never seen Susanoo and Wood style done such thing either. But now, Asahi has done this directly with just his flesh and blood. Of course, it is not without any cost, as his hand was also scratched. It's still too early, otherwise, this kind of attack won't be able to break my defense at all. Asahi couldn't help but shook his head. It was still too early and the power of the sunshine was still too little, that's why his hand was injured by the tailed beast bomb. At this moment, the tailed beast bomb exploded directly in the opposite side. Although the attack was thrown by Killer B, but after the tailed beast bomb was thrown, it was not up to them to say who had the final say, so this counterattack made everyone on both sides collectively dumbfounded. B, don't attack him from the distance, work together with me. As he said that, a directly used lightning-style chakra mode. This kind of technique that simulates the tailed beast chakra cloak is indeed no weaker than Jinchuriki form after practicing to the extreme. When he heard Killer B, who was quite compatible with A, also turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Asahi. The two figures, one red and one blue, pulled out a series of afterimages because they moved too fast. It's not rational at all to fight in close combat. Asahi almost couldn't hold back his laugh. After all, his strongest point is close combat. Killer B and A attacked Asahi from left to right, while Asahi used both hands to directly block the two's attacks. Although he blocked them, he was still beaten back for a certain distance. His legs were like plowing plows, plowing two long traces on the ground. The two joined forces, and for a while, Asahi fell directly into the disadvantage, and he was beaten back steadily. However, the offensive and defensive battle between them still dazzled everyone. They couldn't even see how the two sides acted at all. They only saw a series of explosions and heard loud sounds from time to time. Moreover, during the fierce battle, huge puddles appeared on the ground one after another. Originally, the people on both sides shouldn't just look at it like this, but these three's combat powers are too strong, so they didn't dare to get closer at all. Every time Killer B waved his claws and hit the ground, a shockwave would spread towards them. A's fist also had the same effect. As for Asahi, he was even more terrifying. He directly created two little suns, squeezed them in his hands and smashed them on these two. The two felt fear for a while as it was as if a real sun was smashed on their faces. If the two hadn't joined forces, they really didn't know how to deal with this monster. Sir, aren't we going to help? Some of the Hidden Stones village's elite jonin can't stand it anymore, and want to break this deadlock. That is, by asking the powerful shinobi participate in the battle. After all, they now have a Four Tails' Jinchuriki and Sushi Kage's assistant. There's no need to be involved. You just need to remember that he is a disciple of Sushi Kage-sama, and if there's no accident, he will take over as the Lord Fourth Sushi Kage. This time, you are not here to fight, but to observe. It's almost time now, everyone, retreat. Konge didn't let the others join the battle, but just glanced at the slowly rising sun, and then ordered everyone to retreat temporarily. The next step was Asahi's time. Although it was impossible for Asahi to completely suppress the opponent in a short time, the more time passed, the more terrifying Asahi will become. When Hidden Cloud's village's shinobi recovers, Konge estimated that Asahi would have reached the level of invincibility. The reason he ordered his men to retreat is because he doesn't want them to be affected by Asahi. When Asahi released his full strength, the range would be very large. Why did Hidden Stone's village's shinobi retreat? What's going on? Don't you care about the expert from their own village? The Raikage's assistant on the opposite side looked at the slowly retreating Hidden Stone's village's shinobi army with a puzzled look. At this moment, Asahi in the field suddenly has his height jumped a bit, directly breaking through 2 meters, and his muscles became even more terrifying. The little sun in his hand also became bigger, both in size and power. When the 2 little suns directly hit the little sun pushed them back for a bit, and then exploded directly. 2 huge golden energy spheres appeared in the center of the battlefield. After the 2 explosions dissipated, Killer B and A rushed out, but now, their condition is not as good as before. It's not that they can't stop Asahi's attack, but because Asahi's strength increased too abruptly, it was too late for them to parry it. B. That guy still hides his strength. You should use the complete tailed beast chakra mode. I'll also use my full power. This guy is a complete monster. How did Hidden Stone's village cultivate such a monster? He is even more terrifying than a tailed beast. At this moment, Asahi is already a monster among the monsters in A and Killer Bee's eyes, as he resisted the attacks of the two. It must be known that these two are not simple, as they are strong even among Kage-level experts. Not to mention they are working together to attack him. However, Asahi can still suppress them both, so isn't he a monster? He can even be called a human-shaped tailed beast. No, it seems that calling him a human-shaped tailed beast is underestimating him. Chapter 21 Lord Third Raikage participated in the war. I understand, big brother. After Killer Bee replied, his body suddenly grew bigger. In less than 3 seconds, he changed from a small beast to a big monster with a bull head and octopus tails. At this moment, Killer Bee has become a complete 8 tails. The lightning on A has also become more terrifying, his hair has been completely erected, and A has also entered the limit state of lightning-style chakra mode. This state is claimed to be second only to Flying Thunder God Jutsu in terms of speed. Cruel Sun. X-10 small suns rushed towards the two at once. This scene caused everyone's eyelids to start blinking rapidly. After all, just 1 or 2 was already scary enough, but this time, there are 10 of them. On Hidden Stone's village's side, the corner of Roshi's mouth is constantly twitching. After all, the person who received this technique last time is him. At that time, he used Flower Fruit Mountain to detonate Asahi's techniques in advance, and Onoki stopped them in time, otherwise, it is estimated that he would be killed by the explosions. Tailed Beast Bomb. However, 8 Tails' strength is always stronger than 4 Tails'. A Tailed Beast Bomb that was rapidly created caused a huge shock wave, slamming into the 10 small suns, and 2 huge energy bursts, triggering terrifying hurricanes that blew in all directions. The weaker people were directly blown away, and even the aftermath of the explosion had spread to Hidden Cloud's village's front. After seeing this scene, Raikage's assistant finally understood why Hidden Stone's village's shinobi had to withdraw just now. He also ordered his men to withdraw immediately, but compared to Hidden Stone's village who had already retreated long before, they are more like bereaved dogs, so the opposite Hidden Stone's village's shinobi almost died out of laughing. The 2 huge bursts of energy lasted for more than 10 seconds before it finally dissipated. At this moment, the 3 powerhouses were standing on the field. Asahi's clothes have also become tattered, and Killer Bee was a little worse than before, but a tailed beast is always a tailed beast, and its self-healing ability is much stronger than Asahi's. After all, Sunshine is giving the user unrivaled combat power, and even if it gives self-healing ability, it is not very strong. As for A, he was directly protected by 8 Tails' huge body, so he didn't seem to be as bad as the other 2 at this moment. There is not enough time. Sure enough, let's just delay it. The next outbreak should be able to completely suppress them. Although his condition looked very bad, Asahi doesn't care at all. He just needs to drag for a while now. After the 3 of them fight again, Asahi's power has also become stronger and stronger, and he even directly grasped 8 Tails' tail to directly lifted the opponent's huge body, and smashed it to the ground. He even didn't use the little sun anymore. Continue to step back, it is estimated that the next stage will be reached soon. At this moment, Asahi's height is more than just 2 meters, but was about to reach 2.5 meters. Right now, he has become a little giant, and the golden flame started to burn around him. Very good, let's start the next round. Asahi's strength skyrocketed once again, and his punch directly sent A flying for thousands of meters. Killer Bee's huge body was also directly stomped on the ground by Asahi's feet, and a huge circular pit was formed on the ground. How is it possible? Whether it was Killer Bee or A, such a thought erupted in their hearts at this moment. Unbelievably, Asahi's strength has become stronger and stronger, and he has even surpassed the 2 of them in an instant. They felt that Asahi is completely a monster. B, this guy is too strong, you and that brat A are not his opponents. You should quickly let someone notify Lord Third Raikage, otherwise, you won't even be able to escape. In Killer Bee's inner world, 8 Tails also looked terrified. It was the first time he had seen such a human being. Even Sage of 6 Paths was not so reckless. Sage of 6 Paths may be stronger, but Asahi, who is purely physical and is an extremely reckless existence, is something he has never seen before. Them tailed beast and the Lord Third Raikage he admires are not as monstrous as the person in front of him right now. I know, but there's no need for me to notify others about this, and I can't even get away of here. Killer Bee is also covered in cold sweat. Just like what 8 Tails said, Both of them are not Asahi's opponent even when they join forces. After seeing Asahi's strength skyrocketing again, Rukonga's assistant has already sent someone to notify Lord Third Rukongai. At this moment, he was probably rushing toward this location. Even though he is also a strong Kage-level powerhouse, but compared these three, his strength is a little worse, and it is estimated that he will be destroyed if he join the battle. Because of the existence of heavenly transfer jutsu, the information was sent to Hidden Cloud's village in an instant. After seeing the news, Lord Third Rukongai directly used a heavenly transfer jutsu without saying anything and rushed to the battlefield. With this kind of technique, even if they will not die, the other people will be seriously injured, but Lord Third Rukongai can rely on his own body and chakra to resist the side effects of using heavenly transfer jutsu. It can only be said that Hidden Cloud's village is full of reckless men. At this moment, Lord Third Rukongai, who arrived at the battlefield, was shocked by the scenes on the battlefield. Right now, he actually saw eight tails being pulled back and forth by a person on the ground, making him look very miserable, and his son, rushed to that person and was knocked out by 2 or 3 blows. As for his assistant, he was already lying next to him. During the time before he arrived, Rokaga's assistant saw the two of them being violently beaten by Asahi and couldn't stand it anymore, so he joined the battle to help the two, but after he went there, he was beaten easily by Asahi. Dad still hasn't come yet. If this continues, we will be finished. Is bleeding all over at this moment, and several of his ribs have been broken. Even his lightning-style chakra mode can't resist Asahi's attack. The reason he is still conscious right now is because most of Asahi's attention is on 8 tails. Right now, 3 of 8 tails' tails were already removed by Asahi. In short, miserable can't even describe their current state. You guys retreat. Just when A felt despair, a figure rushed over at a faster speed than him, and then took shape of a hand knife, and he stabbed at Asahi directly. But in the next second, Lord Third Rukongai was also dumbfounded. After all, Hell Stab is his signature technique. Although it is only 4-finger nukite, its power is still terrifying. However, it can't even penetrate Asahi's defense. What the hell is this? Lord Third Rukongai? When did you like to sneak attack so much? After throwing away the 8 tails in his hand, Asahi directly punched Lord Third Rukongai in the head. Like a grand slam, the punch directly blasted Lord Third Rukongai into the ground. What a tough defense. Compared to your son, your defense is indeed stronger. Asahi was a little surprised to find that his attack hadn't blasted through the defense of Lord Third Rukongai. Chapter 22 Divine Spear. The strongest spear has been replaced. Take everyone and retreat, leave quickly. Although his defense was not directly blasted off, Lord Third Rukongai was still able to see Asahi's terrifying power. If this continues, he can't hold it for much longer. His defense is related to chakra, so if he wanted to resist such a terrifying attack, it was very costly. Asahi gave him the feeling that was even more terrifying than 8 tails who had gone berserk before. With that kind of aura and oppression, he felt that his cold sweat was about to cover his body. Right now, he can only let the others retreat quickly, drag the monster himself, and then find a chance to escape. Dad. How can Abby come when he hears this? He was not the kind of person who likes to abandon his companion, let alone his own father. Leave quickly, this old man will find the time to escape, you will only cause me trouble by staying here. Lord Third Rukongai let out an angry roar, and A finally made up his mind and took the others to leave quickly. Sir, shouldn't we chase them? The people on Hidden Stone's village's side started to feel restless when they saw this scene. After all, this was an opportunity to beat a drowning dog. Chase them. Why don't you tell me how to chase them from so far away? Also, there are still those 2 blocking the way. You can rush to over there yourself and I won't have any opinion. Looking at the violent fluctuations that was even more terrifying than before, Kanga is speechless. He also wanted to chase after the Hidden Clouds village as Shinobi, but can he catch up now? Because the aftermath from Asahi and the others' fight is very powerful, both sides have moved far back, so it is not practical to chase after Hidden Clouds village as Shinobi at all. The elite Jonin, who opened his mouth, shook his head repeatedly after seeing Asahi and Lord Third Rukongai fighting in the center. With them there, how can they chase after the enemy? They might die if they get closer. As for using detour, it's not practical. After all, when they go around, the other side will already be gone, so in the end, they can only give up. It's really amazing to stay behind to protect your men, however, have you ever thought that you might die here? Asahi suddenly raised a finger, and under Lord Third Rokugai's somewhat puzzled eyes, he instantly created a huge sun with a diameter of 3 meters. Let me see how strong your defense is. Cruel sun. The sun fell, and this time, it was not just an ordinary explosion, but a nuclear-like explosion. A huge golden red sphere rose up, accompanied by a mushroom cloud, and energy fluctuations erupted in all directions. Is Lord Third Raikage still alive? Seeing the power of the explosion, Roshi's face turned pale. Before, he thought that 10 small suns were already strong enough, but now, this big sun seemed to be even more terrifying. Maybe, this kid is really scary. It seems that there is still some time before noon, but he's already so scary now. How strong would he be at noon? Looking at the sun in the sky, Konoha couldn't understand it. Before, he just felt scared, but now, he felt that Asahi is a bit too terrifying and too exaggerated. Right now, he finally completely believes what Onoki said, that during the day, Asahi can protect the village by himself. After the explosion dissipated, there was a huge pothole with a diameter of over 1,000 meters on the ground at this moment, and Asahi was still standing in the field with golden flame around his body. As for Lord Third Raikage, he was already scorched until his skin turned black. He's not dead yet. What a tenacious vitality. Looking at Lord Third Raikage, who hadn't died yet but was seriously injured, Asahi was a little surprised, as expected of the Lord Third Raikage. No wonder that even when Naruto used his ferocious Rasen Shuriken, he still could not break his defense. This defense was indeed terrifying. Monster, even if I die here, I will definitely hold you back. Although Lord Third Raikage's body was charred, his right hand formed into a hand knife again, and then he immediately put away the other fingers, leaving only one. It is the one-finger Nukite, the one called Strongest Sphere. Asahi also knew that with this move, Lord Third Raikage had cut off all of Eight Tails' tails in an instant. This technique that takes attack to the extreme also has peak-level strength among Nanotsatsuki. The Strongest Sphere, I should be able to use this move in my state now. Lord Third Raikage, you can also taste my move. Although I still can't exert its strongest power and I can only barely use it, but it still can be used now. Divine Sphere. As his strength skyrocketed again, Asahi stretched out a finger, but on this finger, all the strength of his body was condensed. This move itself is the Divine Sphere, a Skinner used by a Skinner in the one state, but Asahi does not have the same narcissism as a Skinner, so this move is simply called Divine Sphere, and did not bear his own name. Asahi didn't have much emotional changes. Although he felt he is becoming more and more cold, he will never become as arrogant as a Skinner. The Divine Sphere condensed at one point, and poked towards the hand that Lord Third Raikage is using the one-finger Nukite on, and then, under Lord Third Raikage's disbelief expression, Asahi's finger directly broke his hand, and then a burst of golden energy formed a line of shockwave that submerged Lord Third Raikage directly, and the golden energy flew for dozens of kilometers, leaving a huge mark on the ground before disappearing. At this moment, there's nothing left from Lord Third Raikage, who has poked Asahi. After this move was used, the terrifying temperatures continued to rise on the ground, and the surrounding air was burnt and distorted. However, although Asahi used this move, the terrifying energy on his body not only not weaken at all, but instead became even more terrifying. The burning range directly soared to a radius of 100 meters, forming a huge vacuum zone that is filled with golden flames. The first time I use my power to such an extent, and if I continue to use it, I might go crazy. There is no suppression by the sacred treasures, so the power that bursts out at this time is difficult to control. If it is noon, even if I try my best, it is estimated that the energy will completely went out of control. Although the sunshine given by the system will not burn me like a Skinner, it is still very troublesome if it is not completely controlled. According to the time at this moment, it should be almost 10:30, but it was already difficult for Asahi to suppress this force. If that move is used at noon, Asahi can't imagine what would happen. Konoha-senpai, take the others away first. I will rest here for a while. After shouting at Konoha, Asahi directly sat cross-legged on the ground, but the golden flame on his body still didn't converge at all. Let's go, there's nothing we can do now. Even though it's still a while away from noon, he is already very terrifying. After Konoha finished speaking, he took the others and left. At this moment, everyone from Hidden Stone's village's side knew that a powerhouse from their own village was so powerful that he directly stabbed Lord Third Raikage to death with a finger. Moreover, the title of the Strongest Spear has also changed hands directly. Chapter 23 Surrender or Die. After Hidden Stone's village's army retreats, Konoha thought for a while and asked Roshi to take some Anbu to watch around, just in case. Although he knew that Asahi is terrifying, the reason why things like accidents are called accidents is because it's abrupt, so he doesn't dare to gamble. But Roshi and these Anbu that were left behind have no choice but to retreat as time passed, because the terrifying pressure coming from Asahi is getting stronger and stronger, almost as if the sun is falling to the ground, incomprehensible and unimaginable. They even think they are not being caught in the Ganjutsu, After all, how could such a terrifying power exist? Finally, after the noon passed, the pressure began to shrink back quickly. After a few more hours, it was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the terrifying pressure finally disappeared completely, and Asahi's height at the moment was maintained at 2 meters. I almost couldn't control it. Although this power wouldn't hurt me, the stronger the power I used, the harder it was to control. It's really troublesome. It's almost the limit now. Fortunately, my effort was not in vain this time. Asahi took a look at the percentage progress. After he killed Lord Third Raikage, and defeated several Kage-level powerhouses, the power he can control has reached 7%. Although this number is not a lot, it can be used at night, and it can also be used during the day to control this part of his power perfectly. He now understands that as long as he finds someone strong to fight, defeat and kill, his power will rise. Before, it has only risen by 1% in a few years after I used my own power to control it. No wonder Iskaner has been unable to control this power for so long since he was a child. Rashi-senpai? Why are you still here? After leaving the devastated battlefield, Asahi saw Rashi and some Anbu, and asked in surprise. It's because of you. To ensure your safety, Konga-senpai asked us wait for you, but it seems that you won't have any problems. It's really hard to imagine that you can release your power to such extent at that time. Fortunately, I didn't continue to fight with you before, otherwise, it would be too miserable. Rashi kept sighing, as he felt that Asahi was too strong, and he will be desperate if he was strong. Perhaps, who knows? You are not the enemy from the other villages, so why should I be cruel to you? Let's go back first. Asahi said indifferently, and then led everyone back to Hidden Stone's village's camp. After returning to Hidden Stone's village's camp, Asahi felt a lot of people are looking at him with admiration and even fear. Asahi didn't care about this. When he took a few more actions, these people naturally knew that his power was controllable. Even if it was difficult to control, it wouldn't hurt his own people. The reason why Jinchuriki is terrifying is because they can't fully grasp the power of the tailed beast, so they often went berserk, but Asahi will not, as he will leave when his time is up, and will not cause too much trouble to others. Because of that, there are only a small number of people who are afraid of him now, and most of them are worshipping him. After all, Asahi is really strong that he's able to kill someone like Lord Third Raikage with one poke. Who does not want their own village to have such a strong person? Because of this, most people admired Asahi quite a bit. Under the sight of countless such gazes, Asahi came to the camp. At this moment, Konga and several elite jonin were already waiting here. Asahi-sama, Rashi-sama. After Asahi and Rashi came in, these elite jonin stood up in unison and greet them. This is the benefit of having strength. Faced with Asahi's terrifying power, these elite jonin knew that as long as there was no problem with the Lord Fourth Tsuchikage's position will be his in the future, so there is nothing wrong with being respectful to him. You are finally back. Sit down, we are discussing how to deal with the next thing. Although Lord Third Raikage is dead, but there's not a lot of casualties among Hidden Cloud's village's army, so there is still the possibility of them continuing to fight with us. Konga opened his mouth and said about his own analysis. The death of Lord Third Raikage might quench this war, but it is also more likely to stimulate the other party's desperate thoughts. After all, Lord Third Raikage is A's father. Once Lord Third Raikage dies, A would be the one in power, and the hatred of his father being killed was not easy to resolve. We'll just give them hell if they wanted to continue the war. Tell the Hidden Clouds village's side, either surrender or die, choose one of the two. Asahi didn't need to get close to them. After all, he killed Lord Third Raikage. So if those guys tried to do anything funny, he doesn't mind killing two more of their experts. As for the plot or something, it can just go to hell. He is planning to dig out every corner of Hidden Leaf Village, so there is no more plot at all. I'm just waiting for your words, then, I will let someone send the news. Konga laughed, because just now, he's waiting for Asahi, a man with invincible combat power, to speak up. Otherwise, to be honest, he was also frightened by Asahi's power and didn't dare to override Asahi's order casually. This is the advantage of having absolute power. After that, Konga asked one of his men to send the letter with Earth Clone, as he didn't want his men to be killed by the other party. Although the messenger should not be killed, but the other party have just had their leader killed, so Konga will not let the people from his village to go to die in vain. Although they have retreated far away and already passed the border, it was impossible for Hidden Clouds Village's army to go back directly. In this war, A is unwilling to lose like this, especially since his father, the Lord Third Raikage, was killed. This information was brought by the Anbu, who remained behind, saw it and sent it back, so in the entire Hidden Clouds Village's army, only A and the other higher-ups knew about the news and they directly blocked it. Otherwise, the hearts of their people would collapse in an instant. Bastard, bastard, damn Hidden Stones village, they're even asking us to surrender? Or die if we don't surrender? I won't spare them. At this moment, A, who was holding the letter in his hand, is burning with anger, and the letters in his hand had been torn to pieces. The enemy has killed his father, and now, the other party even asked them to surrender. How could it be possible? Brother, calm down. If we don't calm down, we would have no chance of winning. Killer B is relatively calm. After all, he and A are not real brothers, so when he heard the death of Lord Third Raikage, Killer B did not have the same intense feeling as A. Ha, ha, ha. I know, B, I will calm down. That monster, I don't believe that there is no way to stop him. Contact the village and ask them to send the 6 paths sacred treasures. Those items are our only hope. Killer B's words are still very useful. Although they are not real brothers, A regards Killer B as his own brother. The brotherhood in this world is indeed a bit strange, giving people a very philosophical atmosphere, especially Hidden Cloud's village, as these guys Shinobi are all good materials for philosophy. Chapter 24 Hidden Cloud's village's last trump card 6 paths sacred treasures? It seems feasible, then, I will send someone to tell the village to bring those items over. After hearing A words, Killer B's eyes lit up. 6 paths sacred treasures are indeed a good thing, as even 8 tails can be easily sealed, so Asahi shouldn't be able to do anything against it. After all, these are the items used by Sage of 6 Paths himself. B, do you really think those items are useful? In Killer B's inner world, 8 tails asked with a little uncertainty. Are those items really useful? Or, do they really work? After all, the feeling Asahi gave him was almost the same as when he faced Sage of 6 Paths back then. The 6 Paths sacred treasures are good, but they are not invincible. After all, those items were something made by the Sage of 6 Paths. These items also have an upper limit, so 8 tails believes that this method is not very hopeful. Whether it is possible or not, we can only do this now. Although brother seems to have calmed down, he is still angry. All we can do now is to do what he wants. If they really don't work, we will just surrender. Killer B said indifferently, as he was not the one who made the decision. Even if he was not very confident, but what he said would be useless, as everything is ordered by A. After hearing Killer B's words, 8 tails no longer spoke, as there is really nothing to say. He only hopes that Asahi would not be stubborn at that time, and at least leave them a way to survive. If Asahi didn't spare them, he can only run away with Killer B as far away as possible. In short, he felt that Hidden Cloud's village is taking a huge gamble. At this moment, Asahi does not know Hidden Cloud's village's plan for him, but he wouldn't care even if he knows it. Perhaps these 6 paths sacred treasures will have an effect on him, but once it's noon, any seal will be useless. Even the planetary devastation that made the moon could not seal him in this world. Unless these guys can simulate the night like the demon Chandler. Moreover, the current Asahi can use 7% of his power in the dark state, and with Genjutsu, even if it is at night, Asahi is also invincible, so it is completely impossible to defeat him. Early the next morning, Hidden Stone's village's army once again rushed to the front line, but to their surprise, the other party didn't even have the intention of running away. Instead, they met them head-on, but some sharp-eyed people still saw those very special ninja tools. It's 6 paths sacred treasures. Those things are rumored to be something used by Sage of 6 Paths himself. It looks like they plan to use those items against you. Konga's eyes are sharp, and he can recognize those items at a glance. After all, powerful ninja tools are not common in Naruto world. Basically, everyone relies on their strength to eat. There are only a few powerful ninja tools, such as Sword of Totsuka, Uchiha Ganbai, Box of Ultimate Bliss and 6 Paths Sacred Treasures. These things are also very rare, and not everyone can get it. Don't worry, if it is genuine, I can only turn around and leave, but those fakes are a pile of rubbish. Asahi didn't care at all, but his words made the people beside him look dumbfounded. What do you mean genuine and fake? Aren't those 6 Paths Sacred Treasures? They really didn't understand what Asahi are saying. Although they didn't understand it, Asahi won't explain it. This thing was created by the original manga's author by referring to the contents of Journey to the West. Although the effect is not bad, but the imitations are just imitations. If it was the real things from Journey to the West, Asahi is really going to kneel, but these imitations are not a threat to him. Monster, come out for a fight. And Killer B walked out with a few ninja tools. Asahi knew what they wanted to do, but he intends to give the other party this opportunity, mainly because they wanted to test the power of the items, and the amber purifying pot only needs the victim to respond to the other party's words to be sucked in. As for the other things, they all have the conditions to activate, and once they are entangled, it will be troublesome to fight them. Asahi can't guarantee that he can resist those things, so simply give them the opportunity to use one of them. Then, it will truly be the beginning of their despair. I'll give you a chance, surrender now, and we will ask for a little less compensation. But if you wait until you use these things and then surrender, we won't give you a chance to go back. Asahi threatened very simply, and A, who heard Asahi's words, was furious, and directly activated the 6 paths sacred treasures. After seeing what A is doing, Asahi shook his head. If you don't agree, then don't blame me for not giving you face afterward. Surrender and be defeated are two different concepts, the former will let them pay less, but the latter, Asahi will not give them face. So after A activated the amber purifying pot, Asahi responded to him without hesitation, and then he was sucked in and sealed into the pot. After the successful activation of amber purifying pot, the people on both sides couldn't help but froze, because it was too weird and unbelievable. And Killer Bee had even made up some plans for many battles, but each time the scene they made up in their mind will be always where Asahi can be sealed only after they sacrifice themselves, but now, the facts have proved that daydreaming is not good. Asahi actually took the initiative to let them suck him. What is this operation? Why have I never seen such a simple battle at all before? At this moment, the battlefield with tens of thousands of people has become deadly silent. Everyone is staring at the amber purifying pot in front of A. Is it really so easy to use? This. He's sealed inside? Killer Bee felt unreal. After all, Asahi almost beat them to death yesterday. Although he is healed now, A's ribs are not healed so easily. Looking at the amber purifying pot, at this moment, whether it is him, A or Eight Tails, all feel unreal. Ha 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 ha, great, that arrogant monster actually took the initiative to get sealed. Hidden Stones Village, let me see how you will fight us this time now that monster is gone. I couldn't help but laugh happily. After Asahi was sealed, he just waits for the monster to be wiped away slowly in the seal. He didn't expect it to be so simple. I hope that kid doesn't play around, otherwise, trying to get him out of the thing won't be a simple thing. Konga is also a bit speechless. After knowing Asahi's plan, he didn't dare to say that Asahi would definitely be able to hold it when those 6 paths sacred treasures are present, and he estimated that he will be sucked in by the amber purifying pot if he is not sucked in by the crimson gourd. But Asahi actually didn't resist. He was too arrogant to respond directly to the other party, but Asahi has also told them in advance. So they didn't do anything, and could only wait and see the situation. Chapter 25 Fake is still a fake boom. Just when they laughed wildly and planned to attack Hidden Stones Village's army directly, he suddenly heard a dull sound, like someone knocking on the wall, and the sound was not small. In doubt, A looked at Killer Bee, as he felt that only Killer Bee can make a sound here. However, Killer Bee also had a puzzled look on his face. He thought it was the voice from his brother, but after both of them looked at each other in doubt, they suddenly had a bad feeling. Sweat started seeping on their foreheads as they turned to look at the amber purifying pot that sealed Asahi just now. Boom. At this moment, the amber purifying pot made another dull sound, and even shook a few times. You're kidding. It must be a joke, right? Is that guy still attacking the amber purifying pot inside? Both Killer Bee and A were shocked. After all, even after Asahi was sealed, he still kept attacking the seal, even making the pot shook from inside. What kind of person is that guy? Isn't it too excessive? Boom boom boom. Just as A and Killer Bee were watching this scene with great horror, the pot started to shaking crazily again, the sound became faster and faster, and the pot even fell directly on the ground and rolled all over the floor. This weird scene made the Hidden Clouds Village's Shinobi, who were cheering just now, like ducks strangled by their necks, making a hoarse hiss, while the originally depressed Hidden Stones Village's Shinobi became full of hope again. The 20,000 people on both sides just stared straight at the pot that kept rolling around in the field. As this pot was the key to this war. Now this scene is very weird. Just think about it carefully, the two sides on the battlefield are just staring at a moving pot in the center without doing anything. Isn't this too weird? In short, the scene fell into a strange atmosphere for a while, and everyone didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. However, the pot stopped directly soon after. Did he give up? After seeing the pot didn't move or make a sound anymore, both A and Killer Bee, who were covered in cold sweat, came up with this idea, but they were obviously thinking too much. The pot stopped not because Asahi gave up, but because the time had just arrived, and he became stronger again, so he stopped attacking. Just as A and Killer Bee breathed a sigh of relief, a louder muffled noise came from the pot. Immediately afterwards, cracks began to appear on the top of the pot, and golden light burst out of it. Boom. In the end, with a loud noise, the pot was directly blown to pieces, and Asahi appeared on the battlefield again. Although it is a fake, the quality is still pretty good. It was able to withstand my attacks so many times, however, Fake will always be a fake in the end. Looking at the pieces on the ground, Asahi said disdainfully. Hearing this, and Killer Bee almost vomited blood. After all, their village has always regarded this thing as a treasure, but now, it was devalued by Asahi as if it was just a worthless thing. But they have nothing to refute Asahi. After all, the amber purifying pot had been destroyed to pieces by him. We surrender. Facing Asahi, the human-shaped fierce beast, they were too powerless to resist, and even the amber purifying pot was directly destroyed by him. What else can they do except surrender? I already gave you the opportunity just now, but unfortunately, you did not cherish it. Of course, I am a very democratic person, but I am not suitable for negotiation or something, so someone will talk to you later, but now, give me those things in your hands. Hand it over. Asahi said, surrender, no problem, I'm too lazy to continue fighting, but you need to leave those things in my hand first. Although I won't use it, other people at Hidden Stone's village can use it. It's still a good thing even though it's useless against me. As a member of Hidden Stone's village, I naturally want to improve the combat power of my village, so good things cannot be let go. Impossible, this is the ninja tools that have been handed down from the age of Sage of Six Paths. How could I hand it over directly? He said a lot of things, but the meaning was very clear, which means that his thing is our heirloom, so it is impossible if Asahi want to take it. Die or leave them here, choose one of the two. I already said just now, once you are defeated by me, then don't think that I will be kind. No matter what I said, Asahi just said it calmly. Either die or leave those things behind. I was immediately dumbfounded. He was very sad and angry at this moment. If he was alone, he would choose to fight Asahi to the end. After all, it didn't matter even if he died, but now, there is still a village waiting for him to lead, so in the end, a compromised. Wouldn't it be nice if you just surrender earlier? You just have to be squeaky and crooked, wasting my time. Asahi scolded again, but this time, I really couldn't take it anymore. He spurted out a mouthful of blood, and looked at Asahi furiously, but he can't scold or curse Asahi, so he could only be led back by Killer Bee. Things are fine now, Konga-senpai, please keep them. In addition, the negotiation will be left to you. Remember to take more things. Anyway, they have no way to fight us now. If they want to fight, they would be the ones who die. They can open their mouth as much as they can. If they don't agree, just fight them until they agree. Asahi said rightly and simply, while Konga and the others gave Asahi a thumbs up with a smile. What Asahi said is simple, straightforward, and efficient. Although what happened just now really shocked them, fortunately, there is no danger. Konga swears that this is the most simple war he has ever participated in. In fact, Asahi said that he can do it more simply. If he really needs it, he can directly attack the other party's base camp to take care of the opponent directly. This half a year is considered wasting a lot of time. If it weren't for the purpose of digging out the Senju clan, he would just take action from the start, and the war can be ended in just a week. How can there be so much nonsense with him taking action personally? Just leave the rest to us. We have already prepared the defeat agreement. It just so happens that Lord 3rd Raikage is dead, and A should be the one who take over as Lord 4th Raikage, so there's no need to wait for the others to sign the agreement. Just negotiate it here. Like you said, no matter what the conditions are, we can just fight if they don't agree. Konga has never felt the negotiation would be so straightforward, and very simple. If the other party doesn't agree, they will just fight. Of course, he will find the right balance, so that at least, Hidden Cloud's village wouldn't choose to jump over the wall, but it will still make them feel hurt. Chapter 26 Famous in the Shinobi world. Ha 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 ha, that kid is really amazing. He killed Lord 3rd Raikage directly, and also defeated Hidden Cloud's village along the way. Summoning jutsu was used to send the information back to the village. Onoki, who learned the news, was very happy. This is like when a person sitting at home, joy suddenly fell from the sky. Since Hidden Stone's village's failure to have any future talent, he has been worried to death. His son, Kitsuchi, is someone he nurtured to become the next Sushi Kage, but Kitsuchi's strength is not up to the standard, and even his pea-sized brain is not up to the standard. Although he has 8 Jonin level strength, this is already his limit, and it is impossible for him to move forward now that he reached his limit. In addition, his brain is not good enough, making Onoki worried about the future of Hidden Stone's village to death. However, Asahi's appearance gives him hope. A few years ago, when Asahi proposed a new idea, he started to implement it, and got a lot of sweetness from it. And now, it is Asahi alone who suppresses the entire Hidden Cloud's village's army, making them not daring to move. He has only seen such terrifying ability from Madara Uchiha and Senju Hashirama. But Onoki also had to admire Hashirama and Madara. These two people have terrifying power, and the others were so overwhelmed that they could not breathe. Onoki felt that his village would be finished at that time. At that time, Hashirama could conquer the entire shinobi world with one hand, but he didn't invade the villages, and instead wanted to have sustainable development and peaceful coexistence. At that time, a lot of people were shocked. Then, Hashirama had a fight with Madara inexplicably, and then both of them died. He didn't know Hidden Leaf Village's situation at that time, but he only knew one thing, that is, their entire Hidden Stones village was stunned by the god's operation. It is said that Hidden Leaf Village produces a lot of talents. This is indeed correct, as the other villages can't compare to Hidden Leaf Village. But now, Asahi seems to have become the new god of shinobi. Of course, only he thinks so. As for the other villages, it will still take time to prove it to them. Anyway, he feels that the crown of the god of shinobi on Asahi's head will soon be showed to the whole shinobi world. Even Lord Third Raikage was killed? It really leaves people speechless. At this moment, in Tsuchikage's office, besides Onoki, there is another strange woman. This woman is naturally Tsunade, who uses transformation jutsu. Asahi is familiar with Tsunade's personality, so he just let her to go to Onoki directly. After all, this is the 5th Hokage in the future. And the reason for doing this is to stabilize Tsunade and the other Senju clan's people, and let them know that Hidden Stones Village is not lying to them, but really needs them. After all, is there anything more sincere than letting Tsunade enter the Tsuchikage's office directly? Therefore, Asahi's control of people's hearts and the courage of using this method even admire Onoki. To be honest, if Asahi hadn't convinced him, he wouldn't have let Tsunade enter his office, as she could attack him directly. Let alone letting Tsunade interfere in many of Hidden Stones Village's development. However, the reason why Asahi chose to do this is because of his strength and his understanding of the plot. Otherwise, if he didn't have these two things, he would not dare to let Tsunade intervene in Hidden Stones Village's development. Everything was based on his strength and his familiarity with the plot. Of course, Onoki is also very satisfied with Tsunade's performance. He found that in some things, Tsunade sees more thoroughly than him. Although he has rich experience, both of them have their own specialties, so this allows him to make the village develop better, and because of this, he regards Asahi as a supreme treasure. After all, not only can he dig Hidden Leaf Village's corners, but he also has unparalleled combat power. That kid is quite scary. Even I was unable to move just from feeling his strongest aura, but what about your hemophobia? It is not a wise move to keep such a weakness. Onoki looked at Tsunade and asked, knowing that Tsunade had hemophobia, his eyes almost popped out. After all, who is Tsunade? She is the person who proposed the existence of medical ninja to be directly incorporated into a 3-person team. After Hidden Leaf Village implemented this method, other villages followed suit. Facts have proved that having medical ninja is indeed more beneficial to development. But right now, such a person with unparalleled medical ability actually suffer from hemophobia, which is the most speechless thing. I've been able to resist a part of it for the time being. Just give me a while and there should be no problem. Tsunade's expression became very complicated when she said that. She has given up on Hidden Leaf Village, after which Asahi forcibly forced himself into her life, and directly asked her to perform the applied tension therapy. This kind of therapy is very simple. She just needs to take a period of time every day and expose herself to blood, and use whatever she is most afraid of to stimulate her spirit. Asahi knew that he can't use Naruto's method, but he can just change it to another method. In addition, Tsunade figured out some things, so she began to slowly recover. Tsunade is very satisfied with her new life in Hidden Stones Village. The members of her clan will not be persecuted here. Although they cannot show their faces for the time being, those who can use transformation jutsu can wander around in Hidden Stones Village without any restrictions. And she changed her appearance directly and became one of Hidden Stones Village's higher-ups. Tsunade also had to admire that Hidden Stones Village's people thirsts for talents. If she still runs away after all of this, then she would be very stupid. The more Tsunade compares Hidden Stones Village with a decaying Hidden Leaf Village, the more she feels that it's worth throwing everything away, but she also knows that the follow-up will be a little troublesome. However, Asahi's show of power makes her concerns completely useless. After all, Asahi alone is enough in this war. He has the ability to destroy a shinobi village alone, so he can just suppress the opponent with force. It is simple and crude method. Right now, Hidden Stones Village is prosperous all around, and it is developing in a good direction. But when the news about Asahi's strength spreads to other shinobi villages, the other shinobi villages will feel uncomfortable. Hidden Leaf Village is better as they're allied with Hidden Stones Village this time, but it will be tragic for Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Mist Village. Because there's no Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Stones Village to join the war, Hidden Leaf Village was a little better in 1-on-2 situation. Especially on Hidden Sand Village's side, as their strength was inherently weak. Minato, with his flying thunder god jutsu, could defeat all the Kage-level powerhouses in Hidden Sand Village all by himself. Moreover, their Jinchuriki can't move, so their situation is very tragic. Now that the bad news comes, it will be even more fatal to them. Once Hidden Stones Village comes to support Hidden Leaf Village again, it would be better for Hidden Sand Village to surrender directly. Chapter 27 Madara Uchiha. Those who don't have the blood of Otsutsuki are rubbish. Madara-sama. The information of that mystery in Hidden Stones Village has been obtained. You will definitely be interested. Some of Asahi's information has been spread to the entire Shinobi world, so White Zetsu of course would know about it. Before, if White Zetsu got close to Asahi, they will definitely die during the day, so the news couldn't be sent back in time, but now, Asahi's information is finally leaked. 10 years old? Killing Lord Third Raikage? At this moment, Madara's expression turned a little agitated. What was he doing when he was 10 years old? Whether it was him or Hashirama, both of them have only rose in the later period, and even if their combat power is strong at such age, it is still within normal level. However, Asahi has now directly refreshed his 3 views, as he actually killed Lord Third Raikage at the age of 10. Even Six Paths Sacred Treasures was destroyed? What an excellent KK Genkai. However, although it is very strong, it is not worthy of attention. In the face of the power of Six Paths, these are not problems. Madara is a self-righteous person. Basically, he has the feeling that he knows some great secret, and then he talks to Hashirama about the extreme and then runs away immediately. Then, he carried out a series of plans, which gave people the feeling that he is the second male protagonist who knew something more than the others, and then felt that he was the son of destiny and started his own savior plan. All chakra started from Sage of Six Paths' mother, Otsutsuki Kaguya, and he knew that his bloodline originated from Sage of Six Paths, so he felt that everything except Otsutsuki's bloodline is rubbish. Because of that, even if Asahi can kill Lord Third Raikage at the age of 10, he doesn't care. Continue to pay attention to the Uchiha clan. I need to find someone who can execute the plan among the Uchiha clan. As for that Hidden Stones Village's person, there is no need to continue to pay attention to him. No matter how strong he is, he can't go beyond the limit. The so-called limit Madara talking about is the existence of the Otsutsuki clan. They are the ancestors of chakra, and KK Genkai is useless compared to it. So no matter how strong Asahi's KK Genkai is, Madara believed that he is just trash. I understand, Madara-sama. Actually, I have decided on a person, but he is still too weak, but he fits your requirements very well. He also possesses a bond that other Uchiha clan's members hardly possess. After White Zetsu finished talking about Asahi, he began to tell Madara about Obito. According to Madara's request, a member of the Uchiha clan was needed, and he couldn't be too deep-hearted, and he needed to have enough bonds. Under these conditions, White Zetsu set his sights on Obito, who had enough bonds, was weak, and was pure and simple, which all met Madara's requirements. This child. Maybe he's the one, but there are still some things we need to do for him. Think of a way to fake his death, and then bring him back here. After Madara finished speaking, he closes his eyes, and left the rest to White Zetsu to handle it. As White Zetsu dived into the ground again, the cave fell into a dead silence once again. If Asahi heard what Madara said, he would definitely laugh to death. The Madara Uchiha would think so was only because his vision stayed in this world. As for Asahi, the grace, sunshine in his body has completely exploded, and he can already destroy the whole world without mastering it. He can easily make Sage of Six Paths kneel in front of him right now, let alone when he mastered this power. Moreover, for he fully mastered this power, he can also obtain other powers. The power of Naruto world is not weak among the countless worlds, but it is not strong either, but Madara certainly does not know about these things. Asahi also didn't care about Madara, as his only goal is to dig every corner of Hidden Leaf Village. So now, his goal is on the other 2 big clans in Hidden Leaf Village, Uchiha and Hyuga. After he thinks about the Uchiha clan over and over again, Asahi feels that they can be recruited, but they must be subdued and tamed, and this is very difficult, so he decided that even if he wanted to dig the Uchiha clan, he must get rid some rotten guys when necessary. It just so happens that Fugaku Uchiha is indeed a person he can dig. As the clan head, he sees more thoroughly than the others, and he is also a normal person, so he can dig the people from Fugaku Uchiha's faction, and just let the others die. As for the Hyuga clan, his starting point is the 2 brothers, Hiashi and Hizashi. First of all, Hizashi definitely won't accept his son being controlled by the caged bird, but no matter what he does, he can do nothing about it, but Asahi can do something about it. In this way, Hizashi's favorability is basically raised up, and if Asahi remembers correctly, Hidden Clouds Village's people will find a way to kidnap Hinata when she is still a child, and then, the shitty clan members of the Hyuga clan will let Hisashi replace Hayashi to die. At that time, if he came forward, it would be enough to dig up the Hyuga clan. Moreover, he could also use Denzo for support. Of course, those are still things for the future. Right now, Asahi's plan is much simpler. First, go to the battlefield to support these two clans, and gain a wave of favorability. First make friends and then dig the wall, this is the kingly way. So after winning against Hidden Cloud's village, Asahi directly asked Hanoki to form a support force to support Hidden Lee village's army. Of course, he also needs to have enough appeasement for his own people, otherwise, it will not be good for them to die all the time without benefit. Even if it's during wartime, there will be resentment. So Hanoki gave them a very good treatment. As the so-called wealth moved people's heart, and once Hidden Stone's village's warlike heart was aroused, they will definitely fight hard. In the past, there would be no such good treatment in the war, but Hanoki actually gave so many benefits now. Hanoki, who gave the benefits, did not feel distressed about it at all. After all, these things were bitten off from Hidden Leaf village and Hidden Cloud's village, especially Hidden Cloud's village. This fight not only caused Hidden Cloud's village's flesh to be hurt, but also directly hurt them to the bone. But at that time, Yanya just said a sentence, either fight or give something. No matter how suffocating it was, Hidden Cloud's village had no choice but to agree, because they were not Asahi's opponents, so A vomited blood again. With the incentives to mobilize them, these Hidden Stones villages shinobi naturally have no complaints. They are divided into two groups and are dispatched to the two battlefields directly. The battlefield that Asahi pays attention the most to is the Hidden Mist Village battlefield. In order to deal with Hidden Mist villages hiding in the mist technique, and super strong shinobi, most of the shinobi from the Uchiha and Hyuga clan were sent here. Although the conflict between the two clans is not small, during war, no matter how big their conflict is, they can't bring their conflict to the battlefield. And, the person in charge here is Jiraiya. Chapter 28. Taking a detour to the moon, Asahi followed the large army to the Hidden Mist Village battlefield, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it doesn't seem right. If he wanted to start with the remaining two clans, some preparations were needed, so Asahi set his sights on the moon. There are a lot of things he needs on the moon. He doesn't really need the giant Tenseigan, but there is a high probability that there should be a record of the caged bird on the moon and there is a way to remove it. Even if there is no record about caged bird, there must be some records left by the descendants of Hamura, so it can be said that there is another way out. He was just about to pass through the land of fire, so Asahi simply turned to the moon temporarily and messed with the things inside the moon. As long as he got those things, even if there was no clear way to solve the seal, he could ask Hidden Stone's village's people to help. In addition, if Asahi remembers correctly, there is still Karen on Hidden Grass Village, but it seems that the time is still too early, as the current Karen has not been born yet. Her age is around Naruto, so this plan can only be shelved temporarily. Asahi didn't plan to let go of these talents. He was not only satisfied with digging Hidden Leaf Village's corners, but at present, Hidden Leaf Village's corners are the best to dig. Fortunately, people have looked for the entrance to this passage before, otherwise, although I have some clues, it would be very troublesome to find it. Asahi quickly arrived at his destination. Before this, he asked Hidden Stone's village's shinobi to find this passage. In fact, this passage is not difficult to find. Asahi, who has seen the original work, knows that it is next to a certain waterfall. Although the Land of Fire is large, there are not many waterfalls in there, so it is not difficult to find it. With many Hidden Stones villages shinobi searched together, they found the passage within a short time, but Asahi was still in charge of the Senju clan and Hidden Cloud's village battlefield, so he couldn't just go there before. Upon entering the cave, Asahi jumped directly into the so-called pool water, and then went all the way. He quickly found the entrance of the passage, which contains many spheres that look like small planets. It should be Hamura who made this passage. I have to say, he is indeed very powerful. Tenseigan and Hamura are not mainly portrayed in the original work, but their extraordinariness can be seen. Especially for Hamura, this passage must be something he used to immigrated his people to the moon. However, even if they all emigrated to the moon, there seems to be something wrong with their education. As a result, the people on the moon are almost extinct. In fact, Asahi has always been very confused, whether it is Sage of Six Paths or Hamura, they seem to push their descendants to doomed pits. Sage of Six Paths directly created a stone steel, but it was changed by Black Zetsu later. Because of that, the series of things done by Madara appeared. And Hamura is even more straightforward. I don't know what kind of last words he left. But it was misinterpreted by the later generations as the world created by Sage of Six Paths was a failure, and then he was going to destroy the world. How ambiguous these two's words to make their descendants fall into such a hellish pit. and Asahi doesn't even want to complain about this so-called Otsutsuki clan. No matter how the world made by Sage of Six Paths fail, it is still better than yours. You guys are almost extinct, but the people below are still developing prosperously. Although war continues, at least the human survival is better than direct extinction on your side. That's right, if I go to the moon, will my power change? This is interesting. Asahi suddenly remembered that the sun on the moon seems to be different from the earth, so how to calculate the day and night? After passing through the passage, as soon as Asahi came out, he found that there was a large pincer on his head, and it slammed towards him. Subconsciously, he directly blocked it with his hands, allowing the pliers to stay directly above his head. My power hasn't weakened, and it doesn't seem to have changed much. Sure enough, this ability is not affected by the so-called geographical location. It should be regarded as a completely fixed time. Asahi felt the power inside his body, and found that there was no change at all, and it was still strengthening like usual. Just in case, he chose to come in early in the morning, so this power is like a set time, and it turns around every 12 hours. Which means that no matter what location, what planet, what world he is in, this ability will be the same. Alright, if my power changes over time, wouldn't it be troublesome if I take too much time to go to the Moon Palace? Is this Grab the Guardian Beast? Let's just attack him. At this moment, Asahi remembered that there is still a big crab in front of him. The strength of this big crab is at most a little more powerful than normal summoned beast. Asahi didn't bother to talk nonsense with it and punched the crab directly. The carapace was shattered, and the huge crab directly exploded all over the place. What a pity. I will definitely find a way to eat such a large seafood like you at other times, but there are still things to do today. What a pity. After looking at the corpse of this big crab, Asahi left directly. He remembered that before he crossed to this world, because he lived in an inland location and not close to the sea, the price of crabs was very expensive, let alone the very huge ones. And this can be said to be super huge, but he has no time to eat now, as it is more important to do things first. Right now, Tonerai must have not been born yet, but the giant Densagon should already be in the stage of completion. Even if it is not completed, it will be done with a few more pairs of Byakugan at most. Currently, on the moon, there are at most 3 people left. As soon as he entered the Moon Palace, Asahi began to look around. He had to find those guys during the day. Otherwise, at night, only 7% of his combat power would remain. If those guys could temporarily control this huge Tenseigan, he would be in danger, so he must things done during the day. However, Asahi seemed to be thinking too much. He didn't know if these guys put any sensor marks at the entrance, but before Asahi could find them, he saw some strange puppets rushing towards him. In addition, there is a bird-like puppet with a weird guy with white skin standing on it. If someone from Hidden Sand Village sees this, they will definitely cry. That guy's eyes are still there. At this moment, Asahi doesn't know who is the person on the bird-like puppet, but he guesses it should be a character like Donorai's father. His Byakugan is still there, but it's not Tenseigan. Of course, Asahi doesn't really care about this. He just happy that this person came to him first, as it saves him from spending time looking for these guys. Chapter 29 Giant Tenseigan. I didn't expect an outsider to find the passage. Since you've come in, don't expect to go back. The man standing on the puppet looked at Asahi calmly, as if he was looking at a dead person. He also felt quite surprised that someone could discover the passage to the moon. Although it is not the first time in so many years, but this kind of situation rarely happens. Do you think you can take me down? Just by relying on those things? Asahi scratched his head in embarrassment. In his current state, if it is the giant Tenseigan, it might cause him some trouble, but, fighting me these rubbish puppets, aren't you looking down at me too much? Arrogant guy, go to hell. The Otsutsuki clan's member on the puppet obviously didn't want to talk nonsense with Asahi, and a large number of puppets are spreading out towards him. Just bells and whistles. Asahi threw a punch, and the puppet in front of him was directly blasted out into a huge hollow area. There were almost hundreds of puppets surrounding him, but when the punch passed, it swept away tens of them. I'm curious, how exactly do you control this thing? With Byakugan? No, Byakugan shouldn't have such a big power, then, it should be controlled by the giant Tenseigan. A few more punches were directly thrown to the surrounding puppets, and Asahi looked at the Otsutsuki clan's member in the sky with interest. However, this guy was obviously frightened at this moment. After all, the combat power Asahi showed is too much. If such a fist hit him, he could hardly imagine what he would become. Under extreme fear, he could not care about his face, and directly controlled the bird puppet to leave, not daring to approach Asahi. Dude, why are you running so fast? Keep talking, how about taking me to your camp? The Otsutsuki clan's member thought that he could escape by relying on the puppet's flying ability, but suddenly, the devilish voice entered his ears again. When he turned his head, he was shocked to find that Asahi was stepping on a little son at this moment, just following behind him. It made him almost scared to death. However, Asahi would not give him a chance to resist, and directly grabbed his neck and lifted him up. "Take me to where you live, or you will die. Now, show me the way." After Asahi said this guy was so scared that he immediately pointed the way. Damn it, there is actually such a powerful existence in the Shinobi world. Just you wait, when we reach our destination, I will activate the giant Tenseigan and kill you directly. At this moment, the Otsutsuki clan's member held by Asahi are constantly thinking about how to use the giant Tenseigan to kill Asahi. He can indeed control the giant Tenseigan, but this control is not very simple and has many restrictions. For example, the puppet just now can be controlled from a long distance, but if he wanted to use the giant Tenseigan to attack directly, he must get close to it, at least within the visible range, otherwise, he can't do anything, so Asahi wanting to go there is a good thing for him. At Asahi's speed, the two quickly came to the place where the Otsutsuki clan lived. It was a good place, like a luxurious palace. From here, Asahi could see the tomb of Otsutsuki Hamura. Asahi then thought of something. Will there be good things in the grave? Should I dig it? By the way, I almost forgot about you. Sorry, you can die now that we have arrived. Asahi would not foolishly allow such a threat to exist, so he broke the other party's neck without hesitation. However, Asahi also knew that there was not only one threat, and there should be at least one more person here. After all, this guy can't give birth to Tonarai alone, so there must be other people here. Just when Asahi was about to go in and search the people inside, a huge golden laser suddenly shot towards him. From this laser, Asahi felt a huge pressure, so he did not choose to fight it head-on, and instead jumped directly to avoid the laser. This golden ray of light directly penetrated the place where Asahi was standing just now, and then pierced all the way down and hit the ground, forming a huge hole on the ground directly. It's so powerful, is it Tenseigan? Asahi was a little surprised when he saw such destructive power. After Asahi looked in the direction of the attack, he saw a woman standing in front of the giant Tenseigan. As for the Tenseigan, it seemed to be in a complete stage. At least Asahi didn't think this thing was any different from the one he saw at the original work. Cruel son. Asahi didn't mean to talk nonsense either, and directly threw a small sun over. After the small sun was thrown, the woman activated the giant Tenseigan again, and a huge golden ride appeared again, hitting Asahi's small sun, and caused the small sun to explode directly and then shot towards the surrounding. Sure enough, I need to wait, I will die if I rush over. Asahi didn't dare to approach casually. He planned to delay the time until he could completely ignore this attack power, otherwise, it would be too dangerous. As this giant Tenseigan could even destroy the moon directly. If he got closer, he would be hit more easily, and there would be no place to cry at that time. However, at this distance, he could easily avoid such an attack. And the woman seemed to be going crazy and launched another golden light to attack Asahi. Asahi was almost certain about something. The one he pinched to death just now should be the other party's husband. So far, he hasn't seen anyone else, so he estimated that there are only these two people left on the moon. Now that the man was killed by him, there is no possibility of Tonarai being born. For the next hour, Asahi stepped on his little son to avoid the attacks, but the frequency of the attack gradually slowed down by a lot. It seemed that using such powerful attack was not without cost. It's almost there. After the strength in his body skyrocketed again, Asahi could now avoid the attack at close range, and there was also a sign before the attack was launched, so he was no longer afraid and rushed over directly. Although the golden light struck again, but they were all easily avoided by Asahi. Chapter 30 Fully Functional Tenseigan. Asahi, who rushed to the giant Tenseigan, did not give the other party any chance to speak at all. He directly smashed the other party with a punch, and then looked at the giant Tenseigan in front of him. After trying to put his hand on it, a lot of things appeared in Asahi's head. Does this thing come with its own manual? But it has quite a lot of functions. I wonder how this thing will affect the seal. Is it possible to directly use the pupil power of this giant Tenseigan to break through the restrictions of the caged bird? Asahi looked at the giant Tenseigan in front of him and sighed. In fact, this thing is not very important to him, because chakra is needed to activate it. Although there is no restriction that the bloodline must be of the Otsutsuki clan or the Hyuga clan, but chakra is Asahi's weakest point. To put it bluntly, he only has Chunin level chakra reserve right now. In terms of chakra, Asahi did not deliberately train it. With his cheat, he only needs to train in it carefully, instead of learning some miscellaneous things. It would be a very stupid thing to do. Therefore, besides paying attention to some genjutsu that are helpful to him, he didn't pay attention to the others. In addition, Asahi has also discovered that this giant Denzagon has the ability of a god's perspective, which is not bad. Asahi then probed this place somehow, and found that the two people just now were the last two people remaining. This time, I really annihilated a clan. Unfortunately, this thing can't be absorbed, so I can only put it here temporarily. Asahi shook his head. This thing is always just a foreign object, so he chose to let it stay here. For the time being, he doesn't want to bring this thing back to the village unless his control of his power reached 30% or above. Only then can he withstand the impact of this giant Tenseigan, otherwise, Asahi would not dare to bring this thing back. But later, he can bring the people from the Hyuga clan to try it out, as he wanted to try whether it is really possible to remove the caged bird with it or not. Asahi then started looking for good things here. As the descendants of Hamura, there must be some valuable things here. As these two must have moved those things here, it's much easier for Asahi to investigate. However, there are too many things here, and Asahi searched for a few days before finding what he needed. Asahi found a way to cast the caged bird, but did not find a way to remove it. This is troublesome, but he still brings this thing back. After taking it back, he can just let Hidden Stone's village's people study it, and then find someone to be put on with this thing and bring it back here to try if it can be unsealed. This thing is a sealing jutsu, and Asahi can't learn it in a short time, so he can only wait until later. However, he still emptied everything that is valuable. There are still many techniques developed by Hamura and his descendants. These techniques are all complete inheritance, so Asahi has no reason to let them stay here and chose to bring it back to Hidden Stone's village. After leaving, Asahi went straight to Hidden Stone's village. Even if he was alone, it still took some time to return to Hidden Stone's village. You brat, did you rob a shinobi village? How come there are so many things? No, even a shinobi village shouldn't have so many things. There are also some secret techniques of the Hyuga clan. Where did you get these things from? Both Onoki and Tsunade looked at the scrolls piled up like a hill in front of them in shock. Some of these techniques are something unheard and unseen of, but some are still known, such as the very famous Gentle Fist of the Hyuga clan, Revolving Heaven, etc. There are even some improved version of it. Do you remember what I asked the shinobi of the village to search for? I saw some records about the moon in an ancient book that I got by chance, so I made people look for it with the mentality of trying. After that, I really found it. After following the large army, I went to investigate it and found these things. Asahi explained everything about Sage of Six Paths, Hamura, and Otsutsuki Kaguya, making Onoki and Tsunade even more stunned. After all, the legend of Sage of Six Paths alone is enough nonsense, and everyone believed that it was just a legend. But now, Sage of Six Paths' brother and mother have actually come out from Asahi's mouth, and he said that they are the ancestors of Chakra. Moreover, Tsunade did not expect that her Senju clan and Uchiha clan are actually from the same ancestor. What kind of a joke it is? Before Hidden Leaf Village was established in the past, Senju and Uchiha had always fought against each other when they met, wishing for the annihilation of the other party. It wasn't until Hashirama and Madara joined forces that they stopped fighting, but the two sides are always in feuds, so there were still a lot of open and secret fights between the two clans back then. Asahi also took advantage of this opportunity to expose everything except Madara's history. The ancestor of Chakra is still sealed in the moon was man-made, and there are even other people living on it? It is really incredible. How kind of power it is to be able to create such a moon. Looking at the floating moon in the sky, Onoki had a very unreal feeling. Asahi did not deny this, as Sage of Six Paths had indeed already entered a terrifying level. In terms of elusiveness alone, Asahi is inferior to the other party. Even if his sunshine is used to the extreme, there is no way to directly destroy the moon in the sky. Of course, he can just directly destroy the core. If the core is destroyed, the moon will naturally be destroyed too. But even so, he can't match the opponent in terms of elusiveness, but any tricks are useless to him. The existence of Sage of Six Paths is indeed very strong. But in terms of combat power, he is invincible. Truth-seeking ball? He can use them as ping-pong ball. Six Paths planetary devastation? He can instantly destroy the core. He might not be able to blow up an entire moon, but he can in existence like Sage of Six Paths easily. Regardless of how powerful the Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion is, it indeed can cut the moon, but it can't break Naruto's defense, who has not completely entered the Nine-Tails Chakra mode, as this is equivalent to continuously dispersing the attack power. If Asahi can disperse his attack power, his attack won't be just as simple as cutting the moon, but can directly destroy a planet, but in Asahi's view, this is not cost-effective. After all, That kind of scattered attack power is basically useless except for a larger damage range. Asahi can easily block it and pinch the opponent to death. So in terms of quality, Asahi is still stronger than everyone in this world. Chapter 31 Hot-blooded people are the most troublesome. Don't worry about those history. Even if Otsutsuki Kaguya can run out, isn't there still me? I haven't been afraid of anyone in the fight. Asahi said confidently. Of course, he can kill these guys, but he is still incapable of using weird tricks like those guys. For example, Otsutsuki Kaguya's Mnemonic. Once pulled in, he might be trapped in it to death, so he still hoped that after mastering the power of the sunshine, he would be able to draw a good ability with a higher degree of elusiveness. His fighting power is unparalleled, but his elusiveness is almost zero. Sunshine can't do something like moving through space or something, but that is still in the future. Asahi doesn't believe that in the next 10 years or so, he still hasn't completely mastered the power of sunshine. In addition, although the two people on the moon were a little weaker, they seem to have given him 1% of the progress because of the huge Tenseigan, so now, his mastery is at 8%. As long as there are enough strong enemies to help him, he can quickly reach the peak, thereby drawing new power. Yes, you brat is still here. And if you are not an opponent, no matter how preparation we make, it will still be of no use. Onoki nodded in agreement. Asahi was the strongest among them, so if Asahi can't do anything about it, they can just give up. Then, I will leave first. As for the caged bird, let some people to learn it. I need to do experiments, and let people study the way to remove caged bird. Asahi reminded Onoki, as this is the key to the next step of their digging plan. Caged bird? Are you going to target the Hueco clan? Tsunade was stunned for a moment. He wanted to study caged bird, and also study the method of removing the seal. This must be done for the Hueco clan. That's right, is there a problem? Didn't we poach your Senju clan too? We are adhering to the philosophy of finding a way to dig talents. Since Hidden Leaf Village doesn't cherish them, then we can help them. It's fine to dig them. It's not a big deal, okay? Asahi said calmly. But when she heard Asahi's words, Tsunade realized that she is no longer Hidden Leaf Village's people. She likes Hidden Leaf Village, but only for Hidden Leaf Village controlled by her grandfather and granduncle. After all, what is the difference between the current Hidden Leaf Village and trash? If Asahi can dig these people into Hidden Stones Village, Tsunade will agree happily. The first reason is that there is no benefit for these clans to stay in Hidden Leaf Village, and the other reason is that it is not easy to find some existences in the same position as the Senju clan. Although they are considered to have joined Hidden Stones Village, no matter what the reasons, they are still traitors to Hidden Leaf Village. So, if there are other clans who can come and accompany the Senju clan, it is naturally good. This is the typical mentality of pulling people into the sea. I have fallen into it myself, but I can't fall into it alone, so I have to pull a few others with me. Right now, Tsunade has such a mentality. I understand, then, if you need my help, just speak up. I'm also Hidden Stones Village's people now. Tsunade has completely taken the role of Hidden Stones Village's people, so she doesn't care what identity she used to have. Hidden Stones Village trusts her very much, and she knows a lot of their secrets, so there's nothing to be dissatisfied with. Then, thank you very much, I will leave the village to you. I will go to the battlefield first. After Asahi finished speaking, he left without any intention of staying. He just came back to deliver something. In fact, Asahi wanted to go to Hidden Mist Village to see if he can get some good things from Hidden Mist Village like those legendary ninja swords, and people like Maitru Mummy. Moreover, Madara and Obito will give him a big assist. Maybe he can take advantage of this assist, and dig a lot of people from Hidden Mist Village. Even if he can't dig them, he can still get some benefits at that time. After leaving Hidden Stones Village, Asahi continued on his way, flying on the small sun, which was the fastest way of travel, but in the next few days, when passing through the Land of Fire, Asahi met a very surprising thing. Is it a coincidence that I came too early? I unexpectedly encounter something like this. Asahi's eyes lit up at this moment. At this moment, he saw that several Hidden Leaf Villages Chunin being chased by a group of people. This group of people is naturally the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, and the people being chased are also Guy and his teammates. This is really a coincidence. Of course, what Asahi cares about is their ninja swords, not digging Guy. In fact, it would be good if he can dig Guy, but the probability of such thing happening is almost zero. After all, Guy and his dad, Mike Dewey, are a solid Hidden Leaf Village's diehard. Asahi is not afraid if the other party is smart, because it's easier to dig smart people as they knew which choices is the best for them. However, the people that Asahi felt the most headache are those so-called hot-blooded people. Naruto, Guy, Dewey and Lee were simply impossible to be dug up. He is most afraid of encountering this kind of hot-blooded fool with a lack of brain in his head, as the possibility of digging them away is almost zero. But right now, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist are here anyway, and their swords will be useful for him. As for Guy's last kick, Asahi is not really afraid. It may be hard for him to deal with elusive techniques, but he is the best at dealing with people like Guy. In terms of recklessness, no one in this world can be as reckless as Asahi. Almost without thinking, Asahi directly fell from the sky, landing in the middle of both sides. Who is it? Hidden Leaf Village's reinforcements? Because of Asahi's sudden appearance, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were taken aback, and Guy and the others also stopped. You don't know me? Then, you should have heard my name. My name is Asahi from Hidden Stones Village. Asahi smiled as he spoke, but these words made everyone on both sides stunned. Asahi? The Asahi that Hidden Clouds Village did not dare to resist even if he's alone? The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist have naturally heard of Asahi's name. After all, Asahi's name has spread throughout the Shinobi world. At this moment, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were a little scared. If the 7 of them work together, they can indeed win against Kage-level powerhouse, and they might even kill the opponent. However, the person in front of them right now is someone who killed the Lord Third Raikage and has the power to overwhelm the Hidden Clouds Village's army alone. How terrifying his strength is. On the contrary, unlike their fear, Guy and his teammates behind in the back were pleasantly surprised, because Hidden Stones Village is now their allies, so they are more relaxed than those 7. After all, a rescuer finally arrived. Although he's not someone from their village, but he's still their ally. Chapter 32 Traitorous Swordasa. Asahi-senpai, please be careful, all 7 of them are very powerful. Before Asahi started, Guy at the back couldn't help but yelled. These words made Asahi, the 7 people on the opposite side, and his teammates around him stunned. At this moment, everyone basically has their own thoughts. Guy's teammates thought, what kind of stupid thing this guy is thinking? Even at this time, he still has a thought to remind others to be careful? But they didn't even dare to say anything. The thoughts of the 7 people were more straightforward. Are you sure you are reminding the right person? He's the one who defeated Hidden Clouds Village's army all by himself. We're the one who should be careful. As for Asahi, he was a little amused. Guy is older than him, and even though he is an ally, Guy is unexpectedly pure and simple. If he was replaced with the experts from Hidden Leaf Village, they might hope that Asahi will die together with the enemy here. Well, it is actually a little weird for you to call me senpai, but you should remind them as they are the one who should really be careful. In fact, it's useless to remind them. Before the words fell, the ground suddenly shattered, and Asahi had already appeared in front of the person closest to him. This person is Akebino Jinin, a very strange name. The sword in his hand is called Kabatawari, quite a weird weapon. Seeing Asahi suddenly appear in front of him, Jinin was taken aback for a moment, and then the giant axe in his hand slashed over subconsciously, but Asahi easily pinched it directly between his fingers. To be honest, although some of these ninja swords are useful, this one is a bit too tasteless. Asahi looked at this thing speechlessly. The special thing about this sword is that it's slashed with an axe, and then you can use the hammer at the back to hit the back of the axe to achieve the effect of increasing the attack power, but in Asahi's view, it is simply too tasteless. Jinin, who had come to his senses, looked at this scene in horror, and then he slammed behind the giant axe with the hammer on the back. But what horrified him was that the increasing attack power that would usually cut off enemies' sword directly was unable to break through the constraints of Asahi's fingers at all. On the contrary, his hands were numb due to the shock from the hammer. What are you still looking at? The horrified Jinin shouted, and the other 6 came back to their senses. The swords in their hands all slashed towards Asahi. Lightning, explosion, etc. all hit Asahi's body. Boom. The 7 people attacked together, causing a huge explosion. No matter how strong he is, he will definitely be seriously injured in the face of the attacks of those 7 people. Whether it was Guy or his teammates, they all watched this scene with horror. They saw with their own eyes that these attacks really slashed at Asahi's body without any defense. TSK, it seems that your strength is not enough, you can't even break through my defenses. What are you fighting against me for? Also, my clothes are very expensive. Asahi directly opened his mouth and blew the smoke away. When the 7 people saw this scene, they were all horrified. The legendary 7 ninja swords, except for the Kabatawari, which were grabbed by Asahi's fingers, couldn't break Asahi's defense at all. At best, they can only destroy his clothes, and the clothes on Asahi's body were smashed and tattered by the explosion, but his body was not injured at all. Fake. It must be a dream. Why can't we cut his body? The 7 stared wide-eyed at this scene in disbelief. Impossible. My Saimata can absorb chakra. Even Rukongai cannot just rely on his flesh to resist my attack without using chakra. Compared with the others, the most frightened at this moment is undoubtedly Suikaze and Fuki. As he said, the physique of Naruto world, except for some special people, is actually very weak. The reason why it looks very strong is because of chakra. Rukongai also relies on the lightning-style chakra mode, which was called the ultimate defense, but once the defense from chakra disappeared, his defense will only be a little stronger than the average powerhouse at most. As for Tsunade, this sword can absorb chakra. Once their chakra is gone, everyone is the same. Although it can't be said that everyone is standing on the same starting line, it is close to it. But now, this trick is useless against Asahi. This also means that Asahi's physical defense is enough to defend against all ninja swords attacks. My chakra was directly absorbed by this thing. After all, I only have such a small amount of chakra. Asahi is also quite helpless about this. Even Eight Tails' chakra wasn't able to hold on after being absorbed by Tsunade several times, let alone the trashy amount Asahi has. He estimated that Tsunade is very puzzled why the absorbed chakra is too little. Asahi's chakra was taken out directly, but he still has sunshine. Everyone, you can leave this place, but before that, leave those weapons behind. Asahi's hands turned into afterimages, and after taking away their weapons at an extremely strange speed, he punched the 7 people one by one, and blew them into the air. The 7 people flew away in several directions, leaving a few huge plow marks on the ground. Seeing such a scene, Asahi couldn't help but scratched his head. He didn't expect the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist to be so weak. However, these people were not dead yet, as they all have strong physique. However, they were still seriously injured and should be almost dead. Tsunade, give me back my chakra, or I will destroy you. Asahi knocked Tsunade with his hand, and said some threatening words. Seeing this, the Chunin behind him almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. He even threatened a sword and asked it to return his chakra. Does he think that sword is alive? They were madly complaining in their hearts, but in the next second, they discovered that Tsunade really moved, and then it returned Asahi's chakra very obediently, which refreshed their 3 views. In this regard, Asahi is also amused. This sword Tsunade is famous for being a traitorous sword. It has no morals. It will follow whoever has better chakra, who is stronger, and whose chakra is more in line with his taste. This guy even betrayed Kisame when he fought against Killer By. It's just because Eight Tails' chakra is more delicious. And now, it knows how to pay attention to the situation. As Fuki has been defeated, it has no dignity to speak of, so it decisively recognizes me as his new master. Chapter 33 Dewey, it's time to show. Did I miss something? Am I really not dreaming? Guy and the others still think it's unreal. Just now, they were chased by those 7 people like bereaved dogs. But now, Asahi dealt with them so simply. They didn't even see how Asahi made his move. They only saw the 7 people slashed over with their swords, but they couldn't break Asahi's defenses, and then those people just disappeared. At this moment, Guy and the others are in a daze, but Asahi doesn't care about this. Now that his chakra has been returned, he naturally sealed all the other swords into the scroll directly. As for Tsunade, this thing seems to depend on Asahi now, and it seems to be alive, so he can't use the storage scroll to store it unless he seals it first. However, Asahi doesn't know how to use seal, so he just carried Tsunade on his back temporarily. This thing is still somewhat useful to him, of course, it's just barely. When his power exploded, this thing would be rubbish. It is estimated that he would only use it once before discarding it directly. Asahi feels that there are no weapons in this world that can withstand his full power. The weapon created from truth-seeking ball may be possible, but he can't make that stuff, so it's better to use his fists. Just when Asahi collected his loots and planned to end those 7 people, a figure with a green jumpsuit flashed from a distance. Asahi saw that this person is Guy's father, Might Nui. In the original plot, he should have met the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, and then opened the 8th gate to kill 4 of them. Guy, are you alright? After seeing his son, Dewey was overjoyed, and then he rushed to the front of Guy and the others. Dad. Why are you here? Guy looked at his father with a confused expression. He thought about Hidden Leaf Village's reinforcements coming to help them before, but Hidden Leaf Village's people didn't appear, and instead, the ones who helped them is their ally, Hidden Stone's village. As for Dewey, Guy would have never thought that his father would come here to rescue them by himself. No one else can come out, so I'm here, but isn't the enemy the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? Where are they? Dewey was a little stunned when he saw that Asahi was the only one in the scene. He came to support because someone ran back first, otherwise, he wouldn't have known that the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist had attacked his son's team. But what made him felt disdain is that after hearing that the enemy are 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, The guys in the camp gave up the rescue. Anyway, it was only a few Chunin who were chased. Those sevens are claimed to be able to defeat Kage-level expert when they are working together, so they are just delivering food if they come there. Therefore, Dewey had no choice but to come over by himself. Those 7 people have been defeated by Asahi Senpai. By the way, Asahi Senpai is from Hidden Stones Village, our ally. Guy was afraid that his father would confuse Asahi as one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist and then killed after trying to attack him, so he felt that he must make it clear quickly. Asahi? Hidden Stones Village? Ally. So. The crisis is over? Dewey's face became a little strange. This time, he came here with the determination to die. He has already opened the 6th gate at this moment, but now, Guy's words make him very speechless. After all, he was determined to die, but found that the problems had been solved. He felt his heart kind of itchy at this time. But since Asahi is an ally, there is no need for Dewey to continue to maintain the 8 gates jutsu, so he chose to stop using it directly, but after he stopped using it, the after effects came. Even in the late stage, Guy can't open the 6th gate without injury, and Dewey's physical fitness is much weaker than that of Guy in the late stage. So after closing the 6th gate, his breath becomes very sluggish and it is very difficult to stand at this moment. You must have used some kind of special secret technique just now. It is a very good secret technique to forcibly increasing your combat power, but unfortunately, the after effects are too strong and your basic strength is also weaker. However, with such a basic ability, to be able to master the secret technique to this level is indeed very amazing. To be honest, Asahi does admire these father and son. After all, how difficult is it to train 8 gates jutsu? It must be known that Lee was able to open the 5th gate in less than a year, but then, after a few years, during the 4th Shinobi World War, he was only able to open the 6th gate. The later the stage is, the more it takes time to master it, and Dewey, who usually only has gain in level strength, has spent 20 years practicing this technique to the extreme. It can be seen how terrifying his perseverance is, and for this kind of person, to be honest, if Asahi can dig them, he certainly not be polite, but it is too difficult to dig a passionate person like Dewey. If he wanted to poach him, it won't happen unless everyone in Hidden Leaf Village betrayed him, but this probability is too small, so it is almost impossible. After exchanging a few words with Dewey, Asahi found the 7 people, but at this moment, some of them are already dead, and some of the stronger ones are still alive, but they have also been eliminated by Asahi directly. Not surprisingly, there shouldn't be any new 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist in the future, unless Hidden Mist Village can create a new 7 special ninja swords, but it should be unlikely. Otherwise, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist won't be called 7, and their crowd would have long since become a group of hundreds. Is it because of the kill? These 7 people actually pushed the percentage to 10%. Asahi was a little amazed. Even if these 7 people teaming up, they would only have Kage-level strength, but maybe it was because of the kill, as the improvement was much better. It seems that killing Jonin would also increase the percentage, but it is a bit less. Thinking of this, Asahi shook his head again, thinking that it was unlikely. When he was on Hidden Cloud's village battlefield, he killed a lot of Jonin, but there was no increase in the percentage. Sure enough, the one I fight must be a talented person with outstanding strength and reputation. After almost figuring out this mechanism, Asahi is still focused on Hidden Mist Village at this moment. Now that the percentage of his power mastery has reached 10%, he is also a super expert at night. He didn't dare to say too much, but at night, even if he met Kage-level experts, he can easily kill them. After killing the 7 people, Asahi did not take away their bodies, as there was no need for him to do that. He didn't need such credit, and no one would rob him of his credit. After that, Asahi went to Hidden Leaf Village's camp with Dewey and the others, as Hidden Stones Village's camp is right next to Hidden Leaf Village's camp. After the Hidden Clouds Village's incident, Hidden Leaf Village trusted Hidden Stones Village to the extreme. How can they still doubt Hidden Stones Village? Moreover, after Hidden Stones Village arrived here, they have also helped Hidden Leaf Village relieve the pressure. To be honest, the pressure on Jiraiya's side is much greater than that on Hidden Sand Village's side. Minato and the others were there on Hidden Sand Village's side, but Jiraiya's side didn't have many strong people, which made him quite uncomfortable. Even with 2 big clans here, his side was still a little passive. Because of that, Hidden Stones Village's arrival helped him a lot. Chapter 34 deliberately expose. Although Asahi didn't take about the corpses, Guy and the others still collected all the 7 people. Asahi seemed to be too lazy to take care of everything, but they had to take care of the miscellaneous matter. After all, he has saved their lives. After that, everyone rushed back to the Hidden Leaf Village's camp. When everyone learned that all 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist had died, and they were killed by the legendary Asahi, Hidden Stones Village's current #1 expert, they were shocked. Asahi's name has spread throughout the entire Shinobi world. After all, he conquered a village by himself. In history, only Hashirama and Madara had done such a thing. As for the others, when they are facing the siege of a shinobi army, they would either ran away or died after besieged. Asahi's arrival was soon spread to the ears of the big clans in Hidden Leaf Village's camp. All the important characters in the camp came out. As mentioned before, Asahi is almost certain to become the next Sushi Kage, coupled with his tyrannical strength, and Hidden Stones Village is also an ally. It is natural for them to come and get acquainted with him. Asahi. Dano, welcome to our Hidden Leaf Village's camp. Not long after he arrived, Asahi saw Jiraiya and the other higher-ups in the camp, but when Jiraiya called Asahi, his face became a little weird. No wonder his expression is like that. After all, Asahi is really weird. Although Hidden Leaf Village can't find information about Asahi's abilities, they could still find about his general information. But after finding out, they were collectively stunned, because Asahi is only a little over 10 years old, almost 11 years old, but how did he have such terrifying strength at this age? Is Kakashi a genius? He's talented enough to graduate at 5, become Chunin at 6, and become Jonin at 12. This record basically crushed all the records in the entire Shinobi world, but what about Asahi? He was still less than 11 years old when he killed Lord Third Raikage, and Hidden Clouds Village didn't dare to speak up against him. They were so scared by him that they could only surrender and return to their village in despair. Now, he has even killed Hidden Mist Village's 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. In short, Jiraiya's eyes are full of doubt. After all, at this moment, Asahi is 2 meters tall and he is in an explosive state, so he is much taller than Jiraiya, and looks like a little giant. Jiraiya complained silently in his heart, is this guy really 10 years old? What did he eat to grow up so big like that? Asahi is considered his junior, so when he calls Asahi just now, it feels a little weird. You're welcome, Uncle Jiraiya, it's okay to call you that way, right? Asahi grinned. With his current age, it was indeed not a problem for him to call Jiraiya, but it made Jiraiya stunned for a while, but Jiraiya soon came back to his senses. Of course they're no problem, then I will call you Asahi, after all, your age. Jiraiya said that. After pondering for a while, he couldn't make out a reason, and simply gave up. It is unbelievable that a 10 years old can grow up to be so big like this. It's not an intelligence error, right? At this moment, Hyuga Hisashi couldn't help but say such a sentence. After all, it was indeed a little too weird. Hisashi, don't talk about others behind their back, it's not good if it's heard. After all, we are allies now. Hisashi Hyuga also wanted to complain, but as the clan head of a big clan, he couldn't complain, so he could only hold back. If even he was puzzled, of course the others were also puzzled. Go inside the camp first, this is never a place to talk. Jiraiya invited Asahi to talk in the tent, but Asahi's height suddenly dropped a bit at this time. Asahi was on the road in the afternoon, so it was already past noon when he met the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Right now, his strength is at the weakening stage, but as his size has shrunken a bit, everyone who saw this was confused. It seems that we can't talk this time, so, can you tell me the direction of Hidden Stones Village's camp? Asahi glanced at the sky. It was getting late now, and the sun had already slanted west and it would soon set, so his strength had reached its weakest stage. It's just north, but you. Jiraiya wanted to inquire about Asahi's situation, but suddenly remembered that Asahi is not from his village, so he decided to shut up immediately. Thank you, then let's talk again when we have a chance next time. After Asahi finished speaking, he jumped into the sky directly and disappeared from everyone's sight. Is it some kind of KK Genkai? Or is it a secret technique? Otherwise, how could he change so much in such a short amount of time? At this moment, Jiraiya is constantly thinking about Asahi's situation in his heart, as it is a bit too weird. Go and get all the information about Asahi from the start of the war to the present. After Jiraiya said that, he left. He planned to investigate Asahi's secrets. In fact, Asahi didn't think it was a big deal for them to discover his secrets. His secrets weren't hidden very much. Most people at Hidden Stones Village already knew that Asahi will become a tall and handsome man during the day, and he will return to his previous appearance at night. Most people think that this was caused by the activation of Asahi's KK Genkai when he is fighting. But a small group of people who are interested will be able to guess Asahi's specific situation. For example, his KK Genkai is related to time. After all, this world will never lack the kind of people who wanted to investigate the truth. And after everyone knew about his condition, Asahi would even deliberately expose his weakness in front of the enemy. Hidden Leaf Village is just a temporary ally, and would become Asahi's enemy sooner or later. Because of that, Asahi came here this time to deliberately expose his weakness. He also exposed them because he needs strong people to help him improve. Although he is not invincible at night, it is not much different from invincible, so the purpose he deliberately exposed his weakness in front of Jiraiya and others this time, is to let these people deliver themselves to him in the future. Without hostility, he won't improve even if he defeats someone, and it was the same for those who retreat without a fight, so he did such thing. Otherwise, he could just ask directly about the way to Hidden Stone's village's camp from Guy, and there is no need to expose his own weakness in front of Hidden Leaf Village. It will be said once again, Asahi cherishes his life much, and he does everything with purpose. After leaving Hidden Leaf Village's camp, Asahi came to the Hidden Stones Village's camp before his power was exhausted. He did not use his power during the night, as this is his hidden trump card. When the others determined that he didn't have powerful combat power at night, and Asahi suddenly activated his night power, that would definitely be a surprise among surprises. Therefore, Jinying does not intend to use this power now. On the Jiraiya side, he has already obtained a lot of Asahi's information, and then his analysis journey started. Chapter 35 Jiraiya, I seem to have discovered some incredible secrets after Hidden Leaf Village's continuous investigation. Almost all of Asahi's basic information has been known, but no one has cared about it before. They only felt that Asahi was special, so he was cultivated by Onoki alone to become a super strong existence. But this time, Jiraiya, who saw Asahi weakening in front of him, learned about Asahi's information from beginning to end again, and in the end, he did find some clues. When he was young, the outbreak seemed to be uncontrollable, and when fighting with Rukongai and the others, his strength seemed to be slowly increasing. Such thing has happened twice in a row. So, it's possible that his KK Genkai is about time. A realization appeared inside Jiraiya's brain, but the information was still too little, and he needed more, so he sent people to go to Hidden Stone's village with various reasons these days, for example, to discuss the battle plan, bringing some things to give condolences to the casualties of the war and so on. In short, he just finds any reason so that he can send people there. It's not that Jiraiya is petty, but he must find out Asahi's weaknesses. Jiraiya is actually very smart, regardless of whether he is an ally or not. Jiraiya knows that the least valuable thing is a covenant. Didn't their village and Hidden Sand Village also have a covenant before? However, someone killed Lord Third Kusagakure, and Hidden Sand Village blamed it on Hidden Leaf Village without any evidence. They destroyed the covenant and started the war. Jiraiya knows very well that in the face of interests, that kind of thing is not much different from a piece of waste paper. Even the people in his own village cannot be completely trusted, let alone the other villages, so he must figure out Hidden Stone's village's situation. After reading various sets of information for a period of time, Jiraiya obtained several key pieces of information, that is, Asahi will become a normal person at night, not much different from a normal 10-years-old kid. But in the morning, Asahi's body will change. After 9 o'clock, Asahi will often disappear, and then reappear at 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. This situation makes Jiraiya feel that something is very strange. However, when Asahi left in the morning, he moved too fast, so Jiraiya couldn't keep up with him at all. However, even if Jiraiya couldn't keep up with him, he could still determine the direction of where the other party went to, and then he sent someone to investigate. In the end, he got more important information. During the day, Asahi will explode with terrifying power when he arrives at his destination. Even the expert of Hyuga clan hidden in the distance will be terrified when they tried to get closer, but this power will have disappeared after noon, and it was like this for several days in a row, and they would continue to approach and explore Asahi's previous location after he left. As a result, they discovered that Asahi's previous location had become a piece of scorched earth. Even at night, the ultra-high temperature had not completely dissipated, as if the flames were constantly burning the earth. Based on the information in hand and the information he collected, Jiraiya concluded a rule, that is, Asahi's power changes with time. From morning to noon, he will become stronger, and from noon to evening he will become weaker as time passed. Although he doesn't know if Asahi really has no combat power at night, but Jiraiya can be sure that Asahi must be in the weakest state at that time. It turns out that there is such a strange KK Genkai in this world. That guy Onoki really hides it tightly. No wonder no spy can bring back useful information in the past. If this is the case, when it is daytime, no matter who comes, they will all die miserably. Jiraiya realized it, no wonder the people who were sent to investigate never returned. So this is the true reason. What else can they do besides deliver food to Hidden Stone's village? Jiraiya feels that he has discovered the big secret, and Asahi is also a bit amused. With his improved strength, his perception is very strong. Even White Zetsu can't hide from him, let alone a member of the Hyuga clan. So he knew all about Jiraiya's careful thoughts. However, He is very satisfied with Jiraiya's action. Right now, he just needs Jiraiya to send the information back to the village. As long as Jiraiya sends the information back, Hiruzen will know it, and Denzo will naturally know it too. Denzo is not a kind person. He can't even remove the people he felt dangerous from Hidden Leaf Village, let alone Hidden Stones Village. Hidden Stones Village has grown a bit powerful now, and Asahi is a powerful guy, so Denzo will definitely do something. He indeed needs Anoki's help, but this is not really necessary, so Denzo will not let Asahi go. In this way, Asahi will have a steady stream of experience packages delivered to his door, but the only pity is that what he needs are the famous ones, otherwise, no matter how many comes, they will all be useless. Just as Asahi thought, after investigating these information and getting this conjecture, Jiraiya verified it again for a while, and then he found that this was indeed similar to what he thought. The more he thought about it, the more reasonable he felt it is, so Jiraiya quickly passed back the information to Hidden Leaf Village. Ha ha ha, that kid Jiraiya did a good job. He actually discovered the biggest secret of that Asahi. If he really doesn't have much combat power at night, it would be much easier to deal with him. After Hiruzen got this information, he was overjoyed. When Asahi defeated Hidden Clouds Village before, Hiruzen started to have a headache. With such a super talent in Hidden Stones Village, how can their Hidden Leaf Village continue to exist? He is afraid that they need to bow down to Hidden Stones Village in the future, so he has been thinking about finding a way to kill Asahi. But there was no clue at all. Even Lord Third Raikage was killed and one of the 6 paths sacred treasures was destroyed. He really couldn't find a way, but Jiraiya gave him hope again. After that, Hiruzen sent this information to Denzo. After all, he is not suitable to do this kind of sneaky thing. It is better to let Denzo take care of it. Anyway, Denzo is responsible for this kind of thing. After receiving this information, although Denzo felt very disdainful towards Hiruzen, he still showed a dark smile. Send this news out, remember, I want the whole Shinobi world to know about it. Denzo is not a fool. Asahi still has a lot of enemies, such as Hidden Clouds Village, as well as Hidden Mist Village and Hidden Sand Village who hate Hidden Stones Village the most now. He doesn't need to do it himself, and just needs to spread the news and watch the show from behind the scenes. Hidden Clouds Village has already been defeated, and Hidden Sand Village is following soon. At this time, he thinks it is suitable to weaken Hidden Stones Village's combat power is weakened, as Denzo thinks that Hidden Leaf Village will always be the final winner. As for the other villages, they can just go to hell. Chapter 36 Being sold and then help to count the money with Denzo's help. The news spread throughout the Shinobi world, and Madara, who also got the news, was even more disdainful towards Asahi. Originally, he thought Asahi was nothing special, and now he knows that Asahi is a weak chicken at night, he is even more dismissive. At this moment, Hidden Clouds Village's higher-ups convened a meeting as soon as they got the news. Has already been regarded as the Lord Fourth Raikage, and no one refuted it. After all, he inherited his father's business and has the ability, and Hidden Clouds Village's cohesion is also very strong. Brother, is the source of this news reliable? You have also seen the strength of that monster. If the news is false, when we meet him again, it will be difficult to end it. Killer Bee said hesitantly. If the news was right, it would be nice as they could kill Asahi, but what if the news is wrong? At that time, it is unknown how Hidden Clouds Village would end. In the Shinobi World War this time, they are the first to lose. The Land of Lightning's daimyo was also very disappointed with Hidden Clouds Village and directly reduced the funding. They all had to tighten their belts to continue a life. Their situation is very miserable. Don't worry, I don't know the source of this news, nor do I know whether it's true or false, but I know that someone will help us to test it. Right now, Hidden Mist Village's 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist have been annihilated by that monster. How can Hidden Mist Village let that monster alone? Hidden Mist Village will definitely try to do something against him. At that time, we just need to watch and let Hidden Mist Village help us find out the truth of this news. Is not an idiot. If Asahi really has such a weakness, then the whole Hidden Stones Village's people will spare no effort to protect Asahi's life at night. So if Hidden Mist Village wants to take Asahi in one fell swoop, it won't be a simple thing to do, and now that this news has spread everywhere, Hidden Stones Village will definitely be on guard if this is true. After Hidden Mist Village tested the water, their Hidden Clouds Village would act again. At most, they couldn't pay back the hatred. Anyway, they would not suffer. After a finished speaking, Killer Bee and the others also nodded. Right now, it is enough for them to wait and see, and they don't need to worry about other things. On the other side, both Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Mist Village also got the news, and they were pleasantly surprised. Asahi's appearance was like a mudslide, ravaging everywhere. They originally couldn't take on Hidden Leaf Village, but now, they were suppressed even more miserably. So, If they can get rid of Asahi, the pressure will be much less than now. Even if they lose, they won't lose too badly, but Hidden Sand Village has no power to target Asahi, so only Hidden Mist Village could take action. And if these 3 villages knew the news, Onoki naturally knew about it too. How on earth did that kid's secrets be exposed? Onoki's forehead was filled with cold sweat. What he was most afraid of was happening at this moment. Although Asahi said at the beginning, he would protect the village during the day and the village would protect him at night, but in case of an accident, wouldn't everything be gone? Therefore, he panicked. The panicked Onoki immediately used the summoned beast to send a message to the battlefield, and asked Kaguya to be the one responsible for protecting Asahi. He was wondering at this moment, whether he should go out or not. After all, there is still Tsunade in the village, and Tsunade is learning and improving rapidly, and she has become more and more handy in controlling a village. To be honest, Onoki believes that if Tsunade was Hidden Stone's village's people from the beginning, he would not hesitate to give Tsunade the Sushi Kage's position, but in the end, Tsunade has just joined their village halfway, so it was already very good to let Tsunade enter high-level position. How could it be possible to give this position to a newcomer? However, after seeing Asahi's reply, Onoki couldn't help but be blinded, because Asahi's reply was clearly written on it. He did it on purpose, and he had already mastered a small part of his power at night, so even if it was only a small amount of power, it is not something that everyone can handle. That brat, he secretly mastered his power without telling me, what a little bastard. When he saw this news, Onoki was relieved. Although he didn't know what Asahi planned to do, he completely trusted Asahi. After all, Asahi was more terrifying than him when it came to planning. At the same time, Asahi, who was far away on Hidden Mist Village battlefield, couldn't help but smile when he saw the message from Onoki. As expected, I did not misunderstand Hidden Leaf Village. When it comes to things in the dark, Hidden Leaf Village is still the first class among the first class. Now, I just need to wait for the experience package to be delivered. After burning the letter in his hand, Asahi simply went to rest. In fact, he took the initiative to expose this weakness is mainly to target Hidden Leaf Village. Now that they're allied with Hidden Leaf Village, what he needs is Hidden Leaf Village to attack him. As for Hidden Clouds Village, Hidden Mist Village and the others, he can just attack them himself. Anyway, things are going according to his expectations, so it's not a problem. Of course, there is also Jiraiya who knows about this matter. At this moment, Jiraiya is full of awkwardness. He has found out the news by himself, and he is sure that he should be the first to find out this secret. But why did it spread everywhere in a blink of an eye? I didn't remember that I have ever give this information to other people. In the end, Jiraiya could only look into the village. Jiraiya was indeed trying to guard against Asahi, that's why he tried to find this secret, but they are still allies now. And with Jiraiya's character, he will not take the initiative to betray anyone unless they betray him first. Now that Asahi's news was leaked, it made him very uncomfortable. He felt that he had betrayed his allies first, but he couldn't admit it, otherwise, Hidden Stone's village would go to war with Hidden Lee Village directly. So he is kind of depressed right now. Of course, he doesn't know about Tsunade, otherwise, he will be even more depressed. In fact, Asahi plans to quickly end the matter of Hidden Mist Village, showing that he is very anxious, so that people believe that his secret has really been exposed, and then after taking care of Hidden Mist Village, he plans to go directly to Hidden Sand Village battlefield. He also intends to dig Orochimaru, as Orochimaru is also a key point. Asahi knew that digging Orochimaru is definitely easier than digging anyone else. Orochimaru pursues eternal life and knowledge research. Although Asahi doesn't have the explanations for specific things like that in his mind, but there is still a general direction, which is enough to recruit Orochimaru. Therefore, Asahi has asked Kaguya to inform Jiraiya that he is ready to launch a total attack on Hidden Mist Village's army, and plan to directly take them down. After learning about Hidden Stone's village's decision, Jiraiya felt even more guilty. He wouldn't have expected that he had been used by Asahi, but he still felt guilty now. Jiraiya's performance is typical of being sold and then helped to count the money. After being used by Asahi, he still felt sorry towards Asahi. Chapter 37 Asahi is anxious. In fact, even if Asahi asked Kaguya to notify Hidden Leaf Village, it was just a notice. At dawn, Asahi went directly to Hidden Mist Village alone and didn't bring people with him. After all, they are of no use at all during the war against Hidden Clouds Village, except for shouting 666 at the back. Because of that, Asahi didn't bring anyone this time, and rushed to Hidden Mist Village's camp alone. Huh? Is there an extra sun in the sky? At Hidden Mist Village's camp, after Asahi came over, a shinobi found that there seemed to be an extra sun in the sky. No, it's the enemy, it's Hidden Stone's Village's Asahi. Another shinobi was taken aback when he saw this scene, and immediately sounded the alarm. The entire Hidden Mist Village's camp was alarmed, And when Asahi, who is in the sky, saw this scene, he immediately threw the sun down from the sky. Water style, Great Waterfall Jutsu. After seeing this scene, some hidden mist villages joined and couldn't just sit still. Asahi's techniques are already well known to everyone, but they felt that they actually had some advantages. After all, if the amount of flame and water are similar, it is definitely the flame that suffers. But Asahi's flame is not just a simple flame. After the little sun fell and was blocked by the water made by the Great Waterfall Jutsu, it suddenly exploded, and the water fell on the whole hidden mist village's camp and turned into a storm. This guy actually came directly to the door. Is he really in a hurry? Then, the news must be true. Right now, Lord 4th Mizukage, Yagura is also there. In order to be able to contend against Hidden Leaf Village in a head-on war, he didn't care about his own face. Just like Hidden Sand Village's Lord 4th Kazekage, Raza, who participated in the war from the very beginning. However, the enemy is too abnormal. Even if they have many strong Kage-level experts, they can't handle Jiraiya's Sage Mode. Although Jiraiya can't use Mount Miyabaku's power to fight the war, he can still use Sage Mode himself. As long as the toad protects him, he can take some time to enter Sage Mode, and he does not need to stay in place to enter Sage Mode with the toad, as he can just ride them to run around. And the most irritating thing is that this guy can make hand seals with his feet. So others have no way to take him down, and once he enters Sage Mode, even if the power of the tailed beast in Yagura erupts, he is still not Jiraiya's opponent. Moreover, there are also Uchiha, Hyuga and Hidden Leaf Village's other clans supporting him, so they still can't contend against Hidden Leaf Village. Now that Asahi came directly, it made Yagura almost 80% sure that Asahi would indeed become weaker at night, so now Asahi is anxious and attack Hidden Mist Village's camp directly, thinking to end this war early. Listen well everyone, we are good at water style, so just restrain him. As long we can hold on against him, it is enough if we can hold him here until the night. Yagura has not experienced Asahi's horror. He feels that with all water style shinobi here, they can fight Asahi like a firefighter fighting against the fire, so he wants to delay for time. Yagura didn't believe that he could not delay until the night with tens of thousands of people here. Hold me here? You are really amusing and confident. If you think you can, then just try it out. One after another, the small suns kept dropping, triggering terrifying explosions again, and the chakra of these shinobi were reduced because of the continuous use of water style, but Asahi's power was indeed constantly increasing. One person can hold tens of thousands and they can only defense passively, which showed what Asahi's perverted combat power can do. Asahi kept throwing big moves. And soon, Jiraiya, Konga and the others arrived. Seeing Asahi's terrifying attacks that almost overwhelmed his opponents, Jiraiya couldn't help but take a deep breath. His strength is so terrifying. With the passage of time, Asahi's attack speed and attack power became stronger and stronger. Soon, the small sun in Asahi's hands turned into big sun. After seeing this scene, Konga and others decisively ran away. After all, Asahi used this technique to blow up Lord 3rd Raikage for half his life directly. Because of that, they didn't dare to stay here any longer. With the fall of the big sun, Hidden Mist Village's water curtain defense finally collapsed directly. This force was too huge and powerful. All of them used water style to resist Asahi's attack in batches, but it was useless. At this moment, Asahi, whose attack power soared, directly destroyed the defense of the tens of thousands of people. Not good, water style, Three Tails Waterfall. Yagura directly entered complete tailed beast mode, and a huge amount of chakra controlled the water flow directly to fill the gap, blocking the flames and explosions from outside again, and the other Hidden Mist Villages shinobi quickly used their water style too after they came back to their senses, no daring to let Asahi's attack fall. Yagura-sama, as still a long time before noon. If we continue this way, we won't be able to hold it until dark and we will be killed by him. Mizukage's assistant said with a horrified expression. He never expected that even after they looked at Asahi with high enough regard, he found that they still underestimated him too much. The water style of tens of thousands of people could not withstand the other party's attack at all. This is tens of thousands of people, all of them are shinobi, it's too exaggerated. When facing Hidden Cloud's village, although Asahi looked terrifying, he did not directly fight against tens of thousands of people. Instead, he conquered Hidden Cloud's village by defeating their experts. But now, one person suppresses tens of thousands at once. What kind of unbelievable scene is this? Can Hidden Mist Village really hold on? Jiraiya, who had retreated to a certain distance, was even more horrified when he saw this. He found that Asahi's energy was almost endless, as he kept throwing big moves like this. He couldn't handle such consumption even with Sage Mode, but Asahi managed to do this easily. It's like this kind of move didn't cost him anything. No matter what, even if we can't hold it now, We must hold on. Tell others that they don't need to save for the military ration pills, eat as much as they want, and restore their chakra as soon as possible. I don't believe that an entire shinobi village can't stop this monster. Yagura, who has already transformed into Three Tails, feels that Asahi cannot continue to grow stronger no matter how awesome he is. He knew that it's just a guess when it is said that he grows stronger over time. After all, how could such a thing make sense? But Asahi is just this unreasonable. In the next second, two big suns fell, and this time, even if Three Tails joined, their defense was directly destroyed. As expected of tens of thousands of people, you managed to drag me for so long. It is even more difficult than fighting against Lord Third Raikage. Asahi's height has already exceeded 3 meters at this time, and his body is burning with golden flames, which made him looks like a flame demon. The defense of these guys is indeed strong enough. Without using two big suns at once, it will take some time before I can completely break their defense. Chapter 38 Hidden Mist Village Surrender Cough Cough. Damn monster, he shattered the defense of tens of thousands of people. Yagura has already left the complete tailed beast mode. Of course, it was not he took the initiative to stop using it, but Three Tails was too cowardly. It can't be helped, facing Asahi at this moment, the strength gap is too big, and Three Tails has been beaten that he is scared to even come out. Yagura and the others were also injured. These two big suns not only pierced their defenses, but also wiped out the weakest thousands of people, and none of the others were intact, as all of them have many wounds on their bodies. Yagura, die or surrender, choose one. Asahi has already landed in front of Yagura at this moment. Yagura is now facing this demon-like existence. The flames on Asahi's body has high temperature, and a terrifying aura coming from Asahi gave him a feeling of suffocation, let alone it's still some time before noon now. Yagura suddenly felt that his behavior was a little ridiculous, as they couldn't even hold on until near noon. He even wanted to delay until noon. What a ridiculous idea, let alone noon. Asahi could already kill them all now. Okay. I choose to surrender. Our hidden mist village surrendered. In the end, Yagura can only make this decision, otherwise, he has no doubt that all hidden mist villages people here will die. Once these people here die, the entire hidden mist village will be crippled. They won't be able to even compare to the small villages, let alone the other great shinobi villages. He knew that by that time, the entire hidden mist village will be eaten up by the other villages, and there will be no more hidden mist village in the world. It's good that you understand in time. After Asahi squinted his eyes, his feet moved, and his whole figure disappeared into the sky. Now, he needs to find a place to put out the fire. After all, he used a lot of power this time, but it was still much better than when he dealt with Lord Third Raikage, because he can now control 10% of his strength. Moreover, after defeating the entire hidden mist village, his mastery has improved by a lot. In fact, Asahi had several ideas for leaving Yagura alive. First, he wanted to see if Yagura would dare to gamble and attack him at night, and the second was to keep his experience's source. Now, it depends on whether Yagura dare to gamble or not. At this moment, the power that Asahi can control has reached 20%. This is because he fought against the entire hidden mist village's army all by himself. Asahi felt a little depressed at this moment. If I knew this before, I would have beaten all Hidden Clouds village's people to the ground. With that, I will not only get the experience provided by a few Kage-level experts. However, 20% is already enough for him to use. Just Hidden Mist Village alone has given me 10%. If I fight against Hidden Leaf Village from beginning to the end, I will get at least 20 to 30%, right? Asahi now has an urge to fight with Hidden Leaf Village, but after thinking about it, he chose to discard such thought. He felt it's not worth it. Couldn't he just use the other villages to give him more experience? Even if he doesn't get as much as 10% for the second time, it will definitely still a lot. Moreover, there is still much time left, so he doesn't panic at all. Right now, what he needed for is the future, as the enemy will be troublesome to deal with. Not killing these people will give him enough experience, and there's no need to fear being defeated by them. Once his mastery of Sunshine reached 100%, and new power comes in, that will be the real invincibility. Of course, Asahi actually has an idea. Since Sky, who opened the 8th gate, can use his ultimate move to distort the space, then what about his full power? When he used Divine Spear before, he seemed to see that the space was distorted by him, which meant that the space of this world was not very strong. If he fully grasped this power, he might be able to break the space open with his own strength. Reaching the pinnacle of using force to break the space, if he can really do this step, he will not be afraid of Monomonica and other space-type ninjutsu, and he will able to fight everyone head-on. He even doesn't take the truth-seeking ball seriously, as what he's most afraid of is the others trap him to death with spatial technique. Those kinds of technique are very troublesome, and the Amanomanica won't even need the user to touch the target. Just by standing within a certain range, they can teleport the target immediately. This is the most troublesome point. In this way, Asahi is thinking constantly, and noon soon passed. In the afternoon, Asahi went back to the camp. What he did made almost everyone sure that he, Asahi, really didn't have much fighting power at night, so this time, he was anxious. Because his weaknesses were exposed, he was very anxious to win this war to prevent accidents. Coupled with the supplements from the brains of these people, this created illusion was directly pushed to the peak. At night, Asahi found out that Yagura didn't send anyone over. It seemed that because he very ruthless during the day, it caused the other party shrunk back. It is estimated that if no one else fanned the flames, Yagura would not dare to do anything to him at night. Asahi just sighed and could only wait. He didn't believe that Hidden Cloud's village's people could hold it back for long. After all, he killed the current Raikage's father. The hatred of killing his father is undeniable. So he just need to wait for Hidden Cloud's village to exert their strength. At that time, other people will come and follow them directly. Asahi can just fight everyone that come to his door by himself, but this will inevitably lead to nowhere, which is not conducive to his later stage, so the best way is to let the others take the initiative to provoke him, and then he can exert his strength to get the other party. Hidden Mist Village has now surrendered. So at night, Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Stones Village held a banquet together, but even though it was a banquet, the higher-ups on both sides still had some precautions. During the banquet, Asahi was eyeing Fugaku. If he wanted to dig the Uchiha clan, he could only start from Fugaku, and only he was worthy in Asahi's eyes. As for the other Uchiha clan's people, to be honest, he didn't care about them at all. He still doesn't know what Itachi's current situation is, whether he has already been led astray by Shisui or not, and how old they are, so Fugaku is his target. He quietly stuffed a small note to Fugaku. After all, there were so many people here, so he didn't dare to talk to Fugaku directly. He just stuffed a small note and asked Fugaku to come out to have a chat at night. The banquet didn't last long, mainly because the higher-ups of both sides watched each other's people with some precautions, so the people on both sides soon dispersed. When it was in the middle of the quiet night, a figure quietly came out of the Hidden Leaf Village's camp, and then disappeared into the night. This person is Fugaku, but he is not the real Fugaku, but just Fugaku's shadow clone. The shadow clone can pass what the clone has experienced back to his main body, so using shadow clone is the safest. At this moment, Fugaku is not calm at all, and it is because of the note Asahi gave him. Chapter 39 Digging the Uchiha Clan. Ducks After Fugaku returned to his camp, he opened a small note, and the content on the note was not much, only a little was written, but this little content made Fugaku flustered. As the above briefly described the conflict between the Uchiha clan and Hidden Leaf Village, and a little bit of information about Mangekyo. Fugaku had already awakened his Mangekyo, but it was only awakened during this war, so only a few of his confidants knew that he had awakened the Mangekyo. So when this issue was mentioned, Fugaku panicked. Once Hidden Leaf Village knows this secret, Hidden Leaf Village will definitely take action against his clan. They will not let another powerful figure appear in Uchiha clan. This is Hidden Leaf Village's style. It can be said that in the eyes of Hidden Leaf Village's higher-ups, the Uchiha clan is sure to die. So after night fell, Fugaku let his shadow clone leave. Anyway, part of the patrol members in the camp are from their Uchiha clan, so it was easy to leave, and he also knew where the dead spots were. Soon, Fugaku, shadow clone, came to the agreed place. At this time, Konga and Asahi had been waiting here for a long time. Asahi wanted to come by alone, but Konga was worried that someone would attack him, so he came along. Huh? It turned out to be a shadow clone. It seems that Fugaku Uchiha is not stupid. After Konga saw Fugaku Uchiha, he knew he was just a shadow clone. After all, he was still a Kage-level powerhouse no matter what. What exactly do you Hidden Stones Village's Shinobi want to do? Also, what do you know? Although Fugaku was a little flustered, he can only talk honestly now. It looks like you're a little flustered, clan head Fugaku, but there's no need to panic. It's actually a good thing for you to meet us this time. You should be very clear about your position in Hidden Leaf Village, especially now that you have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Once Hidden Leaf Village knows about it, your Uchiha clan will be disposed. Asahi said with a smile, as if he was a fox, while Fugaku's face became more and more ugly. What the hell do you want to do? Fugaku glared at Asahi fiercely. He couldn't figure out how his secrets were leaked. Could it be my confidence? But it is impossible. It's very simple. Hidden Leaf Village can't tolerate your Uchiha clan, but our Hidden Stones Village can. Our Hidden Stones Village welcome talents, so you should understand what we plan to do. It's impossible. It's impossible for the Uchiha clan to leave Hidden Leaf Village. Fugaku couldn't help but sucked in cold breath after hearing Asahi's words. He even thought about poaching our Uchiha clan. To be honest, he was very interested, but he still didn't know the specific situation of the other party. After all, what if the other party intends to kill them? When the time comes, the Uchiha clan will not only bear the name of traitors, but will also be wiped out all at once, which is worse than staying in Hidden Leaf Village. You don't need to be so guarded, clan head Fugaku. I know your Uchiha clan very well, more than you. I also know what Hidden Leaf Village intends to do against you. Whether it is Denzo or Hiruzen, they will not let you guys go. Since Senju Tobirama, because of his hatred of Madara Uchiha, the Uchiha clan has been madly suppressed. As the clan head, you are also very clear and helpless, right? Hidden Leaf Village pushed the Uchiha clan to the edge of the village and separated you from the others. In addition, they gave your Uchiha clan a position as security team. In your Uchiha clan, I only look up at a few people, one of them is you. You are a little sensible, unlike the others, those guys still rely on the halo of your ancestors, but they didn't know that they were pushing themselves into the abyss step by step. As the clan head, you must be very tired. I also don't expect to convince you directly. I will give you a way to contact us. If there's no surprise, in a few years at most, Hidden Leaf Village's people will take action against your Uchiha clan, and wipe out your Uchiha clan. At that time, you can ask our Hidden Stones Village for help, and the door of our Hidden Stones Village will always be open to you. You are here tonight as a shadow clone, so I will send someone to give it to you later. You are a smart person, so you must know what to do later. I don't need to say anything, right? Asahi said a lot, but his meaning is also very clear. He does not need the current Uchiha clan. If you are guarded against me, it's okay, I don't care. But if you wait until you have to come and beg me, then you will have no initiative at all. By the way, I almost forgot to tell you something. For your Uchiha clan, I only like rational people. As for the kind of arrogant, proudful, old-fashioned, and brain-disabled guys, I don't need it. You'd better confirm this part after you go back. I only accept rational people, and I don't need mad dogs in our village. Also, you'd better keep your son and Shizue Uchiha from getting too close. Shizue Uchiha is different from the other Uchiha, so you better be careful. Don't let your son be brainwashed. That's all, you can go back now. After Asahi left the last two sentences, he left with Konga, while Fugaku's face was constantly changing, and he finally turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. At this moment, Fugaku, who was lying in his tent with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. What a strong persuasive power, as well as the control of the situation, as if all of things are within his grasps. If that day really comes, maybe I can only make that choice. After Fugaku digested the information brought back by the shadow clone, his face changed several times, and then he smiled helplessly. Few people in his clan could see his status clearly, but an outsider actually analyzed the situation so clearly, which is a bit too incredible. But he is indeed moved. At this moment, Fugaku has made a decision, and now, it depends on Hidden Leaf Village's choice. If Hidden Leaf Village really intends to annihilate them, or the Uchiha clan is really hopeless, he will choose the ones that can still be saved. As for his son, he couldn't help but feel anxious when he thought of this. He knows who Shizue is. He is close to Hidden Leaf Village's faction. So if you really let this guy brainwash his son, he might cause a mess, so Fugaku felt that he had to take care of this matter immediately. Chapter 40 The Surging Shinobi World. Are we going to ignore the Hueco clan? On the way, Konga looked at Asahi and asked. What happened to the Senju clan proves Asahi's ability, and he estimated that the Uchiha clan would come under their wings later, but what about the Hueco clan? The Hueco clan is more troublesome. It's not time yet. I need to the village to finish study the caged bird for me first, and then I will conduct some experiments. If my experiment works, then there will be bargaining chips at that time. And the time has not yet come. Asahi shook his head. Before. In front of Konga, he said a lot of secret things, like Fugaku's Mangekyo, but he didn't care, and Konga was also very smart, so he would not ask, and left everything to Asahi. Right now, Asahi represents the entire Hidden Stones village, and even Onoki, Konga and the others are supporting him from behind. The entire Hidden Stones village revolves around Asahi, so Konga will not ask about these things. As for the Hueco clan, one of the reasons is that the method to remove the caged bird has not been obtained yet, and the other reason is that Asahi is waiting for an opportunity. When Hidden Cloud's village kidnapped Hinata, that will be the time to dig them. Coupled with the method to remove the caged bird, Asahi is almost 100% sure that he can dig the Hueco clan. He also didn't need too many people from the Hueco clan. Once he helped the people in the branch house to remove their caged bird, The other party will treat him as their savior, and he would get them all without much trouble. As for the people from the main house, he only needs Hayashi, and the others can just go away. He doesn't need those arrogant and very uncontrollable guys to exist. Of course, maybe he can just give them caged bird to control them. After chatting with Konga for a while, Asahi went to rest. It was basically certain that Hidden Leaf Village's 3 great clans would be poached, and Asahi was almost done with what he had to do. Then it's the other people's turn next. People like Orochimaru are also one of the targets. As for Jiraiya, he will definitely not be able to dig him, unless Hiruzen is dead and Denzo is the one controlling Hidden Leaf Village. In that case, he can dig Jiraiya, but before Hiruzen is dead, Jiraiya and the father-son, Guy and Yui are hard-hearted Hidden Leaf Village's diehard, the existences that cannot be persuaded at all. The night passed quickly. Because Fugaku figured out these things, he couldn't fall asleep and suffered from insomnia all night, while Asahi was sleeping soundly, without care of everything. Now that Hidden Mist Village has been defeated, Asahi handed over the negotiation to Jiraiya and the others. After all, the main battlefield is theirs, but Hidden Stones Village has exerted such a great effort this time, so the resources must be given to Hidden Stones Village too. In order to prevent Hidden Sand Village from being taken down by Hidden Leaf Village so quickly, Asahi asked Konga to take their men directly to Hidden Sand Village battlefield. Hidden Sand Village is too weak, and Asahi has no doubt that they will be taken down soon, so he must race against time. There are 2 reasons for this. One is that these guys are experience packs, and the other is that he has to dig Orochimaru. If they are defeated directly, then he can only wait for other opportunities in the future. So Hidden Stones Village's large army moved in the direction of Hidden Sand Village. Asahi didn't worry that Hidden Sand Village would surrender directly. They won't do that. They probably would go to find other shinobi villages to deal with Asahi. After all, Asahi is now the key point to victory or defeat. The defeated Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Mist Village were not hurt very badly. So once Asahi is taken down, they will still have a chance of comeback. Asahi feels that with Raza's personality, he should not be directly affected and surrender in fear. And the news of him defeating Hidden Mist Village's army soon spread to the entire shinobi world. In this world, intelligence is always faster than people. The day after the information about his weakness came out, he attacked Hidden Mist Village's army directly. From the looks of it, at least most of this is true. Even if he doesn't completely lose his combat power at night, he wouldn't be too strong. Send people to Hidden Mist Village, get some support from Hidden Mist Village, and ask them to send all their powerhouses. And also, contact Hidden Sand Village and ask them to resist as long as they can. No matter what, as long as we arrive in time, we will join forces to kill that monster Asahi, then everything will be reversed. After a look at the information on his desk, he immediately sent people to contact the 2 parties, planning to join forces with them to target and kill Asahi. At that time, the 3 of them would be the final winners. Before their defeat, Hidden Clouds Village had some connections with Hidden Mist Village and Hidden Sand Village, so it is very easy to communicate with them, and Yagura is also very unwilling to admit defeat. He has not forgotten what Asahi showed, so he also thinks that Asahi doesn't have any combat power at night, otherwise, he won't have brought a large army to Hidden Sand Village battlefield. So he believed that the large army is responsible for escorting him. After all, if Asahi still has combat power at night, then the other Hidden Stones Village's army are actually just a burden, but no matter where Asahi goes, Hidden Stones Village's army would follow him, but besides following behind and shouting 666, what other things can they do? If someone said that these people were not there to protect Asahi, Yagura wouldn't believe it even if he was killed. Therefore, Yagura surrendered on the surface, but he directly allied himself with Lord 4th Rukongai, and sent the powerhouses from his village to Hidden Sand Village battlefield. At the same time, Hidden Sand Village's Raza once wanted to give up after knowing that Asahi had brought people to come here, but he was unwilling. After all, he was the one who started this war. Even if it's okay to give up, when the time comes, his regime will be shaken. He might even become the shortest reigning Kusagakure in Hidden Sand Village's history, and he will become the biggest laughingstock in the whole shinobi world. However, just when he wanted to give up but was not unwilling, the message from A came, which gave him greater confidence. Now, he just needs to hold on, and drag these people over to kill Asahi. After killing Asahi, they can completely reverse the current disadvantage. Kusagakure, what should we do now? Although Rukongai has already said that they will come, Asahi will definitely come before them. When the monster comes over, it will be a question of whether we can last a day. Ebizo and Chio are both helpless. Although there is hope, it is still very difficult for them to resist. If we can't hold on, we will just retreat. Even if Hidden Leaf Village's people can break into our Hidden Sand Village, it will be worth it. In addition, Bring that guy Bunpaku out, it is his turn to do his best, even if you run berserk. Raza was betting his last bit of chips, and brought out the uncontrollable Bunpaku. The current Bunpaku could run berserk at any time, but Raza is already doing anything for his own victory. Chapter 41 Unexpected surprise. Not to mention the actions between the several villages, just as Chio and others said, Asahi and Hidden Stone's village's army did arrive at Hidden Sand Village first, and when Asahi arrived, Raza retreated without saying anything. Anyway, he would not admit defeat, he doesn't surrender either, and just bragging. However, Asahi always act together with a large army, so even if they arrived first, they can't reach Hidden Sand Village's army. The information that Raza received requires him to hold on for 2 days, and the powerhouses from Hidden Mist Village and Hidden Clouds Village will arrive. At that time, it won't be a problem to kill Asahi while taking advantage of the night. Guest from Hidden Stones Village, I welcome you to our camp. After everyone met, Orochimaru brought some people out to greet the Hidden Stones Village's people. Orochimaru's current appearance is not as crazy as it would be after. Although his skin is a little too white and looks a little weird, but it doesn't have the weirdness at the later stage. Right now, he hasn't completely fallen into that crazy stage. Asahi and Kaniga smiled after seeing Orochimaru. After entering Hidden Leaf Village's camp, Asahi also used the previous trick to deal with Fugaku, and directly stuffed a small note to Orochimaru. In addition to the time and place of the meeting, there are only 2 words, eternal life, which Orochimaru has been pursuing. Orochimaru can't resist the temptation from eternal life, and after the war is over, Minato will be in power. Then there will be nothing Orochimaru can do. Moreover, Denzo will definitely sell out Orochimaru as he's useless to him at that time, so even if Orochimaru can't be poached now, he can easily poach him after Orochimaru defected. As for whether Asahi has mastered eternal life, he hasn't mastered it, but he has experience. Isn't Otsutsuki clan can be said to have eternal life? Although Sage of Six Paths can only achieve an alternative version of eternal life, but with Orochimaru's knowledge and wisdom, it's not a big problem as long as Asahi can get someone from the Otsutsuki clan for Orochimaru to research. In short, he still has a lot of chips that Orochimaru will be interested in, so he is not afraid that Orochimaru will not be tempted. Hidden Stones Village's arrival can only be called the icing on the cake for Hidden Leaf Village. After everyone chatted for a while, Asahi and the others left and returned to their own camp. However, after returning, Asahi got a copy of information from Anoki. This piece of information is about the land of whirlpools and Uzumaki Kushina. Asahi wants to dig the Lord Fourth couple, but he does not seem to be able to dig Minato unless Minato knows about what will happen to Naruto in the future, but if Minato knows about it, it won't happen as he is still alive, and if Asahi waited until he's dead to poach him, it will be even more meaningless. Therefore, Asahi simply set his sights on Kushina. Of course, whether to dig or not depends on the situation. Just like now, the information he got was about the Land of Whirlpools, and the Land of Whirlpools' destruction was tricky. According to the truth, the Land of Whirlpools was besieged by many countries and forces and it led to its destruction. The reason was that the Land of Whirlpools' sealing jutsus are too terrifying, but now, the piece of information sent by Anoki is tricky. According to the information, there was a shadow of Hidden Leaf Village behind the demise of Land of Whirlpools. Both Denzo and Hiruzen were involved, but they did not do it on the surface, but chose to be the pusher behind the scenes. And they're the one who made the other besiege the Land of Whirlpools. As expected of Hidden Leaf Village's people, how dark is their heart to be able to do such a thing. In addition to this information, there is another information about Kushina being kidnapped as a child. In fact, Asahi has always felt very puzzled whether the Hidden Clouds Village's people have a problem with their brains or something. Even if they send someone to kidnap Kushina, isn't his person's strength too rubbish? After all, Kushina was already the Nine-Tails' Jinchuriki at that time. However, there was no Anbu monitoring her, and the person who went to save her was Minato. Even so, Minato was able to bring Kushina back, so what was the level of the enemy's strength? Are Hidden Clouds Village's people all idiots? They actually sent a group of trashy shinobi to kidnap the Nine-Tails' Jinchuriki. So no matter how he thinks about it, Asahi felt that there are some tricks in it. Just like Naruto can steal the scroll of seal, after all, without Hiruzen's acquiescence, how can the village's trump card be stolen by a kid who is not even a genin? Isn't this a nonsense? So Asahi asked Tanoki to check these things, and they really found something, which is really a pleasant surprise. Asahi then checked the situation of Kushina and Minato in this period. They are still not together yet, but there must be a good impression between them. What an unexpected blessing. Konga-senpai, asked Tsunade, come over. I need her help for the next thing. Just relying on the 2 things in his hand, not to mention the fact that Kushina's target of affection is still in Hidden Leaf Village, There's no way she would believe him, so how can she hold a grudge against Hidden Leaf Village? So now, Asahi needs Tsunade's help. He'll ask Tsunade to tell Kushina about what happened to her, and Kushina will no longer trust Hidden Leaf Village in an instant. At that time, it would be a lot easier to poach her. As for the protagonist Naruto, Asahi felt that even if he poached Kushina, Minato will still be able to find other women as his wife, and even if he couldn't find other people, Ashura's chakra will still be able to reincarnate into the other people. Maybe, it will be reincarnated among the members of Senju clan, which is now in Hidden Stones Village's side, so this will be even more convenient. As long as they are Sage of the Six Paths descendants, they may become the reincarnation of the two, Uchiha clan for Indra and Senju and Uzumaki clan for Ashura. Anyway, Asahi is not an idiot. If he has the opportunity, how can he not poach Kushina? But it still relies on Orochimaru's side now. If he really could dig Orochimaru here, coupled with those things on Denzo's side that Orochimaru controls, the possibility of poaching Kushina will be even greater. So Asahi is full of confidence now, and he's waiting for Orochimaru to come out to chat tonight. On Hidden Stones Village's side, they are busy building their own camp, but Hidden Stones Village's shinobi are very versatile, and these people are the Hidden Stones Village's shinobi who are proficient in earth style and have been trained, so it's easy for them to set up the camp. If it weren't for the fact that the built house had an earthy smell without being renovated, Asahi and the others wouldn't even need to live in the tent anymore. Soon, night fell, and Asahi knew that it was time to meet Orochimaru. He still took Yenya with him. Right now, the old man Konga was about to become his attendant. After arriving at the agreed place, Asahi found that he underestimated the attraction of eternal life to the current Orochimaru. Orochimaru actually came over immediately, much faster than them. After seeing this scene, Asahi has already determined that Orochimaru will definitely join their side. Even if he can't convince Orochimaru now, when the next Hokage is selected, Orochimaru will come to them with 100% probability. Orochimaru Dano, you're quite early. Asahi said with a smile as he looked at Orochimaru. Chapter 42 You can't be the Hokage. It's because the news you gave me is too unsettling, but I am very curious, how did you know about me? I am indeed pursuing eternal life, but I have never disclosed it to others. Orochimaru was quite puzzled. After seeing the note Asahi gave him, he could no longer control his desire for longevity, and what surprised him was that this secret was always buried in him. In my heart, but Asahi knows. You don't need to worry about this, Orochimaru Dano. I naturally have my own method, but since Orochimaru Dano came out here, it means Orochimaru Dano is very interested, right? Yes, I am indeed very interested, so what do you guys want? Orochimaru is quite obsessed with eternal life, but he is curious about what Hidden Stones Village intends to do. It's very simple, our Hidden Stones Village has only one purpose, that is, to invite you, Orochimaru Dano, to join our Hidden Stones Village. Asahi stated his purpose, but Orochimaru was lost in thought, even felt a little bit unbelievable. He had seen others poaching people, but the Kage-level powerhouses who directly poaches other people's villages may be too much. Do you think you can recruit me with the eternal life I haven't even seen yet? You should know my position in Hidden Leaf Village, and I have the confidence to find a way to get eternal life. So why should I give up Hidden Leaf Village and join Hidden Stones Village? Orochimaru immediately spoke up. He had absolute confidence in himself, and he believed he can find the key to eternal life by himself. Since Hidden Stones Village has found it, then why would Anoki still grow old? That means, Asahi might be lying. No, you don't seem to have a clear view of the situation, Orochimaru Dano. Let alone eternal life, do you think you can be the Hokage? Asahi didn't panic at all, as Orochimaru's reaction was already within his expectation. Why not? In Hidden Leaf Village, the only ones who can become the Hokage are me, Jiraiya, Minato no Mikaze, and Denzo, but Jiraiya doesn't care about Hokage's position. Minato no Mikaze has too little qualifications, and Denzo can't beat me, so the Hokage's position could only be mine. Orochimaru felt that the Hokage's position must be his own, after all, he has been famous for a long time. Well said, although I don't want to destroy your dream, but I still tell you, the most unlikely person to become the Hokage is you. Even if Denzo becomes a Hokage, you can't become the Hokage. What do you mean? Orochimaru's expression changed after hearing Asahi's words. Don't worry, I'll make it clear to you slowly. Let's not talk about the many dirty things you did behind Hidden Leaf Village. Do you think Denzo, who has been targeting Hokage's position for a long time, will let you go? You and Denzo have some deals, and you don't have an authority like Denzo. He can tell Lord Third what you are doing at any time, and with this, let alone Hokage, you will even go to prison. As for the possibility of Denzo stabbing you from behind your back, I don't need to say more, as you should be aware of it yourself. Even if this one reason is removed, neither Denzo nor Lord Third will allow you to become the Hokage, because they won't be able to control you. For the Hokage's position, Denzo can even kill Hidden Leaf Village's White Fang. Not to mention you. He may not be able to compete for the Hokage's position with the ones you mentioned, but he can kill the others to take the position himself. If there's no one suitable to be the Hokage, then there is only him left. Therefore, even if he can't be in the top position himself now, the person at the top must be someone who is easy to control and can be overthrown at any time. With this condition, only Minato no Mikaze is suitable. So, regardless of whether Denzo can be the Hokage or not, you definitely have no such possibility. Denzo already has your evidence of crime. So even if you want to kill Denzo now, Denzo can still take care of you before you could do anything. So, do you still think you can be the Hokage now? Asahi's remarks caused Orochimaru to fall into contemplation. The Hokage's position he believed has already in his pocket suddenly began to become a little illusory. He wanted to refute Asahi's words, but he couldn't find any reason to refute. As a Hokage, he must reduce his own negative information to zero, not to mention that when it is cleaned up, it can't be too obvious. However, Orochimaru is different. In order to pursue eternal life, he has done a lot of human experiments with first Hokage's cells. And this kind of evidence is still in Denzo's hands. Right now, Denzo is like someone holding his only life-saving straw. He can strangle him to death at any time to become the Hokage. With his understanding of Denzo, Denzo will do it with 100% probability. So after thinking about it, Orochimaru discovered that the possibility of becoming Hokage is not close to zero, but it's already at absolute zero, and there is no possibility of becoming Hokage. There is no possibility of becoming the Hokage, and there are only two paths left in front of you, become a prisoner or bereaved dog. Although Lord Third is not a good person, he should not directly kill as you are still his disciple. So you don't have to worry about dying, but if you become a prisoner, your eternal life dream will be shattered, so your only way is to become a traitor, a bereaved dog. I believe you can find a way to live forever. You indeed have incomparable talent, otherwise, I would not came to recruit you, but your efforts alone are not as good as the support of a whole village, and we also have mastered a lot of secrets about this world. Even Hidden Leaf Village didn't know about such secret, so I can reveal a little bit to you. In this world, there are still some people who has eternal life. Now, it's up to you to choose. Asahi said and threw a scroll to Orochimaru, which recorded some things about Otsutsuki Kaguya and Six Paths Brothers. It even recorded that Kaguya was sealed for thousands of years and stayed in the moon. In fact, Asahi doing this is considered trapping wolf barehanded. This kind of news will also be exposed by Madara in the future. At that time, it will not be too much of a secret, so he just took it out in advance. So, if Orochimaru is really recruited, it will be a real trapping wolf barehanded. These things. Orochimaru's face changed as he read the content of the scroll, and his face was almost like a Szechuan opera's actor. Asahi stayed by the side as he wasn't in a hurry, and just looked at Orochimaru calmly. As for Kanga, well, he is very confused. He also heard the analyzation Asahi said, but he was still a little confused. However, he still sorted out some things that he understood, that Orochimaru will definitely be a traitor and run away in the end. Chapter 43 basically won over Ha. I admit that you do have a good eloquence, and you succeeded in making me tempted. I can join you, but I need to see the substantive things about eternal life, not just these few words. After closing the scroll, Orochimaru made the final decision. There's no way he would continue to stay in Hidden Leaf Village, and become a bereaved dog. Moreover, after joining Hidden Stone's village, he not only would get strength support but also various data resources, so he is very good at calculating his advantage. Now that he has started to experiment with the people in the village, he has already broken through his bottom line, and for the sake of eternal life, he can do everything. There was still the dream of becoming the Hokage before, but this dream has now been shattered by Asahi directly, so he only had the last one thing to pursue. In this case, Orochimaru will also make a choice, and joining Hidden Stone's village is the best choice. A wise choice. As for the eternal life's things, I actually came to you for eternal life. I almost have the general direction. Although it is not specific, it is better than your general direction. I also want to live long, so I need your help. Of course, saying this will inevitably give you the feeling that I am playing with you. After the war with Hidden Sand Village is over, I'll take you to see a good thing. At that time, you can judge the authenticity of what I said. Before that, this scroll will be given to you. In addition, in this period of time, I need to do something and need you to help me. After saying that, Asahi threw out another scroll. In this scroll, there were some information about cloning, cells, etc. Although Asahi didn't know the specific things, he had seen some general things, so he told Orochimaru about these, and Orochimaru will push his research in this direction. Asahi has no doubts about this at all. After all, Orochimaru is a true scientific pioneer in the shinobi world in the later stage. I hope you don't let me down. Holding the scroll, Orochimaru quickly left. Are you not worried of this guy? According to what you said, this guy is not a kind person, and about eternal life, is that kind of thing really achievable? At this moment, Yanya was still a little confused. Who doesn't want something like eternal life? If life is comfortable and beautiful, no one would want to die so quickly, so he is also very interested in eternal life. I don't know, I don't have the final say on this kind of thing. I'm looking for Orochimaru for this, just to increase the probability. Without Orochimaru, we basically can't even research a hair through our own research. If there is Orochimaru, the research would basically be better, but I am not very clear about the specifics. Asahi shook his head. Orochimaru in the original work achieved a different kind of eternal life, but whether it is true eternal life, Asahi doesn't know. However, he didn't panic, because he can also draw other powers from his system, and maybe he will draw an ability that will give him eternal life. This kind of ability is indeed very rare to the Naruto world, but in many worlds, it is really not very valuable, it might even be worthless. It can even be seen all over the place, such as at the fantasy world and the Xianxia world. If he draws something from those worlds, Asahi won't have to worry about his lifespan. Of course, what he needs is not the eternal life of a person, so he needs Orochimaru's help to find another way, just in case. Now, Orochimaru basically won't run. After that, Asahi will take him to the moon. Asahi didn't dare to take other people there, but Orochimaru is different. This kind of people will never betray him as long as he has their interests, so Asahi knew Orochimaru won't betray him. Both sides had returned to their camps at this moment. After returning, Orochimaru began to study the scroll that Asahi gave him. In this scroll, he saw a lot of rough and general things, but with his brain working on it, he felt that there is indeed a certain degree of feasibility from these things. From this, he saw the hope of eternal life. If it can really be achieved, it may be possible to achieve eternal life. The current Orochimaru has 90% faith in Asahi. Even if Asahi can't come up with other things in the future, he would still cooperate with Asahi, because the things in Asahi's brain are what he needed. Then, one night passed quietly. Early the next morning, Hidden Stone's village's army started to move. The purpose is very simple. To fight Hidden Sand Village. Asahi also hopes to get a wave of percentages from Hidden Sand Village. Hidden Sand Village's introduction is much higher than Hidden Mist Village, so if he takes down Hidden Sand Village, Asahi has no doubt that he can get a higher percentage than from Hidden Mist Village. After all, the percentage is not determined by strength. When Hidden Stone's village's army moved, Hidden Leaf Village naturally followed, so the army of the two great shinobi villages moved towards Hidden Sand Village's camp directly. Raza's face instantly turned green after receiving this news, and now, he can only retreat temporarily. In short, he can't go to war with Hidden Stone's village and Hidden Leaf Village, so the whole Hidden Sand Village's army retreats without a fight. They actually ran away. Hidden Sand Village's people are really timid, they can even do things like retreating without a fight. Konga said in shock, as he didn't expect Hidden Sand Village's army would just retreat. They are smart, Konga-senpai. If it were you and the army from two villages besieged you, would you still choose to fight them? Moreover, there is still me inside those two army. Although Asahi didn't want to boast, he was indeed an invincible representative. Raza's choice of running away was a very good choice. It is impossible for him to fight against Asahi, so he had no other choice except to retreat. Haha, yeah, if the opponent is you, kid, I won't even bother to run, I will just surrender immediately. Against you, running away is not feasible at all. It is ridiculous to think about it. Konga showed a smile. Asahi is very terrifying, but running is not advisable against Asahi, because of Asahi's speed. Now that Asahi has chased after them, he would naturally not let go of these experience packs. Yeah, running away is useless to me, so I plan to end this war before Tsunade arrives. After Asahi said that, he jumped into the sky directly, stepped on the small sun, and disappeared from everyone's view. What an enviable strength. Minato, can you take us to chase after him? After Orochimaru saw this, he looked at Minato next to him and asked. After all, Minato's flying thunder god jutsu is very useful. After hearing Orochimaru's words, Minato was stunned for a moment, and then nodded. It was an easy matter to take a few people with his flying thunder god jutsu, so he immediately disappeared with a few experts. Chapter 44 Bunpaku and One-Tail Kazi Kage-sama, someone is chasing after us. Their speed is very fast, and we will be chased soon. Hidden Sand Village's sensor shinobi can perceive Asahi's presence. After all, Asahi also has chakra in his body, so he will inevitably be discovered when he gets closer. Did they catch up so soon? Kusagakure, what shall we do now? Chio and the others looked at Raza. It's not that they didn't have their own ideas, but now that Raza is still there, it's not good for them to skip over Raza and directly implement their own decisions. Moreover, any wrong decisions made can be blamed on Raza, and they are not guilty. That's really fast. Divide the army into 10 groups and retreat in a scattered manner immediately. In addition, keep Bunpaku here, and make him try to resist as long as he can. Raza was also ruthless. He didn't even care about the tailed beast of his own village. However, now that he had already made such a decision to bring Bunpaku out of the prison, he'll take care of follow-up matters later. As for now, he just wanted to solve the problem in front of him first. Kusagakure, you have to think about it again. Once we lost the tailed beast, our village will lose a weapon to deter the other villages. Chio, Ebizo and the others couldn't help but feel a little horrified. Raza's decision was indeed very special. At least, they didn't dare to do something like this. After all, once the tailed beast was lost, it would be a tragedy. Don't worry, at most Bunpaku will die, but the tailed beast can still recover, and one tail has always only recovered in our hidden sand village's territory. If we win the bet this time, we will get the benefit that is worth much more than a tailed beast. And with Bunpaku's character, even if he died, he will not let the tailed beast fall into the hands of the others. Raza shook her head. At most they will just let one tail die once, but one tail has always there with Hidden Sand Village. Even when Hashirama distributed the tailed beast, Hidden Sand Village already had a tailed beast, so it was not a big problem. Moreover, the tailed beast is also sealed into people. The most important thing is that now, with Bunpaku already so old now, the power of the tailed beast can't be used, so they can just temporarily abandon one tail and capture it again later. Now, the most important thing to do is to drag for time until the people from the other two villages came over. After this decision was made, it was quickly implemented. Hidden Sand Village's people were divided into 10 groups and fled in different directions. After all, this is the land of wind. They can go wherever they go, but they still left Bunpaku here alone. Bunpaku, look at what your village has done. They're just leaving you here to die. And you still want to protect such a village? Just let me out, and I can save your life. At this moment, although Bunpaku, who was left behind, almost can't do anything, because the trashy seal from Hidden Sand Village can be said to be abnormal, one tail has often been able to control Bunpaku's body. After Bunpaku became Jinchuriki, he has been living a life of imprisonment. Gar's life is much better. Although he was targeted by his father and the others, he still met some companions in the later period, and he did not live a prison life. But Bunpaku is different. He has always been imprisoned. If the village need him, they will let him to go out to fight, and then locked him back when they don't need him. However, Bunpaku is also very compliant. No matter how others treat him, he always treats the village kindly. Even one tail has lost his temper because of him. You will definitely take revenge against the village after you come out, so just forget it. I should do his best one last time, and I should not be able to hold it after this time. Although you will not completely die, but I must still apologize first. Bunpaku is already very old, but he will not release one tail. After all, once one tail is released, it is estimated that the first thing he would do is not to fight the enemy, but the people of Bunpaku's village. As for whether the power of one tail can be resisted after the fight, it is not something that Bunpaku really care. After the fight, even if one tail takes control of his body, it is impossible to do anything to his village. Pedantic old man. One tail could only curse angrily. He really had no choice. Although he recognized Bunpaku, it did not mean that he recognized Bunpaku's submissiveness to the village. In short, he was very irritable at the moment. It can be said that tailed beasts are indeed very unlucky. They are always used by others. But if they wanted to something to blame, they can only blame themselves for their powerful strength. They can be used to create Jinchuriki, so there's no way humans won't use them. Soon, Asahi had already caught up to him, and at this moment, Bunpaku has already clapping his palms, and a yellow sand rose up into the sky, directly blocking Asahi's path. Bunpaku? One tail's Jinchuriki? Raza is really bold enough to leave their Jinchuriki behind. Asahi is a little speechless. He doesn't know what to say about Raza's decision. Is he stupid? Or should he call him courageous? But Asahi thinks that it should be the former. Asahi also thinks that he can poach one tail. Although one tail has an almost insoluble hatred for humans, Asahi still has a trump card. Sage of Six Paths. He knows those secrets, and it naturally can be useful to poach one tail. Asahi estimated that Raza left Bunpaku as cannon fodder, and Asahi was not interested in Bunpaku either. However, if he could completely defeat Bunpaku and then bring him back and ask someone to remove the seal, won't there be another tailed beast at that time? As for the possibility for One Tail escaping by himself, it is almost impossible. Just think about it. If One Tail wants to come out, Bunpaku will not allow it, and he will only die with Bunpaku. Therefore, unless there is external help, One Tail will not be able to escape. Your opponent is me. After stopping Asahi, Bunpaku also realized the horror of the other party, so he knew that he might not survive this time, but he would stop Asahi even if he needed to pay it with his life. Bunpaku. I am not interested in you, let One Tail in your body come out and speak. Asahi doesn't care about Bunpaku at all, and he only needs One Tail. No way, I will not let you pass. As he spoke, a large amount of yellow sand surged, almost completely burying Asahi. Old man, you don't seem to understand what I'm saying. Go to sleep first. After Asahi finished speaking, he chopped Bunpaku's neck with his hand. Bunpaku didn't see how Asahi come near him before he fainted directly. One Tail, come out and talk. I believe you don't want to stay in this guy's body all the time. After Asahi finished speaking, Bunpaku's body quickly began to be enveloped by yellow sand, and then turned into a behemoth. Although he could come out temporarily, One Tail could not completely break through the seal. Even Hidden Sand Village's seal is trashy, One Tail still couldn't break through directly, so once Bunpaku's consciousness returns, One Tail will be sealed back again. Chapter 45 Releasing One Tail. Little brat, what are you looking for me for? One Tail looked at Asahi with some puzzlement. When Bunpaku passed out just now, he didn't come out directly. He also heard Raza and the others tell Bunpaku about Asahi's strength. One person overturned 2 shinobi villages alone, and both 8 tails and 3 tails were defeated by him easily. Although One Tail is also strong, his strength lies in special abilities, such as sealing ability, rather than pure combat. So, facing Asahi, in fact, One Tail's idea is actually not coming out, and let Asahi go to the trouble Hidden Sand Village. With that, he doesn't need to be Hidden Sand Village's shield, but now, it seems that Asahi doesn't plan to let him go. He estimated that he will be put into a new Jinchuriki. It is estimated that Raza has never thought of such a thing. In fact, according to Bunpaku's character, he will not let One Tail fall into the hands of the other villages, so he will definitely take One Tail with him to die together and will not hand it over to anyone. This is where Raza's confidence lies, otherwise he won't just leave their village's tailed beast here. But now that Bunpaku is knocked out by Asahi, they are like giving away a tailed beast for nothing. If Raza knows about this, he will definitely cry. Losing tailed beast does not matter, but giving it away is a big problem. I don't want to do anything, I just want to ask you, do you want freedom? Asahi asked with a smile. He knew that freedom is very important to tailed beast. Freedom? Kid, are you trying to fool me? With the mind of Yoshinobi, you probably want to get me so that you can create a Jinchuriki, right? What stupid freedom do you mean? One Tail said disdainfully. He had already seen the human nature clearly, so he was too lazy to say anything. No, the freedom I am talking about is completely giving you back your freedom, not as Jinchuriki, but real freedom. I know some things about you tailed beast. In my memory, there is something about you tailed beast, in that picture. Asahi talked about the scenes in the anime. Sage of Six Paths told One Tail and the others to wait for someone who could change them, and this person should be Naruto, but now, Asahi can't help but use this for his own benefit. When Sage of Six Paths split them out, only the Nine-Tailed Beast and Sage of Six Paths knew about this. Although the Tailed Beast disagreed with each other, they were very clear about each other's character and knew it was impossible for them to spread the information. So now that Asahi said something like this, One Tail was completely dumbfounded, and he subconsciously thinks that person they are waiting for is Asahi. Otherwise, how could Asahi know what Sage of Six Paths said? If it is from some historical records he has obtained, how can there be such a clear picture description? So, there is only one possibility, that is, Asahi does have this memory in his head. If this is the case, then One Tail can indeed trust Asahi. Boy, is this really the memory in your mind? Although he was almost 100% sure, One Tail felt that it would be better to ask Asahi clearly. That's right, there is indeed such memory in my mind. Asahi didn't lie as he indeed have the memory, but he saw it from the anime, and he feels that there is no need to say it. Okay, then, I'll believe you this one time, but, what is your purpose? Although One Tail basically believed him, he didn't think Asahi would give him freedom for free. Actually, it's very simple for you. I need you to join our Hidden Stones village, don't cause any harm to Hidden Stones village, and become the guardian of our Hidden Stones village. We will treat you as a companion instead of sealing you into other people's bodies to make Jinchuriki. Asahi stated his purpose. He doesn't like the normal summon beasts, and he can hardly use them, but he can sign a contract with One Tail, just like Madara takes Nine Tails as his summoned beast, so that One Tail will be his summoned beast. After Asahi finished speaking, One Tail thought about it for a while. The proposal seemed okay, and it was not a big deal to him. He also doesn't need to be sealed into Jinchuriki's body, which is very good, and he will also be protected by Hidden Stone's village. Otherwise, as a tailed beast, there are probably a lot of people targeting him wherever he goes. They will find a way to capture him and make a new Jinchuriki. Well, boy, as long as you do what you say, I will keep my promise. One Tail nodded, indicating that he agreed. That's good. Now, we should go back for the time being. I will take you to Hidden Stone's village, as I basically don't know how to remove your seal. Asahi was also helpless. He wanted to learn about these things, but it was very difficult to learn, and he was not a peerless genius, so he was also in despair. He is only invincible by relying on his cheat instead of relying on his talent. After hearing Asahi's words, One Tail looked at Asahi speechlessly, and then retreated. At this moment, Asahi stopped chasing Hidden Sand Village's shinobi, and let them run away. Anyway, how can these experience packs run? No matter how far they run, they still can't run from their own village. Looking at the unconscious Bunpaku, Asahi originally planned to take this guy back first, but suddenly, a golden light flashed in front of him, and several people appeared in front of him. Space-time ninjutsu is indeed a very powerful thing. It just so happens that I need your help. That person over there should be from the Uzumaki clan, right? Can you please help me remove the seal on this old man? After seeing the people coming, Asahi set his eyes on Kushina. The Uzumaki clan is known for their sealing jutsu, but because their strength was too weak, their combat power was not that great even with their powerful sealing jutsu. The restriction was too great, so it's no wonder their village is destroyed after being besieged by the other villages. That is Hidden Sand Village's One Tail's Jinchuriki? What do you want to do by unlocking his seal? Orochimaru naturally recognized Bunpaku at a glance, and then looked at Asahi with a puzzled look. Although the people here are not afraid of One Tail, why would Asahi try to release him here? Shouldn't he be taken back for transfer and create a new Jinchuriki? Of course I naturally have my own ideas when I do this. Will you help? If you don't help me, I'll need to go back to find the people in my village to help me. Asahi asked again, and Orochimaru then gave Kushina a look of affirmation. Then, Kushina came to Bunpaku. That is a usual thing during the war, but she was a little curious why did Asahi release One Tail now? Of course, she didn't feel good as she will basically kill Bunpaku. After all, she was Nine Tails' Jinchuriki. Once the tailed beast was removed, the Jinchuriki would die. But since her leader has said to do it, she naturally wouldn't refuse. In front of the Uzumaki clan, Hidden Sand Village's sealing jutsu was just garbage among the garbage, so the seal was removed in an instant. Boy, you really didn't lie to me. I finally came out. Ha ha ha. After One Tail came out, he began to laugh wildly. Chapter 46 One Tail and Nine Tails scolding each other. I know you are very excited, but don't forget what you promised me. Asahi couldn't help but plug his ears. One Tail's voice was not really good to hear, and he yelled so loudly, so it made his ears a little uncomfortable. Of course I won't break the contract with what I promised. On the contrary, it is you humans. Aren't there a lot of examples of you going back on your word? But you kid has temporarily obtained my trust, but if you break the contract one day, don't blame me for not being polite. After One Tail said a few words, the others finally came back to their senses. One Tail has reached an agreement with Asahi or something, so now these two are actually cooperating. Human and tailed beast are actually cooperating. Apart from seeing it on Jinchuriki, let alone cooperating with the others, the tailed beast will tear people apart as soon as it comes out. Huh? I sensed the chakra of that stinky fox. Ha 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 ha, stinky fox, don't you see? This uncle has already come out, but you are still locked inside. You will always be a lot worse than this uncle. When One Tail sensed Nine Tails inside Kushina's body, he immediately started to taunt him. One Tail and Nine Tails did not have a good relationship, and they often fought with each other. Moreover, One Tail was also a strange-tailed beast. His strength was not very good, but he liked to fight with the one known as the strongest tailed beast. However, what One Tail is proficient in is not fighting, but sealing. Of course, he just used his own characteristics to seal. In terms of removing seal, he is still a novice, otherwise, he would not have been sealed by Hidden Sand Village's garbage seal for so long. Damn Tanuki, little girl, let me go out, I must teach that bastard a good lesson. At this moment, Nine Tails, who is inside Kushina, can see the situation outside, so he is very angry, but Kushina is not Naruto. Kushina is a member of Uzumaki clan and is proficient in sealing jutsu, so he has no chance to take advantage of loophole, unlike Naruto who doesn't understand sealing at all. Both of you are tailed beast, is it possible that you have grudges against each other? Kushina looked at the two-tailed beast, who were scolding across her body, with a black line on her face. At this moment, she felt a little speechless. Asahi Dono is really amazing, you have even subdued one tail? Orochimaru's pupil shrank when he saw this scene. How did Asahi conquer the one tail in such a short time? The relationship between these tailed beasts and humans are almost like mortal enemy. But Asahi can actually subdue one tail in such a short time. When he thought of this, Orochimaru can't help but recalled the scene when he was persuaded by Asahi. What subdued? This uncle just made a deal with this kid. Where's the summoned beast scroll? Take it out and I'll sign it. After hearing Orochimaru's words, One Tail was unhappy, but he didn't get angry directly, but looked at Asahi again. How can I have a blank summoned beast scroll with me? Do you think I'm so idle? Just wait until I go back. By the way, One Tail, are you interested in taking revenge on Hidden Sand Village who has sealed you for so long? Asahi suddenly smiled, but this smile was full of murderous intent. Ha ha ha, I really like your character, let's go, kid. After hearing Asahi's words, One Tail was stunned for a moment, and without saying anything further, he directly controlled Sand to take Asahi with him and then set off. After being locked up by Hidden Sand Village for so long, of course he wanted to take revenge. In respect for Bunpaku, he will not wipe out Hidden Sand Village, but revenge is indispensable. After all, Hidden Sand Village has enslaved him for so many years. Why do I suddenly feel that Hidden Sand Village is very pitiful? Looking at Bunpaku on the ground, and One Tail and Asahi who had left, Minato suddenly felt sorry for Hidden Sand Village. As far as the current situation is concerned, Hidden Sand Village is indeed very pitiful. Who would have thought that One Tail would be persuaded in such a short period of time? Even I still couldn't believe it. Let's just go back, we have nothing to do today. Orochimaru and the others left after they finished speaking. It's useless for them to stay here. Right now, their minds are still full of One Tail and Asahi, especially Kushina. As a Jinchuriki, she has always pressed Nine Tails as she's afraid he will go berserk if she stopped pressing him, but after seeing Asahi and One Tail getting along, Kushina suddenly felt that maybe she should change. However, she was very interested in how Asahi reached an agreement with One Tail, but she didn't ask too much. After returning, Kushina began to immerse herself in her inner space and chatted with Nine Tails. Since Asahi can, why can't she? She also heard about other Jinchuriki, and many of them get along well with their tailed beast, so she meets Nine Tails. But Nine Tails has always been a kind that is not easy to tame, even One Tail is the same. If Asahi hadn't read the original work and knew some secrets, he would have no way to get through One Tail's defense, so Kushina basically has a long way to go. At the same time, Asahi and One Tail have caught up with one of Hidden Sand Village's teams. Shoo. One Tail? How could it be possible? Isn't One Tail in Bunpaku's body? The Hidden Sand Village's shinobi, who was running for his life, was shocked when they saw this scene. One Tail is the tailed beast of their village, but how could he appear here now? Bastards from Hidden Sand Village, this uncle is back, and the debt for being sealed for so many years, this uncle will collect it now. Wind style, drilling air bullet. Huge air bullets bombarded Hidden Sand Village's team one after another. Hidden Sand Village is good at wind style, but facing One Tail's drilling air bullet, they have no strength to resist. The main reason is that the attack came too suddenly, and the Hidden Sand Village's shinobi are also not good at defense, so they are miserable now as they are blown up by One Tail. Let me join too. Cruel son. Asahi aimed at the shinobi who took the lead. Although he didn't know him well, Hidden Sand Village's important roles are generally more numerous than Hidden Mist Village. It didn't matter if he couldn't remember, as he can just cast the net wider. The percentage increase is linked to strength and also is linked to the plot. No matter how small a mosquito's leg is, it is still meat. And Hidden Sand Village's people are definitely worth more than Hidden Mist Village's. As soon as the golden sun exploded, some of the Jonin who took the lead were blown to pieces by Asahi. Kid, what kind of power do you have? One Tail asked with some lingering fears. He felt that the sun Asahi threw out was too powerful, and the terrifying power emanating from Asahi at this moment made his heart palpitate. Now, he is even more sure that Asahi is the child of the prophecy, otherwise, what is the matter with his power? Chapter 47 Raza, who is very regretful it's almost time, we should go now. Asahi looked at the sky, and after feeling the strength in his body, he knew that it has already been 10 o'clock, and his strength will be difficult to control afterwards. Of course, it is mainly because he wants to save the experience pack, and don't take them all in one go. After he killed Bunpaku, the percentage rose to 22%. In fact, even if he burst out with all his strength now, he could still last until about 11 o'clock. After that, the continuous use of power will also lead to his power to run berserk. This is the disadvantage of not being able to fully control his power. Originally, he wanted to continue chasing Hidden Sand Village's shinobi, but after listening to Asahi's words, One Tail was also very curious about Asahi's power, so he simply let Hidden Sand Village's shinobi go for the time being. Anyway, his revenge was enough for now. However, when Asahi's strength started to burst out at noon, the terrifying power made One Tail's jaw almost drop from being shocked. It was the first time he had ever seen such a terrifying human being, as Asahi's power was even more tyrannical than the Sage of Six Paths power he had seen. As expected of the child of the prophecy, this kid must be the power the old man said. If such power is completely controlled, even the old man won't be his opponent. It is really a terrifying power. One Tail muttered to himself as he watched this scene. It was not until afternoon that Asahi's strength started weakening that they left here and went back to Hidden Stone's village's camp. Asahi still had to sign a contract with One Tail. But this contract is making things a bit awkward. It is because his chakra is not very much. Summoning One Tail is fine, but it is impossible for him to let the summoned One Tail to exist for too long. This is the most awkward point, and this is also in the case there's Samada. Now that he has Samada, although it can't be used to fight, but it can help him supplement chakra, which is not bad. However, he still chose to contract One Tail, just in case that if one day, One Tail is not near Asahi and he was surrounded by people, Asahi could use reverse summoning jutsu to get him out, so that he will not be caught by the others and be sealed. As for his use of One Tail's power, it is almost non-existent. Unless he wants to seal someone, it is estimated that only at that time that One Tail will be used. As for using him to fight, there's no need to think about it. After all, his combat effectiveness is much stronger than One Tail. After One Tail and Asahi left, the surviving Hidden Sand Village's shinobi of this small team finally ran to the gathering place desperately, and reported the situation to Raza. When Raza and the others heard the news, their faces immediately changed. What are you talking about? One Tail attacked you? No, what about Bunpaku? Where did Bunpaku go? Raza is going crazy. He knows that Bunpaku would never release One Tail even if he died, but now that One Tail has come out, it means that One Tail is dead. Right now, he feels that his brain is messed up. It was originally intended that they would only lose the tailed beast temporarily, but now, the tailed beast has been taken away by others. According to these shinobi who fled back, Asahi also stood on One Tail and attacked them. Doesn't that mean Asahi and One Tail are working together? In short, this statement made Raza fell into disbelief. In such a short period of time, if Bunpaku was defeated, unlocking the seal would indeed allow One Tail to come out, but how did Asahi get One Tail to work together with him? In that short period of time, shouldn't One Tail be furious when he saw people? How can he work together Asahi? This is obviously impossible. Did these two guys know each other before? But as soon as this idea came out, Raza threw it away. What a joke, Bunpaku has always been imprisoned in Hidden Sand Village, so where did Asahi go to meet with One Tail? In short, Raza can't even think of how Asahi and One Tail got together now. Damn, that monster's strength is obviously scary enough. What method did he use to convince One Tail? He doesn't have Sharingan, and even if he does have Sharingan, he can only control One Tail for a short time. Raza is really going crazy, and the faces of the other higher-ups are also not very good. They are delaying the time until the powerhouses from the two other shinobi villages arrived here. At that time, they can carry out a counterattack, and take advantage of the night to kill Asahi. But even if they manage to delay time, there is One Tail beside Asahi now. One Tail can hold at least 2 Kage-level powerhouses, plus other Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Leaf Village's experts. They suddenly felt that the plan for the attack at night seems a bit unrealistic, so they felt that they shouldn't continue with this plan. Of course, although they are also helpless and uncomfortable, they are not the same as Raza. Raza has obviously the one who bet on this gamble. He depends on the final blow, so if the final blow is a success, then everything will be fine. Raza can still sit firmly in Kazekage's position, but if their plan failed, let alone continue to sit on Kazekage's position, Raza can't even stabilize his position as a higher-up anymore. At that time, Raza can only become a senior fighter at most. At this moment, Raza is feeling very regretful, but regret is useless. Right now, he can only prepare for the last attack as soon as possible. On the other hand, Asahi has finished signing a contract with One Tail and has went to meet Orochimaru. These information. Are you planning to do something to Uzumaki Kushina? You are really greedy. Looking at the information in his hand, Orochimaru licked his lips. The way he looked at Asahi obviously became a bit more convinced, and Orochimaru had decided to quit Hidden Leaf Village and join Hidden Stone's village at that time. But he still has to wait until the war is over to go back. A lot of his materials and things are there, and it would be better if he can take them all away. Now, the information Asahi gives him now are about the original land of whirlpools and Kushina. This information alone is enough to create an indelible ravine between Kushina and Hidden Leaf Village. Asahi originally planned to hand it over to Kushina by himself, but now, there are more suitable candidates. As a Hidden Leaf Village's person, Orochimaru is obviously more credible than Hidden Stone's village's people. Even if Orochimaru would become a traitor and joined Hidden Stone's village in the future, Orochimaru is still a real Hidden Leaf Village's person right now, and he is a someone with high position, so he is more credible. The result would be much better than if Hidden Stone's village's people give this piece of information to Kushina in person. There's no such thing as too many talents. If Hidden Leaf Village doesn't cherish them, of course we have to dig it. I personally think that as long as the hoe is swung well, there is no wall that cannot be dug. That sentence is good, it is also in line with what you did. I have to admit that your hoe is indeed very good. If possible, I would like to see how many people you can dig out. Orochimaru couldn't help but laugh. Asahi was even more amused when he heard this. Wait until you see Tsunade, I guess at that time, your expression will definitely be very amusing. Chapter 48 Kushina's shock with the information. Orochimaru went back, and then called Kushina over. Orochimaru-sama, is there anything you need from me? Kushina was a little puzzled. After all, it was surprising for Orochimaru to look for herself alone. I got something by chance. And I think you might be interested in it. Take a look. Orochimaru didn't feel the need to beat around the bush, nor did he need to circumscribe the corners, so he directly handed over the information scroll in his hand to Kushina. After seeing the contents inside, Kushina's face became very ugly. She knew about the land of Whirlpool. After all, she was one of the last remaining members of the Uzumaki clan, but the things recorded in the scroll really shocked her. The things recorded on it are clearly written, the real reason for the destruction of the Uzumaki clan. The destruction of the Uzumaki clan indeed because of their terrifying sealing jutsu, as it has attracted the prying of many shinobi villages, but Kushina never thought that the driving hand behind this matter turned out to be Hidden Leaf Village. This. Orochimaru-sama, where did you get these things? And, are they true? Right now, Kushina's mind is very confused. She is a little unsure of what is going on. Orochimaru is a Hidden Leaf Village's higher-up, so how could she not be shocked when he showed her such things that slander Hidden Leaf Village's higher-ups? I suggest that you finish reading it before speaking about it. As for whether it is true or not, I think you should know it yourself. Although Hidden Stone's village won the war against Hidden Cloud's village, the Senju clan is gone. When Orochimaru said about this matter, Kushina's pupils couldn't help shrinking. The Senju clan was indeed gone, and most importantly, after the Senju clan disappeared, even Tsunade's current location is unknown. It seemed that she had gone back to the village once before, but then she disappeared without a trace. In fact, the matter of Tsunade's digging the graves of her grandfather and granduncle in the village has been suppressed by Lord Third Hokage. At most, they only knew that Tsunade had gone back to the village once, and then she disappeared. As for the specific reasons and circumstances, nothing is clear. But Kushina knew Tsunade very well. When she first came to Hidden Leaf Village, she lived in the Senju clan, and Tsunade can be regarded as her own big sister. Hidden Leaf Village even dared to attack Senju clan, let alone the Uzumaki clan who is holding treasures. When the Uzumaki clan went extinct, the biggest was indeed Hidden Leaf Village, because Uzumaki clan's people sent the scrolls that contain their sealing jutsu knowledge to Hidden Leaf Village. Therefore, whether it is Minato, Lord Third or Denzo, they are all good at using sealing jutsu. It's all because of the Uzumaki clan. With doubts, Kushina continued to look at the information written, and what is recorded later is about her being kidnapped in the past. After she was kidnapped, she was rescued by Minato, but they had just graduated, and Minato had just studied under Jiraiya at that time. He didn't know about Flying Thunder God Jutsu, and even Rasengan is missing. At that time, how strong can Minato be? But at that time, Minato directly rescued Kushina from Hidden Cloud's village's hands. Hidden Cloud's village's people are not fools, how could they send a few trashes to kidnap her, the Nine-Tails' Jinchuriki? And Kushina also saw from this information that Hidden Cloud's village's people are not stupid. There are experts among the people they dispatched, but the experts were cleaned up by Hidden Leaf Village's people, and those who kidnapped her afterwards were very weak, but the reason why they were able to kidnap her was also because of Hidden Leaf Village's higher-ups. Just like Naruto can steal the Scroll of Seals, Hidden Leaf Village needs to find a bond for Naruto, and the same is true for Kushina. Kushina herself is an outsider, so it is necessary to find a sufficient bond that is enough to lock her. This bond was Minato at that time. Minato didn't know that he was a chess piece, but he was treated as a chess piece. So he did this by accident. Under the various manipulations of Hidden Leaf Village's higher-ups, Minato became Kushina's bond. All the doubts were clearly analyzed in the scroll, so Kushina's affection towards Minato instantly went down to almost zero after reading it. Even if she knew that Minato could not do such a thing, she never expected that he was taken advantage of by Hidden Leaf Village's higher-ups, and he was treated as a puppet. He's just a premeditated hero that saved the beauty. In short, she suddenly couldn't feel any more goodwill towards Minato. How do you feel? Are you suddenly frightened by Hidden Leaf Village's darkness? Orochimaru said with a smile, just like a big villain. Orochimaru-sama, why on earth are you showing me these things? Kushina is not stupid either, and she looked at Orochimaru with doubtful eyes. Orochimaru showed herself this kind of thing for no reason, and she didn't think it was because of his kind-heartedness, but there's something hidden. After all, Orochimaru's behavior was too abnormal. You are very clever, but Hidden Leaf Village is scared of such cleverness. Now that you can see it, I won't hide anything. If there's no accident, after this war, I will leave Hidden Leaf Village. Even I don't dare to stay there for too long. Showing you these things can be considered as the last good thing I do. I hope that you can survive well in Hidden Leaf Village. That place is completely shrouded in darkness, and it is much more complicated than you think. Orochimaru didn't directly expose Hidden Stone's village, but just found an excuse to skip over this topic. Kushina is not stupid, and she naturally knew that Orochimaru must have a reason for doing so, but she is now shocked by Orochimaru's statement about leaving Hidden Leaf Village. Orochimaru-sama? Do you want to defect? Kushina couldn't help but take a deep breath. One of the Sannin, Orochimaru, actually wanted to defect. She was shocked by this inexplicable defection, and Orochimaru also told her so blatantly. Yeah, Hidden Leaf Village can't tolerate me anymore. Denzo won't allow me to become the new Hokage, and the new Hokage is basically confirmed to be Minato, but I'm not sure how long he will live. Denzo will try everything to get rid of the people who threatened his chance of sitting on the Hokage's position, and Minato was among them. I didn't dare to stay in that kind of place. Orochimaru shook his head and saw off the guest. He has to say that he is also a clever man to deliberately disclose this information. With this, Kushina's suspicion of Hidden Leaf Village will become deeper and deeper, and he is also not worried that Kushina will betray him. He has come up with such important information, but even if it was announced, what can Hidden Leaf Village do? He is backed by Hidden Stone's village now, and he can just ask for help others in need to. Moreover, he is also a real Kage-level powerhouse, and it won't be easy to deal with him. As for Kushina, she feels uncomfortable after she go back. There are some things that the more you think about it, the more uncertain you are. Just like a prejudice. If you have a prejudice against a person, then this concept will become more and more ingrained over time. Kushina is also a human, so she will only become more and more suspicious of Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 49. The three villages gather as Raza and others retreated again and again. Hidden Leaf Villages and Hidden Stones Villages people were very speechless. They have never seen such a coward that would always run away like this. Moreover, they would always divide themselves when they run, and Asahi can only chase one side when he goes after them, but Asahi still gained a little bit from the hard work in the past few days. His percentage has reached 25%, so now, he can control a quarter of his power at night, as well as during the day, but there are still more than half of his power that cannot be controlled. At the same time, Raza, who has dragged on for several days, has been somewhat haggard, but he finally got the good news, as Hidden Mist Village and Hidden Clouds Village's powerhouses have arrived one after another. Hidden Clouds Villages A and Killer B, as well as Raikage's assistant, and some of their lead jonin, also Hidden Mist Village brings a gathering of experts. The powerhouses of the three villages are gathered together, and there are nearly 10 Kage-level powerhouses. As for the elite jonin, there are a lot of them. At this moment, the three villages have gathered their high-level combat power. You guys are finally here. If you still can't be here in 2 more days, I may have to surrender directly. After Raza saw these people, he also seemed to see his last straw. The terrifying pressure on him was indeed a bit too large and excessive, almost overwhelming him, and because of the news of the alliance with the other shinobi villages could not be known to the people below, he has been questioned by a large number of shinobi of his village during this period of time. Don't worry Kage. As long as that monster Asahi dies, we will send our army immediately, and Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Stones Village will be useless by then. A somewhat disdains Raza's actions, but in order to appease Raza, he still has to say something. That's right, That monster is the key to this war. As for the problem with One Tail, it is not a big problem. They don't know our plan, so as long as we surprise them and kill Asahi as quickly as possible, Hidden Stone's village won't be able to stop it, and when Hidden Leaf village reacts, our plan is estimated to be already successful by then. Yagura also added. This time, they were all willing to go all out. If they still failed, they would be really ashamed to meet with their ancestors. By then, the 3 shinobi villages would also become the laughingstock of the entire shinobi world. That's it, but let's discuss the plan first. I have already grasped the location of Hidden Stone's village as camp, but Asahi's position is definitely in the center, so it's not easy to rush in directly. Raza took out a map, and the location marked on the map is the location of Hidden Stone's village's camp. Asahi is the most important person to Hidden Stone's village, and the spies they planted in Hidden Stone's village can also pass on these non-confidential things. Therefore, Raza and the others are more certain that Asahi has no combat power at night, otherwise, why would he be wrapped so tightly? Almost all the experts surrounded the place where Asahi lives, surrounding him without any gaps. But how would they know that this was also the smoke bomb that Asahi deliberately sent out, and he's just waiting for these guys to be tricked? The most central location, Kusagakure, this requires your people to work hard. We will circle around to avoid being seen, therefore, all the elites can only fight against the core area, so the periphery depends on your people. Appointed to the camp, and Raza's face turned dark, but he didn't know what to do. Although he knew that the other party deliberately uses his hidden sand villages shinobi as cannon fodder, what else could he say? After all, their reasons are impeccable. If they bring more people, let alone their speed will be slowed down, they will easily expose themselves, so they will only bring some elites, not many people. He can only acknowledge this, and now, he has no other ways other than agreeing to their condition. Then our hidden sand villages people will be responsible for the periphery. After that, the elites of the 3 villages will block the people in core area. We will kill Asahi as quickly as possible. If One Tail, Rashi and Konga appear, no matter who is closer to the other party, they will hold the opponent, and we must be sure to kill Asahi with this one strike, otherwise, it is estimates that even Onoki will come out. At that time, we won't have any chance. Yakura warned everyone. Everyone already understands the truth, but the truth is the truth, and it is necessary to emphasize it. Then we'll proceed according to our plan. Because they are chasing us very tightly, they are not very far away from us. One night is enough. Remember not to delay until dawn, otherwise, everyone can only run for themselves. After Raza finished speaking, everyone also went to prepare. As for the shinobi below, Raza was going to make a temporary notice. There were definitely spies from other villages in any village, so when this kind of battle was carried out, they can only be notified suddenly, not in advance. In this way, the sun was slowly setting to the west. Before the last gleam of light disappeared, Raza immediately ordered the army to move out. Although the shinobi below were stunned, Raza was still the Kusagakure, so they could not disobey Raza's order. They could only bite the bullet, and the whole Hidden Sand Village's army moved out and rushed towards Hidden Stone's village's camp. In fact, Hidden Stone's village's people also noticed such a big movement, but it was still a bit late. By the time they found the other party, they had already rushed in front of them. It's finally here, they're really making me wait. The censor shinobi will be responsible for perceiving and determining how many experts have come over. Asahi, who got the news, didn't panic at all, on the contrary, he was very excited. These are all experience packs. Maybe, this wave will increase his mastery by dozens of percentage points. After that, the censor shinobi who had been prepared for a long time immediately started sensing, and everyone was a little stunned at the information given afterwards. There was close to 10 Kage-level powerhouses, and it was clear that several villages had joined forces. No wonder Raza and the others kept retreating without fighting or surrendering. You really guessed it right. The other 2 villages have also joined in. They have already gotten into the trap you set. Kaguya and Rashi glanced at Asahi with a complicated look. It seemed that this was an accident, but they knew clearly that this was a trap deliberately set by Asahi, and these people really fall directly into this trap. If it's me, I would also fall for such a trap. They are all Kage-level figures from the great shinobi villages, how could they expect they would suffer with such lineup? But this time, they need to be prepared for the lion to open its mouth. Last time, they only lose some of their flesh, but this time, they have to be prepared to have a few bones broken directly at the very least. There is no way Asahi would kill these experience packs, but even if he didn't kill them, it doesn't mean he lose out. Asahi can still get percentages by defeating them. After that, he can get a lot of benefits from them with the help of war. Anyway, no matter how they count it, he and Hidden Stone's village won't lose out. That's true, but we need to take care of them quickly. After all, We can't just let the shinobi from our village die in their hands. Konoha didn't want to see the people of his village make unnecessary sacrifices. Chapter 50. When did I admit I would be a waste at night? Yes, after all, they are also the people of our village. Since this is a trap, there is no need to make unnecessary sacrifices. Asahi also nodded. Now that his praise have entered the trap, there is no need to continue to pretend. After they left the camp, they saw a scene of extreme chaos outside. Konoha-senpai, please let the people in the village withdraw directly. You don't need to stop these guys. Next is my turn. After he saw the situation, Asahi said immediately, and Konoha and Rashi nodded their heads. They trusted Asahi completely, so they didn't have any intention to stay, but went straight to evacuate the others. At the same time, the experts from the 3 shinobi villages had rushed into the inner circle to kill Asahi, but at this moment, they were very confused. The Hidden Stones village as elites, who should have resisted them desperately, were evacuated by Rashi. They just left a hole for them to enter. This kind of scene also made them a little uncertain, and they were pondering whether to advance or retreat. Everyone, this may be a method they deliberately came up with, just to make us feel doubt, and then retreat. Since we have already arrived here, it is impossible for us to retreat safely tonight, so let's just do it. A loudly shouted. If there is also the empty fort strategy in this world, it is estimated that he will say that the enemy is using the empty fort strategy, but his statement does make other people, who were a little uncertain before, become firm again. Clap clap clap. At this moment, applause sounded from in front of them, and then Asahi walked out directly from behind the crowd. Awesome, amazing, your deduction ability is indeed very strong, but you are already a defeated country, but you are now attacking us Hidden Stones village so blatantly. Your courage is really big enough. If you lose again this time, can you afford the consequences? Asahi clapped his hands and looked at and the others with a smile. Asahi has a good control over these people's hearts. They are not the kind of people who would admit defeat casually, so there is a chance they will cause trouble again, so Asahi won't be soft-hearted. Asahi. Sure enough, you are the weakest at night. I have never seen you with such appearance before. After seeing Asahi, A's eyes brightened. Asahi at this moment is not in his daytime state. They have only seen Asahi in his daytime state, and now, Asahi looks like a real 11-year-old kid, and there is no terrifying presence during the day. In the daytime, Asahi's basic height starts at 2 meters, and then it continues to increase rapidly, which can be said to be extremely terrifying. Why do you still talk so much nonsense with him? Take advantage of the night to kill him directly. At this moment, Yagura didn't bother to talk nonsense at all. Although he is like a child, Hidden Mist Village's shinobi is a very cruel even if it is not in the Bloody Mist era. At this moment, he rushed up without hesitation, but the moment he rushed up, he noticed Asahi's disdainful and playful eyes. Boom. The moment he approached Asahi, terrifying flames gushed out from Asahi's body again, and his body expanded rapidly. Because he mastered a quarter of his power now, his height instantly reached about 3 meters, and he becomes a little giant. It seems that I can only temporarily become a muscular monster before I fully master this power. Asahi is also a little speechless about his current situation. Right now, he can't get rid of the muscles, but who said that this grace is such a wonderful thing? Originally, this grace was bestowed on one of the 4 archangels, Mal, and only Mal had mastered it. If it weren't for the system's production, it is estimated that Asahi would have already embarked on the path of a Skinner. The body of a mortal could not bear the grace like sunshine, which led to a Skinner burned himself to ashes in the end after using the power of the sunshine. But it wouldn't happen to Asahi. However, before he could fully master it, it is obviously impossible for him to not turn into his muscle form when using his abilities. What? How could it be? Isn't his guy in a powerless state at night? At this moment, the experts from the 3 shinobi villages were collectively heartbroken. As for Yagura, he was kicked back by Asahi. I was in a powerless state at night? Who said that? Have I ever said something like that? It's nothing more than something that you made up in your own brain. When did I admit that I would be a waste at night? Asahi looked at these guys in front of him with a look of disdain, and they haven't reacted yet. But it can't be helped, even Asahi couldn't react immediately after seeing such scene. Impossible, how can you still have power at night? I don't believe it. At this moment, A's brain was messed up. He seemed to have forgotten about Yagura that was kicked back just now. At this moment, he didn't care about anything, and just rushed directly towards Asahi. But unfortunately, his power is nothing in front of Asahi. Even if he uses lightning style mode to the maximum limit, and he has turned into a lightning bolt, but after rushing in front of Asahi, Asahi squeezed his fist very simply. As a defeated country, you can't even just stay in your own village and even run out to cause trouble. I think you have lived enough. As soon as Asahi said these words, The terrifying flames almost shone the entire camp into golden yellow, as if a small sun appeared in the camp. As for Asahi directly punched him in the abdomen. With this punch, Asahi directly destroyed 10 of A ribs, shifting his 5 internal organs, and burning his skin with the flames. It can be said that if he is not treated in time, there is no doubt that A will be dead. This is also because Asahi does not intend to kill him. After all, the experience pack must be kept for repeated harvests. When this punch hit A's body shot out like a golden laser, directly shot out of Hidden Stone's village's camp, and disappeared from everyone's sight. Big brother. At this moment, Killer B couldn't help but screamed, and Rukonga's assistant was planning to chase after A too, but at this time, Asahi had already appeared in front of them. Come if you want, leave as you want, what place do you think are Hidden Stone's village? The Rukonga's assistant was directly bumped by Asahi's small son and disappeared without a trace. As for Killer B, Asahi stepped directly on him, and a huge hole was directly formed on the ground. Killer B also spitted out a mouthful of blood. Even Jinchuriki is so weak now. Chapter 51 Question: Did Raza misappropriate public funds? After Killer B was seriously injured by Asahi, Tailed Beast's chakra began to appear in Killer B's body, as Eight Tails was trying to help him, but Asahi would not give him this chance. If you dare to come out, I'll just kill him directly. You make your own choice. Looking at the Tailed Beast's chakra pouring out of Killer B's body, Asahi just said a single sentence and the Tailed Beast's chakra attracted directly. At this moment, Eight Tails did not dare to bet. Once he lost this bet, not only would he be finished by Asahi, but Killer B would also be finished too. Faced with this monster, Eight Tails didn't dare to make a fuss at all, and it was useless for him to come out. Asahi's strength is enough to completely crush him, and killing him is also not a big problem, so he stopped obediently. Since Asahi has said so, he wouldn't kill Killer B unless he takes action. Very well, you're pretty smart. Rashi-senpai, this guy will be left it to you. We can ask Hidden Cloud's village how much ransom they will pay for this guy. Asahi did not try to capture the other two, because the other two are not as important and valuable as Tailed Beast. He also already has one tail, so there is no need to have more other Tailed Beast. The most important thing is that without hostility, there would be no experience, so it is necessary to put them back, and harvest them at a later time. Otherwise, who else will he use to gain experience? Akatsuki? After finishing Killer B, Hidden Cloud's village's top 3 powerhouses were directly defeated by Asahi. It can be said that it happened in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the remaining Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Mist Village's Kage-level powerhouses have come back to their senses. The previous scene can be said to be an electric flint. Blowing away Lord 4th Rukongai with a punch, slamming a small sun at Rukonga's assistant and causing him to disappear, and then stomped at Killer B with 1 foot so that he could not do anything anymore. It wasn't just one move, but it was still something that happened within a few seconds. At this moment, they realized how big the gap that exists between them and Asahi. This gap is just like a gap between humans and ants. Retreat. Raza slammed his palms onto the ground, and a terrifying amount of sand gold spurted out from under the ground, forming a huge barrier. Aren't you embarrassed to take out this kind of thing? Why do you think this kind of thing can block me? When Raza released the sand gold and blocked Asahi, Asahi's arm pierced straight through the sand gold barrier, and squeezed Raza's head. That's right, instead of his neck, Asahi squeezed his head. Now that Asahi is as tall as a little giant, it is too easy for him to squeeze Raza's head. On the contrary, grabbing his neck is a bit inconvenient. I wonder if you misappropriated your Hidden Sand Village's public funds. You got all these sand gold, and it's estimated that there are quite a lot. Where did you get so much gold? Even though I know you used, but isn't it too extravagant? Can't you just use iron sand? Lord 3rd Kazekage is using iron sand. But when you come to you, it becomes sand gold. Asahi has always been curious. In the original work, Raza was manipulating a lot of sand gold in his fight. So why is Raza so extravagant? If he remembers correctly, Hidden Sand Village should be very poor. If it's other Shinobi villages, it should be fine, but Hidden Sand Village is the poorest, but they are not blamed, after all, their territory is mainly desert. However, Raza still fights using sand gold, so he might be really embezzling Hidden Sand Village's public funds. Of course, there is another possibility, that is, Raza can detect the mineral veins under the ground. However, if this can be done, it is estimated that Hidden Sand Village would be the richest village. Anyway, no matter how you look at it, this guy seems to have embezzled public funds. At the same time, Chio and Debazo were a little stunned when they heard Asahi's nonsensical rant. What do you mean by that? Did Raza really embezzle public funds? It seems that something is indeed wrong. After all, where did so much sand gold come from? Of course, This idea was immediately extinguished by them after it came out. Right now, it is not a matter of public funds, but a matter of human life, as Raza will soon lose his life. 3 Jewels Suction Crushing. Chio directly took out the Calamity collection of 10 puppets. Chio is a master at using puppets and poisons, but in front of Asahi, she just happened to be restrained to death. She still has some advantages against others, but facing Asahi, she was properly restrained. Asahi's sun flame can burn her poisons, so poison is useless for him. As for the puppets, to be honest, although the Calamity collection of 10 puppets are pretty good, and they can use some peculiar techniques by combining, but compared to the Otsutsuki clan on the moon's puppets, they can't be compared at all. Those puppets are called the real puppet, and Chio's puppets are just toy. Asahi is too lazy to talk nonsense. He directly held Raza as a weapon and smashed him towards the puppets that was using the 3 Jewels Suction Crushing. At this moment, Raza's face turned green. Asahi was already squeezing him, but now, he actually used him as a weapon. It's too much. But this time it was not Asahi's fault. Asahi suspected that Chio had a problem with her head, as she even used the 3 Jewels Suction Crushing to attack him that was already holding Raza in his hand. Isn't this just killing him? So, Asahi is not polite at all. Raza turned into a humanoid weapon and smashed directly into the puppets. The huge force caused the puppet to be destroyed directly, and Raza was also very clever as he protects his body with sand gold. Although he was squeezed by Asahi, he could still control the sand gold, so he was not directly smashed to death this time, but he was still seriously injured and vomited blood. As expected of the weakest Kazekage in history, you're too useless even as a weapon. Taking a look at Raza, who was seriously injured after just one attack, Asahi complained and threw him at Yagura and the others who were planning to run. Then, Asahi directly rushed to Chio's puppets and started destroying them. Only one punch was needed to destroy each puppet. Although Ebizo was also a puppet master, even Chikamatsu's collection of 10 puppets were useless, so the puppets he used were even more useless. He didn't plan to capture Hidden Sand Village's people, as they were worthless, so just beat them to half dead. Now that Hidden Sand Village, the second Shinobi village, was easily destroyed by him, there's only one target left. Guests from Hidden Mist Village, I really didn't expect that our next meeting would be at this time. Don't rush to leave, you should stay and chat with me. Asahi smiled and looked at Yagura and others in front of him. In fact, Yagura and the others had already run away for a while, but the human-shaped cannonball, Raza, was thrown to mess them up. Moreover, Asahi's speed was much faster than them, so Asahi immediately caught up. Chapter 52 Breaking Your Tortoise. Shall we surrender? Our Hidden Mist Village surrender. After seeing the tragic situation that fell Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Sand Village, Yagura and the people he brought over turned pale, and they surrendered directly without worrying about the dignity of the strong and the superior. In this case, although they won't die after resisting, they would still be too miserable. Surrender? You sure have a great imagination. After attacking our Hidden Stones Village and trying to kill me, you can just forget about surrendering. Asahi kicked Yagura again and Yagura was turned into a rolling gourd. However, this kick was not very strong. Although Yagura was injured, he was not severely injured. Yagura was also angry, and immediately used complete tailed beast mode. He knew that Asahi didn't plan to let them go today, and if he was in Asahi's position, it'd also be impossible for him to let them go, so he used complete tailed beast mode, and the 3 Hidden Mist Village's experts immediately tried to attack Asahi. Now that the fight has started, and since surrender is not accepted, then they can only fight. Go away. Asahi's whole body exploded with golden flames, and he looked like a humanoid bomb. Hidden Mist Village's powerhouses around him were directly blown away into a meteor shower and flew in all directions. Tailed Beast Bomb. Although it was only a momentary effort, 3 Tails' Tailed Beast Bomb has already taken shape. With such a short amount of time, it was impossible to release it with full force, but even if he fails to release its full power, the Tailed Beast Bomb's power is still amazing. It's Tailed Beast Bomb again, can't you use better tricks? Asahi grabbed the Tailed Beast Bomb with his right hand and directly stopped the Tailed Beast Bomb, which was as big as him. Then, the 5 fingers on his right hand became like eagle claws and directly pierced into the Tailed Beast Bomb, but he did not directly squeeze the Tailed Beast Bomb. This is a return gift, let me see how hard your tortoise shell is. Holding the Tailed Beast Bomb, Asahi also felt that the Tailed Beast Bomb was about to explode, so he slammed it back at 3 Tails. The Tailed Beast Bomb was pressed down fiercely, and a mushroom cloud directly appeared. However, after the first explosion, another louder explosion sounded. This another explosion was made by Asahi using the cruel after crushing the Tailed Beast Bomb. After the smoke dissipated, when everyone saw Asahi again, they saw Asahi carrying the already charred Yagura, as if carrying a chicken, and throwing him directly on the ground. After leaving Yagura behind, Asahi flashed again and came to the sky above Hidden Sand Village's army. Because of Hidden Stone's village's timely retreat, the two sides did not mix together, but there were still some people fighting on the outside. Seeing this, Asahi directly suppressed the power under the smallest sun to a few shots. After a solid solar rain, the ground has become riddled with holes. As for Hidden Sand Village's army, at least 1/3 of them were wiped out. It's mainly because those people are too scattered, and there are also his own people here, so Asahi didn't use his big moves. Otherwise, it will not be just 1/3, and at least 2/3 of them will be cleared. Hidden Sand Village's people, listen well and just surrender immediately. Your Kusagakure has already lost. And if you dare to do anything, you will die immediately. Asahi didn't talk nonsense, and shouted out his ultimatum directly. At this moment, the Hidden Sand Village's shinobi were all shivering after seeing Asahi's solar rain, and they didn't have any thought of resisting at all, so they all knelt down directly. In this battle, Hidden Stone's village is the victor, and this was all thanks to Asahi. Konga-senpai, I'll leave the aftermath to you. As for those who died in the battle, be sure to take care of the ones they left. I don't want our people's hearts to be chilled. Asahi said, but he didn't have too much guilt at this moment. After all, without him, in the war against Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Clouds Village, it would be already good if there are still half of these people left, so he will not feel guilty. But his own people are still his own people. If he is not good to his own people, then who will work hard for him? So at least, he needs to let them feel that their hard work is worthwhile, and they didn't waste their lives in vain. You don't need to worry about this kind of thing. Hidden Stone's village won't its own people down. Konga nodded, as he knew what Asahi meant. He also knew what he had to do, and he didn't need Asahi to remind him. After that, Konga directed everyone to clean the battlefield and announced a series of comforting policies. This thing does not require Anoki's consent. After all, the current Hidden Stone's village has grown to a terrifying level. Of course, it's not in strength, but in economics. In addition to the wealth accumulated after the reform of the village, there are also some meats they got from various shinobi villages. This time, the 3 shinobi villages joined forces and were defeated by Asahi again. How could Rock Shinobi let it go? So they would need to break a few bones. Because of that, the policy was naturally much better. After the series of policies were announced by Konga, at this moment, whether they were injured or uninjured, or their companion or family members died in battle, Hidden Stone's village's shinobi were all excited, and even cried with joy. Right now, at least knew that it was worth fighting for their village. These policies are sufficient for their families to live a good life in the future without any major problems. This is what they bought with their lives. At this moment, they feel that their life is worth giving up. On Hidden Stone's village's side, after the battlefield was cleaned up, bursts of cheers rang out, which also made Asahi smile. He is also a person, living in groups, not a machine with no emotions at all, so when he saw his people happy, he will naturally be happy too. At this time, after the battlefield has been cleaned up by Hidden Stone's village's shinobi, Hidden Leaf Village's people have finally arrived too late. It's too exaggerated. Hidden Stone's village has directly taken the experts from the other 3 shinobi villages. 1/3 of Hidden Sand Village's army was also wiped out and they didn't even have much casualties. How could they have done such thing? Minato couldn't help but be shocked, as this scene is too exaggerated. Looks like the rumor that Asahi can't use his power at night is false. He really keeps surprising us. Orochimaru almost believed the rumor too. After all, he also thought that it was a little weird. How could such a terrifying Genkai have no restrictions? But thinking of this, he shook his head. There must be restrictions. At least during the day, Asahi will avoid other people, so his power indeed goes out of control. As for the rumor at night, it is completely false. These things were only analyzed by outsiders, so Orochimaru had to admire Asahi. After all, he didn't say anything, but let the enemy send themselves in front of him, and they directly fall into the trap set by Asahi. It can only be said that everything is based on Asahi's power, which is too incomprehensible. How can this incomprehensible power not make people despair? It seems that we are a little late. Let's go. Since we are already here, at least we have to say hello. After Orochimaru finished speaking, he took Minato, Kushina and the clan heads and higher-ups in, and the 3 clan heads of Inoshikacho were also among them. Chapter 53 The system has finally moved. Ha ha ha, I really nailed it this time. I really have to thank those guys well. Asahi is very happy at this moment. Last night, the group of Kage-level powerhouses directly contributed about 10% to him, and the elites from various villages they brought, plus all Hidden Sand Village's army have made Asahi's percentage risen by a lot. At this moment, Asahi's percentage has exceeded 50%, reaching 52%. How could Asahi be unhappy? 50%. Now he can control his power to stay in a crowded place except for 1 minute at noon when he needed to leave, and he doesn't need to worry about his power running wild. However, Asahi is also speechless. That crucial minute represents at least 50% of my power. Sure enough, that minute will make the strongest person alive. No wonder Iskander is called the One, as he indeed has the capability to say that. Just when Asahi was excited, the system that hadn't moved at all after drawing the Grace Sunshine finally made some movement, and a message was directly passed into Asahi's mind. After mastering more than 50% of the power, the equipment subsystem was turned on? So bizarre? Asahi was a little speechless after receiving this message. This message tells him that the equipment subsystem is turned on, and the equipment subsystem, as the name suggests, is for equipment, but it could only be turned on when each power reaches 50. And if this power is not equipped, it will simply not be turned on, which made Asahi a bit speechless. This system is the coldest he has ever seen, as there is almost no movement. Moreover, if the power extracted from his system has no source or equipment, then this subsystem is useless. However, Asahi has now got the set of Iskander's equipment, his armor and divine axe Rita. Although the armor is not as good as a sacred treasure, the armor can change according to the change of body shape, and it fits very well, somewhat similar to the Saiyan's battle armor. Even if his size rose by a lot, the armor won't break. It's a convenient thing, and its defense is also good. Of course, the most important thing is Rita. Until now, Asahi hasn't had a weapon that can be used. It's not because he doesn't like it, but because he really can't use it. Just like Saimata, if he wanted to use at noon, Saimata would be destroyed, so he was helpless about this. The weapons of this world can't withstand his power, but now, with the divine axe Rita, it's completely different. It can withstand his terrifying power, as this thing is a sacred treasure. Asahi did not hesitate and immediately took out the two reason directly. Although explaining the source is a problem, does he need to explain? With absolute power, both Onoki and Konga trusted him unconditionally. As for the other higher-ups, they have long been suppressed by the two and didn't dare to make any sound. So Asahi does not need to explain the source of things to anyone, and no one can control him. At most, when others ask curiously, he can just give them something made up and ended it there. After the two reason were taken out, there was no problem with the armor, but the divine axe Rita smashed directly on the ground as Asahi couldn't hold it, smashing a huge hole in the ground. Damn, as expected of Iskander's weapon, it's so heavy. Asahi glanced at the divine axe Rita, which was smashed on the ground, speechlessly. It wasn't that he couldn't catch it, but that he noticed the weight of the axe, so he directly released it on the ground. After all, this thing is something that even one of the 10 commandments, Galand, can't pick up. Even the leader of the 7 deadly sins, Meliadus, thinks it's too heavy and can only drag it away. This shows the terrifying weight of this thing. It is estimated that in that world, among the entire human race, it can only be picked up by Iskander alone. After all, this thing itself is a sacred treasure created by the goddess clan, not a human being. Now that this thing is in the Naruto world, relying on brute force, it is estimated that only people of the level of 6 paths can handle it. Asahi is a little bit emotional, as expected of a sacred treasure. With this weight alone, the Kage level powerhouse will be smashed to death. As for the Super Kage level, the Nagato may be able to use Rinnegan's power to use the huge repulsion to move this axe, but relying on brute force, there's absolutely no one can do it. A Kage level powerhouse who enters Sage mode may be able to barely move, but it is still too heavy. It is estimated that even a mountain is not as heavy as this thing. And most importantly, the Rita can absorb the power he releases during the day. In that case, coupled with a part of the power I control, I no longer need to escape even in that 1 minute at noon, and I can directly mix in the crowd. Of course, before his power is fully mastered, it will still be hard for him to mix in the crowd. After all, at that minute and for some time before and after, his figure will soar to nearly 4 meters even if he does not use his power. And if he uses power, it is estimated that his height would rise to about 5 meters. So, calling him a monster is not too far from the truth. This thing seems to have the effect of Thor's hammer. Asahi put the divine axe Rita aside, stretched out his hand, and then the divine axe Rita flew directly into his hand. With its own navigation system, he doesn't have to worry about losing it directly. As long as he stays in the same world as it, it will come back to him if he called it. And part of his power stored in it can also be released. If this function was given to Asahi before, it might still be useful, but now it is completely useless. He can completely use 52% of his power, so he doesn't need the power stored in the divine axe Rita, but he can still bring it with him and use it to absorb his own power. This is a good limiter before he fully grasps his power. Not bad. After Asahi experimented a few times, he carried this very flashy divine axe Rita on his back. It is already daytime, and this axe can help him control his power, so he chose to carry it with him. As for the armor, it's also very flashy. So he chose to put it away for now, and put it on when he needed to fight. After Asahi carried the divine axe Rita on his back, Kaguya and the others came to him directly. After all, Hidden Leaf Village's people have arrived, so Asahi had to come out as well. When Asahi left the camp, his height had already increased again. But even if his height reached more than 2 meters, he didn't emit even the slightest fluctuation of power. Right now, he looks like an ordinary muscular man, but the divine axe Rita behind it was rather flashy, so the Hidden Stones Village's people who seen it were stunned. Chapter 54. It's not that I'm bragging, but you can't lift it, boy. You are finally here. Wait, what is that thing behind you? After Kaguya and the others came over, they directly greeted Asahi when they saw him, but when they saw the axe behind Asahi, Kaguya and the others were stunned. Well, how is my weapon? It's great, right? Asahi pointed at the divine axe behind him and asked. After he spoke, everyone came back to their senses, and then everyone's expressions became a little weird. Can a weapon that can withstand Asahi's strength really exist? For a time, Kaguya and others felt a little weird for a while. Asahi's power is very terrifying. Just by raising hands and feet, he can destroy the world. Hearing he is using a weapon, to be honest, they are really curious about what kind of terrifying weapon it is to be able to withstand such power. What an exaggerated axe, and the style is also a bit strange. Looking at the axe on Asahi's back, Rashi couldn't help but muttered in a low voice, but after the others heard these words, they couldn't help but nodded. As they also felt that the axe is very flashy. Don't underestimate my weapon. My weapon can suppress my power burst, that is to say, as long as I don't use my power casually, I don't need to leave at noon. Asahi said indifferently. As for the things that he needs to leave when his power burst, he wouldn't care if it was revealed. Everyone knows about it anyway. Because of that, Kaguya and the others were very shocked when they heard this. This axe can suppress your power? What is going on? Kaguya was a little surprised at this moment. He really did not feel the high temperature and burning sensation from Asahi that he could feel when he usually approached Asahi. At this moment, Asahi is just like a very ordinary muscular man, and there's no power exuding from him. This axe can absorb my power, thus forming a suppressing effect, and the absorbed power can also burst out, but as long as it is taken off, the effect would disappear. As he said that, Asahi gently put the on the ground. After that, the terrifying power in his body began to radiate again, which made everyone felt quite uncomfortable. Wait, then from what you said, this axe can release your power if someone else gets it? Rashi was very surprised. This kind of thing is too exaggerated. Not only can it absorb Asahi's power to suppress him, but it can also burst out with the power. Doesn't that mean that getting this axe is equivalent to getting the same power as Asahi? It's as simple as that, just give it a try and you'll know it. Asahi said nonchalantly, not to mention that this weapon has recognized him as the master and they wouldn't be able to use it. The weight of this axe alone is enough to directly persuade countless people. Feeling doubtful, Rashi could only follow Asahi's instructions and take the axe, but after he touched it and lifted it up, it didn't move at all. How can it be? Rashi exerted more strength with a bewildered look on his face, but it still did not move. He then grabbed the axe with both hands, but it still did not move. He releases all his strength to move it, but it still did not move. At this moment, Rashi's expression instantly changed. As a Jinchuriki and a Kage-level powerhouse, I actually can't move this axe? Isn't it too exaggerated? What a heavy axe, what's going on? I can't even lift it with all my strength, I still don't believe it. Rashi entered the first state directly. The red bubble-tail beast chakra coat wrapped his body, and he continued to hold the divine axe Rita, and shook it with force, but he still couldn't pick it up. Immediately afterwards, Rashi, who still unable to believe it, entered the second state, and then he barely lifted the axe from the ground, and it can be seen that a hollow hole was formed on the ground due to its huge weight. Boom. Then, in the next second, Rashi tried to walk while holding the axe, but because the axe was too heavy, he immediately lost his balance. The axe hit the ground again with another loud noise, and the axe was almost completely buried in the ground. If it wasn't for Rashi holding it, the axe might have been completely submerged in the earth. This axe has a terrifying weight, and it also has its own consciousness, just like Saimada, and after recognizing me as its master, it will never betray me. So, let's not talk about whether you can lift it or not, even if you can lift it, and you can't use the power inside unless you get my permission. Asahi stepped forward, squeezed the divine axe Rita, and then put it on his back again. The people in Naruto world were always too weak in physical strength. Under normal conditions, in fact, their physical fitness was not strong, so they used chakra to strengthen it. Compared with the physical strength of the people in Seven Deadly Sins world, It is indeed incomparable, so even Rashi with the second state can barely lift this axe. It's already too exaggerated due to its extreme weight, but this kind of thing also can only allow you to exert your own strength. Even if you are against a Kage-level powerhouse, you don't need to release your power. With this axe, you can just directly slash over, and the enemy would basically die. Rashi has already removed the second state. He now thinks of Kabatawari, which is similar in nature to the divine axe Rita, as they both depends on their weight to show their strength. However, Kabatawari is not at the same level as the divine axe Rita in Asahi's hands. Both Rashi and Kanga are curious about how the axe in Asahi's hand was made, and where did its terrifying weight come from. After all, it is too exaggerated. By the way, I almost forgot about the business. Hidden Leaf Village's people are here. Now that the Third Shinobi World War is basically over, we also need to discuss what to do next. Kanga's face suddenly turned straight. They were attracted by the axe just now. And only now that he remembered that they had other things to do. After Asahi crushed the 3 shinobi villages that joined forces, the war had already been won. And Kanga dared to say that as long as Asahi was still around, no one in the shinobi world will dare to attack Hidden Stone's village, unless they are tired of living. After all, Asahi's power is too incomprehensible. What needs to be discussed now is what happened after the war. Why are you looking for me for this kind of thing? I generally don't care about these things. About compensation, etc. You can just find those villages directly. As the defeated countries, especially Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Mist Village, who have lost twice in a row, as long as we open our mouth, it's okay to go too far. After all, Killer Bee and Yagura are still in our hands. Asahi was a little speechless. He didn't care about these things at all. He was just in charge of giving directions, planning and poaching. Now that his planning is over, then only poaching is left. Those guys attacked too fast before, so Tsunade hasn't even arrived yet. Chapter 55 Tsunade has finally arrived actually. Hidden Leaf Village's people didn't come here to discuss, but came to help after receiving information after our attack. However, because you moved too fast, they came late. When Kanga said this, he couldn't help but look at Asahi as if looking at a monster. Although he was used to being shocked, what happened last night was really too fast. Basically, those Kage-level powerhouses weren't able to hold on for long against Asahi, and even several of them were immediately defeated in a few seconds. It can be said that they are quite miserable, as the entire battle was settled in just a few minutes. It's too fast no matter how he looks at it. The previous Shinobi World Wars were fought for several years. However, when Asahi came this time, counting the time spent digging the Senju clan before, and then most of the time needed for the army marching, the time taken was still so much shorter. I see. By the way, when will Tsunade arrive? Asahi asked a very important question again. He wants to dig out Kushina, and Orochimaru has already laid the foundation, so only Tsunade is left to burn the fire, and then they just need to take Kushina away from Hidden Leaf Village. Of course, it still depends on Kushina's decision. But since the situation is already like this, it is estimated that there is a high probability that she can be won over. If there's no accident, she should be there today. Kanga said. After all, Tsunade is still a strong Kage-level figure, so her speed shouldn't be slow. Okay, then let's go meet Hidden Leaf Village's people. It just so happens that we need Orochimaru's help next. Asahi nodded, and then went to meet Hidden Leaf Village's people. In fact, strictly speaking, except for Minato who Asahi can't dig, Orochimaru is already his own people. As for Kushina, as long as it went smoothly, she would also be his own people. So this time when the higher-ups met, almost all of them are on Hidden Stone's village's side. After the meeting, the two parties started chatting casually. Afterwards, Orochimaru directly met with Kanga and others alone on the grounds of discussing the next thing with Hidden Stone's village, and didn't bring other people. I didn't expect that the news from Jiraiya turned out to be false. That guy was completely used by you. At this moment, Orochimaru had a smile on his face. The more invincible Asahi is, the more correct his decision is. Of course, after all, he wants to dig my secret, so I let him dig it up, but the news was made up by his own brain, and I have never admitted it. Let's stop mentioning this matter. I'm asking to see you tonight because I need your help with something. Asahi directly stated his purpose, and this time, he did not try to hide it. Orochimaru had completely decided to join him, and Tsunade will arrive soon, so Asahi also told Orochimaru about the Tsunade and Senju clan. The Senju clan. Even that fellow Tsunade has joined Hidden Stone's village? How did you do it? This time, Orochimaru was very confused. After all, who is Tsunade? She is the granddaughter of Lord First, grandniece of Lord Second, the disciple of Lord Third, and also one of Hidden Leaf Village's Sannin. However, Asahi even managed to dig her out. What kind of operation is this? He didn't know about it before, But after knowing it, he was completely blinded. He felt that he still underestimated Asahi a little. How did he manage to dig such an important person from Hidden Leaf Village? This is also thanks to Hidden Leaf Village's help, especially Denzo. If it wasn't for his crazy persecution of the Senju clan from behind, our Hidden Stones village wouldn't have this chance at all. Do you know? When I rescued Tsunade, she was being hunted down by that old man Denzo's subordinates. That Denzo can even kill his teacher's grandniece. I have to say that he is really a madman. Asahi directly told Orochimaru about Denzo. After all, this guy is a natural super assist, and he is very useful to Hidden Stones village. Sure enough, the root of everything is Denzo. That guy is really unscrupulous for the Hokage's position. I suddenly feel some sympathy towards Minato. Once he becomes the Hokage, Denzo will never let him go. Orochimaru suddenly felt that the Hokage's position was a very dangerous position. Whoever dared to be in position, even if it was a figure with high-level authority, would be targeted by Denzo, and then persecuted to death or defected. Today, Tsunade will arrive, and I need you to take Tsunade to meet Kushina in the evening. Asahi revealed his plan, and hearing this, Orochimaru smiled sympathetically. Of course, your methods are as simple and useful as always. Orochimaru said with a smile, isn't he just locked up by the eternal life? As for Kushina, Orochimaru already felt that she couldn't run away. This time, Tsunade will come over and that was the checkmate. In short, Kushina couldn't run away anymore. I'll give you a signal when the time comes. You will be responsible for bringing Tsunade to see Kushina. Now, you all should discuss what will happen after the Shinobi World War. After Asahi finished speaking, he left immediately. He was too lazy to care about the matters afterwards. As for Kaguya and the others, they just chatted for a while and then returned. After all, this kind of thing depends on the Kage of each shinobi villages. As the victorious side, from Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Leaf Village, Onoki and Hiruzen are the real decisions maker, and the others can only suggest. Time flashed to the afternoon. Although Asahi's body was constantly changing as the time passed, his strength did not explode. Even at the minute at noon, he only let out small amount of power, but it is not a big problem. It passed in a blink of an eye, and Tsunade arrived in the afternoon. After seeing Tsunade arrived, Asahi told Tsunade about the next plan, which made Tsunade's face become complicated. She didn't expect that even Orochimaru was dug over, and the next step was to dug Kushina, which made Tsunade a little speechless. She wondered whether Asahi could hollow out the entire Hidden Leaf Village, as his digging technique was a bit too amazing. Of course, Tsunade knew that she is now someone from Hidden Stones Village. Kushina lived in her house when she first arrived at Hidden Leaf Village, so she and Kushina can be said to be sisters. There's no way she wouldn't agree to let her sister escape from that extremely dark village. Therefore, she discussed with Asahi how to face Kushina and what she would say in the evening, and then set off directly. At night, Asahi contacted Orochimaru, and after Orochimaru knew about this, he immediately told someone to call Kushina directly. At this moment, when Kushina knew that Orochimaru was looking for her, her face became very complicated. She knew Orochimaru must be looking for her for some reason, but she didn't know the specifics. However, after the last experience, she also knew that it must not be something too normal. After all, Orochimaru is someone who intends to defect. Chapter 56 Kushina, who was completely disappointed with Hidden Leaf Village. Orochimaru-sama, do you need anything from me? After entering Orochimaru's tent, Kushina greeted him politely. You're here. Go out with me. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you, but an old acquaintance of yours needs to meet you, so please come to me. I believe that after seeing her, you will be very happy. After Orochimaru finished speaking, he left the camp directly. Although Kushina was a little confused, after remembering what happened before, she gritted her teeth and decided to follow him. Soon, the two avoided other sights and left the camp. Sister Tsunade. Soon, outside the camp, Kushina saw her old acquaintance, Tsunade. After seeing Tsunade, Kushina couldn't help but shouted. Fortunately, it was not inside the Hidden Leaf Village's camp, otherwise they would really be exposed. It's been a long time, Kushina. Tsunade looked at Kushina with somewhat complicated expressions, and then the two started chatting directly, leaving Orochimaru speechless for a while. Shouldn't you talk about business matters? If you want to talk about these things, there will be opportunities in the future. Orochimaru has a black line on his face and couldn't help but remind the two of them. Oh, that's right, I almost forgot my purpose coming to meet you this time. Tsunade couldn't help but patted her palm. She was a little too happy to see Kushina, and suddenly forgot her purpose for a while. Kushina, I know you are a little confused now, but you have to listen carefully to what I'm going to say next. Tsunade's face became serious, and then she told Kushina about the Senju clan, her grandfather and granduncle's tombs, and her being hunted down, and even the fact that she had joined Hidden Stone's village. After hearing Tsunade's words, Kushina was completely blinded. She never expected that Hidden Leaf Village could be so dark. How is this possible? Isn't Denzo the disciple of Lord Second? Why did he do this? Just because of the so-called rights? Ambition? Kushina once again felt that her three views had been severely impacted. This time, the impact was much stronger than the previous one. What happened to Tsunade was already incredible, but she could see that this Tsunade is not pretending, or showed sign of being controlled by someone, and she's also not lying. That's right, because of these things, the peaceful and sunny side you see is nothing more than what Hidden Leaf Village's higher-ups needs you to see, and the purpose is just because you're the Nine Tails' Jinchuriki, otherwise you might already be lying on an operating table inside Denzo's lab. Right now, they have the bond from Minato to lock you down, but once the bond from Minato can't lock you, they won't do any soft-hearted policy at that time. They are not stupid, you are the Jinchuriki, and a self-aware Jinchuriki. You can work hard for Hidden Leaf Village when you are bound, but after that, for the sake removing their insecurities, the higher-ups will put some strange cursed seals on you. No, it should be said that they would directly brainwash you. After all, you are proficient in sealing jutsu, and cursed seals are of little use against you. Orochimaru licked his lips and said the most shocking thing, but they were also the most genuine. That's right, the existence of Senju clan has damaged their interests, so they will not allow someone strong to appear from the Senju clan again. As for me, because I had hemophobia before and also had left Hidden Leaf Village, no one touched me. But after I went back to the village and dug up the graves of the two grandfather and granduncle, Denzo couldn't tolerate me anymore. You might not believe it, but Hidden Stone's village treats us Senju clan better than Hidden Leaf Village treated us. I even have already joined the higher-ups of the Hidden Stone's village and learned a lot of things that only Tsuchikage can know. Most of the information and some decisions are even handled by me, which means that I can even check Hidden Stone's village's scroll of seals. Do you know what concept this is? As Tsunade said this, her expression became more and more complicated. If Hidden Stone's village is just being kind to them, it can be regarded as just an illusion, but letting her know so many things? Then it can't be an illusion. TSK, Hidden Stone's village's action is really big, that can only show one thing, they really need us talents, otherwise, they won't choose to pay so much. This is a bit beyond my imagination. There were still some doubts whether they are just using our power to divide Hidden Leaf Village, but now, this doubt has been directly dispelled. Orochimaru suddenly laughed. If Tsunade doesn't come, he would still keep a lot of vigilance against Hidden Stone's village. After all, Shinobi Village is really dark. If he was really so naive, he might have been gnawed till only his bones long ago. However, the news brought by Tsunade did let him dispel his last doubts. Why would they need Tit? As long as Asahi is still there, he can destroy all the Shinobi villages in the entire Shinobi world except Hidden Stone's village. Do you think he really needs to use us to divide Hidden Leaf Village? Tsunade said with a teasing look towards Orochimaru. It's really not necessary. With that kind of invincible power, it is no longer necessary to use such conspiracies and tricks. It's enough to crush the other violently, but aren't we going a little off topic? Kushina, what is your decision? Orochimaru suddenly came back to his sense at this time. Aren't we here to dig Kushina? Why did we suddenly go out of topic? Yeah, Kushina, what is your decision? Tsunade was also taken aback for a moment, and then the two turned to look at Kushina, who was somewhat at a loss. No. I don't know, my mind is in a mess right now. Although I am completely disappointed with Hidden Leaf Village, I still need some time to think about it. Kushina said. That's alright, that's alright. After all, you really shouldn't be too rash about this kind of thing. If it wasn't for that bastard Denzo who sent his men to chase me down, I guess I wouldn't join Hidden Stone's village directly. However, Kushina, your time is running out. I can't follow you back to the village. Orochimaru will still go back, but Orochimaru will just pack up all his things he left in Hidden Leaf Village and leave, so Kushina, you have to make a decision before that. By the way, you all need to make a reverse summoning scroll for me each. Although there may not be too many accidents, it is better to take precautions just in case. Tsunade added. Reverse summoning scroll. This thing can be used not only by summoning beasts and people, but also between people and people. But it's just a bit more complicated. If they don't sign a contract, they must make a reverse summoning scroll. It's like Naruto's shadow clone was summoned to Hidden Leaf Village to replenish his natural energy, and Sasuke used Manda to avoid Deidara's explosion, and was summoned out by Suigetsu. In short, the reverse summoning jutsu is definitely a life-saving method. Chapter 57 The Last Straw That Overwhelms the Camel, Minato Reverse Summoning Scroll? This is indeed a life-saving thing, but you probably didn't come up with it. Orochimaru looked at Tsunade with a strange expression, and Tsunade couldn't help but blushed. It was indeed not her idea, but Asahi. This kind of thing is indeed a very good life-saving trick, but due to its limited conditions, not many people use it. One is that it is very cumbersome to make. For people who are not proficient in this technique, it will be difficult to make, so it takes a lot of effort, and it is also necessary to find someone who is completely trustworthy. They also need to have special information transmission ability for this thing, otherwise, the person holding the scroll will not know that they are in danger at all. And if they don't know, how can they use the reverse summoning jutsu? In the battle, life and death are instantaneous, so this thing is almost useless, but Tsunade and Orochimaru are different. Tsunade's katsu can transmit signals at will, which is much more convenient than shadow clones, so it's okay as long as there's katsu, as it will be very convenient to transfer messages, and also makes the reverse summoning jutsu feasible. Making this thing is not something that can be done in a short time. I will just deliver it to you later. Orochimaru nodded, and then Tsunade left two little katsu to hide on their body, and then let Orochimaru take Kushina back. Everything went smoothly, but Kushina's head had become a mess. What she learned today is a lot more impactful than what she learned about the Uzumaki clan before. Before, the Uzumaki clan were never Hidden Leaf Village's people. Even if they were good friends with Hidden Leaf Village, they still belonged to outsiders. Therefore, it is understandable for Hidden Leaf Village's people to be looking at them greedily. Kushina has already realized it, but the incident this time is the real huge impact. She was blinded by what happened to Tsunade. She didn't expect that Hidden Leaf Village was so dark that even first Hokage's granddaughter was not spared. The most important thing is, Lord Third Hokage, Tsunade's teacher, even ignored Denzo's actions. What kind of operation is this? Anyway, Kushina could never imagine that Hidden Leaf Village, which looked so calm and peaceful on the surface, turned out to be so dark. And Orochimaru also gave her some other information, some information about Hidden Leaf Village's White Fang, which also clearly recorded the death of Hidden Leaf Village's White Fang, and she was actually a little puzzled about it. How did all Hidden Leaf Village's White Fang's past credits could directly be buried after failing a mission, or even force him to commit suicide? It must be a joke, but now, she finally understood it. The more she thought about these things, the more disappointed she was in Hidden Leaf Village. Her love for Hidden Leaf Village gradually turned into disgust, and the idea of leaving Hidden Leaf Village was born. What Tsunade said about Hidden Stone's village being kind towards her and Senju clan were also what Kushina is looking forward to, but she is still a little hesitant. Kushina, what are you thinking? Why do you look weird these days? At this time, Minato happened to see Kushina and asked curiously. Minato? I have a question I want to ask you. Kushina, who had planned to leave immediately, didn't know what got into her, and she suddenly decided to ask Minato. Of course, she didn't tell Minato about what she knew, but told some things in a storytelling way. To Minato, this is just equivalent to telling a story. Well, if you are the protagonist in the story, what choice would you make? After telling the story, Kushina asked again. It's really not a very good story, but if the people in this place are really so dark, and the people in another place are really so nice, I might choose to leave directly. After all, this is not a betrayal. It can only be said to protect yourself, as such a dark place is not worthy of allegiance at all. Minato scratched his head and said. His natural bright personality didn't make him think about it at all. It can only be said that as expected of Minato. If he is replaced by another person, it is estimated that Kushina may be exposed now. But Minato is a person who has reached the extreme of sunniness, so he doesn't think so. Throughout the story, Minato has nothing but uprightness, and Minato will never think that Tsunade and Orochimaru would be poached. In the absence of such a situation, it would be unrealistic to connect the story told by Kushina with reality. I see, thank you Minato, I almost figured out this story too. Kushina is also a novice, so her face changed, and she no longer has the hesitation she had before, and she changed back to the little pepper before. After seeing his friend changed back to normal, Minato also smiled and nodded. He would have never thought that he had become the straw that broke the camel's back and helped Kushina make the final decision. After that, Kushina went to find Orochimaru and told Orochimaru of her decision, but just in case, she is going to go back with Orochimaru, as she also has some things to pack. Although Hidden Leaf Village has obtained the sealing jutsu of the Uzumaki clan, she, as a Uzumaki clan's member, also keeps a copy, so she must take these things away. Even if she is proficient in the sealing jutsu, there's no way she'll be able to learn all the Uzumaki clan sealing jutsus, so these things must also be taken away. At least, she can't let Hidden Leaf Village live so comfortably. After Minato said he would choose to leave, Kushina no longer regarded herself as Hidden Leaf Village's person at all. After that, Orochimaru spent some time and handed over the reverse summoning scroll he made to Asahi and the others. It was considered as a final guarantee. If Orochimaru escaped directly with Kushina, there would be no need to use this thing, and if there's accident, then this stuff could be useful. In this way, after the matter was settled, Asahi and his men returned to Hidden Stones Village, and Orochimaru and his men also returned to Hidden Leaf Village. However, since the foreign enemies have been cleaned up, the internal troubles naturally started again. Denzo likes to do things even during the war, let alone now that the war is over. Both Orochimaru and Jiraiya have also made contributions, and Denzo knows that Jiraiya will not pose too much threat to him, but Orochimaru is different. Jiraiya didn't even participate in the selection of Hokage, but only recommended his disciple Minato. So now, the ones participating are Minato and Orochimaru. Now that the foreign enemies are eliminated, after Orochimaru and the others returned to the village, Denzo started to do things. Chapter 58 Super God assists Denzo is online again after Hidden Leaf Village's people returned to the village. Orochimaru went straight back to his laboratory to pack up his things. Now that he has made a decision, he should not hesitate too much, but he does have a lot of things, so it is more troublesome to pack up. At the same time, Denzo discovered that Orochimaru had returned to his secret laboratory, and finally couldn't hold back anymore. Orochimaru was a big threat to him, so he had to get rid of Orochimaru. With such decision, Denzo called the other elders directly, and hurriedly went to Lord Third's office with the documents in hands. Denzo, why are you here and you guys too, what's the matter? After Lord Third saw Denzo and the others, he started to feel headaches. After all, as soon as these guys appeared, there will be no good things, so when Lord Third saw Denzo, he got headaches. Sarutobi, you'd better take a look at these things. After saying that, Denzo threw all the documents he prepared in front of Lord Third, and Lord Third picked up all these materials with a look of confusion, but as he flipped through them, his face continued to change. As a Hokage, he really didn't know what Orochimaru did. Of course he still knew some, but because Denzo had cooperated with Orochimaru before, Denzo blocked most of the information, and Lord Third only knew about the most basic, but in the report Denzo just gave him, there are various research things done by Orochimaru. This made Lord Third couldn't help but being shocked. But what shocked Lord Third more was not this, but the speed at which Denzo started attacking. Orochimaru just came back, but Denzo already started moving. As for why he didn't do anything before Orochimaru came back, it's because he wanted Lord Third beat Orochimaru to death with his own hands, so Lord Third couldn't help but sigh at Denzo's ruthlessness. But Lord Third can't do anything about this now. If he is the only one who knows about it, he can still discuss it with Denzo, or threaten Denzo immediately. After all, Orochimaru may not be allowed to do such a thing, but he is still someone from his faction. So this time, in fact, Denzo is not only eliminating his opponent, but also weakening Lord Third's power in disguise. Sarutobi, this thing cannot be tolerated. Once this kind of thing is known to others, we won't be able to bear the consequences, and there may be disturbances in the village, so give the order, Orochimaru can't stay. The other elders also began to urge constantly, which is clearly forcing Lord Third to make a decision. Damn, I didn't expect things to have reached this point. Denzo, you are really good. Lord Third's hands holding the file were a little too hard, which caused the file to be deformed. He knows that most of the blames in it were Denzo's. There are not many people under Orochimaru who can be trusted, but Denzo is different. He knew that most of the experiment materials in Orochimaru's hands were provided by Denzo, but he didn't know how to get evidence about Denzo's intervene, which was uncomfortable. Finally, in desperation, Lord Third could only arrest Orochimaru, and even take action himself. After all, with Orochimaru's strength, there are only few people in Hidden Leaf Village can capture him. At the same time, Orochimaru has returned to his home and is still cleaning up. At this moment, there is another person in his house, his student, Mitarashi Anko, who is about the same age as Asahi, but she has already graduated from the academy at this age. During the war, no one would let the students in the academy stay until they are 12 years old. Sensei, what are you doing? Seeing Orochimaru keep packing things, Anko asked curiously. Originally, Orochimaru should have defected later, but now, because of the incitement of Asahi's butterfly wings, the plot happened a lot earlier. I almost forgot about you. Then Anko, I have a question for you. Do you want to leave with me? Orochimaru suddenly asked. This is his student after all, so if possible, he will take her with him. Sensei, what mission are you going to carry out? Please take me with you. Anko said with some excitement upon hearing this. She was naturally happy to carry out a mission or something with her teacher. It's not to carry out the mission. I plan to leave Hidden Leaf Village. Hidden Leaf Village can't tolerate me anymore. Do you want to leave with Sensei? To be honest, Hidden Leaf Village is really full of endless darkness. Orochimaru asked, and Anko at this time was stunned at his time. Orochimaru Sensei was going to defect? Defecting, what kind of operation is this? In short, she was frightened. After all, her teacher is the Orochimaru, one of the legendary Hidden Leaf Village's Sannin, but now, he wanted to defect, which made her stunned. Sensei, why do you want to leave Hidden Leaf Village? What happened? Anko looked at Orochimaru in front of her with surprise. Please. You don't need to know, you just need to tell me, do you want to leave with me? Orochimaru was too lazy to talk nonsense with her, and asked again. He also felt that he owed his student, Anko a little, after all, he didn't teach Anko a lot. Wait. Sensei, can't we think of other ways? There must be other ways. Anko's whole worldview was messed up at this moment, and Orochimaru, who saw this scene, almost knew what Anko's choice is. It looks like you didn't intend to leave with me, but it's not a good thing for some things to stay in your mind, so these memories will be temporarily sealed. Orochimaru shook his head. He is not the kind of person who is cold-blooded to the extreme. It is true that he placed the cursed seal of heaven on Anko, but he sealed this part of memory from Anko's mind. It is unknown if it was deliberate or accidental, but he still does it. At least, Anko doesn't have much to do with him afterwards, unless Anko retrieves the memory herself. As in the original work, after leaving Anko with an incomplete cursed seal of heaven, Orochimaru quickly packed his things, and at the same time, he sensed a lot of people outside his house. As a strong Kage-level expert and a snake user, his perception is not weak at all. You are targeting me so soon? That old man is really ruthless as usual. Gotso, tell Kushina and Tsunade that I'm ready here. Orochimaru shook his head. He even saw his own teacher with Denzo and the others. With this kind of lineup, he may be able to escape, but the risk was too great, so he chose to honestly use reverse summoning jutsu. When the little Katsu was ordered by Orochimaru, it quickly passed the news to its other clones. Chapter 59 The ignorant Hidden Leaf Village's higher-ups Orochimaru, come out and tell me what the hell is going on with these things? At this moment, Lord Third has come to Orochimaru, and through the messy documents that he had pinched to Orochimaru. Although Lord Third and Denzo are both conspirators, Lord Third hasn't reached the level of Denzo's ruthlessness. He is still kind to his own people, and only Denzo is cruel enough to do anything to anyone, including himself. Denzo, your speed is really fast. You actually started working on me so quickly. Let me guess, the one you will target the next time must be Minato. After all, when I have a problem, he is your only competitor. When Orochimaru saw that piece of information, he didn't need to look at it to know what's going on, but Denzo doesn't care at this moment. No matter what you say, you have no evidence to prove that most of the things in it were done by me. What can you do with me? This is Denzo's confidence. Everything will always need a piece of evidence, and he has all the evidence in his hand, and he came here to ensure that Orochimaru can be killed. After all, if Orochimaru died, then there will be no proof of his intervening in this matter. Stop talking nonsense, you're still thinking about dividing us, Hiruzen, do it, take this guy down. Denzo opened his mouth and didn't care about Orochimaru's words at all, as his face was already thicker than even Hokage rock. Orochimaru-sama, the news has been sent, and the operation will be launched soon. Please be prepared. At this time, the little Gotsu crawled out and told Orochimaru the news. At this moment, the little Gotsu was not hidden, but appeared in front of everyone. So, the moment they saw this Gotsu, everyone was stunned. Who is Gotsu to Tsunade? Lord Third at this moment is also a bit confused. He doesn't know much about what happened to Tsunade. He only knows that Tsunade has come back and she seems to have disappeared afterwards. As for Denzo secretly hunting her down, he didn't even think about it. Yes, he probably wouldn't have thought that Denzo would be so frantic that he wouldn't even let Tsunade go. Tsunade's hemophobia made Lord Third too lazy to pay attention to her, and it would be fine if she leaves Hidden Leaf Village, but now that Gotsu appears, it shows that there is a certain connection between Orochimaru and Tsunade. At this moment, his whole head is not clear, and he can't understand what is going on. Denzo's eye widened when he saw this. The people he sent to hunt down Tsunade were all killed, and no clues were left. Tsunade has also disappeared. He sent people to investigate the scene and couldn't find any information about Tsunade, so he is still kind of depressed about it. But now, Gotsu appeared on Orochimaru, so they had to think deeply about what happened to these two people. I'm ready. Fortunately, I have left a hidden card. Then, Sensei, and Denzo, this decaying village will be left to you. Starting today, I won't be Hidden Leaf Village's person anymore. I hope you won't be too surprised when we meet next time. Orochimaru smiled sullenly after saying that, and those plans, we may not be able to hollow out the whole Hidden Leaf village, but hollowing out most of the people can still be done. So, he is looking at Hidden Leaf village's higher-ups in front of him pitifully. He wondered what expressions they will have when the largest village in the Shinobi world became the last one and even not as good as Hidden Sand Village. No, this guy is going to run, do it now. Denzo was shocked. He still heard clearly about Katsu's words just now. Although he didn't know what technique was activated, it must be detrimental to them. After he gave his order, the surrounding roots shinobi rushed up, but before they could get close to Orochimaru, they all saw Orochimaru turned into a smoke and disappeared with a bang. What's going on? Where did he go to? Denzo is a little mad, and he is also a little flustered now. He thought that even if Tsunade ran away, she would not be able to make any trouble, but now Orochimaru has also joined in, then the next situation will be very unfavorable for him, so he is a little panicked. Summoning jutsu, no, reverse summoning jutsu, has Orochimaru already expected this situation? Seeing the scene in front of him, how could Lord Third, the one known as the Professor, still not know what happened? The ultimate escape technique, the reverse summoning jutsu, is considered an alternative weakened version of Flying Thunder God jutsu, but because it is difficult to use, basically no one uses it, but Lord Third knew Tsunade's Katsu directly makes up for this shortcoming. Lord Third is also very emotional now. Orochimaru has long known that Denzo will do something to him, so the way Lord Third looked at Denzo has also changed. This guy's thought has been read thoroughly by Orochimaru. Of course, Lord Third didn't say much. Orochimaru was his disciple in the end, and he was relieved that he is able to run away. It must be known that in the original book, Lord Third personally let Orochimaru go, otherwise, there will be no Orochimaru in the later stage. Damn it, who is behind him? Tsunade? Hiruzen, how are you going to deal with this matter? If Tsunade is mixed with Orochimaru, then Tsunade is undoubtedly a traitor. Denzo said furiously. After all, now that someone who can cause him trouble run away, how can he not be angry? As for Tsunade, he immediately said that she has become a traitor, as there are so many people watching, Lord Third can't refute it, and can only admit it. In desperation, Lord Third could only issue a wanted order, so Hidden Leaf Village had 2 high-level figures that become missing ninja, but this is not over. Almost a day later, another news came, that is, Kushina is also missing, and this was reported by Minato. Orochimaru's matter was not small, so a lot of Anbu was ordered to search for him. As a result, when Kushina also disappeared, there is no Anbu watching her. After all, Kushina is not Naruto. Naruto is weak, and he didn't know how to use his power well, so the higher-ups monitor him. But Kushina is a real Uzumaki clan's member, and her perception ability is heaven-defying. They can't let Anbu watch her unless they wanted to make her uncomfortable. And Minato only discovered this because he went to Kushina, but he couldn't find anyone, and thought that she was just going out. However, Orochimaru's matter is so big. After Orochimaru and Tsunade's wanted orders came out, he went to find Kushina again, but he still couldn't hear any movement from her house. Minato, who felt that something is wrong, chose to enter Kushina's house, and found that many things inside were taken away, and there was no trace of Kushina at all. Minato panicked, immediately told Lord Third and the others about it, and Lord Third also quickly get his men to search in the village. As a result, there was no gain, and Kushina seemed to have evaporated from this world. This made the whole Hidden Leaf Village's higher-ups confused. Chapter 60 Hidden Leaf Village has become a laughingstock after Hidden Leaf Village's constant search. It was finally determined that Kushina was missing, and the time of her disappearance happened to coincide with Orochimaru's, and some important things in her house were gone, and there was no trace of battle. With Kushina's strength, if someone wants to forcibly kidnap her, how could she not resist? Minato also realized the truth about the story that Kushina told him before. No matter how slow Minato is, he finally understood it, but Minato did not directly tell Lord Third about this story. Right now, Kushina is just said to be missing, but once he said it, then it would be known that Kushina has defected. Once this kind of defecting is confirmed, if Kushina is captured and returned, the Jinchuriki will definitely be replaced, so he didn't dare to say anything, even if the higher-ups are now inclined to Kushina to leave by herself. After all, there is no trace of struggle. But he is not 100% sure, so Minato didn't dare to say anything. Suddenly, 2 of Hidden Leaf Village's Sannin have defected, and Ninetales' Jinchuriki has also disappeared. Hidden Leaf Village's higher-ups were going crazy. And at the same time, there is also Jiraiya who is going crazy. What the hell is going on? There's no way Tsunade and Orochimaru will defect. Old man, you must give me an explanation. Jiraiya wasn't called for the previous action, and when Jiraiya knew about it, the wanted order had been issued. At this moment, Jiraiya was extremely angry but also didn't believe it. He may still believe it if only Orochimaru defected, but now, what happened to Tsunade? In this village, Jiraiya felt that apart from the Hokage, Tsunade was the least likely to defect. However, in the end, it turned out that Tsunade has defected and destroyed his 3 views. If you ask me, who should I ask? For Orochimaru's defection, you can just look at the information for yourself. As for Tsunade, Tsunade is the only one who signed the contract with Katsu, which is her trademark. At that time, Orochimaru has Katsu on his body, which means that there is a problem with the two. Even if I don't believe this kind of thing, but the facts are in front of me. What else can I say? Lord Third is also full of melancholy. Hidden Leaf Village's Sannin are the real 3 Kage-level powerhouses, and he lost 2 of them in one moment. What's more important is the Nine Tails' Jinchuriki, and there was too much commotion before, so it is estimated that the news has already spread, and other villages will know about it soon. At that time, Hidden Leaf Village will become the laughingstock of the whole Shinobi world. Although Hidden Leaf Village won the war this time, most of the credit goes to Hidden Stone's village, who has the main battle force, and everyone else is just a supporting role. So, when looked like this, Hidden Leaf Village simply has too much extreme problems. Even if Lord Third didn't want to delay the selection of the next Hokage, this matter is so big, so how would he choose the next Hokage? At the same time, spies from various villages has also sent some news back to their own villages. The wanted order is not a big deal, but the disappearance of Nine Tails' Jinchuriki is not a small matter at all. Tailed Beast is the deterrent power of each village to the other villages. Once it is gone, it will be a huge problem. Hidden Sand Village's Tailed Beast has also been taken away by Asahi directly. Hidden Leaf Village's strongest Nine Tails is gone, plus to the betrayal of the 2 Kage-level powerhouses. At this moment, other villages are starting to move again, but they are afraid of Hidden Stone's village, afraid that Hidden Stone's village will suddenly come out and do something, so they are still in a wait-and-see stance. And now, they have a bitter hatred of Hidden Leaf Village, as the news about Asahi can't use his strength that the night was released by Hidden Leaf Village. As long as they check this kind of news carefully, they can find Hidden Leaf Village's traces. Therefore, Jiraiya has caused a big trouble to his village, and the biggest blame is still on Denzo. At this moment, the other villages felt that this was Hidden Leaf Village's trick, so they transferred their hatred towards Asahi to Hidden Leaf Village. The reason for doing so was also because they were not Asahi's opponents. And when they thought of Asahi's monster-like combat power, they felt terrified. The softest persimmon will be the one pinched, so no one's can be blamed now that the clouds were cloudy on Hidden Leaf Village's side. Asahi and the other Hidden Stones villages higher-ups are happy, as a lot of talents has been dug up. Let me explain it first. It's fine now that you are at home, but if you wanted to go out, it's better to create some disguise and use transformation jutsu to change your appearance, and then I will put your changed appearance in the file, so there will be no problem. Asahi looked at Orochimaru and Kushina in front of him and explained. Of course, I don't have any problems, but I am still more interested in eternal life. Orochimaru said calmly. If he could keep researching, he can even guarantee that he will never go out. As for Kushina, she and Asahi don't have much communication, so she just nodded and agreed. Regarding Kushina, Asahi doesn't need to take care of her, as Tsunade will help. Of course, now that Kushina has joined, he can't waste it. Kushina, I would like to trouble you with one thing. Study this thing, and see if you can help me find a way to solve the cursed seal. Asahi handed the curse mark, Caged Bird Scroll of the Hyuga clan to Kushina. This is the curse mark, Caged Bird of the Hyuga clan? Are you planning to do something to the Hyuga clan? Kushina couldn't help but stared at the scroll dumbfounded. She was already in disbelief that both the Senju clan and Tsunade had rebelled, and then her last hope was shattered. In addition, Orochimaru was directly targeted, so she also fled from Hidden Leaf Village directly. But she didn't expect Asahi would even target the Hyuga clan too. Is he trying to hollow out Hidden Leaf Village's route? This kind of thing is not a secret. In short, Hidden Leaf Village is not good to his own people, so it's not a big problem if I help take care of them, right? Asahi said as if it was a matter of course, and Tsunade was already used to it. Needless to say, the other two people, Kushina and even Orochimaru, have their mouth twitching. Orochimaru has to say that Asahi is really eloquent. Right now, Asahi looks so righteous and awe-inspiring, as if he is fighting against evil forces. In short, Orochimaru felt that the thickness of Asahi's skin will only lose out to Denzo's. But Asahi doesn't care about other people's opinions. He felt that thick skin is not a big problem. And it's good to be thick-skinned, at least, he doesn't think there is anything wrong with it. By the way, Kushina, you still can't use the power of Nine Tails, right? Asahi asked. He estimates that only Kushina can keep Nine Tails on her body, But she still can't release Ninetales' power. Since she is already on his side, Asahi doesn't mind helping Kushina. Yes, what's wrong? Kushina asked with some doubts. She really couldn't use Ninetales' power, and with Ninetales' temper, let alone using his power, it would be good if he didn't swallow her. Chapter 61 Convincing Ninetales. I see. Are you interested in letting me enter the seal in your body? I can try to help you convince Ninetales. Maybe I can make you get along with Ninetales slowly. Asahi asked. You have a way to convince Ninetales? Kushina couldn't help being stunned. For so many years, she has been trying to convince Ninetales, but that guy Ninetales is like an oil when she is a water, so she doesn't know what to do, and can only keep sealing him. Have you forgotten about One Tail? One Tail is still here, and he's staying around our village. Asahi suddenly said, and Kushina also remembered at this time that Asahi directly persuaded One Tail in such a short time, and signed a contract with him. This is indeed a very incredible thing. After all, as far as Tailed Beast is concerned, even if you agree to release them, it is almost impossible to get the other party to sign a contract willingly with you. Then you can try it. Kushina didn't want to be an enemy with Ninetales, but she was worried about how to let Asahi meet Ninetales. Meeting with a tailed beast is not too difficult. One Tail gave me some of his chakra before, and tailed beasts' chakra has the power to attract each other, enough to bring my consciousness to Ninetales' seal in your body. This is what Asahi had asked One Tail before. Since he wants to dig Kushina, it is natural to give her more benefits, so he has already prepared what should be prepared long ago, and his consciousness immediately sank into Kushina's body. Kushina's inner space is not like Naruto's sewer. Naruto's sewer is the real proof of how dark his life has been over the years, but Kushina is different. At least, she has not experienced such a dark childhood like Naruto's. It is a golden space, a little dazzling, and in the center, there is a huge cage, and inside the cage is Ninetales. Asahi is not alone at this moment, as there is a shrunken version of One Tail on his shoulder. Kushina is also there with him. This is the seal of that stinky fox? It's really gorgeous. As for those hidden sand villages' seal, they are not comparable at all. Looking at Ninetales, who is inside the huge cage and sealed with many golden chains, One Tail felt that Ninetales was really pitiful. Tanuki, and the human over there, what are you doing here? And little girl, why are you bringing other people in? At this moment, Ninetales looked at Kushina with a ferocious look, and Kushina was a little at loss. Ninetales couldn't speak well at all. Basically, he was like a barrel of dynamites, which would explode at one point. Kurama, don't be so excited, I'm here to chat with you. Asahi looked at Ninetales with a smile, and was completely different from Ninetales' ferociousness. Well, how did you know my name? Tanuki, your mouth always too loose. Ninetales was taken aback when he heard his name being called. Except for other tailed beast, everyone else shouldn't know his name, so subconsciously he looked at One Tail. Smelly fox, this uncle doesn't have the heart to reveal your unpleasant name. This kid has the scene of the old man talking to us in his mind, and our details are clear to him. This uncle thinks that he is the person the old man said, anyway. Right now, this uncle is living a very comfortable life. One Tail said with great disdain. If it wasn't for Asahi, he would come to fight this stinky fox. What kind of proof that what the old man said is true? Ninetales looked at One Tail with a puzzled expression. He knew One Tail's character very well. Although he was at odds with him, he knew that One Tail wouldn't talk nonsense about this matter. Then, One Tail recounted what happened after Asahi met him. There are even some things that even the tailed beast don't know, so at this moment, Ninetales is looking at Asahi with a look of uncertainty. Asahi knew a lot of their secrets, and he knows too many things. He felt that him being the person mentioned by Sage of Six Paths is the only possibility, otherwise, such secrets wouldn't be leaked by them tailed beast. This uncle has said everything that should be said. In short, this uncle believes it. As for you stinky fox, you can figure it out by yourself. After One Tail finished speaking, he stopped talking, and Ninetales fell into contemplation. Okay, I'll trust you for the time being, kid. There's no way you came in to find me just to talk about these things, so, what's your purpose? Ninetales finally made a compromise. After convincing one tailed beast, it will be much easier to convince the other tailed beast with the help of one, and once it comes to Sage of Six Paths, it can be said that it directly pokes the core of the tailed beast. When Asahi said it, even if the tailed beast favorability is negative, it will instantly rise by a lot. Of course I am here to be a peacemaker. At the beginning, you were controlled by Madara Uchiha, and then was sealed by Uzumaki Mido, and now you are sealed in Kushina's body. Your resentment must be very huge, and it can even be said that you want to cause disaster everywhere to release your pent-up anger. But I will tell you one thing clearly. That guy Madara Uchiha is still alive and is planning something about 10 tails. These are some things that I have seen from the memory, although I don't know about the specifics. But you must know how serious the matter with 10 tails is. My purpose is very simple. It's not a solution for you to stand in a stalemate with Kushina, and someone will definitely come after you. Right now, you and Kushina are tied together. If something happened to her, death is a good thing, as you won't die forever, but once you are taken to fuse 10 tails, you should know the consequences, right? So now, I hope that you two can work together. I'll let Kushina let go of your seal, and you will be responsible for helping her grow. No matter what you think, this is the best way now, even if you don't want to tie your own safety to others. 9 tails is difficult to convince, but Asahi still has a way. If 10 tails moves out, he must either agree to it or wait for being used as 10 tails as fusion material, in short. He won't have any choice. And this time, 9 tails did not immediately refute. Although he was very unwilling, he still had to admit that if someone really planned to bring back 10 tails, then there would be a big problem. Regarding the records of 10 tails, 9 tails can be sure that it is impossible to find it from the history books. Combined with what 1 tail said before, he has basically believed in Asahi now. I can believe what you said, and you indeed convinced me, but now, it depends on whether this little girl dared to let go of my seal. If she dares, then I can help her. But if she doesn't dare, then there is no need to say more about this kind of thing. 9 tails suddenly looked at Kushina and said that it is not easy to become his partner. Right now, he wanted to see if Kushina dares. Chapter 62 Kushina's Courage. How is it, Kushina? What is your choice? Asahi didn't push Kushina too much. Will 9 tails lie? Yes, and he's very good at that, but in some promises, 9 tails still has his own pride and persistence, especially in the face of Sage of 6 Paths matters. Well, I will believe you this one time. If you really want to harm me, there is no need to do so much trouble. At this moment, Kushina, who was previously restrained, went offline, and the red hot habanero went online again. Kushina's character is like a hot habanero. But because she was confused after she ran to Hidden Stone's village, she couldn't let loose of her true personality before. But now, her temper is coming up again, so in an instant, Kushina removed her restrained personality, and immediately opened the cage that sealed 9 tails directly. It was Asahi who was a little emotional. He had to admire Kushina, who was very bold and courageous. If it was replaced with Asahi himself, without knowing the original plot, he estimated that the possibility of him opening the seal was almost zero. Ha ha ha, okay, little girl, I will acknowledge you for the time being, but it is only temporarily. If I feel dissatisfied one day, your body will still belong to me. Now, you have been here long enough. Just get out of here. After 9 tails was released, he kicked out Asahi and Kushina's consciousness directly. As expected of 9 tails, he is a super arrogant tailed beast. Then Kushina, congratulations, as long as you get along with this guy from now on, you will be fine. Although this guy is a little bit deceitful and arrogant, he is still a good companion. Asahi said jokingly, how can he not understand 9 tails' character? To put it bluntly just now, he was just being a tsundere, and after Asahi said this, 9 tails' chakra also radiated a little, as if he was rebuking Asahi's words. Thank you so much, I actually never thought one day I could get 9 tails. No, Kurama's power. All this time, my body is like a time bomb, but now it's no longer like that. Thank you so much. No matter what, Asahi's contribution this time doesn't need to be said, so Kushina has nothing to say but thank him. Thank you? Have you ever heard a sentence that to thank someone, it's better to use? Asahi suddenly showed a strange smile, and Kushina blushed immediately, and then the blue veins burst out on her forehead. Don't you think that just because your Hidden Stone's village is strongest, I won't dare to beat you up? Just get out of here. Kushina's shame directly exploded, and she instantly changed back to the previous red-hot habanero. That's right, it's better to release your true self before you face 9 tails again. At this time, Asahi gave her a thumb up. In fact, he was also a little confused. How did Minato survive? When Kushina's true personality was released, she even dared to threaten to beat me. It is difficult to imagine how is Minato's life. It's really interesting. It looks like the matter has been resolved. Tsunade, do you think they look like a couple like this? Looking at Asahi and Kushina's banter, he felt it was really good for him to follow Asahi. After all, Asahi supported their respective ideals. With such a boss, compared to facing those guys in Hidden Leaf Village, Orochimaru feels that he has made a lot of profit. Maybe. For some reason, Tsunade suddenly felt a little uncomfortable in her heart, but she didn't show it at all. After seeing Kushina fully recovered, Asahi didn't say anything more. Now that the plan of digging the foot of the wall is going very smoothly, He has poached a lot of people from Hidden Leaf Village. At this time, Obito can't go to Hidden Leaf Village. Without 9 tails to contain the others, even if Obito has Kamui, in the face of Minato's combat power, it will be difficult for him to get away even with Kamui. Especially if Minato's mark was put on his body, it is estimated that Obito will need to sleep in Kamui's dimension for the rest of his life, otherwise, it is unknown when he will be beheaded by Minato. Without the restraint of 9 tails, Obito should not dare to attack Hidden Leaf Village. Of course, with the super goddess Denzo, it is completely hard to say. In case Denzo moved his hands in the darkness, it is not a big problem to kill Minato. Well, Minato will not be too guarded against his own people, as his character is. Like that, so if he is really targeted by Denzo, it is not impossible that. Anyway, Denzo will never let Minato go. After all, he can survive until Lord Third retires, but he will definitely not survive the day when Minato abdicates, so he can only make Minato abdicate early. But Asahi can only guess that he will do it. As for how he would do it, he didn't know, and right now, Asahi is still busy dealing with Caged Bird, as this is a crucial point for recruiting the Hyuga clan. After Kushina and Orochimaru joined Hidden Stone's village, Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Stone's village were also busy biting the other villages' meats with their big mouths. This time, Hidden Stone's village can be said to have made a lot of profit, but Asahi still suggested to Onoki to give some of compensation to those whose family members died in the war. After a series of good policies, the people will naturally work hard for the village. Because of such good policies, a shinobi craze is starting in the village. Whether it is some people from shinobi clans or civilians, they all hope that their children can enter the Shinobi Academy. So for a while, the Shinobi Academy was not enough to contain the new students, but for Hidden Stone's village, who has become an infrastructure powerhouse, this is not a problem, and the school was expanded the next day. This made Onoki almost wake up laughing when he went to bed at night. There are definitely some geniuses among the civilians, and such a wide caste net will easily lead to them getting a few geniuses, so how can he be unhappy? However, Asahi can be regarded as taking care of Hidden Stone's village's real weakness. It's not without reason that Hidden Stone's village becomes weak in the later period. After all, compared with other shinobi villages, they didn't have anything. Hidden Leaf Village can still depends on the genius from their shinobi clans to support the village, and Hidden Cloud's village relies on kidnapping people with great bloodline right now, and in the later period, they will even make Chakra cannon. Although Hidden Mist Village experienced the Bloody Mist era, but there were many KK Genkai in their village. Hidden Sand Village also has Gaara, the friend of protagonist that is still young and powerful. Only Hidden Stone's village has nothing. Although Onoki is amazing and KK Toda is more exaggerated than the normal KK Genkai, no one after him has inherited it. Moreover, their genius, Deidara has also left, and even their Jinchuriki left the village, which made the village weaken. But now, everything has changed. With such a wide net being casted, there will always be a few geniuses captured in the net, plus the ones poached from Hidden Leaf Village. It will be enough for Hidden Stone's village to slowly develop into the strongest village. As for Hidden Leaf Village, they can only wait and cry. Chapter 63 Taking Orochimaru to the moon in the next month. Due to the rapid development of the village, the manpower in the village was not enough. Even Orochimaru had to temporarily put aside his dream of eternal life and help the village. As for Kushina, she was responsible for researching the curse mark, Caged Bird. After knowing the method, Kushina basically mastered Caged Bird in just one day, but she still requires a method to remove the seal, so after a period of time, Kushina has some running in with Nine Tails, and they are constantly researching Caged Bird's removing methods. But even for Kushina, she could only obtain some clues in a month's time, but Asahi didn't feel surprised. After all, if this is so easy to remove, the Hyuga clan would have already removed this thing so many years ago. The people in the branch house are not idiots, after all, who wants to be constantly controlled in life. Still, most of the things in the village are done with the efforts of Onoki, Tsunade and Orochimaru, and Konga. This also made Onoki to keep looking for Asahi, and asked him to quickly proceed with the next step of the digging plan. With the help of Tsunade and Orochimaru, it was much more handy for him to handle things in the village, and this is also he had opened up most of Hidden Stone's village's secrets to these two people. There's no need to say much about Tsunade, as she had joined Hidden Stone's village some time ago, and Orochimaru also slowly integrated in. As for his experiment, Asahi also said that it is okay to do experiments, but he can't use people from their own village, and he can have as many death row prisoners and rebels as he wants. As for people in their own village, he can't do anything to them. This is the limit. Orochimaru didn't say much about this. When he was in Hidden Leaf Village, the materials he used in his experiments were all provided by Denzo, so the truth is, Orochimaru didn't actually carry much of this blame, and most of them are on Denzo. Sure enough, it can be said that he is the Hidden Leaf Village's Blame King. No, it should be the Shinobi World's Blame King. It is estimated that most of the things happening in the Shinobi world can be blamed to him. It can be said that he is peak of Blame King, and no one can match him. After the village stabilized, Asahi took Orochimaru away and headed to the moon. As for the others, Tsunade was already engaged in politics. As for Kushina, she was busy running in with Nine Tails and studying Caged Bird and Rock Shinobi. Among the people in Hidden Stones village he completely trusted, they did not have the heart to go, so Asahi set out with Orochimaru and some creatures that had been marked with Caged Bird. Although Kushina is quite amazing, but what if she can't find a way to remove it? Therefore, Asahi felt that it is better to try removing Caged Bird with the giant Tenseigan. After traveling for a while, the two passed through the moon's channel and came directly to the moon. I didn't expect that there would be such a passage to the moon hidden near Hidden Leaf Village. It is really surprising. How did you find this secret? Orochimaru was extremely surprised and at the same time a little in disbelief. How did Asahi and Hidden Stones Village find this kind of place? It is actually a coincidence. At the beginning, Hamura and his descendants had emigrated on the moon, so there are some records about it. Thousands of years have passed and these records have almost become ashes, but it is inevitable that there are still some leftovers, so we just discovered it. In order to find this passage, I also sent a lot of Hidden Stones Village as shinobi, but it still took a while before they found it. Asahi lied casually. He didn't know whether such record really exists or not, but it was indeed true that he sent someone to look for it for a while. Interesting. Then what about the so-called Tenseigan? Orochimaru's eyes are burning with a raging fire, and at this moment, he has completely entered the mad scientist mode. There's no need to be anxious, I will take you there now. Asahi rolled his eyes, then took Orochimaru to the former residence of the Otsutsuki clan, and then they saw the giant golden Tenseigan again. It's really an incredible eye, and it also has indescribable power, but is it really okay for you to bring me here? This kind of thing is also a super killer for the shinobi world. It can even be said that if someone mastered it, it won't be a problem for them to dominate the whole shinobi world. Orochimaru asked after testing the power of the giant Tenseigan. There's no need to feel doubtful to you. Since I have recruited you, I will naturally let your talents bloom to the fullest. Besides, will you do anything to our Hidden Stones village? Asahi smiled and asked back. Ha ha ha, you are indeed very brave, and you have so much courage to do this kind of thing. If you are replaced by someone else, they would not dare to do it at all. Orochimaru admires Asahi and also Asahi's courage. He felt that Asahi is so much stronger than Denzo both in strength and mind. But how could he know that this is all because Asahi has nothing to fear, nothing more? If his strength is enough to crush this kind of thing, Asahi will bring his people to it, otherwise, Asahi will treat this thing as a secret that is needed to be infinitely sealed. Asahi is not courageous, but has the confidence. But since Orochimaru said so, Asahi naturally would not deny it himself. He just let Orochimaru think whatever he thinks. You can touch everything here, and I won't even say anything even if you wanted to dig up the graves of the people here directly, but the only thing you can't do is to go to the central position, as that's where the seal of Otsutsuki Kaguya is located. Although I don't think you can unlock the seal, it is still better not to touch it. After all, she is the ancestor of Chakra. After she comes out, no one can be her opponent. Asahi said. He is not afraid of Kaguya's strength, but the only thing he is scared of is her space-type ninjutsu, so before he could be invincible against those kind of things, he chose to give Orochimaru a vaccination first, otherwise, it will be bad if this guy really unsealed Kaguya. Don't worry, you've said it many times, so I won't touch that place, but it won't be easy to say when we have enough preparations in the future. After all, the other party has what I desire the most. Orochimaru stared central position in the sky and said. After all, what he desires the most is eternal life, and Kaguya has this key factor in her. Then you'll have to wait until I have a way to deal with her. Before that, you should study these first. Well, with those things I gave you, maybe before we could release this guy, you can work out a way to get eternal life. Asahi shook his head. He knew that Orochimaru's technological ability is too strong, and he felt that if he gives Orochimaru time, he can do anything. Well, we'll just wait and see, but don't you have to test the capabilities of this thing? Orochimaru suddenly pointed at the giant Tenseigan and said. And at this time, Asahi slapped his forehead as he almost forgot about his reason coming here. Chapter 64 Another Uzumaki's Girl? The reason Asahi came here, in addition to let Orochimaru study these things and turn this place into a testing ground, is to study Caged Bird's removing method. For this matter, he made two preparations, one is Kushina's research, and the other is to use this giant Tenseigan to achieve it. This time, he brought some small animals, and these small animals have a green symbol on their foreheads, which is the mark of the caged bird. The caged bird is not only can be used at the Hyuga clan, but the biggest difference between the Hyuga clan and the others is that once they are killed, their Byakugan will be destroyed. Other than that, this is also a curse that controls people. Asahi put his hand on the giant Tenseigan, and his other hand was holding a rabbit that had been cursed with the caged bird. After that, he clearly sensed the curse mark, caged bird on the rabbit, directly induced the giant Tenseigan, and a huge pupil power poured into the rabbit's body, destroying the curse mark, caged bird. Success. It's successful, but it seems to have some after effects. Asahi looked a little speechless at the rabbit, whose brain had been burned, in his hand. The Tenseigan's pupil power is very domineering, and this giant Tenseigan's pupil power is much more domineering than the average Tenseigan. In this case, Asahi had casually induced it to release its pupil power, so the pupil power released was too much just now, which caused the rabbit's caged bird to be removed, but its brain was also burned. However, Asahi felt that he has seen hope. He knew that it depends on how he could control the amount of pupil power poured. As long as this amount is well controlled, there is no need to worry about these creatures' brains being directly burned. Fortunately, he brought a lot of these small animals. In the end, the 10 small animals he carried were all used up, but he still couldn't handle this problem, but he can still find a way. As long as he has enough experimental subjects, he believed he can do it. Now that he knew this, he handed over this mess directly to Orochimaru. Anyway, it would be very troublesome for him to do such a brain-burning thing, as he's not someone who can do such things. He felt that it won't be a big problem for Orochimaru to master this method of removing the caged bird. After that, Asahi left the moon. As for Orochimaru, he has already regarded this place as his own research site and planned to turn this place into a laboratory. In this regard, Asahi also agrees, as this place is much safer than the Shinobi world. At least, it won't be noticed by White Zetsu, but it's a little troublesome to transport things later. Before he left, he also talked to Orochimaru and asked if he could use the giant Tenseigan to open up a new passage. After all, since Hamura can open up a passage to the Shinobi world, with the giant Tenseigan, why can't Orochimaru? Of course, even if Orochimaru can succeed, it is estimated that it won't be just in a day or two, and it may take a lot of time to accumulate experiences. After leaving the moon, the channel outside was once again covered up by Asahi to prevent anyone from discovering it, and then he returned to Hidden Stones Village. Right now, he has now become the brightest new star in Hidden Stones Village. Not long after he returned, there was one news from Hidden Leaf Village. Lord 4th Hokage has been determined, and it is Minato Namikaze as expected. After searching for Orochimaru and the others to no avail, Lord 3rd and the others can only slow down the search, and then, in order to save face, he directly made Minato as the Lord 4th Hokage, in order to give out some deterrence to the outside world. And Minato, who is now the Lord 4th Hokage, has indeed gives the other villages a certain degree of deterrence. It's all because of his Flying Thunder God Jutsu. After all, no one wants to sleep at night without waking up anymore. Flying Thunder God Jutsu's deterrence comes from its nature of being impossible to guard against, so some of the Shinobi villages, who are just about to move have also temporarily held back. However, as long as there are some more troubles in Hidden Leaf Village, these villages definitely rushed up to Hidden Leaf Village immediately. However, what makes Asahi a little confused is that the inertia of the plot is terrifying. It has only been a month or two, and Minato has gotten along with a new girl, and she is also a member of the Uzumaki clan. My god, how can it be so coincidental? Is it because of the butterfly wings, or is she Karen's mother? If she is really Karen's mother, then it will be really fun. Asahi looked at the information with a confused expression. Isn't Minato's speed a bit too fast? Didn't he like Kushina? How can he get closer to another girl in just a month or two? The speed is exaggerated. However, Kushina also explained later that there is actually nothing between Minato and her, and she just treated Minato as her male best friend. They were a very good friend, but because so many things had happened afterwards, they are no longer proper friend. And Minato also married this new girl not long after. At this moment, time quietly came to Hidden Leaf Village's year 47. The war that broke out in year 46 was ended by Asahi in less than a year. Now that it's Hidden Leaf Village's year 47, the first batch of Hidden Leaf Village 11 is almost about to appear. Neji, Tenten and Lee, the three of them are 1 year older than the others, so they were born this year. In addition, Kitsushi's daughter was also born, and Anoki has become the grandfather. Old man, tell me, how did you get the names for your descendants? Your son's name is Kitsuchi, your name is Anoki, and now you actually named your granddaughter Kurotsuchi. It didn't seem strange to him when he saw the original work, but now, Asahi feels that it is very strange. After all, Onoki's name and his descendants' names are too wide apart. Moreover, Kurotsuchi is a girl, but her name actually means Black Earth. Back then, I hoped that Kitsuchi could inherit the will of stone and be a steadfast person, that's why I gave him that name. Onoki explained. It seems that you did not make a mistake in his name, old man. Uncle Kitsuchi is indeed very down to earth, well, very down to earth. Asahi couldn't help giving a thumbs up to Onoki. Kitsuchi was indeed very down to earth, even to the point of being dumb. He doubted whether Onoki could be a prophet, as the name was too suitable for Kitsuchi. We can continue to chat without talking about this. Onoki's forehead couldn't help but getting black. This name has been also complained by others many times. But, how would he know that his son turned out to be such a person? After all, Onoki is very smart, so how can he gives birth to such an extremely dumb son? Chapter 65 The Bloody Mist era is still happening by the way, boy, let's not talk about these things for now, something happened on Hidden Mist Village. At this time, Onoki suddenly changed the subject. It is estimated that he himself was confused by the name, but for Asahi, it was not important. Let alone Kitsuchi and Kurotsuchi, even if they are called Doro, it has nothing to do with him. What happened in Hidden Mist Village? Asahi's eyelids twitched. If something happens to Hidden Mist Village, then there can only be one thing, that is the start of the Bloody Mist era, but this makes Asahi puzzled. In the original work, the reason Yagura is controlled by Obito to start the Bloody Mist era should be because of Rin's matter. But since he crossed over, things have undergone a series of changes. Yagura has already become Three Tails' Jinchuriki. Originally, Three Tails should be inside Rin's body and died with Rin. Only after the resurrection will Three Tails be sealed in Yagura's body, and because of Rin's death, Obito, who has a grudge, will control Yagura. Then here comes the problem. Yagura is still alive, and he has already become Three Tails' Jinchuriki long ago. But Rin's death will definitely still happen, as Madara will not let the possibility of blackening Obito, so Rin must be finished. Maybe her death related with Hidden Mist Village, and that's why Obito controls Yagura again. In short, everything has become a little weird now. The plot has obviously been messed up, but now it seems that it still tried to recover to the original plot. On Hidden Mist Village, after Yagura recovered a little, he ordered a bloody rectification in Hidden Mist Village. Various policies have become extremely bloody. From the rumors from the outside world, it is because he has been stimulated by you, and he wanted to increase Hidden Mist Village's strength even higher, that's why this happens. In short, the situation on Hidden Mist Village is very weird. Onoki explained Hidden Mist Village's situation, and Asahi realized it. It is no surprise that this time, Madara is the one who controlled Hidden Mist Village and attacked Rin, and then made Obito blackened, so Obito took the initiative to attack Yagura. This is really made Asahi speechless to the extreme, as the plot was forcibly twisted back to the original. Well, old man, you should continue to monitor the situation at Hidden Mist Village. Asahi nodded and said. From Hidden Mist Village, he still has a chance to get good subordinates, one is Hueco and the other is Kimimaro. Both of these can be nurtured into his most loyal subordinates, and their Kekkei Genkai are also good. This time, Orochimaru should be able to fix the bloodline sickness in Kimimaro body. But when he thought of Hueco, Asahi felt a toothache. He never imagined that Hueco was a man. When he first watched Naruto before, he thought that Hueco's relationship with Zabuza was a kind of pessimistic relationship, but when he knew that Hueco is a man, this began to change. Asahi started to doubt whether the original author is straight or not. Otherwise, there will be so many doubtful things happening. One is that Naruto kissed Sasuke, although the meaning is a joke, but there might be hidden meanings. There are also two super brothers, Itachi and Lord Fourth Raikage, these two. There's nothing important, but the most obvious thing is that after knowing that Hueco is a man, Asahi had goosebumps. However, Hidden Mist Village is indeed good for poaching. In short, after the Bloody Mist era starts, he can definitely work on the Yuki clan and the Hazuki clan. Asahi doesn't know these two clans very well, so even if he can poach them, he can only give these people low status in the village, and it can't be compared with the people he poached from Hidden Leaf Village, as he dares to use these people because he understands them, not because he has courage. Of course, it still depends on the specific situation. After all, he only cares about two people. If he can dig a few more people, it's a good thing, but if you can't, it's not a big deal. You kid must be eyeing Hidden Mist Village. Onoki's eyelids twitched. He found that Asahi's thinking was a bit too amazing. Just after he dug so many people from Hidden Leaf Village and also eyeing the other two great clans, he now started to target Hidden Mist Village. It depends on the situation, it's just a backup plan. It won't do us any harm to keep an eye on it, and old man, send someone to monitor Hidden Cloud's village for me. I always feel that Hidden Cloud's village is not that simple. Asahi said. There are 2 reasons he asked Tanuki to monitor Hidden Cloud's village. One is because of the incident with Hinata in the future. He needs that incident to get a wave of good feelings, and it is also at that time that he can have a good talk with Hayashi. The second thing is, he is very suspicious of Hidden Cloud's village's specific situation. In the original book, many weird things came from Hidden Cloud's village, like the 6 paths sacred treasures. Needless to say, this thing is passed down from their ancestors. But the ruins on Island Turtle can actually help train Jinchuriki. No matter how you look at it, it is kind of strange, as there is an enchantment enough to stop the tailed beast, and a Jinchuriki won't run berserk there. Of course, the thing that shocked Asahi the most is the chakra cannon. Such thing that shouldn't appear in Shinobi world could actually be created by Hidden Cloud's village. Looking at it this way, Asahi felt that Hidden Cloud's village seems to have a lot of things. But is there a relationship between Hidden Cloud's village and the Otsutsuki clan? No, there should be no relationship between the two, but Hidden Cloud's village has come up with so many good things, which makes me have to wonder whether Hidden Cloud's village might be located on the top of some incredible ruins. Otherwise, how can it be possible that they know so many things, and able to come up with so many good things? Because of this, Asahi needs to make Hanoki monitor Hidden Cloud's village. No problem, I will get some of our people to pay close attention to them, but those people from Hidden Sand Village have been annoying me recently, hoping to redeem their village's tailed beast. Onoki said another thing. He was very annoyed during this period of time. After all, Hidden Sand Village's messenger has been coming here batch after batch, just for the sake of taking one tail back. After all, losing a tailed beast is quite fatal for a village. Hidden Leaf Village can't find theirs at all, but Hidden Sand Village's people do know that One Tail is in Hidden Stones Village's hands now. Just chase them away. One Tail has signed a summoning contract with me, and he is now his own. As a defeated country, how can they have so many demands? Just directly respond to them, either stop bothering us with this kind of thing, or I will go to their sandy land for a walk. They will definitely know what choice to choose. Asahi said indifferently. After all, he was annoyed that a defeated country dares to be so demanding. Chapter 66 Denzo is the god of Pit. Hidden Sand Village's people were stunned by Onoki and Asahi's words, but they didn't dare to release a fart, and went straight back to their village. Compared with Asahi going to their village for a walk, it seems that Tailed Beast is not a big deal. So they withdraw decisively. In short, Asahi's deterrence is much greater than that of One Tail, and One Tail is now living very well in the land of Earth. At least, he doesn't need to be locked in that small place, and he is also free outside. Although he can't run everywhere, he still feels that it was pretty good. Time passed quietly, and in a flash, it is the second half of Hidden Leaf Village's year 48. During this period, Asahi was very bored and had nothing to do, but to his surprise, Kushina figured out how to remove Caged Bird during this period. This is a super good news, as he doesn't have to take the Hyuga clan to the moon. Should I say that as expected of Uzumaki clan? This sealing jutsu is indeed very awesome. Of course, during this period, Asahi has also started to create the technology tree in this world. There are no refrigerators, lights and so on in this world, but after Asahi asked Tanuki to form a research team, the technology tree began to climb rapidly. Asahi doubted whether they were possessed by a guy named Tony. After all, the speed of the technology climbing is very fast. After just a short period of time, some simple electronic devices were obtained. According to the current trend, it is estimated that in a few years, they can get the TV out, and in a few more years, they will have bloggers in this world. Sure enough, Naruto world is really strange. Just from a little nudge, these people's speed in advancing technology is really amazing. By the way, this year is Hidden Leaf Village's year 48, which means that Naruto and the others are going to be born soon, but Kushina has been dug here. So, would Ninetales' attack still happen? Asahi pondered. Now that Ninetales is on his side, Obito alone can't turn over any storms, so what will happen next? According to the previous experience, Asahi is almost certain that the plot will be forced to happen, but he didn't know what will happen this time. Asahi-sama, Tsuchikage-sama is asking for your presence, please come with me. Just as Asahi was thinking about this matter, Unhidden Stones Village's Anbu appeared in front of Asahi directly. That old man is looking for me? Okay, I will go now. Asahi is a little curious. Unless it was a major event, Onoki won't go look for him. Now, because his sunshine won't burst out anymore, he simply lives in the village, and the place where he lived before has become One Tail's lair. One time when Asahi went to see One Tail, he discovered that One Tail was actually soaking in the lake to take a bath. At that time, Asahi was very shocked. Isn't his sky made of sand? How dare he go to the bath? But One Tail explained that his body is just a huge mass of chakra. The condensed sand body is because he is in Jinchuriki's body, and at this moment, he is just a chakra condensate, so it is not a big deal for him to take a bath, but One Tail is indeed feeling very comfortable. Kushina even talked to Asahi several times and said that Nine Tails is jealous. It is clear that they are both tailed beast. So why do One Tail can run freely outside, and he is sealed? He felt that it is really unfair. But Nine Tails has no choice but to endure even if it's unfair. However, if Asahi remembers correctly, Nine Tails seems to be able to come out in the form of chakra, but this needs them to be harmonized to a certain extent with his Jinchuriki. Even Naruto only did it in the Tenseigan incident. As for Kushina, it is impossible to achieve this level without grinding for 8 to 10 years. Therefore, no matter how suffocated Nine Tails is, he will have to endure it. Four Tails and Five Tails are also jealous in their hearts, but Asahi still said that if they want to come out, then they can just honestly harmonize with their Jinchuriki. With his cunning tongue and One Tail's assist, and because the relationship between Four Tails and Five Tails and their Jinchuriki is also good, they can get along very well. Asahi knew that even if he's not on Hidden Stone's village's side now, if the other villages wanted to do anything against Hidden Stone's village, they have to carefully weight their own weights. Old man, what can I do? After arriving at Anoki's office, Asahi found that the others were not here, and there's only Anoki. It might be a big deal or a small matter. On Hidden Leaf Village's side, that old fox Denzo contacted me again. Denzo. What did he contact you for and what he wants to do? As soon as he heard Denzo's name, Asahi's spirit lit up. When Denzo got involved, he was undoubtedly killing the people in his own village, but to outsiders like me, this is a super benefit. That guy contacted me and wanted to cooperate with our Hidden Stones village to get Lord Fourth Hokage killed. Why does this guy think that Hokage's position is really such a good place? He has pitted so many people in his own village. If this goes on like this, Hidden Leaf Village will be almost useless when he becomes the Hokage. Anoki's face is filled with emotion and wonder when he said it. He once stimulated it in his mind. If Denzo was in his own village, the result would really make Anoki shudder. This is the god of pit, specializing in dealing with his own people. And Anoki couldn't understand why Sarutobi Hiruzen actually left this god of pit regardless of what he has done. That Lord's second Hokage is also a strange flower among strange flowers. How can he teach such two strange things? Kill the Lord Fourth Hokage? Asahi couldn't help being shocked, although Denzo must be doing things from behind when the original Obito attacks Hidden Leaf Village, but this guy is too good at doing things. Now that Nine Tails is gone, he still wants to kill Minato. That madman is indeed very admirable. Then, old man, what do you think? Should we agree to Denzo or what? After Asahi pondered for a while, he didn't bother to complain about this madman, as he wouldn't do any harm to Asahi and the others. I am not sure, that's why I came to you. My personal thought is not to participate in this matter, as we don't need to tear our face with Hidden Leaf Village. And this matter is also completely thankless task. Anoki is not a fool. This kind of thing is not good for him, and there are still a lot of former Hidden Leaf Village's people in his village. If he chose to target Denzo, these people will definitely raise their hands in agreement, but against Lord Fourth Hokage, it is difficult to make them feel good. So Anoki's idea is to ignore Denzo. After all, Asahi's plan of digging the wall has been going smoothly. But Asahi's ideas have always been wild, so he must ask Asahi's opinion. Chapter 67 Kill with a borrowed knife. Old man, your thought is correct, we will not participate in this time. However, even if we do not participate in it, we must push it forward, otherwise, it will not be conducive to our follow-up plans. Asahi touched his chin and said. They will definitely not participate, but for the follow-up, Asahi has to push it. What do you mean? Anoki asked with a puzzled expression, and he started to be confused. If we didn't participate, how would we push it? It's very simple, just think about it. I know his character very well, so Lord Fourth Hokage is now the stumbling block in front of us. If Denzo wants to kill Lord Fourth Hokage alone, it's almost impossible. And if Lord Fourth Hokage does not die, his character will make him treat the Uchiha clan kindly. After all, he is not Lord Third Hokage and Denzo. These two people are very hostile to the Uchiha clan because of Senju Tobirama, so they are pushing the Uchiha clan to death. With them, we can poach the Uchiha clan. But if Lord Fourth Hokage become a peacemaker in the middle, with his character and ability, the situation of the Uchiha clan will only get better and better in the future. At that time, we would have no chance to dig out the Uchiha clan. As for the Hyuga clan, there won't be too much trouble, but the Lord Fourth Hokage will also become a stumbling block. So for the sake of the plan, we can't let Lord Fourth Hokage lives, and Hidden Leaf Village's weakening is good for us. Asahi's eyes flickered a few times as he said this. I am a bad guy, aren't I? No, if I am a bad guy, I would have done so many bad things from behind the scene. My purpose is just to dig every corner of Hidden Leaf Village, and I am also not from Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Leaf Villages. My enemy. Only Hidden Stone's village is his own, so he doesn't think it's bad to be cruel to the enemy. Then, what are we going to do now? Onoki is used to this. After all, it is not once or twice Asahi pits Hidden Leaf Village. It's very simple. Old man, do you remember the Akatsuki organization that I asked you to pay attention to? Introduce this organization to Denzo. He must be very familiar with that organization. Help him connect with them. Even if our Hidden Stones village will not participate, there will always be someone involved at that time. Asahi said with a smile. Because there is no Nine Tails, there is no such thing as the seal weaken as the Jinchuriki is giving birth. Although Obito has awakened Mangekyo, it is only one eye, and it is not enough to face against Minato. So whether Obito will choose to take action is still a question, and Asahi is not sure? Since he is not sure, he can just push it from behind the scene and let Denzo contact the Akatsuki. Then Obito will naturally know. Once Obito knows, he may not be able to do something by using the power of Hidden Mist Village. With the addition of Akatsuki, even if there is no Nine Tails' attack, it is estimated that it will be enough for Hidden Leaf Village to be in trouble. Asahi continues to develop the plan to be more convenient, and he did not directly participate in this matter. Only he and Onoki knew that this, and it would not affect any of his plans at all. When Denzo's use value is gone, he will directly destroy Denzo, but it is better to keep him now, as this tool is too satisfactory. As for the Akatsuki, he asked Onoki to take care of it. Because of his appearance, the Third Shinobi World War ended early, so some changes have taken place with Nagato and the others' plot. When the war just broke out, Nagato and the others were trapped by Hanzo and Denzo, and then Nagato was decisively blackened. After 2 years of development, a blackened person is definitely not going to be weak. The Akatsuki has even recruited a few people to join them, such as Kakazu. Even in less than 2 years, Nagato is very strong. He simply grew up to the point of killing Hanzo and directly occupied Hidden Rain Village, becoming the master behind the scenes. As for Denzo, he helped Denzo to trap the Akatsuki, but the person who operated it was Hanzo, and he did not expose him, so Asahi could even sell him afterwards. Of course, Asahi still intends to collect experience from the Akatsuki. As long as Obito is still there, controlling from behind the scene, he can try to dig a few more important people, but before that, it is necessary to collect the experience pack. Akatsuki organization? I remembered it. I really pitied Hidden Leaf Village now. With you attacking them from behind, Hidden Leaf Village has no chance at all. Fortunately, you were born in Hidden Stones Village. Onoki has become accustomed to Asahi's evil plans. Onoki is already very strong in this respect, but compared with Asahi, he is just a newbie. You have already sighed with emotion while saying that sentence many times, can you not say the same thing every time? Asahi couldn't help rolling his eyes. If he was born in a place like Hidden Leaf Village, he would not be in the mood to covet other people's corners, and would choose another way to violently crush all obstacles. After all, Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Stones Village are two different concepts. In Hidden Stones Village, when he burst out with such power, he was accepted as a disciple by Onoki. However, in Hidden Leaf Village, it is estimated that Denzo would have already brainwashed and put cursed seal on him. They are not the same concept at all. That's right, but I'm already old now. When do you plan to take the Sushi Kage's position from this old man? If it happens, I can just rest happily. Just look at the other great shinobi villages, which village still has their Lord Third working? Onoki keeps complaining. Now that the other villages have their Lord Fourth, only his own village is still in Lord Third. Although there are enough talents, it is extremely troublesome to find someone to be Sushi Kage. Don't ask me, I don't want to be the Sushi Kage. You can find someone else. Uncle Kitsuchi is not bad. Although he is a bit too down-to-earth, he is practical enough to do things. We are also nearby to assist him, so there should be no problems. I am already used to being free. If you asked me to sit in the office all day, I would rather go to destroy the other shinobi villages directly. Asahi said as he doesn't want to sit in the office all day. Because the current Hidden Stones village has grown several times larger than the original, Onoki needs to work all day long, taking care of big and small things. If it wasn't for Tsunade's help, it is estimated that Onoki would have to follow Naruto's footsteps, and again to use shadow clones to process the paperworks. By the way, Tsunade did not bring too many forbidden jutsus when she came over, but Orochimaru is different. He almost emptied Hidden Leaf Village's stash. After all, in addition to studying eternal life, his most favorite thing to play with forbidden jutsu. So Hidden Stones Village now has almost all Hidden Leaf Village's forbidden jutsus. It also includes Shadow Clone Jutsu, but just in case, only a few such as Anoki learn this technique. They will not spread such a technique casually until most of the various digging plans have been completed. Is the Sushi Kage's position so bad? Look at Hidden Leaf Village, everyone there has been fighting for Hokage's position. Anoki was a little speechless. He originally planned to step down after the war. Although Asahi is still young, it is not a problem. After all, for Hidden Stones Village to be able to develop so much, it is all thanks to Asahi. They can just ignore his age or something. That's their Hidden Leaf Village, not our Hidden Stones Village. Anyway, I won't take the Sushi Kage's position. You should look for someone else. If you really can't find anyone, just keep doing it by yourself, but I can remind you that it is fine to delegate authority properly. Hidden Stones Village's development will become bigger and bigger, and you will be too busy at that time, old man, so you can simply delegate the matter correctly, and you just need to control the most fundamental part. Of course, you can't just delegate them recklessly. You definitely know this point better than me, so I'll just remind you. By the way, remember to make Denzo and the Akatsuki meet. Then, I will go first. After saying that, Asahi left directly. As for becoming the Sushi Kage, it is impossible. Even if Anoki can't find anyone, they can just wait until Kurotsuchi can take up the position. Chapter 68 Obito Uchiha, who caught the opportunity that guy Anoki is really an old fox, but I already didn't expect him to agree. I just want to try it out, but I didn't expect that guy would introduce other people to me. Akatsuki, huh? At this moment, Denzo's face became a little complicated after seeing the information sent by Anoki about the Akatsuki. He was very familiar with the Akatsuki. This organization rose up in Hidden Rain Village, and it was a very troublesome organization for everyone at the time. Even Hanzo had a terrible headache, and this guy invited Denzo to help, but Nagato's outbreak was too terrifying, so Denzo had to run away. After that, Denzo also learned the news of Hanzo's fall. The only thing he was fortunate about was that he didn't reveal his existence when he joined forces with Hanzo to take care of the Akatsuki, otherwise, he would really be unlucky by following Hanzo along. However, he didn't expect that the Akatsuki to develop so fast that Hanzo would be killed so quickly, and Anoki to recommend this organization to him. But now, he doesn't seem to have much choice in finding help. Send this to Hidden Rain Village. In the end, Denzo has no other way. Lord 4th Hokage is in power, and he has not really risen yet. He may not be threatened by Minato right now, but it may not be the same afterwards. After he slowly established his footing as Lord 4th Hokage, Denzo might suffer a loss. As time goes by, he will only become more and more disadvantaged in the dark, so while Minato has not fully established his footing, he must eliminate Minato, otherwise, let alone being a Hokage, he may not be able to do anything in the future. After a while, the documents in Denzo's hands were sent to the Akatsuki. Denzo also knew that Hidden Rain Village was in Akatsuki's control, so he sent it to Hidden Rain Village, as the information would be sent to Nagato directly. Denzo. The Shinobi world is still as dark as ever. After seeing what was in his hand, Nagato couldn't help but shook his head. At this moment, he is having a strange device planted on his back, and the Rinnegan is also not his own, so it turns him into bone-like figure. Nagato, what is it? When Konan saw the change in Nagato's face, she asked with some doubts, and Nagato didn't mean to hide it, and directly passed the scroll to Konan. After Konan read the above information, she couldn't help but cursed angrily. Is authority so important? Because of Hokage's position, this guy can directly harm his own village, this. Konan couldn't find what words to use, she only felt that it was too dark. Although they were indeed in the dark, they are inevitably shocked by what Denzo did. As he was really ruthless. This is the human nature. In this world of war, only by feeling pain can this world change. Nagato shook his head. He had long since been desperate for this world. When Yahiko died, he fell into despair, that's why he gave up his original, unrealistic or even quite dream idea, and started the current plan instead. Then, do we need to be involved in this matter? Konan asked with some uncertainty. Of course, the central point of every Shinobi World War is Hidden Leaf Village, so this is also an opportunity. Although it is indeed a bit bad to deal with such a person, in order to make the world feel pain, we don't need to care about these small details. Promise Denzo, we can help him deal with Lord 4th Hokage. Nagato doesn't matter about good or evil. As long as he can achieve his goals, he can do anything. Small sacrifice in exchange for big benefits is the best choice, so this matter is a pretty good choice. I understand, then I'll go and notify the others now. Konan looked at Nagato with a complicated expression and left. She also knew about Nagato's situation. She felt that it was not good to join forces with Denzo, but now she only has Nagato left, so there is nothing to say. Nagato's decision is her decision. Soon, this news was passed on to several important people by special means, and Obito, who is in the land of water at this moment, naturally knew about this too. After Obito was blackened, he was like a mad dog, no matter who it is, he hates them all. And Hidden Leaf Village is no exception. He even attributed the failure to protect Rin to Minato, and it also radiated to the people around Minato. Right now, Obito is crazy enough to do anything. So after receiving this news, he showed a frenzied smile. Hidden Leaf Village, it's really a good opportunity. Denzo, that mad dog really bites everyone, but this is a good opportunity. Maybe I can destroy Hidden Leaf Village in one go. Obito is completely mad at this moment. It is not enough for Akatsuki to join, as he needs more power. His idea is actually to destroy Hidden Leaf Village directly, and the same is true in the original work, but his plan was destroyed by Minato in the original work. But this time, he knew that he was going to target Hidden Leaf Village, so he even directly used Hidden Mist Village's power. Obito, you'd better control your impulse on this matter, don't play around. At this time, a half-black and half-white guy slowly rose from under the ground. I don't need you to take care of my decision. Also, I am Madara Uchiha now. Remember to call me Madara Uchiha. As for playing around, how is it possible? Hidden Leaf Village will definitely become an obstacle to us. I can't just let Hidden Mist Village to directly participate in it, even if I control Yagura, there's no way I can do it, so I still need Denzo to help me. Although Obito is crazy at this moment, he is not stupid. He knew that although he controls Yagura now, if he gets Yagura to launch a war against Hidden Leaf Village, many people will not listen to Yagura's words. He still needs to use Yagura to retaliate against Hidden Mist Village, so Yagura, who has become his chess piece, can't be discarded so easily. However, he can use other methods to use Akatsuki to link Denzo and Yagura, and then ruthlessly take revenge against Hidden Leaf Village. If Hidden Leaf Village can be destroyed, he will be even more happy. Even if Hidden Leaf Village is not destroyed, Hidden Leaf Village will definitely be severely weakened again. In addition to the previous series of defections, this time after the other party was caught off guard, the other villages will definitely more than happy to join in. The third Shinobi World War ended too fast, so let me add another fire. Obito couldn't help laughing wildly as he said that. Chapter 69 Chain Combo. After Obito laughed wildly for a while, he began to use Akatsuki to link Denzo and Yagura. Yagura had Denzo as the reason, so Hidden Mist Village's shinobi, who were slaughtered by a wave of failure before, would also be moved, and then he can get them to join. Regarding Obito's madness, even Black Zetsu felt that it is a bit too much, but as long as it did not affect his plan, he would not care about anything. As for Asahi, he didn't care about it. Because of his series of plan, the operation caused Obito started to explode to a bigger scene, and as expected, the plot has changed beyond recognition. But this time, things are like a super chain combo. Asahi's series of operations and Obito's series of operations have caused the entire shinobi world to become even more weird, but even if Asahi knows about Obito's operations, he will only give him a thumbs up. To be honest, Obito will undoubtedly give him an opportunity by doing this. If Obito can really start a war again, it would have nothing to do with Hidden Stone's village this time. And it is estimated that it is a matter of several other shinobi villages, but their target is definitely Hidden Leaf Village, so several digging plans can be carried out more smoothly. This chain combo is started by two people, and the result could almost radiate to the entire shinobi world. It can only be said that the shinobi world is indeed in a situation that affects the whole world. Other villages have been eyeing Hidden Leaf Village for a long time, as a few of their Kage-level powerhouses disappeared in one breath, and their tailed beast is also gone. If it wasn't for Hidden Stone's village, they would not just be in a wait-and-see stance. This time, as long as any village dares to take action, then other villages will definitely join immediately, so Hidden Leaf Village's power will also be split even more. And the root of all this is Asahi. After a series of Obito's operations, Denzo directly contacted Yagura, but Denzo is a little surprised when he saw this. He didn't know much about the Akatsuki. He only knew that the other party was strong, and Denzo's thought was also very simple: no matter how strong you are, you're just an organization, can it still compete against a powerful village like Hidden Leaf Village? But now, the Akatsuki was able to get Yagura to participate. It didn't make Denzo think too much about it, but he still felt that Akatsuki and Yagura's relationship is not simple. So, after knowing that the Akatsuki has a relationship with Hidden Mist Village, he didn't hesitate to choose Hidden Mist Village and Akatsuki as helpers. Originally, he planned to find Onoki, but Onoki didn't want to participate in this matter, so he could only find some other helpers. After receiving the news from Denzo, Obito directly controlled Yagura to hold a higher-ups meeting, and told everyone about his thoughts and the deal with Hidden Leaf Village's Denzo. The Hidden Mist Village, who had their flesh bitten off by Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Leaf Village, is very unhappy, so now that there is a chance to do things, and there also has Hidden Leaf Village's elder as their internal helper, they of course agreed. Mizukage-sama, how can you guarantee that this matter is not a trap? What if it is a trap? One of the Hidden Mist Village's elders of Mist Shinobi asked. He was in a faction that opposed Yagura. After all, the Bloody Mist policy Yagura implemented during this period has caused the villagers to panic. You should know the current situation of Hidden Leaf Village. For the Kage-level powerhouses, there are only Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Denzo and Namikaze Minato left. As for the others, 2 of the Sannin have defected, and they also lost their Jinchuriki. The last Sannin has also left the village. At this time, even if it is a trap, what are you afraid of? In addition, Hidden Rain Village will also participate. Don't forget, the controller behind them has killed Hanzo, who is known as a demigod. As long as we win this time, we can get a lot of benefits from Hidden Leaf Village. If we don't participate, we won't be able to fish in this muddy water. Obito controlled Yagura and directly returned the words of the elder. Then how can you guarantee that Hidden Stones Village will not participate in this matter? If Hidden Stones Village participates, then we will not have the slightest chance at all. Another elder also raised his own question. When Hidden Stones Village was mentioned, everyone's faces collapsed directly. Hidden Stones Village is too terrifying and is not an opponent at all, especially Asahi, which has been listed first in the list of people who must not be provoked by all great shinobi villages. Although there is a reward from Asahi on the black market, who dares to accept it? This is the new god of shinobi. Even Kakazu, who likes money and had tried to assassinate the previous god of shinobi, resisted the temptation. At that time, Kakazu would definitely die if Hashirama wanted to kill him. Therefore, he has a certain resistance to the title god of the shinobi, and he didn't dare to touch Asahi at all. Hidden Stones Village won't be involved now. Denzo first contacted Donoki, and now, Hidden Stones Village doesn't care about the little profit from us at all, and once Hidden Stones Village participates, we will just withdraw directly, and don't engage in any confrontation with Hidden Stones Village, so there should be no trouble. After all, would they forcibly attack us if we don't do anything to them? If they really want to finish us, they won't have waited until now. After being persuaded by Obito, Hidden Mist Village's higher-ups also agreed to the plan this time. After that, Yagura led a series of experts in the village to participate in this event. On the other side, Nagato also sent his 6 Paths of Pain, but the 6 Paths of Pain had not been fully gathered yet at this time. Except for David Path, Yahiko, as the other avatars were collected from the people Jiraiya has met and wrote in his book, so the collection has not been completed yet. However, Nagato still felt that it should be more than enough. As for his main body, he set off with Konan. Konan will be responsible for the safety of his main body. Although they don't fully trust Obito, who calls himself Madara Uchiha, there is no conflict between them. Although Nagato does not know what Obito and Yagura's relationship is, but as long as there is help, he won't care about so many details, and both sides are in the stage of using each other. On the other side, Denzo also started planning, and the time he chose was the time when Minato's wife gives birth. Although Minato's wife this time is not Ninetales' Jinchuriki, but this kind of time is still good, as it will be the time when Minato relax. It's almost like the Ninetales' attack, although the plot was destroyed and the plot inertia at the moment had become an invasion battle with Akatsuki and Hidden Mist Village participating. Hidden Stones Village's intelligence department has been paying attention to this matter, although they didn't know much about the details, they can still dig out some things. Denzo is really good. No, it should be said that Obito is really crazy. This time, Hidden Leaf Village is also going to be very unlucky. Will it become a war again? If it really becomes a war, unless Mount Mayabaku intervenes, Hidden Leaf Village will be destroyed this time. Asahi couldn't help but side with emotion. Obito was much more ruthless than I thought. The plot won't let Hidden Leaf Village be destroyed, right? Originally, Asahi thought that it was just right for the current Akatsuki to participate, but how could he expect that Obito would actually involve Hidden Mist Village too? He is simply trying to destroy 2 villages at once. Chapter 70 Prepared to intervene. No, Hidden Leaf Village is not so simple to be destroyed easily. Lord Third, Jiraiya, Denzo and Minato, it is certain that Minato will die, but the remaining 3 Kage-level powerhouses should not be underestimated. Moreover, Fugaku Uchiha may not continue to hide. After all, it is a matter of life and death, and Uchiha Shizue only needs to use his Kodo Amatsukami, which is enough to make the enemy directly turn to their side. Asahi, who thought Hidden Leaf Village was definitely finished, suddenly shook his head, and threw this unrealistic idea away. Hidden Leaf Village is not so fragile, let alone other things, just a few that Asahi counted just now are not easy to deal with. Moreover, Ramamaru from Mount Mayabaku also confirmed that Jiraiya's disciple will bring changes to the world as the child of the prophecy, so how can he just sit back and watch? So if Mount Mayabaku intervenes in the final stage, there is nothing impossible, and once Mount Mayabaku intervenes, it will be the same as a group of powerhouses joining Hidden Leaf Village, and it will be difficult for Hidden Leaf Village to be destroyed. So, when it was mentioned at the beginning that Hidden Leaf Village can fight Inoni against 4 is really not impossible. After all, Hidden Leaf Village has too many hidden cards. Of course, that was just the beginning. Now that Asahi has dug away so many of their experts in one breath, no matter how you look at it, it's impossible for Hidden Leaf Village to fight in 1 against 4 situation. It's really troublesome, but this time, there's no way the other villages will leave alone. It is not suitable for Hidden Stone's village to participate in the battle, but the others are different. Asahi can almost be sure that this time Hidden Leaf Village will experience a disaster, and Minato would die. After all, the transaction between Denzo and Akatsuki is to kill Minato, and Obito also wants Minato to die, so Minato will undoubtedly die. But Asahi can't let the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan get into trouble. He has to poach these 2 clans, so if he can't make a move, he can only find other people. You want us to help Hidden Leaf Village? After making the decision, Asahi found Tsunade and Kushina. After some time, Tsunade's hemophobia has been cured by the therapy Asahi suggested. As for Kushina, she can now connect with 9 tails, and use the complete tail beast mode. Even Nagato in his heyday can't do anything against her strength. To be precise, in terms of one-on-one, the current Kushina is almost at invincible level in the Shinobi world. After all, 9 tails' strength is too great, and Asahi can't help but recall some of the strange comments he has seen in the past. When Sage of 6 Paths distributed the power of 10 tails to the 9-tailed beast, 1 tail always said that Sage of 6 Paths favors 9 tails too much. Originally, he didn't care about it, but now, he has to admit that this is the truth, as 9 tails' strength is too imbalanced. The combined tailed beast bomb of 6-tailed beast from 2 tails to 6 tails was directly suppressed by half of the 9 tails. It's only half of the 9 tails, even half of his heyday strength could defeat the combination of the other tailed beast, so the current Kushina is the authentic queen of one-on-one battle. That's right, but you made a mistake. According to our information, Denzo wanted to take the Hokage's position, and it had caused such a big movement. On the bright side, Hidden Stone's village can't make a move, as my ability will be easily recognized. But you 2 are different. You 2 were originally Hidden Leaf Village's people, even if you were called traitors now. Moreover, what I wanted you to help is not Hidden Leaf Village, but a few clans. After listening to Asahi's words, Tsunade was a little speechless. During this period of time, they have already regarded Hidden Stone's village as their home. After all, this place is much better than Hidden Leaf Village. There is no need to worry about people from the same village scheming against them in the dark. After staying here for a while, they have already let go of their pasts, and really regard themselves as Hidden Stone's village's people, so the situation is making them a little speechless. However, in the end, the 2 agreed. Well, in fact, maybe you don't need to act this time. I'm asking you 2 to go there just in case. I believe Hidden Leaf Village's strength is enough to fight the other party, so I'm asking for you just as insurance. If there is no problem, you don't even need to take action. I will also follow you guys. After all, the Hyuga clan must also be put on the agenda. Asahi had already greeted Fugaku in advance, so he just needed to wait for them to be forced by Hidden Leaf Village's higher-ups until they are in despair. However, he had no bargaining chips for Hyuga clan before, so maybe he can try it this time. There is also Hidden Mist Village. This time, if there's no surprise, Hidden Mist Village will be the most pitiful. They were fooled by Obito to help him attack Hidden Leaf Village, and they think that they can directly take the first bite of the meat, but they didn't know that they are going there to deliver food. Therefore, Asahi can also try dig out some people from Hidden Mist Village. At this stage, by taking advantage of the situation, Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Mist Village are the easiest to deal with. If he doesn't get in and join the party, then he will be sorry for himself. However, Asahi can't take action himself. After all, Denzo is trying to kill Minato, so this matter is confidential and others don't know about it. If Hidden Leaf Village knows that Hidden Mist Village is going to attack them, they will most likely ask Hidden Stone's village for help. After all, the 2 sides are still allies. But this time, they were really caught off guard, that is, Asahi, Onoki and Hidden Stone's village belong to the middle, so it was possible for them to obtain so much information. Otherwise, Asahi estimated that he wouldn't know about this until Hidden Leaf Village was defeated. You really plan to hollow out Hidden Leaf Village? Both Tsunade and Kushina looked at Asahi helplessly. After all, they were also dug up like this. It's not that I intend to hollow out Hidden Leaf Village. There's no need for it. At least, I didn't dare to dig the higher-ups like Lord Third, and the elders. I only need some talents similar to yours, that's all. Asahi shook his head. In fact, besides the Uchiha and Hyuga clan, there are other clans that can be dug, but if he wanted to dig other clans, he must wait until Lord Third is dead. At that time, Denzo will definitely help him. Once Denzo takes the top position, the entire Hidden Leaf Village will fall into chaos, and he will even have a chance to dig those clans who supported Lord Third's faction. His goal is actually plain and simple, as he didn't arrive in Hidden Leaf Village when he crossed over, he will recreate Hidden Leaf Village at Hidden Stones Village. That's why we have this series of digging plans. Forget it, you can decide for yourself, we just need to follow you. Anyway, with your ability, we don't need to worry about anything at all. Tsunade shook her head. Asahi is one of the people she admires the most. In the past, it was her grandfather, Senju Hashirama, but now it is Asahi. After all, his ability to do things is really terrifying. She believed that if Asahi was born early, Hidden Leaf Village would probably be gone. Chapter 71 Contacting Hyuga Hisashi. After that, everyone packed up and after saying goodbye to Anoki and the others, they set off. Asahi also had to get in touch with Hyuga Hisashi in advance, not Hisashi Hyuga but Hyuga Hisashi, because Hisashi needs him the most. Neji will be planted with caged bird, and this is the last thing Hisashi wants to see. In the original work, because Hisashi saw Hinata, and then thought of the injustice of his son's fate, he even exuded murderous intent towards Hinata, and was later controlled by Hisashi using caged bird, so it can be seen that his son Neji is his weakness, so the time is just right. Like the Uchiha clan, Asahi also don't need everyone from the Hyuga clan. For the branch house, as long as he removes their caged bird, they will obey him, so digging out the branch house is a simple thing for Asahi. As for the main house, there is only Hisashi he can dig. Hisashi is barely okay. He has no right to interfere in his younger brother's fate, but in his daughter's fate, he interfered so that neither of them was sent to the branch house, and it was carried it until the rise of Naruto. As for the thing about Hisashi has only punished him a little when he released a murderous intent to Hinata. This kind of thing shows the two are indeed very good brothers. That's right, Asahi is planning to be the peacemaker in the middle, and it will be easy to dig up Hisashi and his family. After all, with the branch house gone, and only the main house left, Hisashi and the others will definitely not have a good life, and they are doomed to tragedy. As he thought of this, Asahi took Tsunade and Kushina and rushed to Hidden Leaf Village. Their mobility is much faster than Hidden Mist Village, but Akatsuki probably has already arrived. After all, Hidden Rain Village's location is really close to Hidden Leaf Village. Kushina, seal all the chakra in my body. When they arrived outside Hidden Leaf Village, Asahi remembered Hidden Leaf Village was able to detect the chakra of people coming to their territory. He recalled the scene when the 6 paths of pain invaded. Outside Hidden Leaf Village, there is a detection field that would detect the chakra of the coming people. He doesn't know if the current Hidden Leaf Village has such thing or not, so he must be careful. I understand, but is it really okay to seal your chakra? Kushina asked with some worry. After all, chakra is the lifeblood of all shinobi in the shinobi world. Don't worry, I don't use chakra. For me now, chakra is only optional, just do it. Asahi said nonchalantly. Just relying on the part of the sunshine's power he mastered, does he still need chakra? Okay then, but you remember to be careful. After Kushina said that, she sealed Asahi's chakra with a sealing jutsu. Now, even a sensor shinobi can't perceive Asahi's existence, unless they are a top class like Kushina, but Hidden Leaf Village didn't seem to have such person. After the seal was completed, Asahi directly sneaked into Hidden Leaf Village. As for the location of Hidden Leaf Village's major clans, Tsunade and the others had already told him, and he even held the layout map with the location of Hidden Leaf Village's clan in his hand. After avoiding Uchiha clan's guarding team with his terrifying 5 senses, Asahi quickly reached the location of the Hyuga clan's branch house. He has to say that the Hyuga clan sure is smart. The main house's residences are surrounded by the branch house. So even if something goes wrong, it will be the branch house who suffers, and the main house would be able to retreat safely. They use their own people as tool. These people are indeed really cruel. After sneaking into the branch house, according to the location given by Tsunade and the others, he quickly found Hisashi's residence. Tsunade and the others were Hidden Leaf Village's experts at first, so it's not difficult for them to know the location. Asahi soon found his way into a Japanese residence. It's already late at night, why haven't you sleep? Just when Hisashi was reading a book on the table, he suddenly heard a joking voice entered his ears, which startled him, but Hisashi is a veteran shinobi after all, So he instantly distanced himself from the place where the voice came from. "It's you, Asahi from Hidden Stones Village, what are you doing here?" Hisashi wondered if he was seeing wrong, because this person is Asahi, Hidden Stones Village's Asahi. He has seen him before, and he also knows Asahi's name, but why would such person sneaked into my home? If it is for Byakugan, then there's no way he would come to the branch house, and why did you take the initiative to expose himself? In short, at this moment, Hisashi's mind keeps flashing with all kinds of thoughts, and even there are even bizarre thoughts, but when he thought that this person was Asahi, such idea was directly thrown away from his mind. Since the other party has actively appeared in front of him, then it means that there is something he needed from him. If the other party really intends to take him, he won't have the ability to resist at all, and he didn't think that it would be someone who has turned into Asahi with transformation jutsu. After all, in his perception, there was no chakra reaction at all, so he knew that this person must be Asahi himself. "We meet again, clan head Hisashi, but don't worry, I am not here to trouble you. I am here to negotiate a deal with you." Asahi found a seat, sat down and said with a smile. As for why he called Hisashi clan head, it is true that Hisashi is the head of the branch house. "I wonder why Asahi-sama came to see me at night to have a deal? I don't think I have what you need in my hands." After Hisashi's emotion calmed down a little, he kept his position very low. After all, this is a new generation of god of shinobi. He has also seen Asahi go crazy, and knows that once Asahi goes crazy, the village will be destroyed. No, you have. You must be very worried about your son now, right? He is still young and hasn't been engraved with caged bird. However, sooner or later, your son will also have to bear the fate of the branch house. Aren't you unwilling to see your son being used to protect the main house? Asahi didn't rush to tell his deal directly, but casually talked about it, which evoked Hisashi's unwillingness. Then, how can he not be engraved with caged bird? It is already the fate of the branch house. Even if we want to resist, we can't do it as it is the fate of the branch house. Hisashi gritted his teeth and said unwillingly. Their branch house and their fates are in the hands of the main house. If the main house want them to die, they will die, and if they want them to live, they will live. I don't believe in such thing like fate. I only know that fate is in our own hands. Then, let's talk about the transaction, clan head Hisashi. If I need to set it bluntly, I need your Hyuga clan's branch house to be loyal. As for the price of the transaction, how about I unlock the caged bird of your branch house? Asahi said, a smirk on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 72. Bewildered Hisashi. What? Hisashi almost thought that there was a problem with his ears. A person from other shinobi village came to his house and even planned to dig out his Hyuga clan's branch house, and that person also said that he would help them unlock the caged bird. He wondered if he hadn't woken up yet. No, is this kind of thing possible? Are you still confused? Then, I'll repeat it again, I can remove the caged bird from your branch house. We at Hidden Stones Village needs talents, so I'm here to recruit you. As for the method to removing the caged bird, we naturally have the way. We can even try it if you wanted to. Asahi said with a smile. He originally planned to poach the Hyuga clan when Hinata was kidnapped by Hidden Cloud's village as shinobi, but now that Obito has given him a surprise, and Kushina has found the method to remove the caged bird in advance, he felt that it won't be a problem if the plan was sped up. Are you serious? And also, don't you think this is ridiculous? Hisashi was a little speechless. He didn't believe Asahi's words at all. Why does Asahi have a way to remove the caged bird? It's clear that even they themselves don't have it. Isn't that nonsense? It's up to you to believe it or not, you need to make your own decision. I will let you be the first one to experience the feeling of having the caged bird removed. If you believe it, come out of the village tomorrow, and you will find out afterwards. After leaving the specific position, Asahi left directly. In fact, he was quite helpless about this as he couldn't remove the cursed mark himself, and his chakra was still in a sealed state, so even if he knows how to remove it, he can't do it. After this, he just needs for Hisashi to go out tomorrow, and when he sees Tsunade and Kushina again, he will definitely be surprised. As for the issue of being exposed, it is not within Asahi's consideration. Even if it is exposed, how can Asahi be afraid? He would still continue what should be done, and the possibility of Hisashi exposing him is almost zero. After all, there is a chance to get rid of caged bird. Unless he is a fool, he will definitely come to Asahi. Perhaps, before he has a child, he might inform the others, but after having Neji, he will not do so. How is it? Is it settled? After Asahi returned to the forest outside Hidden Leaf Village, Tsunade and Kushina both asked curiously. Of course, if there's no accident, Hisashi will come out tomorrow. When we give him some sweetness at that time, there won't be a problem. Asahi nodded and said. He wouldn't do things that he wasn't sure about, at least, he would try to do something if the possibility was more than half, so basically, he will only do something with a very high success rate. Regarding Asahi's statement, Tsunade and Kushina didn't say much, as they agreed to it. Then, the time flickered to the next day. Because of the Divine Axe Rita, Asahi didn't need to worry about his strength being released, it's just that his body size is a flaw. It seems that clan head Hisashi has made a wise decision. Looking at Hisashi, who has a ghostly expression on his face, Asahi said with a smile. Wait, Tsunade-sama, and you Uzumaki Kushina, what is going on, why are you here? At this moment, Hisashi was extremely confused. He only knew that Tsunade and Orochimaru defected, and Kushina is missing, but now, he saw Tsunade and Kushina appeared in front of him, and stayed with Asahi. If he said that he is not shocked, he is definitely lying. It's surprising, right? After all, Kushina and even Orochimaru and Senju clan have joined Hidden Stones village, but this matter has been kept a secret. Tsunade said after she saw Hisashi was looking at her and Kushina with dumbfounded expression. This is really shocking, even if I believe you defected, I can't believe you will join other villages. Hisashi said with a wry smile. He finally understands where Asahi's confidence come from. With the method of removing caged bird, the probability of poaching them is very high, but it is not absolute. But now, Asahi has no scruples to let Tsunade and Kushina appear in front of him. The granddaughter of first Hokage, the Ninetales is Jinchuriki, and even Orochimaru and Senju clan have all joined Hidden Stones village. What else is there to say? There is nothing more convincing than this. After that, Asahi didn't hide anything either and told Hisashi what happened to Tsunade and the others. After the lore was released, it was time to play the emotional card. Right now, he is exposing Hidden Leaf Village's darkness. It's so dark that after listening to everything, the expression on Hisashi's face has changed more intensely. This is his village, but he just knew that it has so much darkness. Hearing what Denzo and the others have done him tremble with fear, and he even started to sweat. If these people started to target their Hyuga clan, the Hyuga clan might die without a whole corpse. In an instant, Hisashi, who is very interested in leaving Hidden Leaf Village right now, immediately makes up his mind. The lure of caged bird, coupled with Tsunade and Kushina's words that after they joined Hidden Stones village, they will not be sliced or targeted. On the contrary, they have been having a very good life. He believes that Tsunade and Kushina will not deceive him, so he was really moved. But there is still a trace of hesitation on his face, not for other reasons. Once their branch house is separated, they would live comfortably, but what would happen to the clan's main house? He didn't care about the others, but what about his eldest brother, Hisashi Hyuga? What will happen to him and his family? Most people defected. If it's Lord 3rd and Lord 4th, they will still be treated well, and it is estimated that the Hyuga clan will only be put under house arrest. As for Denzo, it is estimated that he would directly place cursed seal on the whole clan, which will save trouble, and made it easier for him to control them in the future. That's the ending he doesn't want to see his brother experienced. You must be thinking about what will happen to your elder brother. There is almost no room both main house and branch house, but it is not impossible. What I want to dig is your branch house, but you can ask Hisashi Hyuga to come out and talk to me. I will try to convince him later. After all, once your branch house leaves, he will need to make his own choice. Now is the best opportunity. If you miss this opportunity, there will be no chance afterwards. Asahi's words once again made Hisashi's cautious and his heart started to beat quickly. He felt that Asahi has mind-reading skill, as he is able to read his mind. At this moment, Hisashi didn't dare to face Asahi directly, as he felt that he is too abnormal. Thinking that Asahi is only 12 years old now, he started to doubt life again. What was I doing when I was 12 years old? Chapter 73 No Way Out. Okay, I will go with you to clarify the matter about your brother, Kushina. Can you please remove his caged bird, since it is a deal, then we must also take out the chips. Asahi looked at Kushina, and Kushina also nodded. As for Hisashi, he was shocked when he heard this. No wonder Asahi dared to say that he could unlock the curse. With a god-tier seal master like Kushina, it is not impossible to do that. No one has helped them study the method to release the curse mark in the past, and it was also because this is the internal affair of the Hyuga clan. They were all from the same village, so it is not good to involve themselves with other clans' internal affair, but now Kushina is from Hidden Stones village, so Hisashi didn't care about it, and immediately untied the bandage on his head, revealing the ugly green mark. Immediately after that, Kushina's hands formed hand seals, her chakra was mobilized, and then she placed her hands on Hisashi's forehead. Hisashi could clearly feel that a burst of blue smoke began to emerge from his forehead, and then the ugly green mark disappeared directly. And at the same time, Hisashi suddenly felt that his brain seemed to have lost its shackles, and he was instantly relieved at this moment. The limitations of Caged Bird, in addition to his Byakugan, will be destroyed when he died. His life and death is also in the hands of the main house. And once Caged Bird is engraved, there will be a blind spot on Byakugan's vision. This dead spot is quite deadly and his strength will also be limited, but now that the Caged Bird is removed, Hisashi's strength will naturally increase a lot. There is even a feeling of skyrocketing. This is not an illusion, as he is like a bird getting out of the cage. My mind suddenly felt lighter. The dead spot on my Byakugan has also disappeared. This feeling is really good. Hisashi squeezed his fist, and he enjoyed the feeling very much. You can see that your decision is correct. Then, you will go back to your brother later, and I will try to convince him. Asahi smiled and said. Hisashi is not an idiot, so Asahi knew that he will definitely agree at that time. Moreover, Asahi can take out the matter about Tenseigan, as it is something that the Hyuga clan simply cannot refuse. That's right, there is still Big Brother who needs to be persuaded. Then, shall we go now? Hisashi asked, but suddenly felt that something was wrong, as he saw that the people around him were looking at him as if looking at a fool. You're joking, right? How could I go in during the day? Even if I use transformation jutsu, believe it or not, I would be caught by the Uchiha clan's guard team in minutes. My appearance is too recognizable. We need to wait until the evening. I will come to you at night, and you can call your brother to your house. Now, you can go back and do what you want to do. After all, you still need to handle the branch house. Asahi looked at Hisashi with a foolish expression. As for asking him to bring Hisashi out, it was not practical. After all, if Hisashi and Hisashi came out together, it will make it clear to the others that they have some problems, especially when they left the village. If Hisashi was seen alone, it doesn't matter. After all, anyone can betray, but the branch house of the Hyuga clan is the least to be worried about, as the Caged Bird is still there. So, in order to avoid unnecessary troubles, it is better for Asahi to take a trip at night, so that he will not be found. In the end, Hisashi went back immediately. He was not a fool. He didn't care about the chaos that would happen to the Hyuga clan's main house, as only his brother is important to him. It's really going well. Sure enough, with the method to remove Caged Bird, there is no resistance from the branch house at all. Tsunade shook her head as he looked at the departing Hisashi. Does that still need to be said? If you are choked by someone else, you will also submit, but he only agreed so simply because of various reasons. It would be this evening that we take advantage of this opportunity to convince Hisashi Hyuga, and then, we will take the Hyuga clan's branch house to leave when Hidden Leaf Village was in chaos. At that time, Hidden Leaf Village can't even take care of themselves, and when they reacted, the people would be already gone. Asahi has even thought about the way to run. After all, this is a big clan which has old people and children, so it is not particularly easy to move them out at once, but after Hidden Leaf Village is in chaos, who would care about them? Denzo. Do you really think that Kushina and Tsunade is useless? The time passed again. It is boring to stay outside Hidden Leaf Village, but if you wanted to do this well, boring is inevitable. So Asahi has to be patient. The second time he entered Hidden Leaf Village, he was already familiar with the road, and when Asahi appeared again at Hisashi's house, Hisashi Hyuga had already arrived and was talking about something with Hisashi. Hisashi, why are you calling me over at night like this? Is there anything that can't wait until tomorrow? Hisashi asked helplessly. He really owed this younger brother of his. After all, his younger brother went to the branch house, and he stayed in the main house. The fates of the two have been completely different since then. Wait a little longer, brother, this matter must be explained to you clearly, and it should be soon. Hisashi shook his head, and he's now waiting for Asahi to come over. There's no need to wait, I'm already here. Asahi entered the room directly at this time, and Hisashi, who saw Asahi, reacted similarly to Hisashi yesterday. Hisashi, what the hell is going on? At this moment, Hisashi's brain was in chaos. Clan head Hisashi, first tell clan head Hisashi about what you know. I believe clan head Hisashi is also a smart person. Asahi was too lazy to speak, and left it to Hisashi to talk about it. Hisashi spent a while to tell Hisashi about Asahi's visit to him yesterday, including the removing of Caged Bird. And Tsunade, Orochimaru and Kushina. In the end, this series of news made Hisashi suddenly feel that his brain was not enough, and this series of things made his mind messed up. Even after Hisashi finished talking, he still did not respond. Sure enough, everyone who learned about this thing will be like this, even if it's the elder brother. Then, big brother, you can organize it yourself. Hisashi laughed a little helplessly, as he felt that anyone would be stunned by this kind of thing. After almost an hour, Hisashi asked Hisashi about some more things, and after seeing his brother's clean forehead, Hayashi realized that this was not a dream, nor was it fake, but a real one, so he fell silent. He is a smart person. Once the branch house is gone, the clan who does not leave will be targeted. So Hayashi is also very clear about what will happen afterwards. This is no longer up to him to choose. He can directly betray Hayashi, but his character will not allow him to do such thing, and Asahi is here as deterrence, so he has no way to do such a thing, so the only way is to compromise. Chapter 74 Plan Hayashi is also a member of the main house, and now, it can be said that Hayashi and Asahi have forced him to the point where there is only one way to go, but he still has some concerns because he is a member of the main house. I don't seem to have any other choices now, but according to what you said, I have always been the main house's member. Even if most of the main house's members have been abandoned, the branch house's people will not have a good attitude towards me, so my family's life will not be much better than staying in the village. Hayashi seems to have thought of such result. If he followed the branch house to Hidden Stone's village, the result is undoubtedly he will be isolated from the branch house in the later period, and his future will be more difficult. Of course, staying in the village will make his life even more difficult, but the difference between the two is actually not too big, so he is forced to a dead end. You worried too much about this. In fact, your worry is unnecessary. After Hayashi communicates with the people in the branch house, you can also come forward and declare to them that the method of removing curse mark, caged bird was found because of you. You can just say that you can't see the people in the branch house are enslaved, and you can't see that your younger brother is enslaved, so you put forward your opinions. And you also provided the curse mark, caged bird, so that we can learn about it and research the removing method. After that, I will communicate with Kushina and match your explanation, so that your image will become an image of someone who is doing his best for the benefit of your brother and the branch house. In this case, you will be the hero of the branch house, and your reputation will even surpass Hayashi. In this case, your family's life problems will not be a big deal, right? Asahi smiled and explained how to deal with this matter. The others might think that it was a big deal, but this kind of thing was very easy to solve. That. Is it really possible? Hayashi was stunned. Asahi could have claimed that this thing was completely done by their Hidden Stones village. In this way, they can get the people's hearts, but if it is used for him, then he will undoubtedly be out of the problem, but there will be a problem with the establishment of Hidden Stones village's prestige. There's no need to worry about this. Let us use this deal with your affairs first, then you will have no worries about how to live in Hidden Stones village. Asahi doesn't care about this, whether you are good to a person or not, time will reveal everything, so it is not a problem. So, I would no longer have any worries. As for the Hyuga clan's KK Genkai, the fate of the branch house is caused by the KK Genkai. I don't care it anymore. As for the rest of them, just let them stay in Hidden Leaf village. Hayashi didn't want to say more. Asahi has helped him so much, what else does he have to say? He should be thankful that he and the other main house's members are not the same, and also, he has 2 good daughters. Of course, the second daughter is still not someone Hayashi expected yet. That's it then. I have given Hayashi the method to remove the caged bird, and it will only take a few days for you to master this thing. Then, we will talk about one thing, that is, about the evacuation of the Hyuga clan. You guys also know that, in the end, the Hyuga clan not only has shinobi, there are also ordinary people, so leaving is a problem. Asahi's tone changed, and he directly talked about the other matter, and discussed the evacuation plan. When the 2 brothers, Hayashi and Hayashi, heard this, they immediately woke up. Just now, they have been shocked and happy with the previous events, completely ignoring this most important key point. After all, it wouldn't be easy for such a big clan to leave Hidden Leaf village. Yes, how can we evacuate so many people? Hidden Leaf village will not let us leave. Both Hayashi and Hayashi were a little panicked. The previous thing was solved, but the latter became a super big problem. I'm going to talk about another matter. Let me make it clear to you first. You must also know the dark side of Hidden Leaf village, right? According to the information our Hidden Stones village obtained, Denzo hired an organization called Akatsuki to kill Lord 4th Hokage, thus taking the Hokage's position, and in addition to the Akatsuki, Hidden Mist village are also involved. Hidden Mist village intends to attack Hidden Leaf village at the time is when Lord 4th Hokage's child is born. This is the news we received before, which means that there will be a big chaos in Hidden Leaf village later. Although I can't personally take action, Kushina has completely connected with Nine Tails and can use complete tailed beast mode. So we just need to wait until Hidden Mist village attacks. At that time, your Hyuga clan will gather directly and then you would be escorted away by Kushina and Tsunade. This is also the only way to leave being exposed. Of course, if it's a last resort, I will personally take action. You must know my strength, right? Asahi told the two of his plans and this piece of information. In an instant, the expressions of the two changed. Then they didn't know about the Akatsuki, and they didn't bother to care about it, but if Hidden Mist Village really attacked Hidden Leaf Village, then it will definitely be the best time for them to leave Hidden Leaf Village. However, this news is inevitably a bit shocking. Of course, Asahi also said that if there's any problem, Asahi will also take action. Once Asahi takes action, things will be settled easily. As for Hidden Leaf Village, they are planning to leave, so Hidden Leaf Village be damned. I didn't expect that it would be so crazy. Lord Fourth had just taken the office for a while, and that bastard planned to attack Hidden Leaf Village while Lord Fourth's wife was giving birth. At that time, Big Brother's child is about to be born too. Hisashi sighed at Denzo's madness and then looked at Hayashi. Yeah, it's been about 8 months, and my child will be born in 2 months. Hayashi has a smile on his face as he said this. If his children can escape the fate of the branch house and the main house, can't he have more than one child? To prevent his children from being sent to the branch house, usually the main house's members will only have one child. This guy Hayashi is obviously unable to control himself. After all, Hinata was just 5 years old when Hanabi was born. Even if her personality is a little weaker, she hasn't started to practice much yet. However, Hayashi still create another child. Obviously, it was not because he was disappointed with Hinata, but because he really couldn't control himself, so he had a second child, but Asahi also has to say that he does have 2 good daughters. Okay, I have basically told you everything. You will need to master the method to remove the caged bird as soon as possible. Before Hidden Mist Village attacks, I will come back to you, so you need to get your people ready at any time. When the time comes, just retreat directly, don't procrastinate too much, so that Hidden Leaf Village be unable to react. Asahi warned and then left. Chapter 75 Hidden Mist Village's attack time passed, and it was a week later. Asahi and the people waiting for Hidden Mist Village almost vomited blood waiting. The main reason was that they didn't know when Hidden Mist Village's people would arrive, so they didn't dare to leave casually, otherwise, they could go to Orochimaru to play for a few days and come back. Therefore, they were forced to wait here for a week, and the people they are waiting are finally here. As for Hisashi and Hayashi, they have passed the anger with the branch house's people, and the caged bird of the branch house's people have been lifted. Hayashi's reputation has also been directly improved to the extreme in a short time, and the people of the Hyuga clan are also ready. Get ready, I'll go in first. You will meet outside, and evacuate as soon as possible. If you run into trouble, Kushina, I'll leave it to you and Kurama. After saying that, Asahi sneaked into Hidden Leaf Village again and came to Hisashi's house. At this moment, everyone is ready, and all of their items were stored in the scroll, so there are basically no large objects. Are you all ready? The people from Hidden Mist Village have arrived. As soon as the battle starts and the others support us, we will leave. Asahi saw that Hisashi and Hayashi and asked. The two nodded. They were already ready and just waiting until now. They can only say that in a blink of an eye, things are strange. After all, they become traitor just in a blink of an eye. Boom boom boom. 10 minutes after Asahi arrived, there was explosions sound from the outside of Hidden Leaf Village, and the whole Hidden Leaf Village was suddenly filled with the smoke. The people in the Akatsuki were targeting Lord Fourth. Just in case, Denzo's route are also lying in ambush near Minato's home, but Denzo himself has no intention of participating in this event at all. However, it is different from what Asahi had thought. Jiraiya was no longer in the village because of Orochimaru, so this time, there was one less Kage-level combat power in the village. And without Jiraiya, Hidden Leaf Village might really be destroyed. Your Byakugan is suitable for investigation. Find a place where there's no one, and leave as soon as possible. After hearing the explosion for a while, Asahi said to Hisashi and Hayashi, and the two had already used Byakugan to pay attention at the movement outside. Right now, most of the shinobi have rushed to the enemy's side. No one is near the Hyuga clan, and Hayashi doesn't give an order, so the main house's people would also be a little confused, as they don't know what's going on. In this way, Hisashi and Hayashi directly led the large group to find a place with the fewest people to leave the village. Because the main battlefield is not here, and everyone's attention is on the main battlefield, only some civilians, who are hiding at home, can sense Hayashi's group's movement. Although there are some non-shinobi people in the Hyuga clan, there are not many of them, especially in the branch house. Their role is to become tools, which are used to protect the main house, so there are a lot of shinobi among them. The small number of old people, children and women were also carried by the others, so their speed is not slow, and everyone quickly left Hidden Leaf Village. Tsunade, Kushina, if there is a fight later, I will leave it to you. You two will be responsible for opening the path. According to the previous plan, Asahi won't take action. Asahi didn't think it would be bad for a woman to be opening the path. After all, among these two women, one can be said to be the current king in one-on-one fight of the shinobi world, and even is almost invincible in group battle. And the other one can defeat anyone with just one punch. So, if anyone underestimate them, their end would be miserable. The entire Hyuga clan's branch house, and Hayashi and his family are fast. The pregnant people, baby and the others who can't move fast were carried by the others, and there is no need to worry about accidents. After all, Tsunade is still there, and her katsu is not just decoration. Asahi didn't have any intention to watch the battle this time. He couldn't make a move, so it would be better to leave as soon as possible than to see what happened, so as to save time. In this way, the group of people ran away with lightning speed, and on the other side, because the power of the village was concentrated on the front battlefield, no one found that Hyuga clan had run away. Minato was also besieged by a group of powerhouses, and Obito was still the same as the original, as he directly threatened Minato with his wife and child, resulting in Minato being restricted. He was eventually killed by this group of powerhouses. After all, his wife and child was taken hostage by the enemy, so he is unable to fight back. As for Minato's wife and child, the people in Akatsuki's organization are all strong people, and they disdain to do things to his wife and child. Obito only needs Minato to die. The reason Kushina is affected in the original work is because she is the Nine-Tails' Jinchuriki. As Minato's current wife has no use, he didn't bother to care about them. Maybe there is still a little conscience in his heart. After this continued for a while, the members of the Hyuga clan's main house couldn't hold it anymore. As a large clan of Hidden Leaf Village, they had to participate in the war, but their clan head Hayashi is nowhere to be seen now, and they also needed their cannon fodder, the branch house, to participate in the war. They thought that the people from the branch house had already gone to the battle, so when they used Byakugan to find them, they found that everyone are already gone and they have no suspicion, but what made them anxious was that Hayashi also disappeared, so they also went to the battlefield. As for whether to participate in the war, it depends on the situation. But when they came to the battlefield, they found that although the scene was chaotic, there were no members of the Hyuga clan. Even if they used their Byakugan to search for a while, they couldn't find anyone. Elder Sama, the branch house's people and clan head Sama are not here, what shall we do now? A shinobi from the main house asked with a dazed expression. He thought that the branch house was the first to join the war, but now that he hasn't seen the branch house's members, this is a problem, and it is a super huge problem. Hyuga clan, what do you mean by this? Hidden Mist Village invaded our Hidden Leaf Village, but you didn't even participate in the war. At this time, several medical ninja, who were in charge of treating the wounded, looked angrily at the Hyuga clan are hiding behind and peeping. After all, even the Uchiha clan participated in the battle. However, there was no Hyuga clan on the battlefield. Isn't this nonsense? And after they came back with the wounded, they found that this group of people were hiding behind, which is making them furious. What do you mean? The members of the Hyuga clan's main house are extremely arrogant. They feel that they are superior, and their position in the clan are also high, so they would explode with the slightest disrespect. In the face of these medical ninjas' reprimands, they didn't feel any shame. Okay, it's better not to argue now. Your Hyuga clan is also the clan of the village. If you really care about the village, it is best not to continue hiding here. An older medical ninja knew that it was not the time for quarrels, and that it was not worth arguing with someone from the Hyuga clan, so he simply changed the subject. Chapter 76 Hidden Mist Village and Hidden Leaf Village, who are both losers. Where is Denzo? Does he still shrink at times like this? At this moment, blocking Yagura and Mizukage's assistant alone is not easy for Lord Third at all. Minato was besieged by Obito and the others, and although Lord Third has summoned Inma, it is still a bit difficult to face the two enemies' attack. This sentence was also asked by Inma, who felt the pressure from fighting the enemies. However, Lord Third did not answer Inma's question, as his face was also pale. Before there's no problem even if Denzo moved in the dark, but this time, Denzo went too far. At this time, the village will not be able to hold on, but he is still hiding. When Lord Third's face was pale, the support of the Uchiha clan also arrived. The Uchiha clan is at the very edge of the village. So even if they rush over, it will still take time, not to mention that they were dragged by the weaker enemies for a while. But the fastest person to arrive is undoubtedly Shizui. After he arrived, he directly helped Lord Third resist one of the enemies. Nagato, our goal has been achieved, we can leave now. At this moment, outside Hidden Leaf Village, inside a large tree made entirely of paper, Conan and Nagato are both here. Nagato and the others have managed to kill Minato after teaming up, so their goal this time has been achieved. No, this is a good opportunity. If we make the world feel pain here, then the effect will undoubtedly be the best. Nagato said. He has never forgotten his purpose of coming here this time. He came here to make these people feel pain, not just for Lord 4th Hokage. Although killing Lord 4th Hokage has also achieved his goal, it was not enough. Wait, Nagato, you haven't completely developed the Rinnegan. If you rashly take action in front of the powerhouses from the two villages, you will most likely be targeted. We may be fine, but the Akatsuki would be in danger. And the most important thing is Yahiko's body. Konan wanted to convince Nagato not to be arrogant, so she simply mentioned Yahiko's body. The current Nagato is not the later Nagato, who has powerful moves. Right now, it has been less than 2 years since Yahiko died. Although he has developed a lot of Rinnegan's pupil techniques, he is not completely familiar with it, so now, in front of the powerhouses from the two villages, he is undoubtedly in a disadvantage. It's fine if he lost the other pain, but Yahiko's body can't be lost. Ha! I understand, I was too impulsive just now. Then, let's leave first. We are still not ready now, but sooner or later, I will come back again and let this world feel enough pain to bring permanent peace. After Nagato released a deep sigh, he accepted Konan's words. It is indeed not suitable for continuing to fight right now, as his strength is not enough to face these powerhouses. He is not afraid of being besieged if it's 10 years later, but now, it is a big problem. When Konan saw that she had succeeded in persuading Nagato, she was also relieved. After that, Nagato controlled Yahiko's body and issued a retreat order, and the Akatsuki quickly retreated from Hidden Leaf Village. After learning that Minato is dead, Denzo didn't want his old face to not be known as a hero. He obviously had reached an agreement with Hidden Mist Village, but now, he chose to directly attack Hidden Mist Village. The Roots members, who have been hiding, immediately joined the war. In an instant, Hidden Mist Village lost their advantage, coupled with the shinobi that are constantly coming from all parts of the village, they were beaten to retreat. Even Might Yui, who did not die on Hidden Mist Village battlefield, opened the 7th gate directly and used a big move, but after using this big move, he is basically useless. His strength is still not as good as the later guy. If he threw a big move at 7th gate, his destructive power is definitely not inferior to the normal Quasi-Kage level expert, so he has done a good work, but if he wanted to recover, it is estimated that it will take a few months. After all, his basic strength is flawed. In the end, Hidden Mist Village was repelled by Hidden Leaf Village, and even Mizukage's assistant was killed by Shizui and Lord Third. Hidden Mist Village was defeated, but Hidden Leaf Village was also in pitiful situation. Hidden Mist Village attacked the entire village, so, almost half of inside the village has been affected and turned into ruins, and there are wailing everywhere. Therefore, even if they won, it is a miserable victory. And after counting the losses, Lord Third heard the news that Lord Fourth died in the battle. He was threatened by a group of powerhouses with his wife and child, and finally died in the battle, which made Lord Third very heartbroken. Hidden Leaf Village, who once able to suppress the shinobi world by themselves, has now fallen to the point where they need to pay such a heavy price after being attacked by Hidden Mist Village. This is the sad truth that has been constantly echoing in Lord Third's heart. However, Hidden Leaf Village is indeed pitiful, and the one who is more pitiful is the current Hidden Mist Village. Most of their combat power is gathered to attack Hidden Leaf Village, and they even lost one of their Kage-level powerhouses. However, they are still defeated in the end. Damn it all, this is indeed a trap. It's the trap of that bastard Denzo. Didn't he participate in the battle afterwards? He even caught us off guard. We shouldn't have come at all. At this moment, Hidden Mist Village's shinobi, who had already evacuated far from Hidden Leaf Village, also stopped and took a break. As for their higher-ups, some of them could not help but curse at this moment, but what they did was just ridiculous to others. When it is said that they would be going, there was no objection, but now that they have suffered a loss, they immediately jumped out. But when they wanted to despise these people, they couldn't help but feel angry. After all, Hidden Mist Village's loss this time can be said to be unprecedented. This time, most of their forces were dispatched to deal with Hidden Leaf Village, but most of them were lost. Compared with some small villages, their only advantages now are their powerhouses, secret techniques, etc. There are also some advantages in terms of military strength, but it can be said to be miserable. Stop talking nonsense, this time we are considered to be plotted against. Everyone will retreat to the village after a short rest. We need stable development for the next period of time, and there would be no one troubling us. After all, Hidden Leaf Village and us are separated by the sea, so even if the other party retaliates, it will be our home court. Obito controlled this Yakura and said. This time, Obito's purpose has been achieved. Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Mist Village have both suffered a loss, and Minato has also died, which is enough for now. What he needs to do now is to go back and continue to control the village. No matter what, this village is the culprit who killed Rin, so he will not let it go. Fate is really funny sometimes. The Third Shinobi World War was ended early by Asahi, and Obito and his team followed Minato and stayed away from Hidden Mist Village battlefield, but after his incident, Kakashi and Rin went on another mission, and encountered Hidden Mist Village. She did not die in the war, but died in the mission, and Madara was the one behind this. However, Obito threw the blame on Hidden Mist Village. After all, this matter was indeed done by Hidden Mist Village, and Madara is just someone behind the scenes, so it can't be helped that Obito doesn't know. So right now, Hidden Mist Village can only carry this blame. Chapter 77 Hidden Leaf Village's higher-ups are doubting life. Obito controls Yagura and went back to the village. If there are no accident, he will start his Bloody Mist policy again. In short, he won't let go of Hidden Mist Village without making Hidden Mist Village pays. And on Hidden Leaf Village's side, a day later, Lord Third and the other higher-ups are looking at the documents in their hands and began to doubt life, not for other reasons, just because of the matter of the Hyuga clan. After the battle, everyone was busy counting the casualties. And when Hidden Leaf Village's people recovered and discovered the problems of the Hyuga clan, more than a day has passed. Not to mention the Hidden Leaf Village's higher-ups, even the rest of the Hyuga clan in the village began to doubt life, because from the mouth of civilians in the village, they heard the news of the Hyuga clan was running away. After all, Hyuga clan is white-eyed family, everyone has white eyes, so it's so easy to recognize them. Through the confession of civilians, everyone soon finds the answer. The people in the branch house has defected, and even the Hyuga clan's clan head, Hayashi Hyuga, also joined them with his family. When everyone heard this, they all began to doubt life. Especially the main house's people, they couldn't believe such thing. As the clan head, Hayashi did a good job, so why should he run with them? But if Hayashi knows what they are thinking, he would shake his head helplessly. Hayashi is actually not optimistic about the rules of the main house. He didn't dare to find his wife at night for fear of having a second child. Of course, this is all a joke. Hayashi was being forced with no way out. Asahi doesn't want other main house's members, so it's useless if Hayashi wants to bring those people. And if he really brings them, it is estimated that there will be conflicts between them and the branch house, so he didn't take them at all. Don't blame him for being ruthless, it's mainly because the world is too cruel, so blame the world. Elder, do you know what the hell is going on? Why did the people from your Hyuga clan's branch house defected with Hayashi Hyuga? At this moment, the great elder of the Hyuga clan is in front of Lord Third, and Lord Third felt an incomparable headache. He wanted to scold without stop when he thought of this, and Denzo's face is also quite bad. He even looked at the Hyuga clan's great elder in front of him with malicious gaze. He planned to kill Lord Fourth Hokage, and the Lord Fourth Hokage is dead now, but the Hyuga clan actually caused him trouble at this juncture. After reacting, he also sent his men to find them, but after more than a day, it is enough for them to run far. In addition, Tsunade and the others are experienced shinobi. They have eliminated their original traces and misled these people in other directions. How can they find the people after more than a day? If they know the direction, they might still be able to catch up, but there is no direction at all. Moreover, who knows if they have made a detour? At that time, it is impossible to find them. I don't know either. The great elder of Hyuga clan was depressed and confused. He also wanted to ask what was going on, but he didn't know what was going on either, which was embarrassing. Forget it, elder, you can go back first. Lord Third shook his head. Since these people did not run away, it showed their feelings, otherwise, how could they stay? So Lord Third asked him to go back first, and the great elder went back with a depressed expression. Hiruzen, tell me, how do you plan to deal with this matter? I didn't expect that the Uchiha clan has not had a problem yet, and the Hyuga clan ran away first. They also seem to have planned this for a long time, otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? Denzo didn't think about other aspects at all. He only thought this was a plan the branch house made for a long time, so they ran away after catching this opportunity. This may be because of the branch house system of the Hyuga clan. This system has been questioned before, but that is the tradition of the Hyuga clan and it is the clan's internal affair, so others can't be involved with it. I didn't expect such a thing would happen. Lord Third attributed all of this to the so-called caged bird, but he is kind of right, as it was indeed related to the caged bird. If it wasn't for the caged bird, Asahi would not be able to take care of it so easily, and even dig the Hyuga clan without revealing the Tenseigan. No matter what the reason is, those people are now gone. What is your opinion on the remaining Hyuga clan's people in the village? Fierce light flashed in Denzo's eye. It was always him who stabbed someone in the back. So when he was stabbed in the back, he was furious, and the rest of the Hyuga clan's members are the target to vent his anger. What do you want to do? At this moment, Lord Third inevitably has a lot of suspicion about the remaining Hyuga clan. He doesn't want to make any restrictions, but no matter how it is, The seed of suspicion has been planted in his mind, and if he didn't do anything to these people, they might even defect too, so he also began to think about countermeasures. Gather the rest of the Hyuga clan, and let me out. I am not targeting. It is necessary to ensure that the remaining people do not run. This is the only way. Denzo said his thoughts, which also surprised Lord Third. Denzo is known as a cruel person. If it is normal situation, Denzo would definitely not say such thing in front of him. But now, Denzo actually showed his ruthlessness without hiding it. There is no need to do that for the time being. Let's just put them under house arrest, but if they do anything out of the ordinary, I'll leave them to you. After Lord Third finished speaking, Denzo couldn't help but showed a sneer. Don't look at Lord Third giving the other party a chance. Denzo knew very well that after this time, the rest of the Hyuga clan will have the title of traitor put on their heads by the others. Especially this time when so many people died in the battle. What would their companions and relatives think of the Hyuga clan who became traitors? He estimated that the Hyuga clan wouldn't be able to withstand such pressure. Coupled with Lord Third's house arrest, sooner or later, they will be pushed to do extraordinary, like defecting again. Don't look at Lord Third with his usual kindness, after all, he is also ruthless. Denzo might do things in the darkness. But once Lord Third does things, his methods will be much more fierce than Denzo. Although his method is cumbersome, the effect is very good. Then, leave it to me at that time. There is also the Uchiha clan. What do you think about them? The Hyuga clan and the village have had such a big thing, but the Uchiha clan came very late this time, and their loss is not big. It is inevitable that other thoughts will rise in their hearts. After talking about a Hyuga clan, Denzo set his target on the Uchiha clan again. Chapter 78 The Never-Stopping Denzo. Are you crazy? Don't you know what the village has become now? At this time, you're still planning to attack the Uchiha clan. Do you really want the village to be in a state of doom? Lord Third looked at Denzo at this moment with an unbelievable look. He felt that Denzo is simply crazy to the extreme. Even at such a time, he's thinking about internal fighting. The village was attacked and suffered heavy losses this time, and the Hyuga clan is almost completely gone. Now, the only powerhouses who can protect the village are him, Denzo and Shisui. As for Yui, who is a one-shot man, although his value has grown, he is still not very useful. Jiraiya is still outside, but Lord Third is not worried. After this incident, Jiraiya will come back by himself soon. After all, there is such a big incident in the village. However, Denzo still wants to attack the Uchiha clan at this time, which is terrible. It's not that I am targeting the Uchiha clan, you should know it yourself. The Uchiha clan has been eyeing the Hokage's position for a long time, and now that the village has suffered such heavy losses, maybe the Uchiha clan will launch a coup. At that time, it'll be difficult to deal with them. Denzo looked at Lord Third with a gloomy expression. This time, it was not that he really wanted to cause troubles, but the situation was unstable. Adding to the fact that the Hyuga clan is almost completely gone, and the Uchiha clan is the biggest clan in the village now, they will definitely expand even more at this time. When the time comes, the Hokage's position would be taken away by them. I also know these things, and we can't touch them now. Although Hidden Mist Village has been beaten back, don't forget that Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Sand Village have been staring at us. As long as they are not idiots, they will definitely take advantage of this opportunity to attack Hidden Leaf Village, and with our Hidden Leaf Village's current strength, facing the attack of these two villages, especially Hidden Clouds Village, you should know the consequences. At least we have to wait until this matter is completely over. In addition, we also need to get Jiraiya back, and get Shisui to our side. I will make it clear to him and let him stabilize the Uchiha clan. At least, until we determine the movements of the other two shinobi villages, we can't casually attack the Uchiha clan. In addition, I will send messengers to Hidden Stones Village to see if we can ask Kanagi to make a move. As long as Hidden Stones Village helps, there won't be a problem. After thinking about it for a while, Lord Third said his thoughts, but after this, his head felt a little dizzy. This is not good. When I think about it, I found that there are so many things happening. The risk of the other two shinobi villages attacking us, the threat of the Uchiha clan, and this old fox Denzo who is still staring at my position regardless of the importance. The people who defected in the village have caught up with the accumulation of the past in just a few years, and even more exaggerated. He won't stop until he kills himself. Denzo is like a perpetual motion machine. If Lord Third doesn't give him the Hokage's position, he will continue to cause trouble until the whole village is destroyed. But if Denzo became Hokage, it would be even worse. Denzo is a Warhawk faction. In terms of impulse, he is more exaggerated than Tobirama, and the methods he used to control his subordinates are also extremely dark. If Lord Third let him become the Hokage, maybe in a decade or two, all Hidden Leaf Village's powerhouses will be controlled by his curse mark, So in essence, Denzo is like a cancer, that is trash. Unless Hidden Leaf Village kill him, they will be killed by this guy as long as this guy is still alive. That's fine, but my men will keep paying attention at Uchiha clan. Once they have any changes, don't blame me at that time. After Denzo finished speaking, he left. Although he was involved in dark things, he still could distinguish what is important. No matter how he went down, it would be hard for the Hokage's position to be given to him. However, Denzo is very confident that after the Hokage's position is in his hands, he can carry Hidden Leaf Village forward, and make it become the strongest village in the Shinobi world again. After Denzo left, Lord Third sighed, and then began to deal with the affairs in the village. At this time, he still kept Denzo, and it could only be said that he was really hopeless. Hidden Leaf Village, who has been half destroyed, is still having internal fights at this moment. Hidden Mist Village and Hidden Leaf Village have both lost and suffered. Although Hidden Leaf Village won, it was a miserable victory. This news is like a typhoon, which directly swept the entire Shinobi world, and everyone who heard this news smiled. It's for nothing else, as they thought that Hidden Leaf Village was going to collapse. If Hidden Leaf Village collapsed, the happiest thing is undoubtedly that they can do things, and the war will never stop as long as there are people. On the other side, in order to take into account the elderly and those with children, everyone's speed has also slowed down a lot. Therefore, after the news has spread throughout the Shinobi world, Asahi and the others still have not left the territory of the Land of Fire. I knew I should have brought One Tail at the border. At least, after leaving the Land of Fire, I can let One Tail take everyone to leave. Kurama, you are so arrogant, can't you at least bring some people? Asahi looked helplessly at the little fox on Kushina's shoulder. This little fox was condensed by Nine Tails so that his consciousness can also appear outside through this, but it is still very unstable. It could only stay for a few minutes each time it was used, and there is no way to maintain it, so Nine Tails and Kushina still have to run in well, but with the Jinchuriki's help, the tailed beast can appear in the outside world for a long time. Who told you not to bring that damn tanuki? It's impossible to let this uncle bring people with my body. This time, Nine Tails won't give Asahi. He is a dignified beast, the Nine Tails, and now Asahi wanted to use him as a mount? It is absolutely impossible. Forget it, you are too arrogant, I'm too lazy to talk to you. Asahi rolled his eyes, as he really couldn't say anything more about Kurama. Only someone with kind temperament like Naruto can run in with him. As for Kushina, with her explosive temper, she quarreled with Nine Tails every 3 days. Of course, the relationship between them is getting better and better because the quarrel, making people speechless. Don't say it if you don't want to. It's not like this uncle liked talking to you. Nine Tails showed disdainful expression. Can you two stop arguing? And Kurama, can't you just help me bring someone? Kushina came out to be a peacemaker, but she was obviously not a peacemaker. Little girl, don't think that you can order this uncle around just because you temporarily get my approval. You are still 100 years too early. Nine Tails arrogantly scolded Kushina directly. In this regard, a few big blue veins appeared on Kushina's forehead directly. Chapter 79 Kushina's careful thinking. Kurama, you bastard. What do you mean that I'm 100 years too early? Don't forget that I can directly seal you at any time. Kushina also exploded at this point, and she grabbed the little Nine Tails on her shoulders and began to pull him apart. Asahi couldn't help but sweat for Nine Tails when he saw this. After watching for a while, Asahi felt that Nine Tails' life is very sad when facing this little chili. At least it is more sad than when he lived in Naruto's body. At least Naruto is a second hand, so it is easy to fool, and the temper is not as hot as Kushina, so it will not be the same as it is now, and it has become a habit to quarrel every other time. Damn you little girl, let go of this uncle, otherwise, this uncle will tell about. Before Nine Tails could finish his words, he saw a chain came out of Kushina's body, and then directly dragged Nine Tails back. So, why are you arguing with the Uzumaki clan who is proficient in adamantine sealing chain? Isn't his not making it hard for yourself? Asahi couldn't help but feel a little amused when he saw this scene. Nine Tails is just making it hard for himself. Adamantine sealing chain can be said to be tailed beast's weakness, just like Mangekyo Sharingan. Therefore, even if the user's strength is far from the tailed beast, they can still control and seal the tailed beast, which just so unreasonable. Kurama, didn't you agree that you won't say anything about that? At this moment, inside Kushina's mindscape, Kushina said as she looked at Nine Tails in front of her helplessly. Humphrey, you humans are really troublesome. If you like it, you like it, if you don't like it, you don't like it, why don't you dare to say it? Nine Tails said disdainfully. What do you know? He is only 12 years old. It would have been better if he had been born a few years earlier, but now, our age is a full 12 years apart. Kushina rolled her eyes as she said this. After poaching Kushina and the others for a while, it's not like Asahi didn't do anything. At this time, Kushina's goodwill towards him was almost full, but Kushina always thought that the age gap was too big, as it was a full 12 years, so she kept a little distance from him, making Asahi helpless. He knew this situation himself, so he planned to talk about it in a few years. He has to say that his age is indeed a bit awkward, he can't get up and down, and he just happens to be stuck in the middle. In the case of that kid, in the daytime, he will be such a monster that grow to 4 or 5 meters in minutes. In that way, you still told me that there is still a difference of 12 years? This uncle is already 1,000 years old, but have I said anything? That's why I say that you humans are hypocritical. Kurama said with a look of disdain, age is nothing to him. As a tailed beast, he is just a huge lump of chakra, and there is also no second female Ninetales that he can love, so Ninetales doesn't know about these things clearly. There's no way he would go after the cat, right? Ugh, thinking about that kind of scene, it seems not that bad. Then, that means I have to wait until later, but I may be over 30 years old by then. When she thought of this, Kushina didn't feel so good. Isn't there also Senju Hashirama's granddaughter is with you? Look at how old she is, and she still looks like her in her 20s. Wouldn't it be enough to learn her yin seal? The difficulty of her yin seal is to store chakra, but do you lack that kind of thing? Ninetales said disdainfully. As Ninetales is Jinchuriki, she would have no shortage of chakra. Moreover, Kushina is from Uzumaki clan, which was known as the Monster Chakra clan. Once she masters the yin seal, not only her strength would soar, but she can also maintain her own appearance. That's right, why didn't I think of that before? After I went back this time, I would go to Sister Tsunade to learn that technique. Kurama, it seems that you are still quite useful at critical moments. Kushina was a little surprised, as she didn't expect Ninetales to understand so much, and her problem would be solved easily. If you know what to do, get out of my house. Don't bother this uncle here, I am going to take a nap. After Ninetales finished speaking, he kicked out the part of Kushina's consciousness directly. Jinchuriki's consciousness is very peculiar. They can control it both inside and outside of their body. It is like Shadow Clone, but it can transmit information at any time unlike the Shadow Clone. So part of their consciousness outside is controlling their body, and part of their consciousness inside can also chat with a tailed beast. It is indeed very magical. After being kicked out, Kushina complained a little, and then continued to travel with everyone. After a few days, everyone finally left the territory of the Land of Fire. Such a speed also made Asahi speechless, as it was too slow. But with so many people, and everyone's strength was different, they can't just ignore the weak, so there is no other way. But after entering the border of the Land of Earth for a while, Asahi found some old acquaintances. Uncle Kitsuchi, why are you here? Asahi looked at Kitsuchi and the others with a puzzled look, as he didn't expect to meet these people here. Father also knows your situation, so he sent us over to pick you up. It is not convenient for so many of us to enter the Land of Fire. So we just waited for you here at the border. However, I didn't expect that you kid would actually dig up the Hyuga clan. I have only admired a few people in my life, but you kid is definitely the one I admire the most. Kitsuchi said and raised his thumb. Asahi's various thoughts not only made Hidden Stone's village's development flourish, but also dug up so many clans and powerhouses in Hidden Leaf Village. He felt that Asahi is simply invincible. If you compliment too much, I will be swollen. Asahi couldn't help but smile when he heard this. Although he said that he didn't need any backups, Onoki and the other Hidden Stones village's people still sent some people here. This is not because they distrust him, but because they care about him. This is very good and he didn't think that it was a problem. After that, Hidden Stones village's people joined in, took over some of the old and weak directly, and carried them away. They even chatted with the Hyuga clan's people on the road and became friends. Asahi was also very satisfied with this. He didn't expect that before the Hyuga clan reached the village, they would have established a good relationship with Hidden Stones village's people. After they arrived, Asahi felt that they would integrate to the village quickly. Moreover, after this time, Asahi felt that he didn't need to hide too much. As the next time, it will be the Uchiha clan. And once the Uchiha clan was dug away, Hidden Leaf Village would only has very few left to dig. And if he wanted to dig these people away, unless Denzo is pushed to the Hokage's position, and then Denzo is crazy to do things, and caused Hidden Leaf Village's cohesion to directly turn into nothingness, so that he has the opportunity to continue to dig the others, it would be not practical at all. Chapter 80 Changing the target to Hidden Mist Village. Hidden Leaf Village's matter has come to an end for the time being. All I need to do is to pay attention to the Uchiha clan, but as long as Fugaku Uchiha is not an idiot, he will naturally come to ask for help when he realizes that something is wrong. Then, I can make a plan for Hidden Mist. Moreover, Mummy is only 14 or 15 years old now. Asahi started to have the ideas about other villages again, not only Hidden Mist Village, but also Hidden Sand Village. Because of his butterfly wings, Bakura was not sent to Hidden Mist Village as a political sacrifice. In fact, Asahi couldn't understand Roz's way of thinking at all. The Hidden Sand Village in the original work was also weak, but he still sent his people to death. Hidden Mist Village is also a weird. Why do they want to take someone's life like that? Do they wanted to take it for research? Then, shouldn't she be left alive? And it is impossible for Hidden Mist Village to stop attacking Hidden Sand Village and helping Hidden Sand Village to beat Hidden Stones Village with the payment of just Bakura's life. Sure enough, in Hidden Sand Village, Rosa is also a god of pit. As for Hidden Clouds Village, Asahi chose to ignore it. In the original work, they are described to have very strong cohesion. Asahi does not understand it very well, and he also doesn't want to dig them. Right now, he just plans against the other shinobi villages. Of course, his first goal is still Hidden Mist Village. Hidden Mist Village and Hidden Leaf Village have just suffered huge loss. Now they will definitely be played around by Obito again after returning. Due to the butterfly effect created by Asahi, Yagura in this period is still dominating. Mummy is only 14 or 15 years old now. At this age, even if she knows lava style and boil style, it is useless. Yagura should have only be defeated after Mai's rise. But now, because of Asahi's intervention, Yagura has become kind of invincible, and even if the rebel wanted to use number to kill Yagura, it would be impossible. Yagura is Jinchuriki. There's no need to say about his terrifying chakra, and the second reason is Hidden Mist Village just had a war with Hidden Leaf Village. This war shouldn't have appeared in the original work, and most of their power was wasted in the Third Shinobi World War and the war against Hidden Leaf Village. Now, even if the rest of the people want to use the Sea of People tactics to crush Yagura, they can't do it. Even if it can be done, after doing so, the entire Hidden Mist Village will be crippled, and Hidden Mist Village would be kicked out from the ranks of 5 great shinobi villages directly. Because of that, the easiest one to dig is Hidden Mist Village. On the way, Asahi has already planned the next move. When the whole shinobi world knows what he is doing, it is unknown what the scene would be, but Asahi doesn't care. In short, as long as the talents can be dug out, he will not let any of them go. He even planned when Lord Third would die, and then let Denzo take the Hokage's position, so that Denzo has a chance to grasp the overall situation, and Asahi would also has the opportunity to dig the other clans in Hidden Leaf Village, otherwise these clans are too loyal to Lord Third, and it is almost impossible to dig them away. After a while, everyone finally returned to Hidden Stones Village, and the Hyuga clan also lived in the residence that was prepared for them a long time ago. Asahi also sent someone to introduce them to Hidden Stones Village's situation, and directly pulled Hisashi and Hayashi into high-level position. After the series of things were done, Asahi, who was originally on arrest, was found by Onoki again. "Old man, as soon as I came back, you immediately come to find me. Isn't it a bit wrong?" Asahi looked at Onoki in front of him speechlessly. The dignified Lord Third Tsuchikage, Onoki is known as the most cunning person in the shinobi world, but now, he always talks to him about things. He wondered if it was because of his appearance that Onoki had no sense of crisis, so he slackens. In fact, just as he thought, because of Asahi's advice, Onoki has also learned to delegate power, so gradually, he has nothing to do, and some big things will not be determined by himself, and instead he would ask Asahi about it. After all, Asahi's plans are almost linked together. He is afraid that he will make a big decision that will lead to mistakes in Asahi's plan, which would be bad. It's the news from Hidden Leaf Village. Before you came back, Hidden Leaf Village's distress letter was sent over. Well, it doesn't seem to be something surprising. After all, Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Sand Village are both staring at Hidden Leaf Village now. Anagi handed the distress letter sent by Hidden Leaf Village to Asahi. Because they are moving in a group, Asahi and the other's speed was slower than the speed of the messenger, but fortunately, the two sides did not meet. Asahi also chose to take a detour to prevent being chased before, and it is precisely because of this that he didn't run into Hidden Leaf Village's people. Of course, it's not a big deal even if he run into them. He can just kill the other party, and then make it seem like the people from other villages are the one who do it. It's not a big problem. It's not necessary to help. Even if Lord Fourth Hokage is dead, it is basically impossible for the other two shinobi villages to annihilate Hidden Leaf Village. Hidden Leaf Village's route are not so simple to be hollowed out, but I hope that the Lord Third Hokage can die under the attack of the two shinobi villages. In that case, I will be able to dig out some more people later. Asahi is not interested in helping Hidden Leaf Village and chose to continue to weaken Hidden Leaf Village's strength, mainly to kill the Lord Third Hokage. As for whether Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Sand Village can annihilate Hidden Leaf Village, he doesn't have to think about it. When push comes to shove, Shizue will simply use Kodoa Matsukami at Raza and Ichi, and then the two Kage will directly turn to their side. After all, Kodoa Matsukami is very overpowered. Kodoa Matsukami is something that makes people speechless. Of course, this kind of trick is useless against Asahi. Just like a Skinner's soul burning the ones that are trying to swallow him, unless it is him himself, no one can use Genjutsu against him. It will be burnt to ashes at once, as it is not a conceptual thing. Moreover, Shizue's Kodoa Matsukami is not invincible, and it should be useless against Rinnegan or Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, as these eyes' pupil power is completely superior to Shizue's Mangekyo. Of course, Kodoa Matsukami are still very good, so alone is enough to control a fairly powerful power, but unfortunately, because he is the descendant of Kagami Uchiha, he eventually got one of his eyes stolen by Denzo. But if other villages want to kill Hidden Leaf Village, this kind of thing simply can't be done. Asahi naturally won't mix with this matter and let them fight on their own. He is now focusing on Hidden Mist Village. He doesn't care about Hidden Mist Village's life and death, as he only needs to dig out the people inside and be done with them. Alright, I will reply to them. After all, we don't need to say anything to them. Anoki is not wrong at all. In short, now it is Hidden Stones Village's turn to take charge of the Shinobi world. It is no longer Hidden Leaf Village, who used to be the leader, as the current Hidden Leaf Village has long been plagued from the cancer on the inside, and Asahi also dug their people. So right now, they are just on the same level as other great Shinobi villages. Even if there are still a few talents, they will be dealt with by Denzo sooner or later. Chapter 81 No need to hide. How are you two recently? Are you used to living in the village now? After dismissing Hidden Leaf Village's request for help, Asahi went to find Hisashi and Hayashi a few days later. Now, there are no more messy branch house and main house in Hidden Stones Village's Hyuga clan. There is only one house, and it is the entire Hyuga clan. The one who are in control are Hisashi and Hayashi together, and no one has any objection at all. Very good, at least it's much better than Hidden Leaf Village. Everyone at Hidden Stones Village is also very enthusiastic. Here, I feel that there is no such depression like in Hidden Leaf Village. Before, we also went to the Senju clan, but it is still a little troublesome to use transformation jutsu every time I need to go out. Hayashi is very helpless. Not everyone knows that the Senju clan is okay, so even if they don't use transformation jutsu from time to time, it'll be fine, but the Hyuga clan is different. Their white eyes are really eye-catching, it is also their trademarks. So they always need to use transformation jutsu if they wanted to go out. Well, you don't need to use it then. There is no need to continue hiding now. After Asahi thought for a while, he suddenly felt that this decision was a bit redundant. In the past, he asked the Senju clan and Kushina to use the transformation jutsu to cover people's eyes. After all, he still needs to continue dig Hidden Leaf Village, but now it is unnecessary. As the last one is the Uchiha clan. At that time, so what even if Hidden Leaf Village is hostile towards him? Right now, he wished that these people felt some hostility towards him. After all, his power has been stagnant for a while. And in these 2 years, his mastery has only increased from 52 to 53%. The improvement is too slow that he felt annoyed. Moreover, once it is exposed, it will only send a signal to Fugaku that he is not playing around, so it is a good choice to make Fugaku surrender himself. Is it really okay? Wouldn't Hidden Leaf Village cause trouble to Hidden Stones Village if they know this? Both Hisashi and Hayashi hesitated. They knew that once exposed, Hidden Leaf Village will definitely treat Hidden Stones Village as a mortal enemy, which is no small matter. If they wanted to cause trouble to us, they need to have the ability. Have you forgotten that now, I am a new generation of the god of Shinobi? Not to mention if they wanted war or not, even if I wasn't counted, why should Hidden Stones Village be afraid of Hidden Leaf Village? Asahi said in disdain. It was not that he was arrogant, but he had never shown his full power in this world. If he used his full strength, everyone in this world will finally learn the true meaning of invincible. That's right, I almost forgot your strength. Hisashi and Hayashi thought about it. That's right, in the entire Shinobi world, who dares to find trouble with Hidden Stones Village is probably tired of living. That's good, in the future, even ordinary people don't have to stay at home and can go out without trouble. Hayashi nodded, as he felt that this was pretty good. Then you guys can take care of your clansmen. I'll go and first and tell Tsunade and the others about this. After saying this, Asahi left. Hisashi and Hayashi shook their heads when they saw this. Asahi just come and go so quickly, but they didn't think there was anything wrong with this, as it's better than living with a mask all day, as they've spent enough time like that in Hidden Leaf Village. so it's not bad to be casual. Brother, let's go out for dinner this evening. It happened that I saw some novel dishes on Hidden Stones Village, so we should try it. After that, Hisashi planned to ask his brother out, and Asahi quickly found Tsunade and Kushina, and told them of his decision. Although it will be exposed sooner or later and I don't care about it being exposed, but sooner or later, there will be some problems. I won't talk about many, but that guy Jiraiya will definitely come to Hidden Stones Village. Regarding Asahi's decision, Tsunade doesn't think it was anything bad. After all, sooner or later, it will definitely be exposed, and the time is almost there, so it is unnecessary to conceal it. But it is different with Jiraiya. Based on Tsunade's understanding of Jiraiya, after knowing that Tsunade and Orochimaru are both on Hidden Stones Village's side, Jiraiya will definitely come over, and it will be troublesome at that time. It's not that Tsunade was afraid of Jiraiya. Tsunade never felt that she owed anything to Hidden Leaf Village. After all, Hidden Leaf Village treated her and the Senju clan in such way. Jiraiya stood from the perspective of an outsider, so he has no reason to blame Tsunade, but troublesome is ultimately still troublesome. Don't worry about Jiraiya, leave him to me. It's not a big problem. I will help you send him back, rest assured, I will not hurt him too badly. Asahi said nonchalantly. He didn't care and actually a little happy that Jiraiya came to give him experience. Then, I'll leave it to you. To be honest, Tsunade really didn't want to see Jiraiya. Although she is completely disappointed with Hidden Leaf Village, it does not mean that she has cut off all the bonds in the past, and it happens that the bond between Jiraiya and her was the deepest. After all, they are teammates and also the legendary Sannin. But sometimes, the line that should be clearly drawn must be clearly drawn. By the way, you should also inform the Senju clan about this. After all, they have been hiding for so long, and some people don't even dare to go out. This is a bit unreasonable. After Tsunade heard it, she nodded. The Hyuga clan didn't feel it as they just arrived, but the Senju clan was different. After coming, they used transformation jutsu when they went out. They were afraid that they would be discovered, which is kind of pitiful. That is good news. It's decided, I will go to your house for dinner tonight. At this time, Kushina suddenly made such a statement. Asahi is also used to this. As someone from another world, he will naturally bring something other than special ideas, so good food is indispensable. Although the food in this world is not bad, he is still not used to it, so he often cooks with his own small stove. Not to mention Tsunade and Kushina who came later, even Aoki will often come to enjoy his food. I and Shizune will come later too. Tsunade suddenly turned back before leaving this time. After all, how could Tsunade miss this kind of thing? Many of the dishes that Asahi made can be regarded as snacks for drink, and Tsunade is also considered a half-drunkard, so she is also very greedy for Asahi's craftsmanship, and she even asked Shizune to learn from Asahi for a while. It can only be said that Shizune's fate is indeed quite tragic. Although she has escaped from the original fate of evading debt, she is still reduced to the role of a maid right now. But she herself doesn't feel much about this. As for Tsunade's addiction to gambling, although it has also broken out before, it has been suppressed by Asahi. Just kidding, it is actually impossible to gamble in Hidden Stones Village. Chapter 82. The news comes out since there was no need to continue to hide. The news of the Senju clan, the Hyuga clan, and even Tsunade and the others in Hidden Stones Village was quickly discovered by the spies from various villages. Regarding these spies, Asahi did not have the thought to clean them up. After all, even if he cleaned up one batch, another batch will come, so instead of cleaning them up and then looking for the new batch again, it is better to keep this group of people. Asahi has even grasped the information about their acquisition of intelligence and so on. Because of that, the news these people obtained is in his own hands. The information they know is limited to what Asahi and the others want to let them know, otherwise, no secrets can be obtained. This is the best way to deal with spies. And when these spies first got the news, they were stunned, especially Hidden Leaf Village's spies, who are start doubting life. They know about Tsunade and the others have defected, but they didn't expect that they would be recruited by Hidden Stones Village. Even the Senju clan who should have been killed on the battlefield is in Hidden Stones Village now. What is this called? After learning this information, they seem to have received some incredible news, and immediately sent this information back to their villages. And this piece of information reached the tables of other villages Kage at an extremely fast speed. How is this possible? The Senju clan, the Hyuga clan, Tsunade, and Kushina are all in Hidden Stones Village? How did they do it? Lord Third's face is full of disbelief, as he felt that this is too exaggerated. How can it be that Senju clan and Tsunade have been in Hidden Stones Village for almost 2 years? Those spies have stayed for a long time in Hidden Stones Village, but this information had just passed back now. Of course, it is impossible for Lord Third to know that Asahi has completely controlled these so-called spies, so this information is only exposed because Asahi wanted to. Go and call Elder Denzo over. After Lord Third was dumbfounded, his face turned livid again. Let's not mention the information being so slow. Isn't the Senju clan plotted and killed by Denzo? He knew about it at that time, and even Tsunade came back in the middle. He thinks that the Senju clan had been wiped out a long time ago, and he also got the news from Denzo, so in this situation, Lord Third has no idea what to say. There are so many corners in the village that have been dug by the other, it's too much. Soon, the Anbu, who received Third Generation's order, quickly found Denzo, and Denzo came to Lord Third's office right away. If it was not a big deal, it was obvious that Third Generation would not be in such a hurry to find him. Hiruzen, what made you look for me in such a hurry? This time, Denzo didn't get the information in advance. After all, Denzo couldn't do everything, but after seeing the dark expression on Lord Third's face, he knew that it was not a good thing. Look at it for yourself. This time, Hidden Leaf Village has really become the laughingstock of the entire Shinobi world. Lord Third is a little desperate. If they are just rebelling, it will be fine, as there are always traitors in any village. Even Hidden Cloud's village, who is known for their cohesion, also have traitors. But if their own people are dug into others and not because they defected on their own, it can be said that the one digging them is slapping their faces. At this moment, Lord Third feels that his face is hot and painful, as if he was slapped repeatedly. How could it be possible that No, damn it, that bastard Anoki has already such an idea from the beginning. We guessed in the wrong direction from the very beginning. Denzo was shocked. After reading this piece of information, he thought of Hidden Stone's village's strange actions when the Third Shinobi World War began, and he knew that he was tricked. Hidden Stone's village's people were not after the so-called supplies at all, but clearly targeting Hidden Leaf Village's talents, and the Senju clan was sent to them by him personally. Since 2 years ago, Hidden Stone's village has been using Hidden Leaf Village to play a game of chess with the entire Shinobi world, and now they know why Hidden Stone's village is doing this. Denzo likes to control people as chess pieces, but when the entire Shinobi world becomes a chessboard, and when he and the other people are used as chess pieces, this feeling is called very terrifying. Yes, at that time, your guess was wrong from the very beginning. You thought that what they needed was enough benefits, but we didn't expect that what they were plotting was actually the pillar of our village. Now that this information was revealed, it's probably because they felt that our Hidden Leaf Village has no other talents to dig, right? Everything that should be dug has been dug. The reason why the Hyuga clan's main house was left is because they don't need them. Compared with the branch house, the main house's people are more difficult to control. They are too arrogant and prideful, so they are more willing to dig the branch house than the main house. According to information, these people's caged bird has been removed. As for the Uchiha clan, it is estimated that it is due to the situation of the Uchiha clan is almost the same as Hyuga clan's main house, so Hidden Stone's village does not need the Uchiha clan at all. That's why this matter has been exposed, otherwise, they had already hidden the Senju clan for 2 years, so they can also hide the Hyuga clan. I didn't expect that we were actually plotted by Hidden Stone's village like this. Lord Third feels cold sweat is coming out on his back. This game of chess is too big. If Hidden Stone's village hadn't taken the initiative to expose this, he didn't even know when he would get the information. In short, this time, he has completely lost. Then, what do we do now? Do we just let this group of bastards go after doing such things to us? Denzo couldn't swallow this humiliation. Because the initial guess was something he guessed, and it was him who worked together with Anoki, it can be said that he was the biggest fool in this matter. Compared to Lord Third, he was even more suffocated and couldn't breathe at all. Why do you think Hidden Stone's village leaked the news at this time? Don't you know that this is sending a signal? Don't you see that Hidden Stone's village are helping us before because we have what they need? Now that they already have all they wanted from us, they wanted to send a signal to others that their Hidden Stone's village will not continue to help Hidden Leaf Village, so Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Clouds Village, who are already a little impatient, will definitely choose to take action directly. Right now, what we have to think about is not to deal with Hidden Stone's village, but how to deal with the siege of these 2 villages. We can still deal with 1 Shinobi village, but against 2, you should also know the consequences. Lord Third is very helpless. It is very suffocating after knowing that the enemy is right in front of him, but he can't hit them yet, and he also has to coax them. Otherwise, if Hidden Stone's village gets angry, what will happen if Asahi takes action directly? It is clear that destroying Hidden Leaf Village is as simple as playing for Asahi. So this time, even if Hidden Stone's village opens the door to let them go in and make trouble, they didn't dare to do it, and they can't do anything except hold back their anger. Chapter 83 The Fall of the Tree. Ha 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 ha. Hidden Leaf Village's face was really swollen this time. Those Hidden Stones village actually dug so many Hidden Leaf Village's people in one breath. No wonder Hidden Stones village allied themselves with Hidden Leaf Village so arbitrarily. It turned out they are eyeing the other party's people. I looked at the information in his hand and almost died of laughter. Of course, he will definitely not forget his hatred towards Hidden Stones village, but now it is not time for revenge yet. He also did not have the ability to get the revenge, but seeing Hidden Leaf Village like this, he is also amused. Raikage-sama, can we? On the side, Nodai, who was responsible for assisting A in handling things, suddenly spoke. At this time, Hidden Leaf Village was like a big and juicy piece of meat. All they need to do is to put in their mouths. With such a thing delivered to their door, they will be punished by God if they don't take. I know, go find B, and then call the others, and prepare to attack Hidden Leaf Village. This time, Hidden Stones Village won't help them, and so many people has been dug from their village. I want to see how those Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi can do to stop our Hidden Clouds Village. A doesn't care about other messes. Right now, Hidden Leaf Village has been weakened to the lowest point in history, so if he doesn't take advantage of this, he would be an idiot. As long as he is a normal person, he knows how to deal with this matter. After receiving A's order, Nodai immediately went to inform the others, and the entire Hidden Clouds Village's army assembled quickly. On the other side, the same scene happened in Hidden Sand Village. Of course, compared with A, Raza's life is much more difficult. Although he didn't lose his Kazekage's position directly, it was because no one wanted to take over that position. Chio and Debazo no longer have the idea to have that position. Moreover, they also have some power in their hands right now. Originally, Raza, who was the Lord 4th Kazekage, should dominate the situation, but because of his stubbornness, they lost the war, and their defeat was also miserable, so the Raza can only be regarded as half of Kazekage now. There's no other powerful person who can take Kazekage's position, so Raza is still in this position, but his power is divided. If he wants to make a bigger decision, he must get the support of most of the elders. To put it bluntly, other Kage has dominant power, but on Raza's case, the power is divided everywhere. In case of Hidden Leaf Village's Lord 3rd, the situation is similar, but as long as Lord 3rd showed a little tougher stance, other people won't dare to question him, but Raza is different. No matter how tough his stance is, he can't get the approval of most people. Right now, he can be said to be the worst Kage. Therefore, after learning about Hidden Leaf Village's situation, Raza was very excited. He felt that his time has finally come. After taking down Hidden Leaf Village this time, he can definitely get a lot of benefits. Maybe he can take back his power from those old people. So although Raza felt that Hidden Leaf Village is stupid, the first he does after receiving the news is to quickly call the elders group and have a vote. In the end, the votes were unanimous. As it is said before, now as long as someone's brain is normal, they will know what to choose. So Hidden Sand Village also quickly began to gather their army. The movement of the two villages naturally couldn't be hidden from the spies in their villages, so the news spread quickly. Looking at the information in his hand, Lord 3rd's old face was full of misery. They really didn't leave him any chance. The trace of illusion he still had was shattered so directly, but no matter how much he sighed now, it was useless. In desperation, he can only pass on the order to prepare for war. He also knew the consequences of such things. After experiencing many consecutive blows, Hidden Leaf Village's people are about to collapse. Now that a war is going to happen again, what are they going to do? Right now, there was wailing everywhere in Hidden Leaf Village. And Hidden Stones Village's situation was undoubtedly the best. Right now, Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Stones Village's situation are worlds apart. The Hidden Stones Village's spy on Hidden Leaf Village began to get someone to publicize Hidden Stones Village's situation a little bit, so the situation began to change again. A large number of civilians fled and went directly toward Hidden Stones Village. But Lord 3rd can't do anything about this, because this is civilians, not shinobi, and he has no right to block the civilians from leaving his village. Immigration will always go to the place with greener grass, so they can't control it at all, which is uncomfortable. For a while, Hidden Leaf Village's people fled like frightened birds and beasts in the forest, fleeing in all directions. However, there are still many people who stayed, and some of these people are staying because this is always their home, so they didn't plan to leave. They plan to live and die with their homeland, and there is also those who don't have the ability to escape. Besides them, there are also those with relatives in the family who are shinobi, so this part of the people can't run away. They can run by themselves, but those who become shinobi can't. However, there are always a small number of people who can abandon their relatives and run on their own. There are still many Lord 3rd's factions staying, such as in Oshikacho, Aburame and in Yuzuka clans. So Lord 3rd doesn't bother to care about those civilians who fled. He also didn't dare to stop them. Once he tried to stop them, Hidden Leaf Village's reputation will stink so badly that no one will come back to Hidden Leaf Village in the future. After all, if he done that, in the future, everyone will know that Hidden Leaf Village is a place where you can only get in and can't get out. Anyone wouldn't dare to go there as they might be killed after entering. So because of this, Lord Third can't stop them, and could only let these people leave. After these people left, they quickly moved towards Hidden Stone's village, and Hidden Stone's village didn't refuse and welcome these people. After all, it's all about economic. When these people are able to run from Hidden Leaf Village to Hidden Stone's village, they won't be able to do it without any economic strength. So Hidden Stone's village is also happy to accept them. This is considered to be a fortune in war. Of course, that is a later story. After Hidden Leaf Village's people escaped, the army of other villages were also assembled, and they moved directly towards Hidden Leaf Village. Strictly speaking, the war this time cannot be regarded as the Fourth Shinobi World War. Because the interval is too short, it can be regarded as a follow-up to the Third Shinobi World War. After all, after every Shinobi World War is over, there will still be some friction among the various villages, and these frictions are big and small. If it lasts for a long time, it becomes a follow-up to the Shinobi World War, so this time, this war can be said the follow-up to the Third Shinobi World War. Of course, Hidden Mist Village is no longer able to participate in this war. As for Hidden Stone's village, it depends on Asahi and the others' mood. In fact, Asahi is also sending out a wrong signal, and this signal is very deadly. Chapter 84 Jiraiya arrives. The wrong signals that Asahi released were the Hidden Leaf Village's clans and powerhouses who joined Hidden Stone's village. After the information was leaked, not only Hidden Leaf Village, but also other Shinobi villages will only focus on one point, that island. Hidden Stone's village and Hidden Leaf Village's relationships are torn apart. With so many people being dug up, the relationship between the two villages is now irrecoverable, so how can Hidden Stone's village still help Hidden Leaf Village? Among the released signals, this is the most obvious point. Therefore, Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Sand Village, who had been holding back for a while since Hidden Mist Village and Hidden Leaf Village suffered a loss, couldn't hold it anymore. Now that Asahi suddenly released such a signal, Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Sand Village will definitely act on Hidden Leaf Village as soon as possible. However, the hidden signal here is that Hidden Stone's village will not necessarily let them go. After these two villages beat Hidden Leaf Village, Asahi can shamelessly take Hidden Stone's village's shinobi and beat these two villages again, and the flesh they robbed from Hidden Leaf Village will also be eaten by Asahi. In short, it's all for themselves in this situation, and there is no one who offends anyone. Asahi is also not afraid of them jumping the wall in a hurry. Unless he is going to destroy the village, he will never force the two villages to jump over the wall. This is the deadliest hidden signal. Perhaps smart people can detect it and guess it, but people will always have illusions that such thing is unlikely, so they will subconsciously ignore it even if they know it. Now, it's up to Asahi's own decision. If he is a shameless person, he can definitely cheat the other party. But now that Hidden Leaf Village and the other two villages are not fighting, it is not the time for Asahi to take action. If he wants to take action, he will wait until the fight is over. However, at this time, Kushina went to find Asahi. You said you sensed Jiraiya's chakra in the village? Asahi looked at Kushina with a weird look. Uzumaki clan's mind's eye of the Kaguya is definitely the best sensor jutsu. Any chakra basically can't hide from it. According to Asahi's request, Kushina will continue to use mind's eye of the Kaguya in the village every day. The reasons he asked her to use mind's eye of the Kaguya is on one hand, it is to exercise her perception ability, and on the other hand, it is to find any trespasser. With Kushina here, almost all Hidden Stone's village's censor shinobi can retire directly. Of course, this is just a joke. Right now, Kushina is the leader of Hidden Stone's village's censor shinobi. Although the others cannot use mind's eye of the Kaguya, Kushina can still teach the Hidden Stone's village's shinobi a little about perception ability. Even if Hidden Stone's village's shinobi's perception ability itself is not weak, it has become even more terrifying now. And besides Kushina, Hidden Stone's village also has a god-tier censor shinobi. It is none other than Anoki, who is also quite exaggerated in perception ability. As for Jiraiya, Asahi will come here after knowing the news. This guy can be said to be a copy of Naruto in the later version. He is extremely persistent towards his companions, but Asahi underestimated this guy a little. Asahi thought that he would come out in the open to find his companions, but he didn't expect this guy to be so insidious and sneak in. I see, tell me the specific location. Asahi nodded and asked about Jiraiya's location from Kushina. He is also very strong in perception. Of course, this is derived from the power of the sunshine, but his ability is relatively rough. In the past, when he lived alone, even if white Zetsu sneaked in, he could find them, but he could only find vitality. If White Zetsu becomes someone else, and mixed together with a group of shinobi, Asahi can't do anything about it. His perception is limited to the perception of vitality. As White Zetsu is alive, he can perceive White Zetsu when there is no other person around. In Hidden Stones Village, there were a lot of White Zetsu hidden under the ground before, and this is something he can perceive. However, if these White Zetsu mixes into the crowd, and is in the same horizontal position as other people, Asahi wouldn't be able to find them. So when Jiraiya sneaked in, he didn't know about it. After all, Jiraiya is mixed among the crowd. Soon, Asahi found Jiraiya in an alley with few people. Expert's vitality is tenacious, so he can easily determine where Jiraiya is. He is different from White Zetsu. After all, White Zetsu is not strong, and they should be the same level as normal shinobi, but a Kage-level powerhouse like Jiraiya is different. It was as if a large 800-watt light bulb was stuffed among a pile of fireflies. It can be recognized with just a glance. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, has actually learned how to be so sneaky. Asahi directly stood in front of Jiraiya, and Jiraiya's face changed at this moment. He reluctantly removed the transformation jutsu. In front of Asahi, there was no need to hide. I didn't expect to be discovered soon, but no matter how sneaky I am, I'm better than you Hidden Stones Village's people who are digging people's corners. Jiraiya said disdainfully, but there was still a lot of anger in his eyes. Of course, it was suppressed. Jiraiya, even if you are one of Sannin, Tsunade and Orochimaru's companions, you have to speak responsibly. We did dig the foot of the wall, but we are good at swinging our hoe, so what if we dig well? If Hidden Leaf Village is good to them, they won't have joined our Hidden Stones Village. Asahi looked at Jiraiya with a responsible expression of watch your words. He swings his hoe well, so what if he digs those people? If you are not capable, you should not allow others to dig up and talk nonsense. That's completely crap. You must have used some despicable means, otherwise, how could they join Hidden Stones Village? Jiraiya's teeth were almost crushed by his gritting. He, who was not completely exposed to the darkness of Hidden Leaf Village, was actually quite innocent, or maybe, he already knew about it, but was unwilling to accept it, so he said such words without knowing it. This is interesting. It is too much to say we're using despicable methods. Why don't you go and see for yourself whether we forced them or they joined us voluntarily? Don't say I didn't give you this opportunity. Asahi said with a weird smile. He knew that it was impossible to dig Jiraiya, but the premise was that Lord Third was still there. If Lord Third died, and Denzo is in power, Jiraiya would learn about the true darkness, so it might not be impossible at that time. In this world, there are nothing absolute, so he's giving Jiraiya an injection in advance. Of course, it doesn't matter even if it fails, as Asahi doesn't really care about one Jiraiya. Chapter 85 Hidden Leaf Village's Deadlock. I'll give you a chance. So that you can't say that I'm doing a show with the others for you to see, who you want to see, the time and everything is up to you. You can see how they live in Hidden Stones Village. But then, if you really still wanted to make trouble, I don't mind taking action to punish you, but I promised Tsunade that if you cause trouble, I won't take your life. Asahi is too lazy to say anything, as the facts have proved everything. Jiraiya's heart directly turned cold at this moment, not only because he suddenly remembered Asahi's terrifying strength, but also because of Asahi's completely confident attitude. At first, he thought that Asahi used some despicable means to dig up Hidden Leaf Village's people. After they come here, they were placed under house arrest, threatened, and even controlled with curse marks, but when he saw Asahi's confidence, he knew that maybe the truth is not what he thought. If it's all up to him, can it be possible to keep acting and show him that they are not forced to be here? If he wanted to go immediately, there won't be enough time for Asahi to notify the others. Moreover, he is an experienced person, so he can easily tell who is acting, so his heart turned cold an instant. However, he was not reconciled, so in the end, he followed Asahi to the Senju clan. When the Senju clan was dug over, after knowing the truth about Hidden Leaf Village going against them, they didn't have any arrogance at all. After joining Hidden Stones Village, they were also very active in making good relations with the people around. The Senju clan in this period should be almost the same as when Senju Hashirama first established Hidden Leaf Village. They are not proud of their talents and are not feeling superior from the others, so they get along very well with the surrounding people. When Asahi and Jiraiya came over, they also saw the harmonious life of the entire Senju clan and the village. After dinner, everyone chatted and talked about what to do together, which looks very harmonious. You can see it now, of course, it's just a small part. Come with me. I will take you to meet the current clan head of the Senju clan. Speaking of which, Tsunade didn't want to become the clan head, so Senju Hikari has become the new clan head. This time, I'll take you to meet him, and then you can ask him yourself why he joined Hidden Stones Village. Asahi took Jiraiya, who had used transformation jutsu, around the Senju clan's residence. Watching Asahi greet these people with familiarity, Jiraiya almost already had his own guess. Soon, the two found Senju Hikari, who was in charge of the clan's affairs. Although it is not as much as a village, it was still a lot. That's also why Tsunade was not the clan head. After all, she had already joined the higher-ups of Hidden Stone's village, and she already has enough works, so she can't manage the clan's affairs anymore. After Jiraiya lifted the transformation jutsu, Hikari's face changed. When Jiraiya asked why he betrayed Hidden Leaf Village, Hikari still looked calm, but he directly threw some information collected before to Jiraiya. Hikari let Jiraiya see for himself what did the village do to the Senju clan. If they hadn't been taken in by Hidden Stone's village, their body would have already turned cold. After reading the bloody information in his hand, he was helpless. At that time, Denzo even dared to hunt down Tsunade. When he heard this, even Jiraiya's anger was about to burst out. But he still suppressed it. He had already had a lot of complaints against the village. After leaving the Senju clan, Asahi brought Jiraiya to the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan was not suppressed, and the caged bird of the branch house was all removed by Asahi. So Jiraiya can be considered to know the specifics, and there is nothing he can say about this. If he is a member of the Hyuga clan, he will choose this path. After that, he was given Kushina's information and Orochimaru's information. After this information were placed in front of them one by one, this made Jiraiya sum up a key point. All of these things are actually more or less related to Denzo, and the only one who are not related is the Hyuga clan. What kind of fuck-up situation is this? The reason Hidden Stone's village can poach our people from beginning to end is because that old bastard Denzo. After summing up this point, Jiraiya's face became very wonderful. I won't talk too much nonsense. You have finished reading these things, so do you still want to see Tsunade? As long as it is not someone who comes with hostility, they are all friends. Even if you come in the open, we are the same as Hidden Leaf Village, and won't stop you. At most, we will place a few people at most to keep an eye on you. After Asahi saw Jiraiya also learn the profound meaning of the face change of such one opera's actor, he asked a little bit amusedly. Basically, he knows Jiraiya's situation, and it is estimated that Jiraiya already knows where the problem is. Forget it, I'll come for that next time. This time, I came here just to know if your Hidden Stone's village really used any special means to control them, but many things I saw today is not something that can be disguised, so I kind of understand the truth. Maybe, Tsunade doesn't want to see me now. It's my village who should be sorry for them. I have nothing to say, but I will return to the village soon and try to rectify the village. Sooner or later, I will dig them back. Jiraiya left after saying that. Now that the war is about to break out, he still needs to go back. One is for the war and the other to clean the moths eating the village. As for the last sentence he left behind, Asahi was quite disdainful, and he felt that such possibility was almost zero. Even if Jiraiya wants to clean up Denzo, Lord Third and the elders won't let him do so. The information he knows will not be believed by others. And even if they believes it, Denzo will still be fine. This is one of Hidden Leaf Village's biggest shortcomings. As long as Lord Third is still there, Denzo will never die. At this time, although Asahi dare not say that Denzo has a lot of Sharingan on his hands, he should still have a few, and he also has Hashirama cells. So even if Jiraiya used Sage Mode, Denzo could not be killed, and Denzo was the higher-up of the village. And Jiraiya was just a high-level combat power at most. He did not participate in high-level matters before, so he was not qualified to do anything to Hidden Leaf Village's higher-ups. So once he makes a move, Denzo will not hesitate to put the title of traitor on his head. Even before he makes a move, Denzo may strike at him first, and join forces with other villages to take care of him first. If Hidden Leaf Village lost this war, the big deal is to give resources, and it will not be destroyed unless they resist desperately, but this is impossible, so Jiraiya's idea is indeed good, but he does not have this ability. Mount Myabaku will not participate in Hidden Leaf Village's internal affairs, and this can be said to be a deadlock. In short, Asahi doesn't care at all. By letting Jiraiya know about this, he can also let Hidden Leaf Village directly forces Jiraiya to his side, so why not do it? Chapter 86 Invisibly targeted by Akatsuki. As the Shinobi world is busy fighting, on Akatsuki's side, no matter whether it is Obito or Nagato, they all paid attention at Hidden Stone's village. The reason Obito stared at Hidden Stone's village is the same as Nagato's, the tailed beast. I didn't expect Hidden Stone's village would have dug so much experts from Hidden Leaf Village and even the Jinchuriki. In this way, Hidden Stone's village should have a total of tailed beast, as well as Tsuchikage Aonoki, Orochimaru and Tsunade, and most importantly, there is also Asahi, the god of Shinobi. With such a lineup, How can such a defense be penetrated? Conan, who also received the news, had a disbelief look on her face. Hidden Stone's village is too strong now, and it is terrifying powerful. Nagato will definitely try to capture the tailed beast afterwards, but in the case of Hidden Stone's village, can they even catch a fur? Hidden Stone's village's strength is indeed beyond my imagination, but it is not too big a problem. As long as I fully grasp the power of this pair of eyes, everything won't be a problem. After all, this is the Rinnegan that only Sage of Six Paths has ever owned, and I am the god who owns Rinnegan. As for the other gods, they are just fake gods. However, now is not the time, I'm still immature, so we should wait. Nagato said in a very confident manner, but this time, Hidden Stone's village invisibly attracted the attention of Nagato and the others. In the original work, Hidden Leaf Village was attacked by Nagato, one was for Ninetales, and the other was because of Hidden Leaf Village is strong, so he takes action himself to take care of Hidden Leaf Village, and now, since Hidden Stone's village has become the strongest shinobi village, it has naturally become the target of others. Conan is extremely worried about this. She also knows the situation herself, and Nagato is indeed very powerful in that pair of eyes, as he could defeat Kage-level powerhouse easily. But now, their enemy would be the one called the new god of shinobi. Although she knows it, she doesn't want to disprove Nagato, so she could only help Nagato silently from behind the scenes. Let's speed up the expansion. Now that Hidden Stone's village's strength is constantly increasing, we also need to get enough fresh blood. According to the list given by that guy, we will find the others ourselves. After Nagato said that, he stopped talking. In fact, although he himself is confident in his strength, he was inevitably a little scared in the face of Hidden Stone's village, so it is necessary to strengthen his organization's strength. On the other hand, Obito, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu are also discussing this matter. Obi. No, Madara, this time, you were used as a chess piece by Hidden Stone's village. At this moment, there is no change on Black Zetsu's face, but there is a hint of sarcasm in his tone. According to Obito's request, the current Obito is Madara, and he needed to be called that. However, Obito is always Obito. He can't disguise the temperament of Madara, and even if he wears a mask to hide his head, he still showed his tail. It is clear that he is telling others that he is not Madara Uchiha. You don't need to remind me, but Hidden Stone's village is indeed worth noting. No matter how to make the organization continue to grow, the follow-up plan is also a huge problem, and there is no way to deal with this village now. Damn, I didn't expect Hidden Stone's village plan so much. Obito wants to do a wave in Hidden Stone's village, but he can't do it. The current Hidden Stone's village is like an iron fortress, and it is much more terrifying than Hidden Leaf Village. He can't do anything to it at all. There's no way Hidden Stone's village's Jinchuriki and Tailed Beast can stay in the village forever. There are always times when they are alone. Although White Zetsu can't enter Hidden Stone's village, they can still stay in the surrounding area. Once the Jinchuriki leaves the village, we will get news. As long as you gather the Tailed Beast and control Ten Tails at that time, even Hidden Stone's village won't be your opponent. Black Zetsu said very plainly. He is not panicked at all. After all, he has been behind the scenes for more than 1,000 years, and he feels that the overall situation is still in his own hands. Furthermore, even if he failed this time, he could just wait until Asahi and the others turned old and died before continuing his plan again. He's been living for over 1,000 years, and a person can't hold on for more than 100 years, so there will always be a time to succeed. Indeed, as long as the 10 Tails is completed, even if we can't create the complete 10 Tails, it is enough, but the chakra of these tailed beast is always a little troublesome, and we need to think of a way to collect some spares first. Obito also made up his mind. He knew that this matter can't be done right away. At present, the most important thing is to kill Hidden Mist Village's people, and the others are secondary. He has never forgotten that he is an Avenger. In this way, the forces hidden in the dark are concerned about Hidden Stone's village. On the other side, Hidden Cloud's village and Hidden Sand village also rushed into Hidden Leaf village. Because of the aggressiveness of the opponent this time, even Lord Third and Denzo could not sit still. On Hidden Cloud's village's side, Lord Third and Jiraiya coordinate to take care of overall situation, and on the other side, it is handed over to Denzo and Shizui. In fact, as far as the current situation is concerned, the only advantage that Hidden Cloud's village and Hidden Sand village can get is the low-level combat power. They are dominant in terms of number of people, as Hidden Leaf village is constantly being consumed. Compared with the other party, the number of people is really a big difference. But Hidden Leaf village's high-level combat power is not lacking at all. Not to mention, once Jiraiya enter the Sage mode, he can easily resist 8 Tails by himself, and Lord Third plus Enma, it is no problem to fight against 2 Tails' strength still can't be fully utilized, so if she was sent here, She would just deliver food to Hidden Leaf Village. Moreover, Hidden Leaf Village also has hidden combat power like Fugaku. Once Mangekyo Sharingan is awakened, the strength of the Uchiha clan's members will rise, and it is not exaggerated to call it skyrocketing. After all, just a normal Susanoo can push ordinary Kage-level powerhouses to the ground. As for Hidden Sand Village on the other side, there's no need to say much. If Shizue uses a big move, then Hidden Sand Village really won't have to play anymore, as their high-level combat power will completely defect to Hidden Leaf Village's side. So the only thing Hidden Leaf Village is in a disadvantage of is the number of people. It seems that Hidden Leaf Village will surrender soon, otherwise, even if they win, they won't be able to stay in the rank of the 5 great Shinobi villages. In Onoki's office, Onoki, Asahi, Tsunade and the others are all present. According to Onoki's analysis, it is estimated that Hidden Leaf Village is doing a symbolic resistance this time. After all, if they surrender without a fight, then they will not even have the capital to negotiate. It is the most basic to resist symbolically, show your own muscles, and also make the other person scared of you. If Hidden Leaf Village really intends to keep fighting, when the war is over, then the village's heritage will be removed. All their high-level powerhouses will be lost, then Hidden Leaf Village will basically exist in name only. Almost, but this time the focus is not Hidden Leaf Village. Old man, please keep an eye on them. After they finish fighting, let me know. For now, I'm going to visit Hidden Mist Village. Asahi looked at the intelligence from Hidden Mist Village in his hand and felt that he should go for a trip. Chapter 87 Go to Hidden Mist Village. Aren't you talking about other villages? Why did you suddenly talk about Hidden Mist Village again? Except for Onoki, everyone else looked at Asahi strangely. This time, after Hidden Mist Village took the lead and attacked Hidden Leaf Village, they're already defeated and have no capital anymore. So they are confused why Asahi suddenly talk about Hidden Mist Village again. There is a reason why I'm talking about Hidden Mist Village. You all should know Hidden Mist Villages. Lord 4th Mizukage Yagura is a little abnormal now, as she suddenly started the Bloody Mist era. Although it seems that he was stimulated because of his weak power and failed all the time, but at the end of these operation, the number of death people has basically skyrocketed, and this guy is like messing around with Hidden Mist Village. If that's the case, why shouldn't we dig out some of Hidden Mist Village's talents? Yuki, Kaguya, all these clans can be dug out. After Yagura went mad, he crazily suppressed these clans, and the intensity was getting stronger and stronger. Even the Hazuki clan was suppressed, so I think that it would be a pity to just let it go. Asahi said with a smile, and thanked Obito in his heart. If it wasn't for Obito doing things in Hidden Mist Village, he really had no hope to do such a thing, and the most important thing was that the process was accelerated by him. If he wanted to poach Maitru Mummy from the timeline of the original work, it is undoubtedly an idiotic dream, because when Yagura broke out in the original work, Mai has already grown up to be able to compete with him. But now, Mai is only a little bit older than Asahi. Even if she is talented, she would only have Jonin level strength at most. With her like that and most of the other powerhouses at elite Jonin level, how can they fight against Yagura, a Kage level powerhouse and also Three Tails' Jinchuriki? Hidden Mist Village will undoubtedly be destroyed before Hidden Leaf Village, so Asahi must take a trip. There's nothing wrong with Hidden Mist Village being destroyed, but he needed to get their talents first. Hiss. Are you not satisfied with digging those from Hidden Leaf Village? Hearing what Asahi said, the others couldn't help but take a deep breath. He had just dug out about half of Hidden Leaf Village's route, and now he's already planning to go to other villages. How can this be done? You guys are indeed to blame for the global warming. Taking cold breath every time. No, it seems to be a not good to be used here, but it's not a big problem. Anyway, I will definitely dig the Hidden Mist Village's people, and now is undoubtedly the best time. Asahi said with a smile. He would be an idiot if he doesn't take advantage of it. As for Onoki, he has known Asahi's decision a long time ago, and he also knows that Asahi is not satisfied with only digging Hidden Mist Village, but also intends to dig Hidden Sand Village. That's right, if it weren't for Hidden Clouds Village's bitterness and deep hatred, and there is no room that he could exploit, Onoki guessed that Asahi would also target Hidden Clouds Village's people. Of course, just because he couldn't dig Hidden Clouds Village's people, it didn't mean he can't dig other things. Don't forget, Hidden Clouds Village is famous for having a lot of good things. As long as there is a chance, he will find a way to get it, just like taking 6 paths sacred treasures. But what makes Asahi feel a little pity was that amber purifying pot was broken by him. This time, he went to Hidden Mist Village to dig some people. As for his percentage, he could just get them from Akatsuki later if needed be. Moreover, he can just go to Richie Cave and help Orochimaru to clean up those snakes, to save the need for sacrifices for the summoning jutsu. Orochimaru would still fulfill Manda's offering, but if he is changed to Asahi, he would just directly summon Manda to fight, and then continue to repeat it until the other party is convinced. If this is still not enough, then Asahi will have to visit Furin, simply travel to the past or the future, sweep the enemy once, and it should be enough. In short, there are enough ways to not hinder him, and he also wondered if he could dig over Kisame too. At this time, he doesn't know if Kisame was already subdued by Obito or not. If he has become a diehard, there would be no way. After talking to everyone about his decision, Asahi went straight back to pack up his things, and went to Hidden Mist Village. This time, he didn't bring anyone with him. In fact, he had the thought of whether he should kill Yagura, as by that time, he could also dig Three Tails over. But after he thinks about it carefully, he chose to discard it. If he kills Yagura, he will suffer a loss. There are several prerequisites for digging the foot of the wall. One is profit and the other is threat. And the Senju clan was dug over because of threat. He has no benefit to these Hidden Mist Villages clans, so he can only rely on the threat, and killing Yagura would undoubtedly destroy the threat directly. He will not be so stupid to do that, so Yagura can't die at this stage. The Land of Water and Hidden Leaf Village are separated by a sea, but Asahi does not need to make any stop. He has now mastered more than 50% of his power, so he can always use the small sun to drive the road. Its speed is very fast, and it is estimated that except space-time ninjutsu, no one can beat him in sheer speed. In just 2 days, Asahi went directly from the Land of Earth to the Land of Fire, and across the sea to the Land of Water. The Land of Water is surrounded by the sea, so the moisture is quite dense. Dense mist often filled the territory, and the air is very humid. Even the temperature in this place is generally lower than other places. Asahi did not stop in other places in the Land of Water, and went directly to Hidden Mist Village. He was not familiar with this place, and he couldn't find anything worthy of his attention, so he just went ahead and do what he wanted to do. After arriving outside Hidden Mist Village, Asahi soon saw the person who came to meet him. Asahi-sama, you are finally here. All the information you want for is ready. This person is one of Hidden Stone's village's spies in Hidden Mist Village. At this moment, he carefully handed some documents to Asahi. Well, I understand. I want you to inform the others in Hidden Mist Village that they can withdraw. Hidden Mist Village is no longer worth monitoring. If you continue to stay here, it will be difficult for you to protect yourself. After Asahi took it, he didn't look at it. Instead, he directly stated his plan. This time, after being messed up by him and Obito, Hidden Mist Village is basically destroyed, and it is estimated that it will take decades to develop again. Therefore, there is no value in monitoring them anymore, and several of Hidden Stone's village's spies have also died in the turmoil because of the advent of the Bloody Mist era. Asahi will not let his people die in vain, so he told them to return as there's no need to continue to stay. Chapter 88. Still have to dig that. Asahi-sama, is what you said is true? We can really go back? The Hidden Stones village's spy looked very excited. For a spy, the best way to return is undoubtedly to finish his mission and live a stable life after returning to their village. After all, no one likes to be a spy, because the existence of a spy is not to be seen. It's okay if they haven't been discovered, but once they're discovered, even because of the interests of the two villages, they will die in vain. Spies like them would not come here if they weren't subsidized well enough. Of course, most people come here because they have no relatives at home and feel that it doesn't matter if they live as a spy. But there is no one who doesn't miss their hometown, so Asahi's decision is undoubtedly like the sound of heaven when it reached his ears. Yes, you can go back, and the others, who were sacrificed before, will not be forgotten. Their names will be engraved on Hidden Stones Village's hero monument. You should pack up and go quickly. Asahi nodded. He didn't feel that his village needed to negotiate with other villages to set up any interests. With him, such thing would not work at all. Really? Thank you so much, Asahi-sama. At this moment, the spy is already in tears. After all, there is nothing more touching than being recognized. Don't thank me, this is what you deserve. After all, spying is really hard to do. Asahi couldn't help but think of the spies in Hidden Stones Village. Those spies from other villages were really pitiful. They were played around in circles by him. It can be said to be quite tragedy. After all, he has already discovered them, but he just ignores them and keep them as his tools. Asahi-sama, I will notify the others immediately, but I'll stay and help you. After all, a person is better than a map. The spy shook his head. He made a decision. Right now, he can be said to be Asahi's loyal fan. Alright, then I'll leave it to you. Let the others withdraw temporarily. I can't protect so many people, but there shouldn't be a big problem in protecting you alone. Asahi nodded, as he felt that it is better to take a guide with him than to run around with a map. Yes, I'll go to inform the others now. Asahi-sama, please wait a moment. After saying that, the spy named Kaji went back to notify the others. After waiting for almost 2 hours, Kaji reappeared in front of Asahi. Sorry, Asahi-sama, Hidden Mist Village became vigilant after Yagura performed all kinds of crippling actions, so it took so much time. Kaji wiped his head with sweat and told Asahi that because of a series of policies, many people are starting to think about rebelling, and they were divided into several factions, so it can be said that it is a pot of messed shit. Because of this, the village is in the alert state now, and it can be said that it is in a very sensitive period. It doesn't matter, you can take a break first. Asahi shook his head. Kaji's qualifications are actually not bad. He is now in his 40s and has been a spy for decades. However, climbing to the level of Jonin has exhausted his potential. Of course, as a spy, he can say that Kaji is indeed very powerful. At least, the strongest spy that Asahi has seen on Hidden Stones Village is only a Chunin that is close to Takebutsu Jonin level. And Kaji is a real Jonin. Kaji rested for a while, and after he fully recovered, he led Asahi into Hidden Mist Village quietly. He had already thoroughly studied the patrol route in the village, so after all the way in, they still didn't encounter any patrol. Asahi-sama, the front is the residence of the Kaguya clan. Recently, the Kaguya clan is often dispatched by Yagura to do some high-risk missions, so they suffered huge losses, and they are also not from Yagura's faction. They can be said to be one of the most targeted clans. The clan head of Kaguya clan is named Kaguya Arama, and his strength is only at the level of the elite Jonin, but he is proud and arrogant. With his Shikatsu Myaku, his strength is better than the average elite Jonin, so he was very domineering, but now that he is seriously injured in a mission, it can be said that the Kaguya clan has become messy, and they seem to have the intention of rebelling. Kaji introduced Asahi some details of the current Kaguya clan, and Asahi also nodded. Kaguya clan was also dealt with in the original work because of treason. But being forced to such an extent, it can be said they are almost the same as the Uchiha clan, as they are about to rebel. Otherwise, Asahi is not optimistic about them, whose strength is capped at elite Jonin. Does the Kaguya clan have a better character? After listening to Kaji's evaluation of Kaguya clan, Asahi has no thoughts about digging them anymore. If he wants to dig them, he will also dig for a better character. If not, then he can only pay attention to Kimimaro alone. Yes, but there are very few of them, and most of the Kaguya clan's people belong to the arrogant and domineering types. There are very few people who are really good, and their strength is only at Takebutsu Jonin. Kaji nodded immediately, as he knew that there are always good and bad people in any clan. That's fine, help me get one of them to come here, I'll wait here. As for those egomaniacs, let them be played to the death by Yagura slowly. Asahi nodded, and then left it to Kaji to take care of the matter. He felt that it was really good to bring Kaji with him. Kaji was still at Jonin, so he can do many things, and it is much more convenient for Asahi. And Kaji didn't let him down, and soon brought someone here. My lord, Kaguyakura-ane has arrived. Kaji took the person named Kaguyakura-ane to this secret place, but after seeing Asahi, Kaguyakura-ane's pale face instantly became whiter, not for other reasons, but because of the horror of Asahi. Although he was not there when Hidden Mist Village was ambushing Asahi, but those seniors' dead faces were so ugly, and almost all of them were burnt to coke. Moreover, when Asahi broke through their tens of thousands of defenses, the scene was something he won't be able to forget in a lifetime. Although Asahi's body is now in his normal young state, he will not forget this face. Chapter 89 Easily poached you. This. What the hell is going on? At this moment, Kura-ane was dumbfounded. How can I meet this demon here? Sorry, I haven't told you yet, but I am the spy sent by Hidden Stones Village to Hidden Mist Village. In addition, my real name is Kaji. Okay, don't worry. Asahi-sama is not looking for you to trouble you. He just wanted to talk to you about something. Kaji simply revealed his identity. Anyway, if there's no accident, he would return to Hidden Stones Village, so it doesn't matter whether it is exposed or not. Hidden Stones Village, do you mean? At this moment, Kura-ane had a certain guess in his heart. After all, Asahi dug Hidden Leaf Village had dug up so many talents in Hidden Leaf Village, and the whole shinobi world knew it, as this kind of news can't be blocked either. The higher-ups in the other villages were eager to let the people in their own villages know about Hidden Leaf Village's tragic situation, which can boost their morale, so this kind of news has spread throughout the shinobi world, and even many civilians know about it. I am looking for you for only one purpose. You should know that I have dug so many people from Hidden Leaf Village. Hidden Stones Village welcomes talents to join, and the current situation of Hidden Mist Village does not need to be emphasized by me. Now answer me, yes or no. Asahi didn't plan to spend too much time on this person. His real purpose was the genius with 2kk Genkai. Of course, it was also because the other party was a beautiful woman, but Asahi would not admit this reason. Speaking of it, Mai was also ruined by Boruto in the later period, as well as Anko. He is speechless about what the author have done to these women, as no one wanted to see beautiful women turned into fat women. I agree, it would be great if you could get us away from Hidden Mist Village. Korra-Ain agreed without any hesitation. He has stayed enough in this place, especially at this time. Kaguya clan has already lost a lot of people, and no matter how they go on, the clan will be destroyed, but most of them are still planning to rebel. He doesn't know where did those bastards' confidences come from, as their strength and influence are not comparable to that of the opponent. Aren't they just courting death? Isn't it better to escape from Hidden Mist Village? Very well, it's a wise choice. Then, you will leave the affairs of the Kyoruichi clan to you. Remember, I only need to be obedient. There is also another kid named Kaguya Kimimaro, who should be only 3 or 4 years old now. You should pay attention to him, as this person must be taken away. Asahi handed the matter over to Korra-Ain, but after Asahi finished the last sentence, Korra-Ain's expression became a little weird, and he looked at Asahi with a confused expression. What's the matter? Asahi is a little puzzled, as he felt that what he said seems to be fine. No, it's just that Kimimaro is my son. Korra-Ain said with a speechless face. He didn't know that Asahi would know about his son, and moreover, he called his son by name. Of course Korra-Ain doesn't know the truth. After all, the current Kimimaro hasn't started training with chakra, so he didn't show any special features, but this situation also made Asahi's eyes twitch, as he didn't expect that the one he would dig first would be Kimimaro's son. Of course, if it wasn't for him to dig Kaguya clan, it is estimated that Korra-Ain will die soon, and his son will be used as a tool by Kaguya clan. Regarding Kaguya clan, Asahi is extremely disdainful, as they're using a child as a meat shield. It's also thanks to them that he can get Kimimaro. Since it's your son, it's easy to handle. Just remember to bring him. As for the others, choose some good and obedient ones. As for those egomaniacs, I don't want any of them. We'll go within 3 days, understand? Asahi shook his head and said. Korra-Ain nodded immediately, and then left. The Kaguya clan is almost settled. Then, the next one is Yuki clan. Yuki clan should also be very simple, and the steps are the same as the previous Kaguya clan. Because of Yagura's suppression, these two clans have been forced to a dead end, so there is no other way other than resistance. Asahi's arrival has actually become the last life-saving straw, so it was easy to deal with the two clans. Asahi-sama, what are we going to do now? Seeing that Asahi poached the two clans so easily, Kaji was also a little excited. He had already heard about the situation in his own village. At that time, because he was not in the village, he didn't know the specific situation, but when he knew that his village had dug out Hidden Leaf Village's Kage-level powerhouses, the top pillar clans and even their Jinchuriki, he was puzzled. He really couldn't imagine how such thing could be possible, but when he saw it today, he didn't expect that it was too easy, and it was done in just a few words. Of course, this is also because of Asahi's deterrent. If it was him who do such thing, it is estimated that the others would want to negotiate terms with him, but Asahi is different. Seeing Asahi, the calves of these people started to tremble, so how can they have the courage to ask Asahi to negotiate terms? So this is kind of an invisible deterrence, and the pressure brought by Obito's control of Yagura also made it so smoothly. Kaji was very excited when he saw this. Okay, don't worry, there is only one last goal, Maitru Mummy. Asahi shook his head and said. The other two clans were incidental, and his real purpose was Mai. In the original work, Mai should not have much conflict with Yagura, and when Mai really took over as Mizukage, it was also during Shippuden. Before that, Hidden Mist Village was always under the control of the elders. Of course, that was the original work. The current Tao doesn't have the so-called Byakugan because of Asahi's intervention, so now that Yagura is controlled, even if they can see it, they can't do anything. It can be said that it has become an endless cycle. Maitru Mummy is a genius born with 3 attributes of chakra, and has 2 KK Genkai. She is the brightest genius of Hidden Mist Village, who seems to be considered by everyone to be the next Mizukage. Asahi-sama, it shouldn't be possible to dig her. Kaji is a little confused, as he didn't expect Asahi's target would be Mai. We can just try it. I can dig out Hidden Leaf Village's Senju clan, so there should be no problem with one Maitru Mummy. Moreover, it doesn't matter if we can't dig her, as it won't hinder us. Of course, just in case, we'll wait until 2 days later to let Yuki clan and Kaguya clan prepare. Asahi is also not sure if Mai can be poached, as it depends on the situation. Chapter 90 Silver Tongue. Okay then. Kaji has nothing to say. Indeed, even the Senju clan can be dug away, and even if Maitru Mummy can be said to be a genius shinobi in the village, she does not have a huge power of her own, and there are not too many powerful people or clan behind her, so we can give it a try. In this way, 2 days later, since Mai was not born in a big clan and she is a civilian genius, if they want to see her, it's very convenient. And Kaji asked her out to meet Asahi. When she first saw Asahi, Mai's face changed. It was similar to those people before, basically, people of the other villages, as long as they are shinobi, their face will change when they see Asahi. Well, it seems that everyone really has the same expression, but I won't say much nonsense. Maitru Mamidano, on behalf of Hidden Stones Village, I invite you to join Hidden Stones Village. May I ask if you agree or not? Regarding Mai, Asahi started soliciting very simply as soon as he opened his mouth and didn't say much. First, it's to look at Mai's attitude. If she refuses in the first time, then he would just forget it. But if she hesitated, then there is hope for poaching her. In short, Asahi needs to judge whether Mai can really be poached based on her attitude. With Mai's personality, there is absolutely no situation where she will directly agree. Asahi can still be sure about this. Huh? Hidden Stones Village's Asahi-sama, is it really okay to ask me this kind of question as soon as we meet? Mai looked at Asahi a little helplessly. Although Asahi is a few years younger than her, no matter whether his strength or aura, they are very strong, plus he gets straight to the point. The current Mai is not the later Mai, who is very sultry. Right now, she is still a little girl. But she has already shown the kind of attitude that some high-ranking people have. At least, after seeing Asahi, although she was shocked, she was not too stage fright. However, her answer made Asahi almost come to the conclusion that it is not impossible to dig her at all. Right now, it depends on the bargaining chip he gave and how to convince the other party. It's better to be direct than being polite. Then, what is your decision or what are your requirements? After Asahi determined that he could dig her, he also started to cut into other topics. Why do you think I will leave Hidden Mist Village? My life at Hidden Mist Village is pretty good. After all, if there's no accident, the next Mizukage will be me. In this case, you still think you can dig me out? Although I already know about the relationship between Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Leaf Village, but where does your confidence come from? A slight smile appeared at the corner of Mai's mouth, and Asahi once again looked at her. Yagura, my confidence is Yagura. In the entire Hidden Mist Village, there is only one Kage-level powerhouse, which is Yagura, and the series of policies he implemented will only make the entire Hidden Mist Village fall into the abyss. You might really have the qualifications to become the next Mizukage, but don't have it anymore. Yagura's movements are getting bigger and bigger, and you have not even touched the threshold of Quasi-Kage now. Even if you are given 3 more years, there is no way you can directly enter Kage level. Moreover, even if you can enter Kage level in 3 years, it will be enough for Yagura to turn the entire Hidden Mist Village into nothing. Of course, you can also jump over the wall and fight Yagura directly. But even if you can kill Yagura, Hidden Mist Village will also be destroyed, and if Yagura does not die and comes back, Hidden Mist Village will be removed from the rank of 5 great shinobi villages. Although you have potential, time is your weakness. Furthermore, Yagura knows your talents and knows that you can threaten him. With that, your life will not be easy, and your chance of dying is very high. In summary, where do you think my confidence comes from? Asahi smiled and said his own speculation. Because it is not the original work, everything is going to unknown path, plus without Byakugan, how can Hidden Mist Village break the Ganjutsu on Yagura and defeat him? What a cruel speech, are you really only 12 years old? Mai was still too young at this time. When Asahi said something like this, her expression suddenly collapsed. She hadn't thought about part of what Asahi said, but she felt it made sense. There is a high probability that it will be the same as what Asahi speculated, and that means she is in danger. She is a civilian genius shinobi. Although she has received support from some clans because of her talent, she herself was never born in a big clan. Just like Orochimaru in Hidden Leaf Village back then. He was also one of Hokage's candidates. It is not that civilians are not qualified to compete for Hokage's position, but because of the need for backing. And Orochimaru had Lord Third as his teacher at the time, and his strength was also strong enough. The same is true for Mai. Some clans are willing to invest in her in advance. As a genius shinobi, they will invest a sum to her. If she dies halfway, they will not lose too much, and if she rises, they can also get a lot of returns. So even as a civilian shinobi, Mai lived a very nourishing life, but when she thought of that kind of future, she couldn't help but felt chill in her heart. Right now, she very much doubts whether Asahi is 12 years old or not, as he is too abnormal. Wrong, I'll be 13 soon. Now, can you give me the answer? Yes or no? Asahi answered concisely. Right now, he has basically grasped Mai's death point. To put it bluntly, she is still young. If it is the latter Mai, it is estimated that even Asahi's silver tongue can't say anything to sway her. Is it okay to be euphemistic? Ha, I can join you, but I have some conditions. Mai was obviously swayed, so she asked for conditions. Yes, but you can't go too far. Although you have the qualifications to become a powerhouse, you are still not a powerhouse yet. Asahi glanced at Mai and said lightly. You. Forget it, I don't care about you. Mai was also discouraged in an instant. She is still too tender and there is no comparison between her and Asahi at all. This was like the gap between the little white rabbit and the old fox. In desperation, Mai can only make her own request, but these requests are basically very simple, nothing more than taking away some of her friends and relatives, and also the guarantee of her freedom, life security, etc. Regarding this, Asahi almost couldn't hold back his laugh. These things are the most basic, and it is also best for him if Mai wanted to take some people away. After all, with her wanting to take her bones away, it can be seen that she didn't have much nostalgia for Hidden Mist Village. Now, he wanted to thank Kaguya, or more specifically Obito, for this assist, as it is almost as good as Denzo's. Chapter 91 Evacuation. Mai went back to prepare after being persuaded. In fact, in Hidden Mist Village, everyone wanted to run, but due to Kaguya being controlled by Obito, he was not like Lord Third, who is afraid of having bad reputation after stopping people from leaving the village. For Obito, even civilians can't leave casually. In short, Obito is going to play Hidden Mist Village to death. Anyone in Hidden Mist Village is his enemies. Most people in Hidden Mist Village want to run, but they can't run, and it's hard to find a place to stay after they run away. So with Hidden Stones Village's acceptance, it is naturally the best choice for Mai and others. Of course, right now, they just wanted to leave Hidden Mist Village. If Asahi wanted to really make these people have a sense of belonging to Hidden Stones Village, or even truly integrate into Hidden Stones Village, he can't do it in a few years, but Asahi doesn't care. As long as the first step is successful, there is naturally nothing to say about the later. The Kaguya clan and the Yuki clan have already finished their preparations. Asahi originally wanted to target the other clans, but it is not realistic. The Hazuki clan is now one of the largest clans to contend with Kaguya's faction. Therefore, it is impossible for Asahi to dig them out. They still have the confidence to have a stalemate with Kaguya. After checking other people's information these days, Asahi found that there is no one else to dig. As for Kisame, he can't find him at all. Even if there is Kaji's help, he can't find Kisame. After all, Kaji is just a jonin, so he can't find everyone's information. Asahi estimated that Kisame was already brought by Obito, or is still in the assassination unit, so Asahi really has no way to dig him at all. Although there are a few acquaintances among the other people, they are only extras and he doesn't need them, so after Asahi reached an agreement with Mai, he didn't bother to care about the other people. Asahi-sama, Yuki clan, Kaguya clan, and Maitru Mami are all ready and can leave at any time. Soon, Kaji brought news. That's good, let them all get together and leave directly. I will help them open the path and drag the pursuers behind. You can just leave. Asahi said. Right now, he wanted to advantage of this opportunity to get a wave of experience. He felt that his mastery has been stagnant for too long, and he was wondering if he should go to the Rumyaku vein to take a trip to increase his mastery, otherwise, it would be too difficult to increase his mastery like this. Asahi's plan is also very simple. He can just block the pursuers, and the others can just run. Mai and the others are there, so even if someone is chasing them, they won't be able to cause much harm. Asahi also feels that it is a pity that these people's strength is not enough. Otherwise, he can give them the Divine Axe Rita. When the Divine Axe Rita bursts out, it would be equivalent to his not weak blow, but none of these people could hold it. After hearing Asahi's order, Kaji quickly brought the people from the three places together, but because the movement was too large, they were easily discovered by Hidden Mist Village's people. Cruel sun. Asahi didn't care about these people, so he just threw the sun towards them and kept blasting a broad road leading to the outside of the village. Fortunately, these people are not located very close to the inside of the village and the road just happens to lead to the outside, so Asahi made the path very easily. Go. You can just go by boat directly when you get to the coast, you don't need to wait for me, I will catch up soon. Asahi said as he carried the Divine Axe Rita, while the others stopped for a moment and left directly. Although the surrounding shinobi wanted to get closer, when they see a demon like Asahi at the front, they didn't dare to get closer. Sir, what are we going to do now? Can we really just watch them leave? The ones in front of Asahi is the Hidden Mist Village's Hunter Ninja Corps. At this moment, one of team leader asked the person with the highest position here. What do you think we should do? Do you think you can withstand the attack of this monster even once? Don't forget that this monster directly penetrated the defense of tens of thousands of our Hidden Mist Village's shinobi with his own power. We should wait for the other lords to come over. This person is wearing a mask, otherwise, everyone will be able to see the helpless expression on this person's face. It's not that he is too cowardly, but that the enemy is too perverted. Going there would just kill himself, so who would dare to go if they know this? Mai and the others left Hidden Mist Village without hindrance, and ran towards the coast continuously. Some people are following them, but Asahi would not let these people go, and directly threw the sun towards the shinobi chasing Mai and the others, and the sun exploded with these people. After this scene happened, no one dared to continue chasing. They knew that if they tried to chase those people, they would die. Is that Asahi no longer satisfied with only digging Hidden Lee Village's people? He actually targets Hidden Mist Village this time, and he actually succeeded. Is it the condition of success that I created for him? I was really used again, but in that case, you need to help me too. That bastard White Zetsu, why didn't he report such a big thing to me? At this moment, Obito, who was controlling Yagura, showed a cruel smile. Although it was a bit uncomfortable to be used like this, he can't do anything about this, and he could also take advantage of Asahi now. He controlled Yagura just to destroy Hidden Mist Village, but this idea is actually not very practical, and it takes too long, so he could simply use Asahi's power to make Hidden Mist Village fall into the abyss. We would use each other, so it's a tie this time. Now, let's make a fuss, and help me get rid of Hidden Mist Village. Obito's eyes flashed with madness, but his head is still very clear. When Black Zetsu, who was hiding in the dark, sees Obito like this, he didn't have any emotional fluctuations. In the past few years, he has seen a lot of blackened people. After all, in the case of the Uchiha clan, when he was controlling everything behind the scenes, most of the Uchiha clan's people who awakened Mangekyo were blackened. For 1,000 years, he had seen people who was crazier than Obito, so he didn't feel any surprise. On the other side, after receiving Obito's final order, Yagura immediately turned into a tailed beast in the village. Mizukage-sama, this is still inside the village, please don't become a tailed beast. Seeing Yagura's appearance, the others immediately panicked. After all, changing into a tailed beast in the village is the rhythm of destroying the village. But Yagura didn't pay attention to them, but opened his mouth and directly condensed a tailed beast bomb. Obito wanted to play such a big game? Is he trying to throw the blame on me? Asahi is a little speechless. He knows the inside story, so he naturally knows what Obito wants to do, but he won't let Obito get what he wants. After all, Obito is also an enemy. Chapter 92 Leaving Hidden Mist Village. Who would look at you stupidly using your big move? Asahi directly rushed to in front of Three Tails, and the tailed beast bomb, which was not fully formed, was kicked into the sky by Asahi, and then exploded. Since Obito wanted him to destroy Hidden Mist Village, he won't do it. He wanted to see what Obito can do about it. The explosion of the tailed beast bomb that seemed like a nuclear explosion also scared many shinobi around that they fell on their butts. Just now, they walked back and forth on the death line. At that distance, if Yagura's tailed beast bomb really exploded, then their lives would be gone. Suddenly, they felt that Asahi has become more pleasing to their eye. He was no longer looked so demonic. Super Slash. Asahi has never used pure slash type techniques in the past, and it's because there is no weapon that can withstand his strength. As long as he used a weapon, the first thing to be scrapped is the weapon, and even the technique will be useless. With this cut, all three tails of Three Tails were directly cut off, and also, its turtle shell was partly cut off, and one of the claws was also cut off. Asahi does not plan to kill Yagura directly here, otherwise, this one slash will be enough to directly split Three Tails into two, but the current effect is not bad, as the power of this slash is not that Yagura can resist, so now he has lost his combat power. Hidden Mist Villages. Everyone, I have helped you deal with Yagura this time. What you do after this is up to you. Goodbye. After defeating Yagura, Asahi left directly. Now that most of the people here have lost their intent to fight, they won't give him much experience, so he just leaves. As for Yagura, he has already crippled him. After this, Hidden Mist Village's people will start vying for the Mizukage's position, and Yagura is definitely finished. Damn it, that bastard, he didn't even fight to the death with Hidden Mist Village. He was kind of ruthless on the battlefield before, so why did he become so soft now? Obito is cursing Asahi continuously. What kind of thing is this? Didn't you suppress tens of thousands of people on the battlefield? Why are you leaving now? You just crippled Yagura and ran away? Asahi didn't follow Obito's plan, so he was depressed and wanted to vomit blood. But how could he know that Asahi already knew well about him and Yagura, and what Yagura did was what Obito did, so Asahi has no reason to help Obito. He just messed with Obito and left. It's just went up by 1%, and it's only 54% now. It seems that the plan in the future needs to be put it on the agenda. First, go to Richie Cave, then to Urin, and harvest everything that can be harvested. Anyway, there is no one I can continue to dig right now. Asahi is not very satisfied with the harvest this time. At most, what he harvested are just a few people who he wants to dig. As for the percentage, it's still just a little over the half, and the system has only appeared once or twice, and it seems that it has no sense of existence. But this system mechanism is just like this. Before he could fully master his power, there is no way to continue to draw the next one. In short, Asahi is very helpless about this. Soon, Asahi catches up with the people who are running, and protects them and leave together. After this incident, Asahi did not find another pursuer. Right now, in the entire Hidden Mist village, who would dare to chase after him unless they are tired of living? Even Yagura with complete tailed beast mode was defeated with one strike. Right now, the elders of Hidden Mist village are busy. After the bloody mist policy of Yagura has been broken, what they needed to do is to appease their people, but this is not simple, as the most important question is, who should be the next Mizukage? The remaining members of the Kaguya clan are all ambitious people. The Hazuki clan is notoriously cold-blooded and crazy, so they also began to plan to obtain Mizukage's position, and another round of turmoil began in Hidden Mist village. Of course, that's another story. In short, no one dared to chase Asahi and the others, so Asahi and his group arrived at the port of Land of Water very safely, and then left the Land of Water by boat. I didn't expect that I would become a traitor one day. It's something I never thought of. Mai shook her head. She is a genius shinobi, but she is a traitor. It is because of her genius that she became a traitor. Looking at the Land of Water that is getting farther and farther, she would be lying if she says that there is no nostalgia. Hidden Mist village's people won't dare to turn you all into missing ninja. Even Hidden Leaf village has directly cancelled the missing ninja identities of Orochimaru and Tsunade. Although there are still bounties on the black market, on the surface, no village dares to show hostility to Hidden Stone's village's shinobi unless they want to die. Asahi shook his head. Even if someone is not a missing ninja, the black market would still have bounties of them. This is a hidden rule. On the black market, even the Kage of a great shinobi village has bounty, including Asahi. It's just that these people are taboo, and no one dared to come and take their bounties. Unless it is an idiot like Kakazu who thought that he could kill Senju Hashirama. After suffering such a loss, Kakazu naturally didn't dare to cause troubles, and he didn't even dare to touch Kage-level powerhouses. Although the bounty hunters hunted people to eat, it doesn't mean they are stupid. And Asahi's reward is still so high and remain the highest in the shinobi world. Basically, the people in the other shinobi villages have paid a big price to take Asahi's head, but no one dared to do it at all. There are a few idiots who want to try their luck, but before they meet Asahi, they are dealt with by the other Hidden Stones village as shinobi. It can be said that they are very miserable. Even if I'm not a missing ninja, no one likes to leave their hometown. Mai said helplessly, this is homesickness, okay. I know, but you don't have other choice, right? So, try to find a way to integrate into Hidden Stones village as soon as possible. Later, you will find that it is actually good to have another home. Asahi said with some humor. Although his words made people roll their eyes, but it is quite right. After all, how can they go back even if they are worried? Well, you are reasonable, but I don't care about you. After being messed around by Asahi, Mai no longer has homesickness, and she was just a little aggrieved. What do you mean I have no choice? If it wasn't for you, would I leave? Asahi also smiled maliciously, and laughed loudly, making Mai wish she could to clean him up directly, but knowing that she is not his opponent, Mai can only give up. Sure enough, young people are. Is Asahi-sama really only 12 years old? Why does he feel so much like the older generation? At this moment, Kaji is also constantly thinking about this issue. How could he know that Asahi is a traverser? So according to the age of his soul, Asahi is already 30 years old. Chapter 93 The inexplicable scene of carnage. After leaving the Land of Water, Asahi led the group of people through Hidden Leaf village's side, and then entered Hidden Stones village. In fact, they were already noticed by the other great shinobi villages, but since Asahi was in the group, they didn't dare to move, and they could only ignore this group of people. The great shinobi villages were forced by Asahi to ignore him, which is a very helpless fact. As for Hidden Mist village, although the other villages are fighting fiercely, it does not prevent them from laughing at Hidden Mist village. Especially Hidden Leaf village, seeing that another village besides them have also been dug by Hidden Stones village, they are relieved. After all, Hidden Leaf village finally does not have to bear such a heavy burden alone, and they are very happy to share it with Hidden Mist village. And Hidden Sand village and Hidden Clouds village began to worry about the problems in their village after gloating. After all, Hidden Mist village was also dug up by Hidden Stones village. Originally, when so many people were dug out from Hidden Leaf village, They just thought that it was because of Hidden Leaf Village's problem, and it gave Hidden Stones Village the opportunity. But this time, so many people were also dug out from Hidden Mist Village, so when thinking of this, the other two villages couldn't help but becomes alert. Fearing that Hidden Stones Village would target the talents of their villages, for a while, they took care of their people better. After all, Hidden Stones Village is now a bit omnipresent, so precautions are necessary. At this moment, Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Clouds Village have become a little suspicious, as they are afraid that someday Hidden Stones Village's people will dig out some of their people. If their people are dug up, they can only watch it happen helplessly. After all, Asahi's deterrent power is too great. These villages were scared by Hidden Stones Village, and Asahi didn't know about it. After he returned to Hidden Stones Village with this group of people, he also settled these people down. Hidden Stones Village has now become more and more prosperous, and even the village has expanded a lot, as the previous village can't afford to hold the people from all over the world, with some come to settle down and some came to do business. And Asahi also got a piece of good news. After Hidden Leaf Village in trouble before, many people from Hidden Leaf Village came to Hidden Stones Village, and even Tenten's family in the original work came over. According to Asahi's opinion, Tenten is definitely the second richest person in the shinobi world. The richest person is Conan, and the second richest person is Tenten. After all, explosive tags and ninja tools require money to get, and these two used so much of them in the original work. Because Hidden Leaf Village was fragmented by Asahi, it was difficult to protect themselves. As a businessman, Tenten's father naturally had to withdraw from Hidden Leaf Village. After all, businessman was always chasing profits, and Hidden Stones Village was the next largest economic center after Hidden Leaf Village, so they came here. After Asahi knew this, he was a little surprised. Although he can't dig up a lot of Hidden Leaf Village 11, this is also good news, isn't it? After this family came to Hidden Stones Village, Asahi finally learned how big the business of this family is from the information. He finally understood that Tenten had such a huge number of ninja tools in the later period. Before this family came over, they also sent people to ask the old man for help to leave Hidden Leaf Village, because their family is equivalent to an arms dealer. If others leave, Lord Third don't have much to say. But when Tenten's family left, Hidden Leaf Village can only go to the Land of Iron by themselves if they wanted ninja tools. Not only it would consume energy, but also consumes money and manpower. And Tenten's family is very smart, knowing that Hidden Leaf Village will not let them go, they directly ask Hidden Stones Village for help, and then Hidden Stones Village's people are responsible for leading them away. No matter how bold he is, Lord Third wouldn't dare to do anything to Hidden Stones Village's people at this time. After all, if Hidden Stones Village is really offended, Hidden Leaf Village will be finished. So Lord Third can only powerlessly watch a huge arms dealer left Hidden Leaf Village to another village. However, it didn't really matter to Asahi. Right now, he has some headaches because of the girls. For some reason, only Kushina often came to look for him, but slowly Tsunade also got in, but these two can be said to be sister, so there was no problem, but after Mai came, the situation changed. Asahi didn't even try to do anything to her, but it is unknown whether Mai has gone crazy. As a result, this girl ran to him almost every day. As the saying goes, how can you not wet your shoes when walking by the river? Asahi is now in trouble, and the fuse of everything is Mai. Right now, 3 people are sitting in 3-way positions in his living room. Although everyone is drinking tea and didn't say anything, but the atmosphere is kind of stressing. To be honest, Asahi would rather find all the powerhouses in the other shinobi villages for a fight than facing this situation. As the master of this house, why are you still not planning to say anything? In the end, Kushina spoke first, but the fiery red aura on her body was a bit too strong, and at first glance, she felt like a fiery red devil. Well, what can I say? Can I say that I am also very confused? You shouldn't ask me. Matru mummy, tell me, why are you coming here these few days? Asahi felt his scalp numb. He felt that he has taken care of this matter greatly, but who knew that Mai would light the fire? Isn't it you who wanted me to find a sense of belonging in Hidden Stones Village? I am not familiar with my life here, so I can only come to see you, my brother. A smile was drawn at the corner of Mai's mouth as she spoke slowly. Brother? I will make you call me father sooner or later. Asahi murmured inwardly, and he found that this woman seemed to be doing it on purpose. He also felt that he didn't seem to have done anything to her. Was it because I had messed with her several times? Is she that stingy? That's right, this girl is just so stingy. Why don't you go to Uncle Kaji? Isn't it better to go to Uncle Kaji? After all, he had been in Hidden Mist Village for so many years. Asahi calmed down and said, holding the urge to complain. That won't work. When I think of him as a spy who has been sneaking in our village for so many years, I can't look at him directly, so it's better to come to you. After all, We are about the same age and have a common language. Mai emphasized her age, and these words are like two sharp swords that pierced Kushina and Tsunade's hearts in an instant. Kushina is a little better, and Tsunade was slapped right in the face. However, after thinking about, she doesn't care. After all, in a few decades, Mai without the yin seal will look much older than her, so her mind calmed down quickly. Tsunade believed that sooner or later, Mai will come to beg her. After all, no woman can bear the temptation of eternal youth. Chapter 94 Asahi, find Uncle Snake, seek refuge age? What a pity, you don't have the yin seal developed by Sister Tsunade. Maybe in a few decades, someone will be regarded as a character of my grandma's generation. Kushina suddenly remembered the yin seal, and attacked Mai directly. Mai didn't know much about the yin seal. After all, even if Tsunade like this now, the others still can't see much change, and only think that she is taking good care of her appearance. Putting makeup should be the one called real sorcery. Tsunade has long since stopped showing herself in the shinobi world because of her hemophobia. And Mai is in the younger generation, so she doesn't know the ability of yin seal at all, let alone her. Even some older generation is not too clear about this. Seeing Mai's confused look, Kushina knew that there would be a drama, and immediately turned on the bragging mode, and began to show off the ability of yin seal. As soon as she heard this, Mai's momentum dropped sharply. Sure enough, this kind of thing is fatal to any woman. Knowing that she will be old, Mai has no choice but to accept, but when she heard that other people can still look young and beautiful, and she really wished to have such an ability. It is impossible for her to beg for these two girls in front of her, so she could only turn her gaze of asking help to the location where Asahi was called. But after she turned her gaze to that location, she found that Asahi, who was supposed to be sitting there, had already disappeared without a trace. What? Where is he? Mai, who was a little confused, looked at that position with a puzzled look. She didn't know how can Asahi disappeared in a blink of an eye. After hearing Mai's words, Tsunade and Kushina also diverted their attention, and found that Asahi indeed was gone. They still wanted him to plead guilty, but Asahi was nowhere to be seen. Tsunade-sama, when you talked about the yin seal, Asahi-sama left from the window. Shizune rarely interjected, as she was also a little amused. Just now, when Asahi left, he quietly winked at her, and signaled her not to say anything, and then ran away. It can only be said that the lethality of these three women is too great, as they can even scare away the one known as the god of shinobi. He ran away? Forget it then, I'll just find him next time to settle the account. Tsunade was also helpless. In the end, she could only leave with Shizune and Kushina. As for Mai, she has already begun to wonder how to make peace and get closer with Kushina and the others. After all, which woman doesn't want to always look young? As for the specific method, it depends on how she operates it. In short, Asahi have no control of these now. At this moment, Asahi has arrived at Onoki's office. He doesn't want to stay in that hill-like place, as it's too terrifying for him. He didn't expect Mai would be so vengeful that she lit up the fire, so he decisively chose to go out and seek refuge first. You wanted to go out for a while again? Don't you care about the shinobi world's current situation? Onoki gave Asahi a weird look. The war was started by Asahi, but now, he wanted to leave. It's not a big deal. There are not many things happening in the shinobi world right now. It's nothing more than Hidden Lee Village still has the Uchiha clan, and we're still waiting for the Uchiha clan to come to us for help. So there's nothing to do. By the way, don't save them by yourself. The Uchiha clan is too arrogant now, so it won't work if we don't let them experience a heavy beating. As for the two villages, when you want to make a move, you can make a move, but if you don't want to make a move, it's fine, but I personally suggest that it is better to make a move. After all, we would be an idiot if we don't take advantage of the situation. If they still have not finished fighting when I come back, then I will take care of it myself. By the way, remember to tell Kushina to pay attention at the village often, and use Mind's Eye of the Kaguya to investigate once a day. In addition, remember to notify me if there are any urgent things, and also, don't let Tailed Beast and Jinchuriki go out alone. If they wanted to go out, they need to form a team. After Asahi explained a series of things, he left directly. He didn't dare to stay in the village anymore. Moreover, he is very confused right now. He wanted to know how those transmigrators have a harem of hundreds of thousands of people without having any trouble. Right now, he only has two, and the third one is still not included. However, there's already a lot of troubles and he felt like he is going to die. It seems that it is really not easy to create this harem. Really, can't you just take over the Sushi Kage's position yourself? Although this Sushi Kage's position is indeed a little tiring, has a little more work, is a little annoying, and I can't get a rest all day long. Onoki originally wanted to convince Asahi that Sushi Kage's position is good, but after saying this, forget it, it's not bad to be the Sushi Kage, But who will be the next Sushi Kage? Tsunade is good, and I trust her, but the time she come here is too short. I estimated that no one would refute her taking this position in another 5 or 8 years, so I can only put her aside for the time being, and there are no other candidates beside her. The most suitable one is Asahi, but he ran away, and didn't need this position at all. As for Kitsuchi, sure enough, I should just wait. In desperation, Onoki could only continue to sit in this position by himself. Fortunately, he had already divided a lot of power to the people below, otherwise, he estimated that he would not be able to leave this office any longer. On the other side, Asahi went directly to the moon. He planned to see how Orochimaru's research progress was. The research for Tenseigan still needed Orochimaru's help. After all, the Hyuga clan had already been dug up, so if the method of awakening Tenseigan can be obtained, although he won't popularize it, it's not impossible to make just a few of them. More importantly, Orochimaru has an experience pack with him. After entering the Land of Fire, Asahi entered the interior of the Moon Palace with ease, and soon found Orochimaru. Now, Orochimaru has dug Hamora's grave, but unfortunately, after Hamora's grave was dug, there is only one skeleton in it, and the corpse is already rotten. After all, both Hamura and Hagoromo both died of old age, so their body will naturally decay. Because of that, there is no good pair of Tenseigan here. This place has also been transformed by Orochimaru, and without any disturbance, Orochimaru started climbing the technology tree. He has already tinkered with the cloning technology, and even the Tenseigan's research has begun, but his speed has not been so fast. His own living corpse reincarnation was also created, but in order to prepare for a perfect body, Orochimaru had to do more preparations. If Tenseigan can be created during this period, Orochimaru can have a body with Tenseigan. So at this stage, Orochimaru is still continuing to study. Chapter 95 Educating Manda. How come you are free to come here now? Don't you always think that it is very boring with me here? Seeing Asahi's arrival, Orochimaru asked curiously. In fact, besides Orochimaru, there are some other people here. They can be said to be scientist-like figures of Hidden Stone's village, but they are not comparable to Orochimaru. They are here to help Orochimaru. With them here, Orochimaru's research progress will be able to progress faster. Although Orochimaru can use Shadow Clone himself, this technique consumes a lot of energy after all and is not suitable for long-term use. Not everyone is like Naruto, who can use Shadow Clone Jutsu, and multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu again and again easily and without any side effects. Those techniques are called forbidden jutsus for a reason. For those who are not mentally strong, even if they have enough chakra and they can create hundreds or thousands of shadow clones to help, but after a while, the countless amount of information from these shadow clones will burst their brains, so this is not something everyone can use. Moreover, Orochimaru regularly needs to transport some supplies and research materials here, and there is no strict concealment. Of course, his research is still confidential, at least in Hidden Stone's village, except for the ones with top-level authority. No one can casually check about the information of Orochimaru and the moon. And the only person who can contact the giant Tenseigan is Orochimaru. Just in case, Orochimaru even set up a lot of barriers inside, and there are even many powerful trigger seals set by Kushina. Basically, if whoever does not get permission dare to approach it, then prepare for tragedy. For the huge Tenseigan, Asahi can safely give it to Orochimaru and the few others, but he is not assured to give it to the others. After all, he is only one person, and Shadow Clone can't carry his sunshine, so it is inevitable that the Shadow Clone is useless, but he left 2 reverse summoning scroll in the moon and the village, just in case. It's very boring, but it's better than confronting Tsunade and the others, so I took refuge here temporarily. By the way, when you summon Manda, didn't that guy keep asking you for sacrifices? I'll help you educate him. Asahi squeezed his fists as he said that. Manda is also a real Kage-level combat power, so he plans to use him to get some experience, and if he remembers correctly, Manda's skin seems to be very thick. Deodar's final explosion didn't explode him to death, so it can be said that Manda was a perfect sandbag. Moreover, it would be better if Manda went back to call reinforcements to deal with Asahi. It turns out that it's because of Tsunade and the others. As expected, things like feelings can also be used in research projects. Things that can make a strong person like you retreat is really worth studying. Orochimaru began to enter the strange mode. Asahi looked at Orochimaru speechlessly. He didn't expect that Orochimaru is becoming more and more like a robot as he wanted to research something like emotion. Just kidding, it just happens that there is some problem with Manda, and I don't have time to take care of him. It would be best if you can help me educate him. Orochimaru said with a sinister smile. If it wasn't because of Manda's strength, he wouldn't have bothered to use this kind of summon beast, as every time he called Manda, he needs to give him a lot of sacrifices, and these sacrifices are all people. It's okay if it's on the battlefield, as Manda can eat all the enemy he wanted, but when there is no war, he must be educated well. Don't worry, leave it to me. I will help you educate Manda so that he can completely obey you. That snake has never experienced the severe beatings of the society. Then, let's go outside and call him. Asahi said amusingly. As for whether Manda will run, he is not worried at all. It won't be a big deal if he ran, as he can just chase after him. After all, Orochimaru knows where Ruchi Cave is. At most, he can just ask Orochimaru to call the other snakes to reverse summon him there. Moreover, with Manda's arrogant temperament, he will never run away after Asahi said a few words. Summoning Jutsu. Orochimaru bit his finger, formed a few hand seals and then slammed his palm onto the ground. Summoning symbols spread out, and then with a loud noise, a large, terrifying snake appeared in front of the two. Then, I'll leave it to you. I still have something to do, so I'll go back first. After saying that, Orochimaru didn't even look at Manda and left, but Manda was a little dumbfounded. He was summoned by Orochimaru, but now, Orochimaru left after summoning him. What is this called? Hey, Manda, this is the first time we met. Let me introduce myself. My name is Asahi. I am Orochimaru's companion. As for the purpose of calling you out this time, it is to educate you. I'm going to teach you how to be a qualified summon beast. Asahi said with a smile while rubbing his hands together, but after Manda heard this, his head stopped working instantly. Ha 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 ha, that guy Orochimaru wants to find someone to teach me a lesson. It just so happens that I'm a little hungry. I will eat you first, and then go to him and ask him what he means. Manda burst into laughter, and then his tail swept towards Asahi. The huge tail smashed towards Asahi like a giant steel whip, but Asahi just raised his left hand and directly blocked it, and the tail could no longer move. How can it be? Manda was shocked. He knew how powerful he is, but right now, a human actually blocked his tail with brute force. Boy, who are you? Are you Tsunade's relative? At this moment, the only person Manda can think of is Tsunade. In terms of strength, she is the only human who can do such thing. Tsunade indeed has something to do with me, but I don't use her chakra-enhanced strength. Then, it's my turn to take action now. Manda, you have been using your tail to whip the others, but have you ever been smoked? Asahi suddenly disappeared, and then slapped Manda's giant snake head directly with a slap. In an instant, Manda seemed to have been hit by a meteorite, and his head flew higher and higher along with his body. After all of his body left the ground, he flew into the air. After that, he fell and directly smashed a huge hole in the forest, but fortunately, Asahi didn't use too much strength, so Manda didn't directly fly out of the moon. Impossible, how can a human being have such a huge power? Manda finally came back to his senses, and only felt the pain from his snake face. This was the social beating from Asahi. At this moment, shock could no longer describe what Manda is feeling in his heart. Chapter 96 Go to Ruchi Cave. Stop talking nonsense and continue. Don't you think you are awesome? You won't run away, right? After all, there's no way Manda, the strongest snake in the Ruchi Cave, would be beaten so much that he wanted to run away, right? In order to prevent Manda from running away directly, Asahi stimulated Manda a little bit. Considering the character of this snake, Asahi believed that he won't run away in a short time at least. Damn human, who are you saying want to run away? Now, let you show what real power is. I was being carelessness just now. I will kill you now. After Manda finished speaking, he burrowed directly into the ground, and then moved in the ground. Originally, this method was not bad. After Manda got into the ground, there would be very little movement and it was very convenient to sneak attack others, but against an existence like Asahi, he can easily be located, as Asahi can detect such strong vitality from under the ground. Just when Asahi looked at Manda and was going to see what tricks this snake would use, he saw that the land in front of him exploded in an instant, and then Manda's tail sprang out of the ground. As Manda's body is huge, even the tip of his tail is like a super huge spear, but after the spear shot towards Asahi, it was pinched by Asahi very easily. Then, he stepped on the ground and the ground shattered to pieces. Manda was also affected by the huge force, and felt dizzy, while Asahi rushed up and directly pulled Manda's tail. Right now, Manda is like radish that is pulled directly from the ground. Naturally, there is no need to say more after that. Asahi started the social beating of Manda. This time, Manda didn't care about his face or pride, and just ran away. This is the special feature of summon beasts. If they can't beat the enemy, they will just run away. As long as the enemy don't chase them to their lair, summoned beasts are actually the safest. He really ran away, but fortunately, it's not that there is no gain, as the percentage has also increased a little. Seeing that the percentage has risen to 55%, Asahi made a decision to go to Richie Cave. Manda is only small fry. And it is estimated that the White Snake Sage is the real experience package. Moreover, the background of Richie Cave is much stronger than a great shinobi villages, so he would feel sorry for himself if he didn't harvest it. Thinking of this, Asahi decisively went to Orochimaru. If you want to go to Richie Cave, I personally suggest you to be more careful. After all, when I found Richie Cave, it was not a good feeling. Orochimaru told Asahi that Richie Cave is not simple, and even very strong. It was because Tsunade signed a contract with Katsu, and Jiraiya was also approached by Mount Mayabaku due to a mistake. In order to catch up with the two, he went to find Richie Cave. After all, the summoned beast Holy Land, known as the Three Holy Lands, is not a joke. The inheritance of these three holy lands is not chakra inheritance, but sage art, which is something that exists in the world from the very beginning, so truth-seeking Ball can eliminate everything, but it's totally useless with sage art. But it turned out to be a pity, as Orochimaru didn't have the qualification to become a sage, but Asahi couldn't help but think of Boruto, remembered Boruto's experience, and then look at Orochimaru. He felt that Orochimaru might cry in the toilet if he knew this. At that time, Asahi still remembered that he was watching Boruto to watch Naruto and Sasuke fight with the two Otsutsuki. After that, he didn't pay much attention to it. He remembered that he had watched 30 episodes of it, which was really sucks. The strength that the older generation has trained and fought so hard to obtain, but the latter generation can directly obtain it out of nowhere, and it's really hurt to look at. Of course, those things are not important. Asahi now wanted to go to Richie Cave to see what's going on inside. Don't worry, you still don't know my strength, it'll be fine. Asahi said without worry, and Orochimaru was helpless, so he could only summon a few giant pythons, and then made the reverse summoning scroll, and then used the scroll to reverse summon Asahi into Richie Cave. If I want to increase the percentage, I must get them to be hostile. Listen, all the snakes inside. Here comes the house destroyer. Asahi let out a loud roar. He needed to arouse the hostility inside first if he wanted to get experience. He doesn't know why, but he has a feeling that he is now trying to grind experience in a dungeon. And this Richie Cave seems to be a super large dungeon. This roar is not normal, as Asahi concentrated his strength into the sound, so all the creatures inside heard this roar. This time, Asahi just directly stabbed the snake's nest. The snakes that were summoned by Orochimaru before were also stunned. What's going on? Isn't his guy Orochimaru's friend? Why would he come to Richie Cave to cause trouble? It's too much. But just as these snakes were thinking of this, there are already bursts of riots inside. It is estimated that this is also the first time that the snake here has encountered a person who has come to destroy their homes in so many years. Damn, that bastard chased me to Richie Cave. That guy Orochimaru actually dared to do such thing. Manda was frightened, angry, and in disbelief. He didn't understand why would Orochimaru tear his face with their Richie Cave. Of course, his thought is kind of wrong. After all, Orochimaru didn't need to fight now. And once his research is successful, Richie Cave can only be in supporting role, and are not Orochimaru's opponent at all. So Orochimaru doesn't care. If Asahi wants to come, he naturally sends Asahi over. Richie Cave has never been Orochimaru's companion, just a transaction partner. After all, the other party is a snake, and snakes are cold-blooded. Soon, a large number of large and small snakes surrounded Asahi. The small ones were only 1 meter long, as thick as chopsticks, and the large ones were at the level of Manda, and there are also a lot of them. Asahi didn't mean to talk nonsense with the other party, so he started the fight directly, and immediately defeated the snakes. It was too much to start the war without saying a word, but even if they are prepared, how could they be Asahi's opponent? However, Asahi didn't kill them either. At most, he seriously injured his opponents. He went so fast all the way, and Asahi's percentage was also rising crazily. Here, there are snakes who are on the same level as Manda, although it can't be said that there are many of those, there are still quite a few. After 10 minutes, Asahi's percentage jumped directly from 55% to 70%, as there are too many snakes here. Asahi has no doubt that if all the snakes in Richie Cave ran out, destroying a great shinobi village is only a matter of minutes. This is the foundation of the three holy lands. In addition to Manda-level snakes, Asahi also encountered a few giant snakes who know sage art. Although they're not on the same level as White Snake Sage, after mastering sage art, all of them are very strong. Chapter 97 Harvesting Experience. From what Asahi sees now, it can be said that there are countless ordinary snakes. If Richie Cave wants to break through any shinobi village, there is no need for the powerhouses to take action. Just with the ordinary snakes crawling in, the village could be swallowed. Even if the experts can survive, civilians, Geinin and Shunin are different. These snakes can definitely beat a shinobi village, and only the existence on top like Jonin and Kage level powerhouses can survive against these snakes, but it's not including the other snakes. There are still many giant snakes that reach Manda level, there are also snakes that can use sage art, and most importantly, there is still white snake sage. Sure enough, the Holy Land is a holy land, as these snakes are terrifying. Of course, in a matter of minutes, Asahi has directly pierced through this place, and he still didn't encounter any snakes that is transforming into humans at this time. To put it bluntly, it is simply a snake pit, and these snakes naturally disdain to become humans. Gloomy, this is Asahi's only understanding of Richie Cave. Human, what is your purpose and why did you come to Richie Cave to make trouble? At this moment, from the depths of Richie Cave, there was a voice that was somewhat old but also full of confidence. White Snake Sage? The lord of this place has finally come out. Asahi's eyes lit up, and then he rushed in the direction of the voice, but before he could get far, a white snake body blocked his way. With a wave of the divine axe Rita, the snake body was directly divided into two without any hindrance, but what Asahi did not expect is that after the snake body was cut, it twisted a few times and connected together again, and it was instantly healed. What an exaggerated self-healing. Asahi felt a little shocked when he saw this. This kind of recovery ability is like cutting off a person's arm directly, and then reattaching it very easily. It can be compared to Madara directly cut White Zetsu's arm and set it on himself, and he recovered in an instant. When chakra and sage art have reached a certain level, it is indeed very exaggerated, and even can directly create body parts. Humans, who allowed you to go wild in Richie Cave? This time, the white snake sage didn't speak anymore, but there are a few more women, but Asahi doesn't know these women very well, he only a little bit, and he can't even remember their names, but he knew that these women are real snakes. A few snakes who know sage art actually popped out at once. I always feel that even Mount Mayabaka would be suppressed by your Richie Cave. Asahi didn't bother to talk nonsense, and 70% of his power burst out in an instant. The sun's flame this time was the most powerful one Asahi has ever used, and even Asahi's location was burned and melted. Right now, Asahi is like the incarnation of the sun god, and he can even levitate in the air without stepping on the small sun now. His hiss. The surrounding snakes were roasted beyond recognition, the stronger ones ran away, but the weaker ones were directly turned into ashes. At this moment, after Asahi took action, no one could resist him. After approaching the white snake sage's body, the section of the white snake sage's body also automatically turned to ashes. During this period, the members of Richie Cave, who are proficient in sage art, were continuously released various techniques to attack Asahi, but none of them were useful. Wherever the sun passed, everything was burned. Soon, Asahi rushed into the place where the white snake sage was, which looked a bit like a temple, and after Asahi entered here, it brightened directly. What a terrifying power! When did humans master such power? It is obviously not chakra. If we're just talking about chakra, he is not even comparable to the weakest Jonin. The white snake sage was very puzzled, and shocked by Asahi's burst of power. She hasn't walked in the shinobi world for so many years, so she didn't know about Asahi's existence. Even after living in the shinobi world for so long, she has never such a thing, so Asahi has really taught him a lesson today. White snake sage, come out and fight. Asahi glanced at the snake sages, who were still around him, and waved his hand directly. Then, as if fireworks were blooming, the snake sages around him were directly bombarded. After defeating these snakes, Asahi's percentage rose again to 76%. After defeating White Snake Sage, maybe I can came to Richie Cave again sometime later to collect experience again. Asahi thinks it's feasible. After all, these snakes are pretty petty. He came in to make trouble this time, so these snakes would definitely cause trouble to him. Even if he defeated the White Snake Sage, these snakes would still hold a hatred towards him. The most important thing is that Asahi only killed some insignificant little snakes, so if Asahi comes here again later, these guys will definitely make trouble for him. There is no need to go to other places, just in Richie Cave, Asahi can increase his percentage to 100%, and then draw a new ability. He has tasted the sweetness of the power of the sunshine, so he is looking forward to see what ability he will draw next. Humans, don't get too carried away. I will teach you today not to underestimate the power of this world. Although Asahi's power is a bit terrifying, the White Snake Sage is not a vegetarian. She's an old monster that can live for thousands of years, so she is not simple. In almost an instant, White Snake Sage's body spread all over the space, and it seemed like there was no end. That kind of trick is useless to me, Super Slash. With a wave of the divine axe Rita, a golden slash instantly split all the snake bodies in front of him, But after these snake bodies were separated, they continued to fuse again. At the same time, the white snake sage also rushed out of the temple and bit at Asahi. What a fast speed! As expected of the white snake sage. The speed of the white snake sage managed to surprise Asahi. It only took a moment of effort to reach Asahi's location, and this is the fastest and most violent of all attacks Asahi has seen. Compared with Lord Third Raikage, they can't be compared at all. However, Asahi can still handle such a speed. He used his axe to block the attack directly, jamming the mouth of the white snake sage, but the power that the white snake sage showed was also terrifying. And Asahi couldn't pull back his axe with his brute force for a while. This is the first existence Asahi has ever seen that can wrestle with him in strength. Chapter 98 Six Paths White Snake Sage. Just when Asahi intended to use more strength to pull the divine axe Rita, a shockwave came out from White Snake Sage's mouth, appeared in a circular ring shape and spreading in all directions, and even Asahi was somewhat affected. White Snake Sage, has your strength already reached Sage of Six Paths level? Although it affected him, the impact was not great, but regarding White Snake Sage's strength, Asahi was still shocked. As he felt that it would be difficult to deal with the other party. Are you talking about that guy Hagormo? I didn't expect you to know this kind of thing. His strength is indeed good, but he is always only outsider. Even if he learned that Stinky Toad's Sage Art, it is impossible to develop Sage Art to the extreme. I was indeed not his opponent at the beginning, but compared to his strength, my strength is accumulated bit by bit. The White Snake Sage didn't seem to be serious, as she has answered Asahi's question now, but the meaning of her words is very obvious. She looks down on Sage of Six Paths, as Sage of Six Paths power comes from bloodline and ten tails. Perhaps, the White Snake Sage also looked down on ten tails. She has spent thousands of years improving the local Sage Art to the extreme existence, and she has reached that level, or even a little stronger. Should I say as expected of Sage Art? It's really amazing enough, so I will stop holding back, as I felt that you shouldn't die. Asahi said and let go of his hand, letting the White Snake Sage take away his axe. Seeing this, White Snake Sage looked at Asahi with some doubts, and directly threw the axe to the wall, and the axe smashed through the walls, and it flew to who knows where. You're really arrogant. Even that toad wouldn't dare to say such things in front of me. If you think you can do it, you can try it. If you can't do it, then you don't expect to come out alive today. A ferocious light flashed in White Snake Sage's eyes. Don't look at her voice now, as you can't hear happiness or anger in her voice. Asahi came to Richie Cave to make trouble after all, so even if she said it very calmly, this kind of existence has long been able to deeply bury their emotion in their heart. Then you may be disappointed. If I want to go out, no one can stop me. Asahi looked at the White Snake Sage with a smile, and then threw his fist directly. He actually didn't need weapons like Rita. Strictly speaking, Rita can only be regarded as a controller, a tool to control the amount of his power. It can indeed be used against ordinary people, but against the existence at Six Paths level, Asahi doesn't need the divine axe Rita. He can just use his fist and it'll be done. His fist hit White Snake Sage's head, and the White Snake Sage's head was directly smashed to the wall, and even her snake body was directly stopped. Asahi was also hit by the White Snake Sage's attack and took a few steps back. In the case that he didn't use the ultimate move, Six Paths level can barely compete with him. Of course, he feels that if he used his ultimate move, even Six Paths level can also be killed. Right now, he has only mastered 3/4 of his strength, and only the last quarter of his strength is left. Once this last quarter is mastered, it can be said that he would reach the complete state. Not complete state and complete state are completely two concepts. Just like Ninetales who was separated into two, after the two sides fused, it is more than just 1 + 1. Although the power of this punch is great, it doesn't seem to cause much effect on the White Snake Sage. Her snake body once again surrounds Asahi, and this time, it flashes with a trace of color, and then the snake scales suddenly stood up and turned into blade-like existence. The snake body then began to spin frantically, coming closer to Asahi from all directions. However, Asahi didn't care much about such tricks. The snake body was blasted with a single shot of the sun, but this time, the snake body was not destroyed directly, as its defense power has increased. Did he use natural energy? Asahi was taken aback. For White Snake Sage's defensive power to suddenly surge, Asahi couldn't think of any other way besides using natural energy, but in the next second, the snake body disappeared completely, as if it never existed. Invisibility. Asahi can sense that the surrounding snake bodies are still there, but this invisibility ability is also very strong, as when the snake body is moving, it didn't even emit any sound, and the air also didn't change. Ordinary sensor shinobi might probably be blinded by this kind of thing, but for Asahi, the snake body is still completely visible. In order to end this battle quickly, Asahi's right hand turned to knife shape, and the power of the sunshine skyrocketed by another level. Divine Sword. It's obviously just a hand knife, but looking at Asahi's right hand at his moment, the snake sages around, including the white snake sage, can feel that this arm is not an arm at all, but a terrifying big sword. When the divine sword fell, white snake sage's strengthened snake body was cut like a tofu, and it was directly cut open. The entire underground space of Rechi Cave was also divided into two. It can be said that Asahi's move has directly destroyed the entire Rechi Cave. Okay human, put away your power, I surrender. At this moment, White Snake Sage's snake body is constantly recovering, but she is also frightened by this technique. Although her self-healing was powerful, if this technique is aimed at her head, she will still die. So she didn't dare to fight anymore, and Rechi Cave had also been cut in half. 10%. It's worth so much? A 6 paths level existence actually gave as much as 10%. Asahi feels that the 6 paths level is indeed awesome, as it has improved his mastery by 10% in one breath. When he came to Rechi Cave today, his mastery jumped from 55% to 86%. If he counts him beating Manda outside, his mastery would have risen by 32%. With 32% increase, only the last 14% is left. If you surrender, then forget it, I'll go first. Asahi didn't say much. He took back the divine axe Rita and left. He has already made plans. When Rechi Cave recovers, he will come again. Even if he showed such extraordinary strength, Rechi Cave's snakes must still be quite angry. They belong to the state of daring to be angry but not daring to speak. And as long as they are hostile, he can get his percentage increase by fighting them. I'll harvest Rechi Cave again in the future. Asahi then contacted Orochimaru again, and then left Rechi Cave. After knowing that Asahi had directly invaded Rechi Cave, Orochimaru was very surprised. In his opinion, Asahi's strength is indeed invincible, but Rechi Cave still has the White Snake Sage, whose depth is unknown. But Asahi has even defeated the White Snake Sage, which he never expected. After all, the title of the White Snake Sage is too scary, she is a bona fide 1,000-years-old monster. Chapter 99 The Angry White Snake Sage. Actually, Asahi know that there must be many more tricks that the White Snake Sage didn't use, but these tricks are useless. Asahi's divine sword has already persuading her to retreat. Knowing that she could not defeat the opponent even if she resisted, the White Snake Sage directly chose to admit defeat. I won't talk about this now. I'll go to Rechi Cave again in 10 days and a month later. Asahi said the words that scared Orochimaru, and he secretly broke into a cold sweat for Rechi Cave, but he suddenly felt that there was nothing wrong with it. He felt very comfortable when he saw Asahi ran to Rechi Cave to do things. When he went to Rechi Cave, he almost couldn't come out. The White Snake Sage's personality was too difficult to control, and if he wasn't smart enough, let alone signing a contract, he would have long since become a bone. In addition, Manda has been at odds with him, and asked for sacrifices all day long, so when he saw how unlucky Rechi Cave is, he felt pretty satisfied, and when he heard Asahi wanted to go there again, he felt very comfortable. In this way, Asahi spent half a month on the moon. Although it is boring with Orochimaru here, he can also go to other places and walk around. There are ruins everywhere, so this place can also be regarded as an interesting place to travel. In his previous life, he didn't go out to play much, and only go to famous place nearby. After he went there, except for seeing the densely packed human heads, he couldn't see anything else, let alone playing. He already had enough to be squeezed there for a day. So he simply started to play in the lunar space. He wondered if he should find a time to release Kaguya, and try to dig Kaguya into his camp. To be honest, he didn't understand Kaguya at all. What is she guarding against? Are the Otsutsuki clan so strong that they should be guarded against? Kaguya is invincible on her own. Okay, she might be doing superfluous things. Of course, after thinking about it, Asahi still gave up. Although Kaguya has no strength even if it is released now, after all, Kaguya without tentails is an empty shell, but her Rinnegan is real, so in order to prevent being dragged into another dimension with a Monomonica, he chose to wait. In this way, Asahi spent half a month trolling the entire Moon Palace. He has to say that this place is indeed quite good, and it can be regarded as a tourist attraction, because people have long since become extinct. Therefore, most of the ruins here are covered with vines, and the cultural customs developed by these people are completely different from those in the Shinobi world. After he finished, Asahi found Orochimaru directly, and asked him to send himself Rechi Cave again, and then it was followed by another violent beating. This time, the White Snake Sage was so angry that she could only be pressed and beaten by Asahi. Asahi's strength had increased again, so even if she was angry, she couldn't do anything to Asahi. Asahi's mastery has also been directly pushed to 100%, however, Unfortunately to Asahi, it is estimated that Richie Cave will not be able to be used again in the future. If he comes again, it is estimated that the other party will either run away or just surrender immediately. Once or twice is fine, but after more, everyone will be numb, and there would be no hostility. Maybe some of them still have so, but a lot of them would be full of fear. When sunshine reached 100%, Asahi's body directly shrunk from the terrifying state of more than 5 meters to the 12-years-old body, which is not very different from his normal one. Huh? Why did he change back? The White Snake Sage, who was still angry but powerless, couldn't help but stunned when she saw this scene. The other Snake Sages were the same, as Asahi was like the demon god before, but now, he has completely changed back. They also can't feel the slightest power fluctuations from him, and he looks just like an ordinary person. Is it because of the special KK Genkai or other reasons has now exhausted? This was the only thought that popped out of the heads of the White Snake Sage and the other Snake Sages, and now they were starting to feel a little eager to make a move again, but at the next second, before they could act, an even more terrifying solar power erupts in Asahi's body. There is no change in his body, but the power of the sunshine has been completely controlled. At this moment, a small sun appeared in Asahi's hand, but this small sun is not golden, but blazing white, and the energy inside is fluctuating. When White Snake Sage felt the sun a little bit, she immediately broke into cold sweat, as she felt this power was too great. If she takes one head-on, she will definitely die. This has reached the level of true qualitative change, and there is no trace of power leaked out. White Snake Sage is also only able to perceive it by relying on her terrifying perception ability with natural energy, while the other Snake Sages can't perceive it at all. In the perception of the White Snake Sage, this thing is almost like an endless huge sun, and even by sensing it alone, she already felt roasted, which is too scary. Thank you, I have completely mastered my power now, so I will never come to Richie Cave again in the future. By the way, please warn Manda. Next time I see him coming out and asked for sacrifices, I'll come to Richie Cave again. Asahi left after leaving the last sentence. His goal has been achieved, so he doesn't have to fight with others with muscular appearance in the future. He feels that if he continues to fight with muscular appearance, his philosophy will change. So now, it was just right that he returned to normal, and after Asahi left, the White Snake Sage also recovered. Immediately after, she ordered the other snakes to bring Manda over. After all, she believed that Manda was the one who provoked that demon god. Therefore, the next thing happening to Manda was tragic. He is only a snake who does not master sage art, so how can he fight these snake sages? Moreover, there is also White Snake Sage staring at him. Therefore, although Manda did not enjoy the severe beating from the society again, he enjoyed a severe beating from the snake sages. It is estimated that Manda will never dare to put the so-called sacrifice on his lips anymore. No matter how arrogant he is, he can only admit defeat when encountering an existence like the White Snake Sage. The White Snake Sage and the others have really poured all the anger for this period of time on Manda, so Manda's tragic screams enveloped the entire Richie Cave, and the snakes who heard it couldn't help but shrink their tongues, as it was too terrifying. Chapter 100 System Reappearance and New Ability. After leaving Richie Cave, Asahi began to open the system eagerly. This system has appeared twice from beginning until now. Once when the newbie benefit was given, and the other was when the equipment subsystem was turned on. As for this time, it can be regarded as the third time. Well, this system is probably one of the systems with weakest sense of existence. After all, it has only appeared 3 times in such a long time, but this third time is the one Asahi most looking forward to. What good stuff will I get this time? God bless me, give me a more comprehensive ability. My combat power is enough for now, so give me the ability with higher degree of elusiveness. After Asahi prayed for a while, he started to draw new abilities. There was no big turntable, and he only saw one draw opportunity. After it was consumed, then there was no more. After the system stopped, a burst of information burst into his mind. Hiss. This time is the memory type inheritance? Why would it just a memory? Oh God, although I want a comprehensive ability, but are you going too far in being comprehensive? After knowing what his newly acquired ability was, even Asahi had no choice but to suck in a breath of cold air. Ziref's Magic Encyclopedia. This is indeed too comprehensive. This time, the things drawn are no longer a single explosive type of power, but Ziref's Magic Encyclopedia, which originates from the fairy tale world. There are 30 magic books from this, and it can't be said to be a lot. Although Ziref does not dare to say that he is proficient in all the magic of the whole world, but he is absolutely proficient in most of them, and among the remaining small parts, there are many trashy magics that he does not need. The magical background behind this can be said to be so comprehensive that Asahi's brain is about to burst out. Right now, Asahi just wants to stand up and shout it, Who dares to compare comprehensive ability with me now? From now on, he doesn't need to be worried even if he encounters people with elusive abilities in the Shinobi world. He used to think that space ninjutsu is very troublesome, but now, he doesn't need to worry about these things. There are a lot of space magic in Zeref's magic encyclopedia, including teleport type. There are also various types of storage, and all kind of messes. The most powerful space-type magic is undoubtedly Irene's Universe 1, as this thing can instantly reconstruct an entire continent, which means that if Asahi can master this magic to the extreme, he can instantly restructure the entire Shinobi world. For example, putting Hidden Leaf Village in Hidden Clouds Village, or dispersing the army from one village and send them to other villages. As for the Amanomanica, based on his current understanding of space and further improvement, he can come out in minutes, and there is no need to worry about these abilities anymore. And these magics are now been started, and any one of them is at beginner levels. As the percentage increases, these magics will slowly improve collectively. Perhaps it is still relatively slow now, but it is definitely useful, and the focus is on comprehensiveness. He is now equivalent to the heritage of a world's power, so who can be compared with him? When these magics were completely brought to the highest level, combined with his sunshine, he might be able to surpass Zeref in one fell swoop and achieve a true god-level existence. This time, he really made a lot of profit. Asahi calmed down after a while, and directly used the Divine Axe Rita for an experiment. The original huge Divine Axe Rita was directly reduced to the size of the fingertip of the little finger. Command T magic, which comes from brandish, but at the same time, Zeref is also proficient in the magic of the Spriggan 12. As I only just getting started with magic, I can only reduce it this much. Looking at shrunken Divine Axe Rita in his hand, Asahi is a little bit interested, but in the end, he has just started, so he can't do the same as brandish, who can even shrink an island to the size of a palm. After this magic was developed to the extreme, Asahi estimated that a city can be instantly transformed into smaller than an ant, but now, he can't do such thing. After returning the Divine Axe Rita to its original appearance, Asahi went directly to Orochimaru, and his body instantly disappeared. The space magic of fairy tales messed, and this guy also has memory control magic. This is also a super magic, but it can only be used to modified memory slightly, adding some, and it cannot be used to view memory. Of course, deletion is also possible, but it can also be restored. For example, you can insert one memory to someone that you are his friend, but it can only be used against the weak, as the strong can easily find the problem, so this magic is actually not so good and convenient. In fact, Zeref has more powerful memory control type magics, but Asahi doesn't want to use it on his own people, thinking that it would feel strange to have the people around him have their memories modified by him. As for the enemy, he didn't need it, as he can just kill them directly. He won't use this kind of magic unless he has to, and he also can't use it at this stage, and he needs to become stronger, as these magics are even more exaggerated than mists. Even Zeref didn't dare to say that he is proficient in all the magic in the world. Zeref's magic encyclopedia is undoubtedly the essence of the world. These magics, no matter whether they are hostile or friendly to him, Zeref is basically proficient in all of them, which is extremely terrifying. Huh? It's you. Seeing that Asahi was completely returned to his normal form during the day, Orochimaru couldn't help but be stunned. Although Asahi was suppressing his power with Rita before so that it won't explode, his body shape would still change, and now Orochimaru is sure that it is daytime right now. This means that Asahi can also change into the normal form during the day, and the way Asahi suddenly appeared just now makes him can't help but think of Minato. Minato's flying thunder god also has such an effect, but Asahi seems to be more crisp. I can fully control my power now, so even in the daytime, my body will not change much, and I have also gained some special power. Asahi didn't say much about what his abilities are. Orochimaru is his own, and he won't hide it if he asks a few things, but if he doesn't ask then he won't say anything. But there are indeed many restrictions when he just started. Just now, he needed to teleport several times to arrive here. The distance is still too short. You have completely mastered it? Orochimaru's eyes lit up. Regarding Asahi's strength, in fact, almost everyone in the Shinobi world has guessed it. However, everyone has always been puzzled about how strong his strength actually is. It also includes Orochimaru. After joining Hidden Stone's village, Orochimaru also has a certain understanding of Asahi's strength, as he would be the strongest at noon, but no one has ever seen how is Asahi at noon. At most, they only felt the pressure and power that Asahi exudes at noon, and the specifics are not clear. Now that Asahi has completely mastered this power, Orochimaru is curious about how strong this power actually is. If I burst out with all my strength, it won't be hard to blow up the moon. Asahi directly gave a horrifying answer to Orochimaru, which caused him to be stunned. Blowing up the moon? Isn't it too much? Chapter 101 What would happen if Kaguya was released in advance? Really? Orochimaru's hands couldn't help but tremble a little. For an existence like a shinobi, in the later stage, his strength is indeed amazing. For example, although he is not the type of using big moves, he still knows a lot of forbidden techniques, and by summoning Manda, if there is no strong resistance, he can easily destroy a town. And like Jiraiya, throwing out a Sage Art Fire style is enough to burn a large area, but Orochimaru feels that these things are garbage compared to what Asahi can do. After all, he's saying that he can blow up the moon, and Orochimaru felt that even with his genius brain, he can't imagine such a scene. If it is possible to the moon, doesn't it mean that Asahi can easily destroy the shinobi world? Why would such an ability appear on a teenage boy? However, as he hasn't seen it with his own eyes, Orochimaru still felt a little disbelief. Of course it's true, but don't think it's very powerful. Just this giant Tenseigan, if you can control it, you can also easily destroy this moon. Pay attention, it is destroying, not blowing up, as when the power of this giant Tenseigan burst out, you would be able to cut this moon. This level of power may be a little difficult to understand, but it's not completely incomprehensible. Asahi shook his head. In the later stage, the enemy all has the power to destroy the world, but he didn't care anymore. As long as he mastered Zeref's magic encyclopedia and incorporated his power of sunshine into it, he would be the only god in this world. Even without fusing it, he is still invincible. Is that so? It seems Tenseigan is really enviable. Then, what are your plans now? Orochimaru also understands that after knowing the existence of this terrifying power, he will only work harder to research, find, and break through, until the Tenseigan is created, but ordinary Tenseigan is definitely not comparable to this giant Tenseigan, at least, if he wanted to destroy the moon, only this giant Tenseigan can do it, but regarding Asahi, there are still some doubts if he didn't see it with his own eyes, and he will not completely believe it. After all, this giant Tenseigan was created from a lot of people's eyes for so many years, and Asahi is just one person. Plan? After thinking about it, I will continue to stay on the moon for a while, and then maybe we can try to open that thing. Through the skylight, Asahi can see the sphere floating outside at the core position, which is Kaguya's main body. The real seal is on the central sphere. Similarly, this thing is also something that maintains the normal operation of the moon. Of course, after releasing Kaguya, it is not a big problem to use the giant Tenseigan to keep the moon running. Asahi also wondered whether to release Kaguya or not. With his silver tongue, it is not too difficult to dig Kaguya into his own village. Asahi kind of understood about Kaguya's situation is. She's like a little woman who doesn't feel safe, and has a strong sense of vigilance. She also has long been feeling inferior to Kanshiki and Momoshiki even with her own strength. Against Kaguya, Naruto and Sasuke, who was given 6 paths yin and yang power, managed to finally seal Kaguya after a long fight. And against Kanshiki and Momoshiki, even if they were fusing, they were beaten by Nine-Tails Susanoo once. At that time, neither of them had the ultimate yin and yang release, and their strength have slid out of 6 paths level, but those two were still defeated by Naruto who teamed up with Sasuke. In the end, they were even killed by a Rasengan, which was very shameful. Because of that, as long as Asahi shows strong enough power to let Kaguya know that he can take care of everything, it is not a problem to poach Kaguya, and when Kaguya is poached, then there's no need to say about Black Zetsu. After all, when Obito and Madara tear each other in the original work, Kaguya and Black Zetsu suddenly popped out. Asahi felt a little funny after thinking about the scene, but to prevent Kaguya from doing things, he still took some time to familiarize himself with his new magics to prevent Kaguya's Byakugan from having some power or being able to use the Amenomanica. There are too many types of magic, which are too comprehensive, so it takes him a lot of time to get familiar with it. When the time comes, he will release Kaguya, but Asahi himself finds it a little funny. As he believed that he was probably the only one who dared to dig Kaguya. Are you sure you? Didn't you say that the mother of Sage of 6 Paths was sealed inside? Is it really okay to release her? Orochimaru's eyelids twitched a few times. No problem, Otsutsuki Kaguya's power comes from Ten-Tails. Without Ten-Tails, she is just an empty shell. She may be not easy to deal with, but she is definitely not difficult to deal with. It is not a big problem to release her. But when the time comes, you need to use the giant Tenseigan to replace her, otherwise, there will be problems with this moon. Asahi explained. The gravity inside and outside of the moon, etc. all originate from the central seal. Once the seal is broken, if something is not used to replace it, the moon could become useless. You can figure it out yourself, anyway, you never fight insecure battles, right? Orochimaru said as he didn't want to say much anymore. Regarding Asahi's full digging skills, he was convinced, and if he planned to dig the Mother of Sage of Six Paths, Orochimaru has nothing to say. Then we'll do that. When I'm ready, we'll let her out. Asahi nodded. For this kind of seal, one island, the way to remove it is the same as Black Zetsu's, which is to use infinite Tsukuyomi to remove it, but there are also violent releases, just like the sealed-tailed beast constantly impacting their seal. He can also violently break the seal, as with his power of sunshine, burning the seal is not a problem. After chatting with Orochimaru for a while, Asahi left again and went to test his magic. He would not use all of these magics, like the fire magic has normal fire, dragon fire, god fire, devil fire, and so on. Asahi has just started learning it now, so he can't fuse them into one. This can only be possible after he has fully mastered this ability, so for the time being, it is natural to choose the most practical one to use. He didn't need attack power for the time being, but space, time, control, spirit, seal, etc. are all very useful. If he sets a magic seal, even if people in this world saw it with their own eyes, they wouldn't understand anything, because it is not the system of this world at all, so once he gets his seal, the people in this world won't be able to release the seal except use violent method to break the seal. He won't have the chance to make use of these tricks, but he must still get familiar with these magics and prepare for the future. Chapter 102 Releasing Kaguya. This time, Asahi literally spent 3 months in the moon. He is now 13 years old. It took him 3 months to learn some very good magic that suits him. During this period, what he tried the most is to learn from Zeref and made some demons, but they all ended in failure. His attainment in magic is still too weak, so if he wants to create powerful demons like Tartaros's demons, it is still impossible. However, he can still create trashy little demon, but seeing these little demons, he was speechless to the extreme, so he simply gave up. I'll just wait until I have more mastery in the future before trying it again. If I really create a powerful demon, it can be regarded as a strong guardian for the people around me. This is more realistic than nurturing people. After 3 months, he got used to a lot of magic, after which Asahi found Orochimaru and asked him to get ready. Let's start. I also want to see the appearance of the ancestor of chakra. After all, this is the origin of chakra. Orochimaru's research desire suddenly began to burn. If I can get some of Kaguya's blood, will I be able to study more powerful and terrifying things? When he thinks of this, Orochimaru can't help but tremble with excitement. Let me remind you first, before you can fully grasp it, it is best not to do some strange experiments, otherwise it will be very troublesome if something happens. Asahi looked at Orochimaru's current condition and knew what this guy was thinking. During this period, this guy has often talked about this in front of him. And if he said that if he gets Kaguya's blood, it may really speed up the creation of Tenseigan. However, if they are not careful, this guy might create some troublesome things. He didn't want something like Resident Evil or something, as that is the worst, so it is better to remind Orochimaru to take it easy. I know that kind of thing too, you don't need to remind me. Besides, how can there be no risks when studying these things? Moreover, isn't there still you here? With your invincible strength, even if something goes wrong, how can it be a problem? Orochimaru said very simply. Asahi didn't know when, but he found that Uncle Snake has actually learned to find a backer. Obviously, scientists should be very strict, so Asahi can only pray that Orochimaru's research will not go wrong, but based on the original Uncle Snake's situation, Asahi felt that there shouldn't be much problem, but then again, Asahi feels that he should find some assistance for Orochimaru, such as Kabuto. But Kabuto is not easy to control, so he would leave him to Orochimaru to deal with it. Orochimaru will find people himself if he lacks them. Asahi is too lazy to interfere, as Orochimaru's way of being under the control is still okay. After warning Orochimaru, Asahi didn't continue to talk nonsense, but flew directly to the position of the moon's core. Similarly, he still held the giant Tenseigan in his hand. Open. A very small ball was formed from blazing white flame and it hit the seal directly. Don't look at its small size, as the power of the sunshine after it was fully mastered was terrifying. The instantaneous burst power of this ball is comparable to Tentails' tailed beast bomb, and Tentails' tailed beast bomb is enough to cause extinction damage in a large area. The terrifying explosion caused the core position to open, and it turned into a meteor and fell to the ground. The power of the seal was also burned by the power of the sunshine cleanly, and Asahi immediately controlled the giant Tenseigan to stay in the air. This thing still has some intelligence. If they ignore it and just give it a command, this thing will execute the command forever. Just like the usage in the original work, it needs to be directly controlled, but this thing can be used to continuously push the moon to smash into the Shinobi world. At this moment, The giant Denzo had replaced Kaguya's seal as the core and maintained the normal operation of the moon. It's done, then. The next step is Kaguya. After Asahi let the giant Tenseigan float steadily at the core of the moon, he looked down at his feet, and soon he saw a white figure. In fact, he was very curious at that time, why Kaguya would only continue to grow her hair when she was sealed, which is really weird. Here. Where's this? Kaguya, who had just broken out of the seal, was confused. She has been sealed for thousands of years, so she is confused that she came out. This is the inside of the moon, but you shouldn't be very clear about it. In other words, this is the interior of a small planet created after Higemaru and Hamura sealed you. And I released you from the seal just now. Asahi landed on the ground at this time, looking at Kaguya and said, Higemaru and Hamura's seal? I remember, I was sealed, but who are you? Why did you let me out and how did you do it? Kaguya is now full of doubts. She can detect some chakra from Asahi, but such a little chakra, compared to her at the beginning, is really too much worse. The gap between them is like a drop of water and the water in a lake. My name is Asahi. I am someone from Shinobi World, which is the world developed after Higemaru's era. As for why I let you out, and how I do it, it's a little troublesome to explain. In short, the seal was violently opened. As for the reason for letting you out, it was to invite you to join the forces I belong to. Asahi didn't know what to say, as there were too many things to say, and he didn't know where to start. Can you tell me more specifically about the forces you belong to? At this moment, Kaguya didn't come out during the Fourth Shinobi World War, so she didn't go crazy, and it's mainly because she didn't have the strength. When she came out during the Fourth Shinobi World War, most of Tentailes's power had been integrated into her body, and she was in the Shinobi world, so she knew the specific situation. But now that she was released with no power, and also not in the Shinobi world, she was completely confused. Without much choice, Asahi can only give Kaguya some knowledge, such what Higemaru and Hamura done after she was sealed, as well as the changes in the Shinobi world. Although Asahi is not clear about the specifics, he still knows some general information. Then he also explained the current Shinobi world. As a result, it took a lot of time to finish talking, and after Kaguya heard Asahi's explanation, her temper came up. In fact, if she was changed to Asahi, he would be extremely unhappy. After all, Kaguya's own power has been divided into so many parts. She is obviously using that strength to defend against the foreign enemies, of course, because she is too awkward, her methods are a bit too extreme. Now that she knows that the future generations have already using her power, but she, the ancestor, has been sealed for thousands of years, she was angry. If it was changed to Asahi, it is estimated that he will also want to destroy the Shinobi world. Of course, she just thought about it. Right now, she only has a little bit of power as protection. For Asahi, this level of combat power is almost nothing. Chapter 103 Digging Kaguya. You are probably feeling confused or even a little overwhelmed now, and even if you want to get your chakra back, it's a huge problem. After Asahi recounted the situation in the Shinobi world, he looked at Kaguya, who was completely angry and confused, and said, "You know, but why do you dare to let me go out?" Kaguya wondered, as she did need chakra, so she would definitely find a way to get her chakra back in the future, but this person knows these things, so it is a bit strange to let her out. I am very clear what you're talking about, but if you really can do it, I won't have the confidence to let you out. If you want to regain your strength, you need 10 tails, and 10 tails is fused from the other tailed beast. But now, there are 4 tailed beasts in our Hidden Stones village alone, and many of them have a good relationship with me. Do you think you can beat me, who has the power to break your seal? It's not that you could win against me even if you fused with 10 tails, let alone now. I know a lot about you. You are defending against the Otsutsuki clan, right? After all, your clan is indeed a bit special. If someone from the Otsutsuki clan chases you in the future, it is indeed a great threat to you. Because of excessive worry and lack of security, you started to make white zetsu, but you are indeed very stupid. Those white zetsu you made, if I use one move, 100,000 of them will be destroyed easily. I really wonder if you made these white zetsu as the cannon fodder that you need to protect or to defend against foreign enemies. Your strength was actually very good at the beginning. I know some information about the Otsutsuki clan. Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Otsutsuki Yorashiki. There are 3 people, but none of them are your opponents. You can only blame yourself for being too careful. You obviously have invincible strength, but you have done so many stupid things. It is obviously impossible for you to restore all your power in front of me, but I can help you. If you join our Hidden Stones village, I will help you block the Otsutsuki clan who come after you. How is it? Asahi asked with a smile. In fact, he is now trapping Wolf barehanded. Momoshiki and the others would come here to find Tailed Beast, that is, the chakra fruit, not Kaguya, so they will definitely be his enemy. Asahi doesn't even have to think about this. If Kaguya can join Hidden Stone's village directly, wouldn't it be better? Why do you know this? Kaguya was puzzled. Of course she is familiar with those names, but she was confused. Where did Asahi know about it? Although she did leave some records in this world, she did not leave some specific records. No one knows these things, but Asahi directly said these names. At this moment, if it's not for Asahi didn't have any characteristics of the Otsutsuki clan at all, Kaguya would have doubted whether the person in front of her was someone from the Otsutsuki clan. Although she is not in her prime, she still has the Byakugan. Don't worry about it. You have eaten the chakra fruit, so the other party will definitely not let you go later. Therefore, you need enough strength to protect yourself now, and I have it. I only need you to join our shinobi village, and that's all. Then, what is your decision? Asahi asked with a smile. Everything else is secondary, and the most important thing is Kaguya's own plans, but she seems to have no other plans. After all, she has been forced to this path. You should know that even I am not clear about the strength of those who come to chase after me. If you only rely on the extremely barren chakra in your body, I think you can't do it. Kaguya shook her head. The chakra in Asahi's body made her fall into extreme suspicion, and she is still a little worried now. After all, she was betrayed by her own sons. Although she herself did a lot of wrongdoings, there were problems on both sides, and his son's problem is undoubtedly bigger. Then, it is simple. It just happens that we are on the moon right now. Come with me, since you doubt my strength, I will let you see how powerful my strength is. Asahi said with a smile. He never lacked something like power. He didn't use chakra, that's why Kaguya couldn't see the essence of his power. Kaguya was also very curious about where Asahi's confidence came from. At the same time, Orochimaru also chased after them. Uncle Snake, your speed is a little slow. After seeing Orochimaru chasing after him, Asahi complained a little. This place is not close to where we were at all, and not everyone is as perverted as you. Also, although the core was replaced by the giant Denzo in time just now, the laboratory was still affected, and I came here after cleaning up. Orochimaru rolled his eyes at Asahi. Talking about abnormality, Asahi turned out to be the most abnormal. After that, Orochimaru set his attention on Kaguya, and it was the first time that he really saw this ancestor of chakra. His chakra reserve is alright, as the chakra reserve in his body is many times larger than yours. When Kaguya said these words, thick skeptical tone was revealed without modification or processing at all. I don't use chakra. Back then, I learned chakra just for the convenience of doing something. Right now, I don't train my chakra anymore. Asahi said helplessly, and then took the two of them all the way to the big crater that led to the outside. Fortunately, there is oxygen outside the moon, so getting out is not a problem. After leaving the interior of the moon, the direction of gravity directly changed, allowing them to stand directly on the outside of the moon. From here, they can clearly see the Shinobi world. Is that the Shinobi world? Looking at the world under her control at the beginning, it is unknown what Kaguya is thinking at this moment. Asahi guessed that she is constantly feeling emotional. Yes, it is the Shinobi world, but unfortunately, it can no longer be regarded as your back garden, and I will not allow this place to be your back garden. Asahi said calmly. Right now, the Shinobi world can be regarded as his back garden. Although that seems to be a bit problematic to say this, the facts are there. Speaking of which, you also created Black Zetsu to stay and help you out of trouble, right? I will find him later when I have time, but once you appear in the Shinobi world, I estimated that we don't even need to find him, and he will come to us directly. Looking at Shinobi world, Asahi couldn't help but think of a certain Otsutsuki aloe Black Zetsu. And he felt that the perseverance of this guy is not comparable to ordinary people at all. Chapter 104 The sun and the moon come out together. Black Zetsu? He probably has given up too. Otsutsuki Kaguya also remembered Black Zetsu she had created. She didn't know much about Black Zetsu, but she hadn't been released for thousands of years, so she felt that he probably has given up. If you say this, you would have wronged him. He has planned for your freedom for thousands of years. You know, when you made Black Zetsu, you didn't give him any fighting ability, so without combat power, Black could only try to plan everything to release you, and such thing is almost impossible, but this guy is still working hard now, and he's much better than your other two sons. Asahi believed that Black Zetsu is really the #1 filial son in the Shinobi world, and there is really no one that can compare with him. After hearing Asahi's words, Kaguya's face became a lot more complicated. The powerless Black Zetsu persisted for thousands of years, and her other two children, who she desperately wanted to protect that she chose to eat chakra fruit, sealed her, and then throw her away. Hearing what Asahi and Kaguya said, Orochimaru's face is filled with black lines, and he doesn't know what to say anymore. He listens to all the myths they are talking about, but he doesn't understand, and was completely stunned. Forget it, let's not talk about this. You can learn more about it later. Right now, let me show you my full strength. Regarding my own full strength, I am also very curious about it. After all, from the time I gained this strength to now, I have never burst out with all my strength, and now, it is not just as simple as using full force. As Asahi said that, the white flames all over his body rose rapidly, forming a huge scorching white flame on the moon. This power has completely surpassed the limit of the limit, and even it is even much more terrifying than the one in 7 Deadly Sins world. Immediately afterwards, a large number of flames continued to rush toward his hands, and gradually formed a sphere. The sphere began to absorb the continuous flames from the size of the marble and expanded even more. Soon, the diameter of the sphere has surpassed 100 meters. This is already the most solar power that Asahi can mobilize at one time. It must be known that the sphere with the diameter of 1 centimeter is already enough to destroy Kaguya's seal, and this sphere's diameter is more than 100 meters. The temperature alone has already caused the surrounding space to be torn apart with small cracks appearing. This power has already exceeded the capacity of the space. As for Orochimaru and Kaguya, they have already run far away, but even if they don't run, Asahi can control his own power to protect them, otherwise, they will be completely burnt just by getting close to him. After the huge sphere was formed, Asahi threw it sharply, and the sphere instantly turned into a stream of light and disappeared. At this moment, the surface of the moon around Asahi has already melted into a large pit. If he hadn't threw it quickly, it would be burned to inside the moon, and this is still the result of control. The blazing white sphere continuously shot towards the distance at a terrifying speed. The distance was still too close, so Asahi did not dare to detonate it directly. Can it detonate? After the sphere was flying for almost a few minutes, Orochimaru asked with some doubts. It can, but as this is also my first time using this much power, it's better to let this thing fly further. Asahi said. This thing is too powerful, so he chose to play it safe. After another few minutes, Asahi felt that it should be enough, and he directly detonated the huge sphere. His control of the power of the sunshine has completely surpassed even Mal, and it is because of the production of the system. Asahi feels that his power of the sunshine is getting more and more terrifying, and after the magic power is added, it is even more stronger. It is also because the magic power is added that Asahi wonders whether to let the sunshine and other magic directly fuse, thus breaking through to a higher level. In fact, this is the first time Asahi has used such a big move like this. The main reason for doing this is to show the ultimate destructive power in front of Kaguya, otherwise, he doesn't need to work so hard. After all, this kind of big move is not suitable for use against the enemy, and it is estimated that his own people would be annihilated. After Asahi detonated the sphere, a terrifying light suddenly appeared in the space, and the giant sphere, which had flown for an unknown distance, suddenly exploded, and there's as if another giant sun appeared in the universe in an instant. At the same time, the Shinobi world, which is already at night, was directly illuminated at the moment when the sun appeared. It was obviously night, but it was no different from the daytime. It was not uncommon for the sun and the moon to be in the sky together, but when it was dark at night, a sun appeared, and the entire Shinobi world was illuminated. This is not a small problem, and it is also not common. This. How is it possible? It's not the power of chakra. What's that? Kaguya, who is on the moon at the moment, is also completely lost. Asahi is not using chakra's power, but this power is so powerful that after Asahi released it, she realizes that it is too scary. Was she able to do such a thing even in her peak? If her ability tends to be a comprehensive type, then Asahi's is the ultimate destructive power, the ultimate destructive power of the sun. Now I finally believe it, you do have the power to blow up the moon under our feet, and even if you directly blow up the Shinobi world, I won't feel too surprised now. Orochimaru couldn't help but swallowed his saliva. He estimated that the only one who could scare him like this is Asahi. You didn't believe it, did you? Asahi looked at Orochimaru speechlessly, while Orochimaru was annoyed. After all, if someone said in front of you that he could blow up a planet, would you believe them? He subconsciously believed it when he first heard it.